The global god tier game opens. I accidentally gained the only god tier hidden profession in the whole game, the super killer. For each player I kill, my attack power can permanently increase by 1 point. And as the number of players I kill increases, my talents can further evolve. But my girlfriend Lu Ruyan ridiculed me as a poor bumpkin. Then she immediately hooked up with a rich second generation. Chen, let's break up. You can't even afford the life game helmet. What right do you have to date me, a poor loser like you? In the dorm, Chen held his phone for a video call, while his girlfriend Lu Ruyan looked at him disdainfully. Are you crazy? It's only our 3rd day of dating, why should you give me a game helmet? The life game helmet costs 20,000, have you even looked at yourself, whether you're worth that much? I'm not afraid to tell you I'm poor. Song Xiao has already given me a helmet. What a blind follower. Song Xiao is that scoundrel Song Yu, right? There's nothing to talk about between Lu Ruyan and this poor loser. Life is about to launch, let's play the game. What are you doing? It's so itchy, hee hee. Isn't there still a few minutes left? That's enough. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the phone, then the video call was hung up. Chen remained silent and expressionless for a long time. Alright, so this is how you want to play. Silence immediately used all his savings to buy a helmet and entered the game. Before Chen could make any moves, his character was already standing in the novice village, followed by an email appearing in front of him. Dear player, we apologize for any inconvenience caused. The system has detected an abnormal status and has automatically organized this email for you after rectifying the abnormal state. As the first player to choose the assassin profession, you have successfully obtained the unique hidden profession of Shadow Assassin. You can increase your attack power by 1 point for each player you kill. Your name has been randomly assigned as nameless, and you have been given 1 opportunity to change your name. Chen looked at the email with an evil smile. The opportunity for revenge had arrived. Without a word, Chen ran straight to the wilderness with a wooden sword. Along the way, he killed every player he encountered. As he killed more and more players, his name became increasingly notorious. At that moment, the sound of a group of people hunting for buffs came from nearby. Silence crouched behind a rock to secretly observe. A group of people were surrounding a king hound. Beside them was a nurse with the ID Ruyan Pia Piao. Without needing to look, one could tell that this was Lu Ruyan, because that was her username. Song Yu's ID was I love Ruyan. Watching Lu Ruyan and Song Yu getting close, Chen clenched his fists and said, finally found you. Chen no longer hid and rushed towards Lu Ruyan. As Lu Ruyan heard the movement and turned around, he was met by Chen's old wooden sword. Go to hell, stinky woman. Lu Ruyan's gaming talent is obviously not high, he didn't have time to react at all, got hit in the face by a sword, but only lost 45 drops of blood. What the hell, why are you hitting me? His defense is quite high, it seems like he has good equipment. Chen didn't give him a chance to heal, and stabbed towards his lower body with a crimson sword. The number 49 slowly floats up. Lu Ruyan's health is only a little over 400 points. With 2 silent strikes, 1/3 of his health is gone, so Lu Ruyan quickly added 25 drops of blood to himself. Lu Ruyan is healing, what are you doing? At this moment, his teammate finally noticed the silence. Save me, this lunatic wants to kill me. Lu Ruyan anxiously shouted. Silence's eyes were cold, without a trace of sympathy. You're the one who's going to die. On the other side, the 5-man team hunting the Dog King, without the healer, they are doomed. They can't hold the blood without the healer. Brother, don't kill my girlfriend, I'll give you 1,000 gold coins. Song Yu hurriedly shouted. Song Xiao is really generous, but too bad, I'm going to kill her, and you're next. Silence said with full of anger. A large red number popped up above Lu Ruyan's head, critical hit 190, directly clearing his health. Kill the player, like smoke drifting ticket evil value +1, currently evil value 55, trigger passive skills to gain attack power +1, currently a total of 56 points added. Wait for you, I will find you. Chen left a fierce word, but in my heart I feel extremely happy, finally killed this woman. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Song Yu roared madly. Chen smirked maliciously wanting revenge. Come and kill me, she slowly backed away. Song Yu just wanted to attack Chen, but the voice of a teammate sounded in the team. Song Xiao, don't worry about her, she will die soon. Watching the blood volume of the hunting Dog King has already reached the bottom, when there are less than 500 points left, Song Yu and others can hold on first, and the warrior at the forefront directly dies. Soldiers also followed closely behind. Close combat profession only left assassin. Assassin anxiously shouted to send. I kite him, you attack quickly. Song Yu and another archer dare not stop, constantly attacking the king of hunting dogs. Song Yu gritted his teeth and shouted to hold on, and he will be dead soon. There are still 300 points of blood, victory belongs to us. Watching as the hunting dog king was about to fall, Song Yu's system suddenly sounded, and Ding was attacked by the player without a name. Song Yu was shocked and lost a third of his blood directly, and quickly knocked back a bottle of medicine. Silence is a sword while he is taking drugs, and Song Yu's blood volume drops by half. As the health potion slowly recovers, he turns around and casts a fireball spell at the silent. The fireball explodes on Chun Chen, directly reducing his health by half. Song Yu sees the blood volume and is stunned on the spot. You only have 100 health points. While he is stunned, Chen Chen quickly takes out the potion that Lu Ruyan just gave him and swallows it. A miserable scream comes from behind. The assassin finally died under the attack of the Hound King. The archer quickly asks, "What should I do? I only have 100 health left, and the Hound King also has only 100 health left." Gritting his teeth, Song Yu says, "You kill that Hound King, and I'll kill this red carp." As soon as the words fall, another large number of pick up 90 floats up. Song Shao, it's not certain who will kill whom. Song Yu raises his palm, and the wooden staff in his hand glows slightly. It is the charging of the fireball spell, while silence only needs a regular attack. The speed difference is self-evident. Song Yu tells that woman, "I will kill you all." Retreating, she stares at Song Yu's crotch, and silence stabs fiercely. Song Yu's health is instantly depleted. The fireball spell just formed and then shattered and dissipated. The mage's attack is indeed strong, but he can't withstand the casting time disadvantage. Unwillingly, Song Yu roars, "I will find you. I will kill your whole family." His body slowly dissipates and revives. Ding killed the player. I love Ruyan, 1 point added to the sin value, and 1 point added to the attack power. He let out a long sigh, picked up the few bottles of medicine dropped by Song Yu, and quickly took one. The opponent only had one archer left, and the hunting dog king also had only 50 health points remaining. Yet, he had already charged to the archer, and then the archer was taken down by the hunting dog king in 3 bites. After all the members of Song Yu's team died, the hunting dog king immediately launched an attack towards Chun Chen. Chen Chen's wooden sword also struck him. The hunting dog king's health bar was instantly depleted, a golden light shone, and a large pile of spoils was left on the ground. Congratulations on completing the mission. Congratulations on killing the wild boss, Hunting Dog King, gaining 3,000 experience points, and reaching level 2, level 3, and level 4. The system's voice kept sounding, congratulating you on the first solo kill. An announcement will soon be made on the village-wide ranking. Do you want to hide your identity? What's there to hide? My name will be in red, no need to hide. Just as the words of that dog couple fell, the entire area, the system simultaneously issued a village-wide announcement, congratulating the player, nameless, for single-handedly killing the wild boss, Hunting Dog, and will receive the reward, Hunting Dog Necklace. In the novice village respawn area, Lu Ruyan and Song Yu's group had a grim expression. That nameless, killing our people and taking our loot, I will definitely not let him off. It's my first time dying, that rude and barbaric jerk. Lu Ruyan was also gnashing her teeth in anger. It seems that Song Shao knows you. Yes, I also heard him call out Song Shao's name. Song Yu searched his mind but couldn't figure out who it was. He was used to being arrogant, and there were many people who didn't like him. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying that no matter who he was, I would kill him back. Send me a wanted notice. If anyone can provide an anonymous location, I'll give 100 gold coins. If anyone can kill him once, I'll give him a jade stone. Song Yu can't swallow this and will kill Chun Chen no matter what. At this moment, Chun Chen was extremely happy. He had an extra necklace in his package. Hound Necklace, gold level wearing level 5, attribute attack power increased by 20, critical hit probability plus 10%. Skill tearing apart ordinary attacks, there is a chance to cause the opponent to bleed. In addition to the necklace given by the system, there are 3 pieces of equipment on the ground, including the weapon dog tooth dagger, black iron level wearing level 5, attribute attack power increased by 25, attack speed increased by 1, and profession requirement assassin. Shield Dogskin Shield, bronze level worn at level 5, attribute defense increased by 18, health recovery increased by 1, profession requires warrior. Ring Dog Head Ring, bronze level wearing level 5, attribute bonus attack mana recovery increased by 1, profession requirement mage. After silently cleaning up the spoils of war, he quickly ran towards the direction of the mass grave, contacting his roommates, Huangdo, and the Crown Prince while running. You come to this place to meet, remember that you can only come, you too. Gasping for breath, he ran to the tomb guard in front of him, and remained silent before finally facing the NPC with peace of mind. The tomb guard said, I'll hand over the task. Oh, what a brave young man. He actually killed the Hound King. I am proud of you. Congratulations on completing the task, gaining experience points of 5,000. Silence has been upgraded again, reaching level 5 and 60%. The old lady who guarded the tomb still handed over a book. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the skill of dying, exploding on the brink of death, and passively retaining some health before receiving fatal damage. The attack power doubles, lasting for 3 seconds, and the passive cooldown lasts for 1 day. Silence widened his eyes. For 3 seconds, he was a real man. This Nima was so incredible. This skill was completely tailored for him. The hunting dog dagger happened to fit him, and it was a hunting dog necklace. He was hesitating whether to wear it or not. The old lady guarding the tomb looked up and down in silence, and said to the children at the disorderly burial post, "Can you help me again? But I need your evil value to reach 100 points. Come back to me when you reach 100 points. Ding Gongshi accepts the request of the tomb guardian for the mission. In order to meet the task requirement of 100 points of sin, he will search for the tomb guardian again when he reaches 100 points of sin. The silence was a bit disappointing. He only has 56 o'clock now, so he still needs to kill someone, Shin Chen murmured to Lao Mo. What are you muttering about? You're going to kill someone again. What kind of taste? Although we are not lovers, we can tear up our little romance at the mass grave. It's right at this moment. Huang Go and the crown prince finally arrived. Lao Mo, you are already a celebrity now that your cow is broken. How did I become famous? Chen Chen scratched his head in confusion. Isn't that right, Lao Mo? You still don't know. You've made a name for killing people. Lao Mo, is very murderous when you hear about it. In the future, we've decided to call you Lao Mo. You are the only red name in our novice village, and you are also wanted by someone. Killing you for 10,000 yuan once is really exciting. Huang Go is so excited that he is about to get excited. The crown prince licked his tongue and squinted his eyes. Yes, I even wanted to kill you. This money is really easy to make. Killing you tens of thousands of times, we've made a fortune. Silent and speechless prisoner, unfortunately I have already upgraded. Let's just forget about it. This is for you. Silence trades shield to yellow dog. Trade the ring and necklace to the crown prince. The crown prince looked at the golden equipment and widened his eyes to look at the silence. Where did I come from? Just a few idiots attacked the boss and I snatched it. The crown prince and yellow dog exchanged a glance, and Bull said to me, why did you upgrade so quickly? Emotions are like killing bosses. Old Mo has reached level 5. Let's practice together, and they are only at level 6 so far. Silently shaking my head and politely refusing, forget about it. My mission is different from yours. You should upgrade quickly. What are you doing without leveling up? Killing and killing 44, this is not a small amount. If you remain silent, you will squat on the mass grave and wait for rabbits. I don't know if there are any unlucky people. During the boredom of going up the mountain, I opened the built-in forum in the game and strolled around while waiting for fools to come to my door. The forum was very lively because there were fewer monsters and more people, making it the best leisure place for all players besides fighting monsters. In the first post, there was an unnamed celebrity who was killed indiscriminately in the novice village. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Who is he? There were tens of millions of views and hundreds of thousands of people discussing this post. And the second post is about my love like smoke, offering a reward of 10,000 yuan for the killing of Hong Ming's animal Wu-Ming once. There are also many replies below, mostly cursing Qin Shen. The more Qin Shen sees them being unhappy with him, the better he feels about himself. Chen Shen's eyes twitched and suddenly thought of parody. After speaking, he clicked to post. My name is Wu Ming, and I come from a mysterious organization that kills people like wildfire and is lawless. As soon as Hong Mingshou posted it, the forum exploded and the sound of someone replying to the post kept ringing. Nameless is shameless, get out of all living beings. Nameless brother, I want to join. What a cool name, how can I add it? There were indeed a few people cursing Qin Shen, but what Qin Shen didn't expect was that more people wanted to join him. Qin Shen smiled wryly and shook his head, then turned around on the forum, wanting to join a sect where his evil value reached 50 points. Just as he was about to continue surfing, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Qin Shen quickly closed the forum and headed towards the direction of the footsteps coming from the side. On the desolate and disorderly burial mound, a player unexpectedly arrived. The player looked at the cemetery in confusion and squatted at Qin Shen, who was browsing the forum on the grave. That person's name is a young man driving a train, who is an archer. He has a somewhat sullen appearance, as if shameless. When he saw Qin Shen's name, he was shocked and widened his eyes. I went to Nameless. Silent and smiling, he stood up, and it was below. Then, with a swish, he stabbed twice and directly ended the young man Ding who was driving the train. Kill the player, the young driver of the train, increase sin by 1, and gain attack power by 1. After the young man driving the train died, he left behind a pile of medicine and a bow, but unfortunately it was a whiteboard bow and arrow. The disorderly burial mound has now been exposed, and we can no longer squat here. Silently collecting the spoils of war, we are about to leave when we suddenly realize a problem. Isn't this a safe zone? He was certain that there was a prompt in the corner when he came in, indicating that this was a safe zone. He asked in confusion. The old lady, the tombkeeper, said in her hoarse voice, "This is a shelter for the wicked, not ordinary people." In a simple sentence, let silence be clear. If all beings encourage PK, they will not let the famous players fall into a decision. However, Silence still decides to leave here, as he has already been exposed. But at this moment, I suddenly noticed that my friend's information was constantly jumping. I clicked on the friend's information bar in confusion and remained silent, staring in amazement. I don't know when, there were thousands of friend messages, and the latest friend message was a young man driving a train. Young man driving the train, don't kill me. I am your fan. Brother, please return the weapon to me. I will join you. Killing people is rampant and lawless. Hong Mingjiang remained silent and opened other friend messages, half of which were insults, and the other half were to join him. This silent and casual Hu Zhou's name actually caused so many people to feel humiliated. After hesitating for a moment, he first gave the young man who was driving the train a friend message. The young boy driving the train saw his friend pass by and excitedly sent a message. Nameless, it's really nameless. Idle, your attack is too high. If I didn't react, just give me a second. Have you exposed my location? No, absolutely not. I swear by my sister's chastity. Talent is not necessary. Big brother, can you let me join the ruthless and lawless Hongming sect? Don't worry, big brother. After I join, I will definitely kill 50 prominent figures and always follow in big brother's footsteps. Still a passionate young man in his second year, he suddenly turned his lips up in silence and replied, "You are very devout. You are a good young man. I have decided to change the test for you. Those who kill will always be killed. If you want to become a killer, you must do well in the test of being killed. My test for you is to make me kill 43 times. After seeing the news, the young man driving the train came directly to him and said with a firm expression, "Big brother, kill me." Okay. I'm very satisfied that this small mass grave can produce talents like you. Enjoy the process of death. The young man who was driving the train was full of admiration. Big brother was right, just like in martial arts movies. If you want to become a master, you must first learn to be beaten. I am already prepared. Shuasha took 2 more cuts and bid farewell for the next few hours. Silence kept killing the young man who was driving the train. Seeing that it was about to arrive at 100 o'clock, Chen Shen was bored with killing him. The young man driving the train was even more excited. Big brother put in more effort to kill me, and I succeeded in 2 more attempts. Good boy, this resurrection is the last time. Chen Shen leaned wearily against the tombstone, not expecting to be so tired of killing. Just then, a system announcement suddenly rang in the ears of everyone in the novice village. Congratulations to the player Woji Zhanshan for successfully upgrading to level 10 and becoming a novice village in Shea. The first player to reach level 10 will receive a set of professional exclusive equipment as a reward. If someone reaches level 10, they will go to the continent of sentient beings, and everyone will activate the ranking function. Surprisingly, someone has reached level 10. Silence is only level 5. In addition to this announcement, Silence has its own merits. Congratulations on successfully ranking on the list of villains with 99 points of sin, and on successfully ranking on the attack list with 104 points of attack power. May I ask if you want to display your name or hide it? Shinmu was slightly taken aback, but he didn't expect to be on the list. It's true. He didn't expect to show that there's no need to hide it. Who in the world doesn't know? Nameless waited for a while, and the system announcement rang again. Congratulations to the player Invincible God of War for reaching level 10 and becoming the top-ranked player on the equipment rating list. Ding Tsong, player Nameless attacks with 104 points, becoming the top on the attack list. Ding Tsong, player Nameless attacks with 99 points, becoming the top on the villain list. When the list came out, the entire novice village went crazy. The unnamed attack was so high, with 99 evil points, truly deserving of being the extremely evil generation of the novice village. On the first day of opening the server, 99 people were killed, killing people like wildfire and committing all kinds of evil. The unnamed boy who taught YYDS how to drive trains. Finally, he rushed back to the mass grave. At this moment, his face was filled with admiration and excitement. Boss, you killed second rank. That's called 2 lists, not 2 lists. I rolled my eyes in silence. Well, after killing my boss for the last time, I'm finally going to become your most loyal lackey. In the future, if you kill me and bury my body, the more you attack my trap, the more exciting it is to think about it. With a knife in his hand, Shen Shen directly escorted the young man driving the train away. Congratulations! The evil value has reached 100 points and meets the task requirements. Shen Shen arrived in front of the tomb guardian. Hello, I have reached 100 points of sin. The old woman who guarded the tomb looked at the silence in surprise. Young warrior, you are really a wicked ghost. You can't go back anymore. It's hard to redeem 100 deaths. Since that's the case, become the guardian of the disorderly burial post. Ding task updates the guardian of the chaotic burial post. Task content: task to kill the moon demon stone in the moon spirit swamp, reward equipment, shadow mask, and task reward experience value of 10,000 gold coins and 20. Is a mask considered an equipment? I looked at the mission reward in silence and felt a bit confused. It seems like I still need to go kill monsters. Fortunately, the moon spirit swamp is not far from the burial hill. Just as he was about to leave in silence, the young man driving the train ran back to the mass grave panting heavily. Big brother, I'm back. Big brother, have I passed the test and officially become a member of our great Hongming sect? What will we do next, big brother? After hesitating for a moment in silence, I decided to level up first. Bring your level back and go find these 2 people. They will take you to level up, and then push the business cards of the fat man and the crown prince to the young man driving the train. Okay big brother, you also work hard and start a union as soon as possible. I'll wait for you to cheer. The young man who drove the train excitedly left, and before leaving, he still kept silent and cheered on me. Shen Shen shook his head helplessly. He really didn't want to create any unnamed characters. He was so free to be alone, doing whatever he wanted, doing tasks, killing and killing people. Thinking of this, Shen Shen also left the mass grave and walked towards the direction of the Star Moon Swamp. At night, his vision was not very far. Without torches and other lighting props, he could only see the luck of other players by walking about 5 meters. This actually gives the aspect of silence. If you vaguely see someone, you will avoid them from afar. Even if you see someone alone, you won't kill them. After all, the purpose is to do a mission. If someone kills someone, it will be troublesome if they know they are in this place. The Star Moon Swamp is very quiet during the day, and only comes out with a monster moon at night. It has low magic defense, high attack, and poisoning attributes, making it difficult to fight. Moreover, there are no missions, so there are few people fighting here. Only a small number of team players come here to fight monsters. Has Song Shao not found the red spirit yet? Pooh, stop talking. TMs are all here to cheat me out of money. Lousie's money is so easy to deceive. At this moment, deep in the Star Moon Swamp, 6 people are teaming up to level up and brush monsters. These 6 people are exactly Lu Ruyan and Song Yu. Lu Ruyan coquettishly said, Song Shao, you must kill him and withdraw from the game. I feel annoyed when I see that name now. Who's not irritable? A gold necklace explodes in the wilderness, and all the members of their group fall together. It's simply unacceptable. Song Yu gritted his teeth and said, shut up, don't I know? This bastard doesn't know where to hide, so many people can't find him. Shen Shen is now several hundred meters away from them, brushing the moon demons alone and defeating 10 of them, which took him a full hour. Congratulations Ding, you have completed the task. Chen Shunchang breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground to restore his health. He killed the 10-month demon several times, but he had been killed by Chen Shunchang. With full blood, he patted his buttocks and looked into the darkness, just about to leave. But at this moment, a sudden burst of strong light appeared in the center of the moon spirit swamp, accompanied by a terrifying roar. I went to this boss, and my eyes lit up in silence. The sky is illuminated, a moon demon over 3 meters tall, emitting a soft green light all over. 2 large swamps are suspended in front of it, a moon spirit boss, level 10, with 10,000 health. Seeing the attributes of the boss from afar, I couldn't help but shudder in silence. When a novice village produces a big boss, who can do a level 10 wild boss? Seeing a boss, the players in the moon spirit swamp are all approaching the moon spirit, and the 6 closest Songyu people are even more delighted and unforgettable. Boss ha, good luck. Yes, by killing this boss, we can reach level 10. If it weren't for Nameless, we would have reached level 10 and were ready to kill the boss. There are too many people waiting, we'll fight later. This month's spirit was even more powerful than the silent imagination. With just one roar, dozens of blue light blades were shot out from him, accurately hitting dozens of players and people around him. Their health floated up from their heads. It's a group attack on Boss Mada. What attack power! Run fast, everyone was shocked. But Yu Ling launched a second attack, and a large red blood word floated up his forehead. The two attacks directly made everyone cold-blooded, and it was only then that they realized the big picture had come to light. The silence didn't get close to Ku from the beginning, and I couldn't help but prick my tongue when I saw everyone running away. There must be a group of level 10 job transfers to kill them. But when he saw someone with residual blood escaping from beside him, the corner of his silent mouth slowly rose up. Good and good, these players with residual blood were the fertilizer for his family's attack. Raise the dagger and follow a player who has just escaped the boss's attack range and is pulling out a bleeding bottle to take medication. Ding has been anonymously attacked by the player, his health is already in the starry sky, and he is in a state of death. Nameless, why is he here? That player disappeared directly in confusion. 1, 2, 3, silently killing is a miracle. Killing in chaos is really comfortable, and no one cares about him until he suddenly kills someone. Ding killed, the player called me Lao Meng. This name is so familiar. Nameless Song Xiao, Nameless, saw a female wet nurse beside him looking at Chen Chen in shock. This woman was none other than Chen Chen's archenemy Lu Ruyan, who killed old Meng. Bastard finally found you, brothers killed him. In the chaos, everyone was running away, and for some reason, the silent ones who killed were the soldiers in Song Yu's team. Song Xiao, let's run first, the boss is chasing after them, but the archers in the team are very clear-headed. They are closest to the boss and lose the most health. The health of a few people is almost bottoming out, and silence is full of blood. How can they fight? Silence, but eyes shining. Damn it, there's nowhere to be found in the iron shoes. I ran into the two of you, the dog man and woman, and raised a dagger as I spoke, stabbing towards the nearest archer. Ding killed the player. Damn it, his attack is still so high. Hee hee, don't try to run away. I must kill you all. Chen Chen excitedly chased after you. Song Yu gritted his teeth and said, what are you running for? This unnamed person doesn't have much defense, and even if you want to die, you have to kill him. We attacked and saw that Song Yu was using the power storage fireball technique. Others also launched attacks on Chen Chen. Chen Chen tried his best to chase after them, but he didn't expect them to turn around and bump into Lu Ruyan's arms, hitting her to the ground. However, he himself rode on his waist. Ah, pervert, kill him. Lu Ruyan screamed wildly. Silent and not softened, he gritted his teeth and said, stinky women pretend to be pure-hearted and die for me. Raise your dagger. Directly thrust into Lu Ruyan's face. Although death is not painful, watching the sharp knife pierce her face, Lu Ruyan almost fainted from fear. Ding kills the player, floating like smoke humming. Laozi once said he would kill you to retreat from the game. This is the second time, and there will be countless more times. In the silent and cold voice, Lu Ruyan transformed into a light and disappeared. Kill it, I'm a woman. Kill him. Song Yu's angry voice rang out. At the moment when Chen Chen killed Lu Ruyan, Song Yu's fireball and the warrior's sword also landed on Chen Chen. The two blood characters appeared on Chen Chen's forehead at the same time. Chen Chen was directly bleeding, but he was not only afraid, but also suddenly stood up and stabbed Song Yu with a dagger. Be careful, Song Xiao. The warrior helped Song Yu block this crucial blow, transforming it into a radiance and resurrecting it. Only the samurai and Song Yu are left. Haha, Nameless, go to hell. They didn't stop and continued to attack Chen Chen. The warrior's shield attacked, and the mage's flames fell on Chen Chen at the same time. Bang bang, two numbers floated above Chen Chen's head. Ding successfully triggers passive, embraces on the brink of death, and increases attack power by 100%. Song Yu stared blankly at Chen Chen, bloodstripe, what's going on? Why didn't he die? Song Xiao was careful. In his stunned moment, the silent dagger stabbed him in front of him. If it weren't for the warrior pushing him away to help him, the dagger would turn into a light and dissipate. Only then did Song Yu react and start to accumulate power in fireball. Haha, Song Yu, it's another scene like this. Lu Ruyan died first, and the last one, did he die faster than my dagger? Sure enough, the scene reappeared. Just as Song Yu's fireball had formed, a dagger pierced into his chest. Silent and evil with a smile, I said I would be killed by your nightmare. You quit the game, keep your promise, see you next time. Song Yu reluctantly transformed into a beam of light and dissipated, unleashing a silver-level weapon. Ding kills the player, I love him like smoke. Finally, he killed again. At the beginning of this genius, he killed a dog and a man and a woman once. It was such a beautiful day. Chen Chen quickly picked up the spoils of war, a silver-level staff, really rich and happy. At this moment, a sudden roar rang out from behind, and at some point, the moon spirit had already appeared not far away. Unable to escape after being ruined, Chen Chen had a bitter smile on his face. He had just burst out a silver-level staff and wanted to give it to Basoma again. He only has a little blood now, so it's impossible for him to escape. He's going back to level 4 again. Shen Shen closed his eyes and waited to die, but after waiting for a while, the attack still hasn't fallen. Shen Shen opened his eyes in astonishment, only to see the scene of Yu Ling turning around and leaving. Did he break away from hatred? With such good luck, Shen Shen was overjoyed and quickly nibbled on the medicine. He turned around and ran towards the direction of the chaotic burial mound, sending messages to the Crown Prince while running. The Crown Prince is here to bury the mound. I have something good for you. What the hell are you not sleeping yet? Tomorrow, it's almost 2 o'clock. Oh, I forgot. I handed in the task and went to bed immediately. You can take it down first. I'll give you the things tomorrow. Silence came with a nervous heart and handed over the task to the tombkeeper. Congratulations! Completing the task will reward you with Shadow Face Illumination, 10,000 experience points, and 20 gold coins. Dingluan Burial Hill Guardian Task Update. Go to Roland Village to find the abandoned youth and fulfill his wish. Task rewards Swift Health, 15,000 experience points, 50 gold coins. Congratulations on upgrading to level 6. Congratulations on upgrading to level 7. Open the package and there lies a black mask quietly inside. The mask is pitch black all over, with no eyes exposed outside. Click to view the mask properties. Shadow Mask Accessory Attribute. Wearer can hide name and face, actively attack others. This attribute will be invalidated. The Shadow Mask actually has such a function. Silence is overjoyed. Finally, I can enter the city. With this thing, it is much more convenient. In the future, when killing people, I will take it off and bring it on for missions. I took a perfect glance at the time and it was already 2:30. It was time to go offline and go to sleep. I silently took off my helmet, but I wasn't tired at all. I guess I'll just sleep for a while. A 5-star hotel, Son Yaman smashed a bottle and an ashtray, and the bastard killed him. Like Yin lying in bed wearing revealing underwear, with a game helmet on his feet, timidly saying, I feel like he must be an acquaintance, he knows our names. Song Yu's eyes lit up, and acquaintances must be acquaintances. If you dare to oppose me, I must find him. On the forum, I want to arrest him. I want to arrest his real identity. Song Yu's eyes were filled with flames. He gritted his teeth and said, don't let me know who you are, otherwise I will make him die in embarrassment. After finishing, he gave Lu Ruyan a fierce glare and didn't hurry to play the game. We have already fallen behind a lot. Lu Ruyan shrank her head and put on her helmet in injustice. They clearly didn't want to sleep and wanted to practice the level difference of silence that killed them back. The next day, the sentient beings became even more popular, and the queue in the cafeteria was all discussing about sentient beings. I'm going, you guys don't know. When I looked at it today, the infinite war god was already level 18, he was like a martial arts maniac. Yesterday, the infinite family and another union engaged in a brawl on the Ramley plain, and it was reported that they had platinum level equipment. However, yesterday our most famous person here should be nameless, right? Yeah, I heard I love it like smoke, offering a reward of 50,000 yuan in cash to find nameless. Real identity is really rich, what has nameless done? Shen Shen was eating in the corner, and upon hearing this, his eyes widened even more. Song Yu was so serious that he casually took a few bites, and Shen Shen hurriedly left the cafeteria. As soon as I walked out of the cafeteria, I heard the sound of a small loudspeaker outside the cafeteria. The students were recruited by the Unparalleled Guild, and those who came in were all classmates. Let's form a CP and recognize the unparalleled monsters in the world. Fate Guild accepts players, and members who join the guild will receive a set of whiteboard equipment at the current level as a gift. At the entrance of the cafeteria, there were 2 tables on both sides, surrounded by men, women, and Lu Ruyan was sitting in front of the table. Sure enough, the Fate Guild was founded by Song Yu, and when she silently looked at Lu Ruyan, just as the other party was also looking at him, Lu Ruyan showed a disdainful expression. Isn't that silence? You also want to join the club. Do you have a game helmet? What a poor person without even a helmet. Don't block us. The people of Fate Union are also starting to drive away silence. Silence has always been a disadvantage. Isn't a gold digger just trying to show off? Silence said lightly, Lu Ruyan, I heard you have a helmet when you lie down in bed, so I really can't compare to Lu Ruyan. Beautiful face twisted, what do you say? Stinky loser, you're sour. Everyone has helmets. You're jealous if you don't have them. Why jealousy? Shen Shen has a helmet, he had it a long time ago, and then the Crown Prince walked over. Lu Ruyan stared and glanced at the Crown Prince. Isn't this the Crown Prince disguised as the second generation of wealthy people? You can only mix with poor people like Chun Chen. At this moment, Song Yu, dressed in casual attire, also appeared, hugging Lu Ruyan's waist and continuing to look at the Crown Prince. How is the Crown Prince? Come to my guild and I can reward you with a set of equipment. The crown prince casually slapped and said to the silence, Lao, do you know that someone has been killed twice in the game? I heard they were both packing. Chen Chen pretended to be surprised, it was really fake, and he couldn't help but be infuriated. Yeah, I'm so angry. I'm both wanted and a spender. I'm a second-generation wealthy man. How could I swallow this breath? Is his name on the rich second-generation ranking? Two of you, one by one, piercing my heart. Everyone around me pointed at Song Yu. It turned out to be him when I went, and Song Yu was like a smoke of my love. At this moment, Huan Go suddenly jumped up and said to his brothers, it's okay not to enter such a guild. I feel ashamed. Who would be insulted by a set of whiteboard equipment? You're right, this kind of guild can't be killed by one person without killing the other. What's embarrassing about that? I won't add it either. I also withdrew, and those who have just decided to join have all expressed their withdrawal. Song Yu's expression was difficult to see to the extreme, and she glared angrily at the crown prince and Chen Chen, gritting her teeth and saying, how do they know? Ha, I'm laughing to death. Lao Mo, you haven't seen Lu Ruyan's expression. Song Yu's expression is also very pleasant. Of course Chen Chen was pleased. When he saw Song Yu and Lu Ruyan, and the wolf was fleeing from the cafeteria door, he knew that this game had no platinum. Not enough, not enough. I said I wanted to kill them, but as a retired man, I kept my promise. These two sons are considered to be married. Let's also set up a union and rub them on the ground. Just think about it, no one has actually created a union yet. We need to hurry up. The three of them returned to the dormitory, put on their helmets, and entered the game. After the darkness, they fell silent and their eyes slowly brightened up. They were already on a mass grave, and their friend list was filled with information. Lao Mo, we are waiting for you to change jobs together at the place of transfer. We took a look at the levels of the Crown Prince and Yellow Dog, both of which are already at level 10. Even the young driver of the train is at level 9, and the silence is only at level 7. Compared to the players who entered the game on the first day, he is already considered lagging behind. Silence slowly rose from the grave to complete the mission, wearing a shadow mask. He had no worries and walked directly out of the mass grave, following the mission instructions towards the direction of Roland village. Along the way, there were people fighting monsters, and the shadow mask function was too practical. No one could recognize the sinking. After more than 10 minutes of rushing, we finally arrived at Roland village. Roland village is an abandoned small village, with only a few NPCs standing there in the dim village, like walking corpses. There are no strange NPCs or missions nearby, and there are no players in the entire Roland village. Chen Chen entered the village for a while and finally saw a little boy in the corner, with a mission symbol floating on his head. It was the boy whose mission target had been abandoned. Chen Chen crouched down and said hello to the abandoned boy. May I help you with anything? This can be considered as a default trigger for the mission, right? The abandoned boy looked up at the silence with a wooden expression. Big brother, can you help me find my mother? Listen to task updates, help the abandoned boy find his mother, and the guardian of the disorderly burial post search for the boy's mother. Task tip, 1 year ago, my mother left the boy in Roland village and headed towards the bank of the Xianming River. However, the village was destroyed by bandits, and the boy had been waiting for his mother's return in the village. You can search for clues by the Xianming River to see if there are any clues. The task content has been updated again. This is still a series of tasks, and I silently searched around but didn't find any abnormalities. Brother, you also come to kill Xian and form a team with the Dark Turtle. At this moment, an archer named Baifa Baizhong warmly invited him. Chen Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, I'm doing a task. What missions are there for not killing monsters? Are there any other missions here, brother? You have received a hidden mission. The forum says there are no missions here, but there is a strange place across the river where there is a corpse. Upon hearing these words, Chen Chen couldn't help but have his eyes lit up. Of course, that might be the task you found. I'll take you there, said his teammate enthusiastically with 100 hits. Chen Chen sneered in his heart. When wandering in the martial arts world, what he fears the most is the enthusiasm of others. Why are they enthusiastic? Silence is clear in his heart, and he just wants to gain some benefits. There are 3 people on the other side, 2 archers, and 1 warrior. If we take action first, we will definitely be able to pass. He smiled and said, okay, thank you a few brothers. The other party enthusiastically led the way and chatted while walking. By the way, brother, why can't I see your name? How did you really set it up? My name is a space, so I can't see it. Is it possible to name a space? Who knows, it could be a zebra. I still have this kind of operation when I go, brother. You're so smart. During their conversation, the 4 of them crossed the Xianming River from the small bridge and arrived at the opposite bank. There was a small road leading directly to the snow mountain, where there were fewer monsters and fewer people. There were not many people coming. As expected, after walking on this small path for about a few minutes, I saw a black stone on the side of the road, with a randomly stacked grave and a skull lying next to it. To others, this may just be an ordinary skeleton, but to Chen Chen, it is an NPC. Unable to help but frown, he couldn't help but think that this was his mother. Damn it, take a skeleton back. He doesn't recognize it, an unnamed body, an unknown body. Chen Chen chooses to come forward and inspect it. Ding received an old suicide letter, which buried my beloved here. His soul was taken away by the snowy mountains and ghosts. I want to go find my beloved, and the most reassuring thing for me is my child. I hope you can forgive my mother. The content of the book is very brief, and indeed the task is not that simple. In addition to the suicide note, there is also a jade pendant. A jade pendant mission prop that can summon the soul of a king. At the moment of receiving the suicide note, the task content was updated again. The guardian of the disorderly burial post, based on the content of the suicide note, found the ghost of the snow mountain and recaptured the soul of the little boy's mother. How are you, brother? Have you completed the task? I'll ask if you've hit the nail on the head. Silent for a long sigh of relief, he said to the three of them, "Thank you very much for the help of the three brothers. We have completed the next task. Do you want to go to the snow mountain together?" Three people looked at each other. Hidden tasks, monsters on the snowy mountains, helping people to the end. Isn't that how the game is played? Yeah, I'm also curious. What task is climbing a snowy mountain? Chen Chen shook his head. I don't know, so let's go. The snow mountain is so big and there are so few players. The three players obviously want to take advantage of the fire and rob, but little do they know that Silence also has the same idea. 3 lives, that's just a 3-point attack. Along the way, the four of them talked and laughed, like they had been friends for many years, but they were all just ghosts. Arrived at the top of the snowy mountain. There were no monsters at the top of the snowy mountain, just a vast expanse of white. The place was not large, about 100 square meters. Bai Fabazong said in confusion, "Brother, there's nothing here, did you take the wrong path?" "Yeah, no monsters, no NPCs. It just feels a bit cold." Chen Chen ignored them and, following the system's prompt, placed the mission item necklace in the center of the snowy peak. In an instant, snowflakes fluttered, and a fierce wind swept in. What the heck is happening? Look at that! Oh my god! Is it a ghost? Suddenly, a black mist rose from the necklace. The black mist wailed continuously, eventually forming the image of a female ghost in front of Chen Chen. Congratulations on summoning the dead woman. This woman should be the mother of the abandoned little boy. But the next moment, the female ghost suddenly became agitated, screaming in terror. Darkness swept over the entire snowy mountain, shrouded in mist. This time, everyone at the foot of the snowy mountain could see it. What's happening on that snowy mountain over there? Oh my, it must be a boss. Field boss, let's go and check it out. Chen Chen was speechless. What's going on? The ghost's soul wailed, and suddenly an evil spirit grabbed her in the darkness. As the smoke cleared, a 3-meter-tall evil spirit glared angrily at Chen Chen. Ding, mission updated. Guardian of the chaotic burial mound, successfully summon the evil spirit and save the female ghost from the evil spirit. Note, carrying the necklace increases damage to the evil spirit by 100 times, while the evil spirit cannot harm you in the slightest. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Chen was stunned. Is this a boss? 100 times the damage, and invincible? Isn't this a proper mission boss? But others didn't think so. Bai Fabazong laughed wildly. I didn't expect there really is a boss. The key is this idiot won't join our team. Kill him. Yes, kill him first, then kill the boss. Bai Fabazong's 3 people were ecstatic in the team channel. But at that moment, Bai Fabazong's system suddenly sounded. Ding, you are being attacked by the player nameless. Weakness attack -289. A number floated in his mind. Chen Chen was quicker than them. Since this boss didn't need help from others, these 3 people in front of him were useless. Oh my god, he's nameless. Kill him, there's a reward of $10,000. But when they realized it, Bai Fabazong was already killed by Chen Chen. Ding, killed player, Bai Fabazong. Sin value +1, sin value, 120. Trigger passive skill, gain +1 attack power, totaling +78 points. Chen Chen's PK skills were unquestionable. Without any hesitation, he began to attack the next archer. Stop him. No skills, his attacks are too strong. Dodge, -164. Chen Chen's blade struck the archer's back. An explosive attack directly took away 1/3 of the archer's health. Damn, he's too strong. Nameless is now also one of the top 10 attackers. Boss, hurry up, pull that boss, and perish with him. As long as we kill him, we'll get $10,000. The two of them were not fools and knew they were no match for Chen Chen. They wanted to use the evil spirit to kill Nameless directly. The warrior ran up to the evil spirit and gave it a slash. Roar! The evil spirit let out a roar, and dark arrows shot out from its body. The three of Chen Chen's heads simultaneously showed damage numbers. -1, -102, -65. It was another group attack by the boss. But when the warrior saw the damage above Chen Chen's head, he was dumbfounded. Oh my god, what's going on? Is his defense that high? These two fools were outsmarted by their own cleverness. With the help of the boss being attacked by Chen Chen first, without any surprises, the three people were directly given away. 3 points of attack were added to Chen Chen. And Chen Chen's blood volume is still about half. Swallowed a pill, disdainfully said, playing tricks with me. After resurrecting with 100 shots, gritted his teeth and said, damn Nameless, caused me to drop a level, I won't let you defeat the boss. Quickly posted a screenshot on the forum. I know where Nameless is, by the Xianming River, he has summoned a boss. It should be noted that there is a reward for reporting the location given by Songyu. Everyone knows Nameless is here. Plus, originally seeing the black mist on the snowy mountain, countless people headed towards the snowy mountain. Chen Chen recovered his health and was about to kill the evil spirit to complete the mission. But at this moment, suddenly, a noisy voice came from below the snowy mountain. Chen Chen curiously stood on the snowy mountain and looked down. Goodness! On the vast snowy mountain, players were rushing from all directions towards here. Oh my, are they here to kill the boss or kill me? Chen Chen was about to take action when suddenly he saw the terrifying evil spirit. The corner of his mouth slightly raised. I have already left the battle state, who can recognize me? Although the evil spirit's attack was not particularly strong, but it was a group attack, just right to take advantage of. Thinking of this, Chen Chen made a plan in his mind. These players running up are all prey. Chen Chen found a direction and quietly descended to the halfway point of the snowy mountain. Kill Nameless, kill the boss. So excited, this is my first time fighting a boss. Are you stupid? What's the use of killing the boss? Killing Nameless gets you $10,000. Chen Chen sneaked into the crowd, following them up the snowy mountain. Dozens of players gathered at the mountaintop. But where was Nameless on the mountaintop? There was only an evil spirit floating alone on the snowy mountain. Where did Nameless go? It doesn't matter if Nameless is gone, hurry up, make the first strike on the boss. Without any hesitation, these players rushing up the snowy mountain directly attack the evil spirit, afraid of others snatching the boss. Among the living beings, whoever the boss's hatred is on, belongs to them. The boss's hatred is generally calculated according to the amount of attack. To snatch the boss, you have to attack more. Attacked by players, the evil spirit roared and released dark arrows. In an instant, everyone's head showed damage numbers. Damn, it's another group attack boss. It's okay, the attack power isn't very strong, it's just that the health is too thick. Kill that team, the hatred will be ours. In front of the boss, everyone lost their reason, no one wanted to fight the boss in vain. As the hatred team, naturally became the target of everyone's attacks. Chen Chen sneaked behind everyone. Looking at the players with half health, he couldn't help but excitedly licked his lips. There must be over 30 players here? That's over 30 points of attack. The first part of the plan was perfectly successful. Next is the time for harvesting. Tightening the dagger in his hand, he walked towards the side of the healer. Sneak attack, one strike, attack the weak point. Chen Chen raised his hand and the dagger fell. The healer little sister was directly killed in a daze. One down. Without any pause, in such a chaotic scene, Chen Chen did not hide, specifically targeting healers and low health players. It must be one person per strike, not letting them die at the hands of the boss. Kill one person, then flee the scene, and find the next target. 10 steps, 1 kill, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. Chen Chen interpreted the essence of the assassin killer to the fullest, cooperating with the evil spirit boss, continuously harvesting players' lives. Ding, congratulations on killing the player, Mona Lisa's youthful beans. Sin value +1, sin value, 137. Trigger passive skill, gain attack power +1, total +95 points. Killing the 15th person, these players all informed their friends. The players on the snowy mountain finally reacted. It's Nameless, kill Nameless. Damn, Nameless is a troublemaker. You're the troublemaker. But every time they wanted to kill Chen Chen, the evil spirit let out a earth-shattering roar. Roar! Ding, you have been taunted by the evil spirit, forced to attack the evil spirit. All players' systems sounded at the same time. Chen Chen, however, was not affected at all, and exclaimed happily, damn, what a great teammate, even his group taunting skills. The evil spirit's attack on him could only deduct 1 point of health, not as much as his own automatic health recovery, and the players became lambs to be slaughtered. Not good, I can't control myself. Nameless, don't come over, I'm your fan. Damn you, Nameless, how dare you kill my girlfriend, I won't let you off. And so, one by one, they were killed by Chen Chen. Watching the system prompts continue to increase, Chen Chen was extremely pleased. By now, he had added nearly 50 points of attack. If it weren't for the evil spirit killing many people, Chen Chen estimated he could kill 100. This might be the most satisfying time Chen Chen had killed. All players were like chopping vegetables in front of him. At the top of the snowy mountain, the ground was full of loot left by those dead players. After killing a wave, Chen Chen began to collect the loot, mostly whiteboard equipment, a small amount of bronze, and some black iron equipment. Just as he had collected half of it, another player rushed up the snowy mountain. Chen Chen, helpless, began killing again. It must be said that under the double buff of the boss and killing Nameless, many players went crazy. This madness continued until late at night. Other players were not fools, going up to their deaths for no reason. More and more players woke up and did not go up the mountain again. After killing the last one, Chen Chen sat tiredly at the top of the snowy mountain. For the first time, he felt so tired of killing, in pain and pleasure. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Nameless. Level, level 7. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Health, 260. Mana, 100. Attack, 22. Passive plus 201. Equipment plus 25, equals 248. Defense, 13. Magic resistance, 13. Speed, 22. Sin value, 243. Justice value, 0. Seeing these attributes, Chen Chen smiled. With an attack power of 248 points and a sin value of 243 points, he successfully returned to the top of the attack ranking, leading by far in the list of villains. With my attributes, won't I be able to one-shot the squishies in the future? Seeing that no one else was coming, Chen Chen dragged his tired body to start collecting the loot. Brother Evil Spirit, we cooperated well today, I'll kill you in a moment. This massacre on the snowy mountain continued to ferment on the forum. Before dying, someone took a picture of the top of the snowy mountain peak. The treasures all over the ground drove everyone crazy. Nameless, so awesome, right? Awesome? Such a troublemaker should be kicked out of the game. Why? Just because he's powerful? I also think Nameless is awesome, looking forward to him creating the Red Name sect. I already have 40 sin points, I'll meet the requirements soon, looking forward to seeing the true Nameless, so excited. If Nameless is not eliminated, all beings will never have peace. But what was speechless was that on the forum, only those players who were killed criticized Chen Chen. More players, surprisingly, began to worship Chen Chen. Killing one person is a crime, killing 10 is evil, killing 100 is heroic. Chen Chen himself did not expect that his casual mention of the Red Name sect, which was lawless and rampant in killing, would become popular with his actions. Several friends sent messages again. Supreme Emperor, bro, you're awesome, killed hundreds of people. Young man driving the train, truly my idol. Fatty Air, brother, remember to leave the equipment for me. Wait for me to change jobs, and lead the charge. At this moment, Chen Chen returned to Roland village with a shadow mask. He handed the necklace containing his mother's soul to the abandoned little boy. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Reward, Swift Shoes. Task reward, 15,000 experience points. Task reward, 50 gold coins. The moment the system voice sounded, a light of leveling up flashed on Chen Chen. Finally, he reached level 9, 12%. With 15,000 experience points, he jumped 2 levels, perfect. The experience points needed for each level increase for all living beings are not very high. Leveling up is difficult in the early stages, but easier later on. Otherwise, if you lose a level every time you die, players would go crazy. Chen Chen then checked the attributes of the Swift Shoes. Swift Shoes, Gold Grade, Bound. Wearable level, level 8. Attributes, speed increased by 20%. Weakness attack damage plus 10%. Skill, Swift. Swift, activate the skill to increase speed by 50% for 10 seconds. What a great item! Chen Chen was overjoyed. These shoes, being a task item, were bound, and looking at the attributes, they were a weapon for killing and chasing down enemies. This trip to the snowy mountains was enjoyable. Ding, the Guardian series of tasks at the Chaotic Burial Mound has been updated. Task content, level up to level 10, go to the underground cemetery, and find the previous generation's Toon Guardian. Task reward, job change. Task reward, guild token, exclusive. Seeing the task, Chen Chen fell silent again. Damn! Are you forcing me to join the bandits? The items given in the tasks are mostly bound. Now there are so many rich people seeking to buy guild tokens. He actually gave a bound guild token? Chen Shen swore that the notorious gangs of murderers and bandits were just made up. Did the system hear that? If that's the case, then I'm interested. Level 10? Not that difficult, I'll grind it out tonight. Chen Shen sorted through the spoils and glanced at the map. Determining the direction, he headed towards the underground cemetery. The underground cemetery. A place where all players go when they reach level 10. There are a large number of zombies, skeletons, and worms here. These monsters are the task monsters for level 10 job changes. And now, level 10 players are the main force. The underground cemetery is now overcrowded. A graveyard with more living people than dead ones, quite an eye-opener. Chen Shen looked at the crowds coming and going. Contacting the Crown Prince. Nameless, I'm at the cemetery, where are you guys? Crown Prince, you can see us as soon as you come in. We've been waiting for you, but we've run into trouble. Nameless, what trouble? Crown Prince, join the group and I'll tell you. Ding, player, Crown Prince invites you to join the team, do you agree? The team information appeared directly in front of Chen Shen. There were 3 people in the team. Crown Prince, Fatty Air, and the young man driving the train. After Chen Shen joined the team, the positions of the 3 people were displayed on the map. Following their coordinates, he entered the underground cemetery. The entire cemetery was as complex as an underground maze, with many doors leading to tomb chambers. These chambers included large and small ones, where many people were waiting for the monsters to respawn. Not far into the cemetery, around a corner, he saw the fat man's bulky body. The Crown Prince and the others were facing off against a group of people. Get lost, can't you understand human language? If you don't leave, we'll kill you. Why do you have the right to stop us from entering? So overbearing. Humph, we are the overbearing guild, any questions? PK me. Chen Shen knew what had happened before he arrived. It was definitely the people from the overbearing guild who had occupied the monster respawn area and were not allowing the Crown Prince and his group to enter. Old Mo, you're here? Fatty greeted as he saw Chen Shen approaching. Members of the Tyrant Guild looked at Chen Shen mockingly. Oh, another one is here. TSK, it's still Old Mo. Ha, Old Mo, I feel like eating fish. 4 people? We have 40 people here. One spit from each of us could drown you all. Get lost. The members of the Tyrant Guild were indeed tyrannical. 2 members guarded the entrance, not allowing anyone to enter. Besides Chen Shen and a few others, everyone else was also driven away. Chen Shen asked in confusion, what's going on? Why are you arguing with these hooligans? Let's find another place to level up. Don't you know? Isn't the train driver an archer? His class change task is to kill 20 skeleton archers. But there are many people choosing archers, and the spawn rate of skeleton archers is low. In this large tomb room leading to the deepest part of the underground tomb, these members of the Tyrant Guild want to kill the boss and have occupied the entrance to the deepest part of the underground tomb, not allowing anyone to enter. I see. Forget it, Old Mo is here. Let's level him up first, and then talk about reaching level 10. Fatty persuaded. The members of the Tyrant Guild sneered, you better listen to this fat warrior. There's no benefit in opposing our Tyrant Guild. Do your tasks properly, or we'll kill you back to level 9. Damn it. The prince wanted to retaliate but was pulled back by Chen Shen. Listen to Fatty, let's level up first. Amid the sarcasm from the members of the Tyrant Guild, Chen Shen and the others left. Damn, so annoying. Hee, it's just a game. There's no law here, plenty of things to be annoyed about. Chen Shen smiled and said, maybe they will have it worse than us later. Big brother, are you going to create a new character, tear off the mask, and kill them all? The young train driver looked at Chen Shen with admiration. Damn. Do you really think I'm a god? Solo players can only pick up what others leave behind. After killing monsters in the large tomb for an hour, Chen Shen finally reached level 10. After reaching level 10, the quest updated to go to the deepest part of the large tomb and find the tomb guardian. However, there was a problem now. There was only one way to enter the deepest part of the tomb, which was occupied by the Tyrant Guild, not allowing them to enter. Have you all completed your tasks? Chen Shen asked the prince and Fatty. We've completed our tasks. Yes, big brother, I've completed mine too. Although archers were scarce, they managed to finish within an hour. Chen Shen pondered for a moment. I'll leave the team first and go to the deepest part of the tomb to turn in the quest. You're going alone? How can that be? Exactly, it's the Tyrant Guild, right? Let's confront them. Chen Shen shook his head. Direct confrontation will lead to heavy losses. I can handle it alone, just to turn in the quest. You guys will have a bigger target if you follow me. As he spoke, he directly posted the attributes of his shoes in the team channel. Don't worry, with these shoes, they won't be able to catch me. The prince and Fatty looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. Before that, Chen Chen traded all the equipment he obtained on the snowy mountain to the prince. He only carried potions on himself. Ready for everything, he left the team. Chen Chen arrived alone at the corner outside the large tomb room. After observing for a while, he saw no other players outside the large tomb room. It was evident that the Tyrant Guild had booked the place. There were 2 guards at the entrance, 1 warrior and 1 samurai. The people inside were also scattered, giving him an opportunity. In the corner, Chen Chen directly took off his shadow mask. The moment his name was revealed, he rushed towards the 2 guards at the entrance. The 2 were still chatting. Suddenly, they saw someone rushing towards them. One of them widened his eyes as he looked at the red name. After a moment of confusion, the main names were too crowded and hard to see clearly. It wasn't until Chen Chen got closer that the 2 words became clear. Who is that? Damn, Nameless, it's Nameless. Is that the serial killer? Chen Chen now, he was a celebrity. At least in this newbie village, he was one of the most brutal people, no doubt about it. $10,000, you can get $10,000 for killing him. So fast. Before the 2 could react, Chen Chen had already rushed forward. He lunged straight at the warrior. A cold voice sounded, arrogant? Challenging me to a fight, seeking death. With a splat, the dagger instantly pierced the warrior's chest. Weakness attack -512. A large red number floated above his head. The warrior looked at his remaining sliver of health bar disappearance spell? The dagger was already the fastest attacking equipment. Pulling out the dagger, he stabbed again. -241. The warrior fell to the ground. The warrior had never seen such a scene before. Using his shield to protect himself, he shouted, "Help, Nameless is here, the great demon Nameless." Great demon, how come I didn't know I had such a title? Chen Chen's speed was extremely fast, like a dancer, picking up the spoils, twisting his body, instantly circling to the side of the warrior. Before the warrior could react, another dagger was thrust towards him. All actions were done in one go. If killing was an art, Chen Chen already had the potential of an artist. -180. The warrior was a warrior. Even if he hadn't changed jobs, his defense was astonishingly high. His health was also thick. A normal attack slashed a quarter of the warrior's health. Don't think this was insignificant. The warrior was a class that countered assassins. A single slash hit the warrior, making him extremely nervous. But Chen Chen ran straight into the main tomb. He's running, quickly take him down. Ha! Chen Chen wouldn't give the opponent a chance to gather. Activate skill, Swift. He directly activated the skill of the Swift shoes. The Swift shoes themselves increased attributes by 20%, and the active skill added another 50%. The skills of all beings were additive. In other words, after activating the skill, Chen Chen's speed was 70% faster than an ordinary person. It was already astonishingly fast. Before the members of the Arrogant Guild could surround him, Chen Chen had already turned a corner and disappeared. Damn it, he went in that direction. Hurry, inform the others. Nameless ran deep into the main tomb. The Arrogant Guild, though called a guild, had not actually established one. Chen Chen kept shuttling through the maze-like tombs. His face was determined. The disadvantages of not creating a guild were obvious. Communication was a problem, as was the attack mode. Without a guild channel, they could only communicate through the friend channel or team channel. Secondly, the attack mode was mostly team mode, but there were so many arrogant people, a team only had 6 people, and the attacks of all beings were not locked, making it easy to accidentally injure each other. Chen Chen was confident in this point, which was why he dared to enter the Arrogant Guild alone. But now the only problem was that the maps were all dark. Chen Chen ran all the way, relying on luck to navigate through the maze-like underground. Swift skill time is up, entering cooldown time, 15 minutes. Nameless has entered the underground. All teams gather separately and block their respective exits. Nameless' attack is high, do not act alone. The response speed of the Arrogant Guild was also fast. Turning a corner, they happened to see 3 people. Nameless is here with me, I see him. Attack him. Just as the 3 reacted, Chen Chen turned and ran, disappearing at the corner. Damn, this bastard can really run. He seems to be looking for something. No matter what he's looking for, daring to kill our arrogant people, he's seeking death. That's how Chen Chen played hide and seek with the domineering people in the underground cemetery. The leader of the domineering guild is a warrior. His name is quite domineering. He directly assigns several captains and cadres. He must want to go to the deepest part of the cemetery to find the boss. All the domineering people enter the deepest part and wait for the opportunity. Chen Chen followed the domineering people cautiously. finally arrived at the deepest part of the cemetery. The deepest part of the cemetery is a cold large tomb. Under a 10-meter-high tombstone stands an old NPC, leaning on a cane, looking very similar to the old lady in the chaotic burial mound. Looking at the mission symbol above its head, Chen Chen could confirm that he was the person he was looking for. How do we get in? 10 zombie warriors will respawn in front of the tombstone. Chen Chen counted, and there were 35 members of the domineering guild guarding the tombstone. As soon as the zombie warriors appeared, they were killed by their chaotic swords. Everyone, be alert. When you see the nameless, kill him with your swords. Dare to kill our domineering people, let him know that we are not to be trifled with. Leader, with so many of us, will he dare to come? Humph, he won't even dare to show up. Everyone, take your positions, let's take a picture, it will be a promotional photo. Makes sense, let's take a picture. The domineering people were actually taking pictures inside. Chen Shen's mind was in a whirl, and he had a sudden inspiration. He sent a message to the prince. Although the prince was puzzled, he still followed Chen Shen's instructions and replied to the post by Songyu. The emperor, the nameless, is now in the underground cemetery, and he is with the domineering guild in the deepest part, ready to fight the boss. I love rain, right away. Situation confirmed, your money is indispensable. Upon receiving the news about the nameless, Songyu became excited. All members of the Destiny Guild gather, target, underground cemetery, kill the nameless. Remember, the domineering guild is with him. Don't show mercy when you encounter them. As the saying goes, whoever kills the nameless, I will reward with 10,000 coins. Several messages were sent to the cadres, who then gathered the members. This Songyu, with money and means, unexpectedly managed to gather more than 30 people in just half an hour, who came to the cemetery in a grand manner. The prince and the other two kept patrolling outside the cemetery. They shouted to the leveling players, the domineering guild has left, they went to the deepest part of the tomb, seems like they are fighting the boss. Really? Let's hurry. The three of them echoed each other. The solo players were greatly moved and began to enter the cemetery and head towards the deepest part. In the deepest part of the underground cemetery. Bad news, leader, the brothers guarding the entrance sent a message, the Destiny Guild people have arrived. The Destiny Guild? Them again, damn it, why are they causing trouble at this time? The leader, quite domineering, had an ugly expression. Leader, the Destiny people are too much. Leader, we have more people now, let's fight them. Chen Chen's eyes looked strange. He had intended to call everyone, including that fool Songyu, to create chaos. Take advantage of the chaos to enter the deepest part of the tomb. But unexpectedly, he stumbled upon the fact that the Domineering Guild and the Destiny Guild were already enemies. What a coincidence! Quite domineering raised his large sword. Brothers, the bastards from the Destiny Guild killed our brothers, are you willing to let that go? No! Good, all brothers, let's kill the Destiny Guild people together. Kill! They then left the deepest part of the tomb in a grand manner, heading towards the main tomb chamber. Chen Chen emerged from his hidden corner. At this moment, there was no one in the deepest part of the tomb. He quickly entered the deepest part of the tomb. Facing the tomb guardian NPC, he anxiously said, I have a task to complete. The tomb guardian NPC raised his head, startling Chen Chen. That was an extremely old face. If it was just old, it wouldn't matter. What's terrifying is that this old man's face is half skeleton and half human. His deep gaze looked at Chen Chen, and his sandpaper-like voice said, Young shadow assassin, you have met the conditions to inherit the guardian of the chaotic burial mound. Can you agree to my conditions? I am already very old, I can no longer suppress the Skeleton King. If you can help me kill the Skeleton King and completely resolve the crisis in the Great Tomb, I will hold a job transition ceremony for you. Chen Chen, I'm willing. Ding, mission status updated. Automatically accept the job transition mission, kill the Skeleton King. The guardian of the Great Tomb will summon the Skeleton King, please kill him within 2 hours. Mission rewards, job transition. Mission rewards, guild token, exclusive. The guardian of the Great Tomb nodded approvingly, very good, I will start summoning now. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the staff in his hand and chanted incantations. At the same time, in a tomb not far from the Great Tomb, a black summoning array slowly appeared. Roar! A heavy roar resounded throughout the underground Great Tomb. The Skeleton King appeared. Damn it, kill the one who defies fate. Arrogant bastards, get the hell out, I'm not here for you. Fate and arrogance, both groups were like powder kegs, ready to explode at any moment. Their large forces met in the main tomb chamber and immediately started fighting. They didn't care who was who, they just killed first and asked questions later. But at that moment, suddenly, a dull roar sounded. In the center of the main tomb chamber, a black vortex suddenly appeared. Then, a huge skeleton over 3 meters long, holding a shield in his left hand, a sword in his right hand, and wearing tattered armor, appeared in front of everyone. Skeleton King? Boss. The boss of the Great Tomb. Hurry, seize the boss. Listen, followers of fate, seize the boss. Arrogant ones, kill the followers of fate. The main tomb chamber was in chaos. On the other side, Shen Shen had no idea what was happening. The guardian of the tomb tremblingly took out a token. The token looked a bit old, with the words Guardian carved on it. Successor, this is the Guardian's token. Only by carrying this token can you kill the demons from hell. In the future, I hope you can protect the world of the forgotten. The forgotten? Yes, the undead, the wicked, the cursed, those abandoned by this world, those forgotten by this world, will all be entrusted to you to protect. After speaking, he lowered his head. In Shen Shen's astonished eyes, his whole body collapsed instantly, turning into a pile of white ashes. Oh, no, old man, did you just fake your death? Who do I turn in the task to now that you're dead? Who? A gust of evil wind blew out of nowhere, dispersing the guardian's ashes. Shen Shen was taken aback. The game was too realistic, watching an old man slowly melt in front of him. Even with Shen Shen's strong inner self, he needed time to digest and heal. Damn, the special effects are too realistic. Shen Shen cursed as he walked out of the tombstone area, through a corridor, and arrived at the tomb chamber. When he saw the situation in the main tomb chamber, he was dumbfounded. Oh, a big brawl. The originally spacious main tomb chamber was now crowded with nearly 100 people. They were PKing each other, cursing, fighting over the boss, and some solo players were trying to take advantage of the chaos. It was a mess, a complete mess. The Emperor, oh my, brother, you're amazing, you're truly insightful. How did you know the boss would respawn at this time? How did you know? Oh, you hit me, you bastard, fatty, get him. The prince sent a voice message full of admiration. Shen Shen was also at a loss. Accident, it's all an accident. Although he seemed confident, it was just a matter of luck. The fact proved that luck was on his side. Nameless, my mission is to kill the boss. The Supreme Emperor, what? You want to kill the boss now? How is that possible? It's suicidal to fight the boss at this moment. Look at how strong that boss is. The Skeleton King was even more powerful than imagined. Although it wasn't a group attack, with 2 strikes on a player, even a warrior couldn't withstand the attacks. The Skeleton King hadn't used any skills so far, but he had a passive skill, bleeding. With each strike, the player would bleed, having their health recovery, making it impossible to heal. This Skeleton King seems to require 2 strikes to kill a person. Oof, as long as we understand the mechanism, this boss is easy to defeat. Song Yu and Lin Yu stood at the back of the team. As long as we use the meat shield strategy, this boss should be our first kill. The rewards are great, we must get them. Nameless or not, he had long forgotten. Damn it, it's annoying when domineering people steal the boss, attack, clear out all the domineering people. The domineering ones thought the same way. However, being killed by wild monsters didn't result in losing experience or levels. People from both guilds kept dying and respawning, neither side able to completely wipe out the other. Of course, killing players would result in losing levels. Some people went crazy and became red-named. The situation became even more chaotic. They watched as the Skeleton King's health slowly decreased. Shen Shen's mind became active. Quick, the boss is almost dead. The last bit of health, increase our attacks. Ha! What's going on? Why can't we kill it? The Skeleton King was left with only 1 point of health. Yes, just 1 point of health. But they couldn't defeat it no matter what. No matter how they attacked, only -0 numbers floated up from the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King was like a demon descending from the heavens, striking one after another. Song Yu anxiously shouted, how is this possible? 1 point of health, could it be a skill? Leader, could it be because there are too many people? I heard that many bosses have a mechanism where only one team can kill it. That's possible. The domineering ones also thought the same way. Anyway, the graveyard outside was the respawn point. The 2 guilds refused to give up, fighting for over an hour, dropping equipment all over the place. But the Skeleton King just wouldn't fall. This made the other solo players happy. They didn't expect to steal the boss. They just came in to pick up items from the ground. Fate and the domineering guild suffered increasing losses, engaging in PK and losing levels. The domineering guild was already considering retreating. Damn it, all the domineering guild members are outside the graveyard. Let's not fight anymore. It's a waste of time. Song Yu persisted for another 10 minutes, watching as the Skeleton King remained standing strong. With the same determination, he said, Fate Guild, retreat. And so, the 2 groups of people left in a hurry, leaving behind a bunch of solo players who dared not touch the Skeleton King. Although being killed by wild monsters wouldn't result in losing levels, the problem was that dying would drop equipment, and it took time to respawn, delaying their leveling up. Many solo players left, only a few teams remained, still persisting, hoping to pick up some loot. They activated the live broadcast function on the forum. Brothers, the boss is still standing strong, but since no one is coming, you don't need to come to pick up items. This is definitely a bug, the Skeleton King's health is stuck. So speechless, nearly 100 people, fought for over an hour, dropped countless equipment, and still couldn't kill it? Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, watched for over an hour, finally got them all to leave. Watching a few clueless people on the live broadcast. Suddenly, an idea came to mind. I wonder if they'll be furious if they see me kill the Skeleton King? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Chen Shen calmly took off his shadow mask, revealing his bright red name, boldly walked into the Grand Tomb Chamber. In an instant, all eyes were on Chen Shen. It's Nameless. Everyone, look, it's Nameless, the number 1 on the wanted list. Is the legendary figure here too? What is he going to do? Is he going to kill the boss? Ha, so what if it's Nameless? He's probably going to be killed by the Skeleton King. Family, I'm getting ready to pick up things. Nameless is sure to drop a lot of stuff. On the forum, in live broadcasts, all players and solo players were waiting to see Chen Shen's joke. Chen Shen approached the Skeleton King. Then, he swung his sword down towards the Skeleton King. Lightly -1. A number slowly emerged from the top of the Skeleton King's head. Roar! The Skeleton King let out a roar of unwillingness. His body collapsed with a bang. Solo player? Audience? Ha! Is he dead? Just like that? Chen Shen smiled and said, sorry, everyone, my bad, ha. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving behind a shocked crowd. It took a long time for them to react. What's going on? Anchor, are you joking? Anchor, why aren't you laughing? Is it because you don't like to laugh? Anchor, he's gone, hurry and catch up, stop standing there. The forum exploded in an instant. Wow, truly my idol, 1/ to kill the Skeleton King, hiding his skills and fame. I love Nameless, I want to have Nameless children. Nameless is awesome. As the information on the forum spread, a video of Chen Shen killing the Skeleton King was also attached. Some enthusiasts even provided voiceovers for this video. Look, he's going to chop, he chopped, he did it. Successfully killed the fragile Skeleton King. 100 people couldn't kill it in an hour, but a red-named player solved it in 1/. Is it the red name being too abnormal, or those 100 people being too stupid? Please continue to follow me. Song Yu and Xiang were equally domineering upon receiving the news. When they opened the forum and saw the video, they instantly fainted. Chen Shen's red name, mocking expression, and nonchalant gesture were all slaps in their faces, blatant slaps. It reminded everyone that Nameless was skilled, and they were fools, the biggest fools. This inexplicably mysterious battle. The Tyrant Guild became popular. The Destiny Guild also became popular. The two guilds were known as the Comedy Duo Guilds, the shelter for fools. Nameless also became popular, already popular, now even more so. The Supreme Emperor, wow, brother, you're incredibly popular now. Second Master Pang, if you go out now and say you're Nameless, you'll have the highest mate selection rights in the whole school. The young man driving the train, boss, when are you going to create the guild? Chen Shen smiled calmly, everything is just a passing cloud. He had long left that area. While everyone was still shocked, he had already returned to the graveyard of chaos. After killing the Skeleton King, his mission was finally updated. He handed the Guardian's token of the Grand Tomb Chamber to the old lady. Oh my, brave young man, you actually obtained the Guardian's token, my goodness. You truly are the cream of the crop among villains. Please accept my knees. With that, the old lady actually knelt before Chen Shen. Look at this scripted dialogue. Chen Shen didn't know if she was scolding him or praising him. The Guardian's token in the old lady's hand emitted a black light, instantly enveloping Chen Shen. Ding, congratulations on completing the job change task, now begin the job change. Among all living beings, the first job change, other professions have 3 job changes. For example, the most popular mage. There are elemental mages, warlocks, and melee mages, 3 job changes. Subsequent job changes will gradually differentiate the roles of the 3 mages. However, Chen Shen is the only hidden profession. He was not given the opportunity to choose. His clothes began to change. From the original assassin's jacket, it turned into a black robe. The shadow mask on his face also began to change, with a fierce monster pattern appearing on the mask. A black aura enveloped Chen Shen's body. At this moment, he looked like the Grim Reaper emerging from the darkness. Ding, congratulations on successfully changing jobs and becoming the unique hidden class, Life Reaper. Acquired active skill, stealth. Stealth, if the level of the wild monster is higher than yours, it can detect you. If it is a player, actively attacking the opponent will enter a combat state and exit stealth mode. Duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 10 minutes. Chen Chen widened his eyes. Wow, isn't this the assassin's stealth skill? Although the name remained the same, the attributes became more abnormal. There had long been various job skill and career analyses on the forum. The assassin's stealth skill could last for 3 minutes with a cooldown of 10 minutes. His could last for 10 minutes with a cooldown of only 10 minutes. In other words, as long as Chen Chen did not actively attack the opponent, he could remain invisible permanently. Abnormal. Acquired active skill, backstab. Backstab, instantly appear behind the opponent, stab into the opponent's body with a dagger, causing 110% damage, guaranteed critical hit plus weak point attack. Assassins also have this skill. Both stealth and backstab are the core skills of assassins. Acquired passive skill, bloodsuck. Bloodsuck, 10% lifesteal on attacks. Acquired passive skill, shadow step. Shadow step, plus 20% movement speed. 2 active skills, 2 passive skills, similar to a normal assassin. Each skill value was much stronger. What made Chen Chen most happy was that his passive skills had also been enhanced. Assassination, level 2 increase attack power by 2 points for each player killed. From the same player, passive enhancement can only be obtained once a day. 2 points. This meant that the speed of increasing attack power through killing would double in the future. This might be the biggest improvement for Chen Chen. Name, nameless, level, 10, class, Life Reaper, health, 1130, mana, 400, experience required for leveling up, 100,000, attack, 62, passive plus 202, equipment plus 45, equals 309, defense, 38, magic resistance, 38, speed, 62, sin value, 244, justice value, 0, after changing jobs, his attributes had greatly improved. In the future, each level up would add more attributes. The experience required for leveling up had also increased several times. Level 10, I can finally start the real game. Level 10 was a turning point. All professions had mastered their skills. PK became more diverse, and monster hunting would be much faster. Chen Chen had fallen far behind. The first place on the level leaderboard, the Infinite War God, was already at level 18, 8 levels higher than Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen's attack was still higher, indicating that higher level equipment was harder to obtain. He had been leveling up all along, but his equipment was not that good. The next step was to catch up with them. Chen Chen tightened the dagger in his hand. I won't run away anymore. From now on, I will take off the mask, kill openly, and wait for me. He. Just as Chen Chen's heart was surging, the old lady guarding the cemetery suddenly approached, revealing only a few teeth in a creepy smile. Chen Chen was startled. Wow, you scared me. Guardian, you have finally changed jobs and become a true guardian, just one step away. As she spoke, the old lady handed over a token. Chen Chen looked puzzled at the token. What is this? Guardian token, symbol of the cemetery guardian's identity. In the cemetery, all NPCs will respect you. The old lady trembled and raised her hand above her head. The Forgotten Ones Alliance needs a true guardian. Please create a harbor for us, a place for our souls to rest. Guardian, take this token and go to the mainland to find the Lost Guild creation token at the Graveyard of Chaos. Ding, mission update, the Forgotten Ones Alliance. The Forgotten Ones Alliance, villains, dead, undead, cursed, like lost souls, wandering around being killed by others. Please create a guild with the Graveyard of Chaos as the base, guarding the Forgotten Ones. Chen Chen was surprised. The guild creation that others dreamed of was just a task for him. Chen Chen quickly opened the guild leaderboard. Sure enough, no one was on the list. In other words, no guild had been created yet. Maybe I can benefit from being the first guild. System, are you forcing me to create the Red Name sect? After a while, Chen Chen's forum exploded. The post about the Red Name sect, notorious for killing recklessly, was more popular than all the other factions. The whole world believed it, except for Chen Chen, who was just joking. Now, the system didn't allow him to joke. Respected Guardian, we hope you can succeed. The entire Forgotten World will support you from behind. The old lady's staff was inserted into the nearby tombstone. It was unknown if the owner of the tombstone would mind. The old lady muttered to herself. In no time, the staff emitted a black light, forming an oval teleportation array on the tombstone. This teleportation array can take you directly to the city of Built. I hope you have good luck. As soon as the old lady finished speaking, a new skill appeared in Chen Chen's skill bar. It was the Town Portal skill. After changing jobs, everyone would receive the Town Portal skill to return to the nearest city. However, when Chen Chen checked the skill description, he was speechless. Town portal, return to the nearest graveyard of chaos. Cooldown, 1 hour. Did I have some kind of grudge with the graveyard of chaos in my past life? It's fine if necromancers, undead, and the like are related to the graveyard of chaos, but I just killed a lot of people. Why am I also associated with the graveyard of chaos? Can't your game be a bit more serious? Why not create something like Evil Valley instead? Chen Chen couldn't help but complain. The old lady kept nodding. Yes, I understand. Guardian, you should leave quickly. I can't hold on much longer. So, even this teleportation array was temporary. Chen Chen sighed and stepped into the black teleportation array. The old lady's voice came from behind. Say hi to John without teeth for me. Lily misses him. Lily? Chen Chen stumbled and disappeared into the teleportation array. When he regained his balance, he found himself in a massive city. The map of the world was unimaginably vast. Numerous newbie villages were just in the corner of the big map. Main cities were built to create a vast world for all beings. The nearest city to Chen Chen was the city of Built. Ancient buildings surrounded the area. Pedestrians hurried by, and countless players set up stalls and rested in the city, looking for a high-level player with an attack of 150 plus to team up for dungeon runs. We have a female healer with plenty of healing. Selling level 10 bronze equipment, defense battle shield. Looking for a girlfriend to play games together, preferably someone who can pay for me. The bustling city of Built was filled with many players. The highest-ranked player on the leaderboard, the Infinite War God, was already level 18. Most players would come to the main city to do quests after reaching level 10. That's why there were so many people in Built City. Chen Chen opened the quest system. The mission had been updated. Find the guild creator, John without teeth. He knows about the guild creation token. Chen Chen was puzzled. It's really him. He shook his head, opened the map, and set out to find the guild creator, John without teeth. The problem is, the creator of this guild on the map is a young man, mighty and heroic. His name is not John. It's Reno. Damn, system, did you make a mistake? Isn't it in Burt City? Chen Chen cursed inwardly. Maybe no one has the guild creation token. It's very deserted here, only Reno standing there in a daze. Could it be somewhere else? Chen Chen looked at the map again. All the NPCs in the main city, thousands of them, have been checked, none starting with the character, nor starting with. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. Could it not be in Burt City? Outside the city? Yes, the Potter's Field. Since the teleportation spell is to the Potter's Field, it is estimated that the old lady guarding the Potter's Field is also from the Potter's Field. Chen Chen directly used the teleportation spell. Ding, no teleportation target found. Please activate the teleportation location first. Without having been to the Potter's Field in Burt City, the teleportation spell is ineffective. Chen Chen was speechless. Damn. Is this a setup against me? The Emperor, brother, where are you? Fat Second Master, Lao Mo, where are you? We're coming to find you. The young man driving the train, idle, I successfully changed jobs, where are you? The friends list almost simultaneously rang. Anonymous, Burt City, the place to create a guild, come help. In no time, the three of them arrived together. The three have also successfully changed jobs. The prince changed from a mage to a warlock. The fat guy changed from a warrior to a paladin. The young man driving the train changed from an archer to a crossbowman. The fat guy and the young man had no problems with their professions. The paladin is the ultimate tank, and the crossbowman is the strongest physical ranged attacker. But the prince's warlock choice puzzled Chen Chen. Prince, why did you become a warlock? Shouldn't you be an elemental mage? That thing has high attack, while warlocks are good at adding buffs and debuffs. The prince chuckled. Of course, I know, warlocks are awesome, I can help you. Chen Chen was slightly stunned. In the past, when playing games, the prince was usually the main C. Chen Chen was in charge of technology, and the fat guy was obedient. Why was it different this time? Hey, Lao Mo, what are you thinking? You're the boss now, who else but your brothers will support you? Yeah, touched? Ha, let's go, do the tasks, now we all have the same tasks. Chen Chen shrugged helplessly. Indeed different. Shared task. Chen Chen directly shared the task in the team column. The three saw the task content and their eyes widened. Oh my, the guild creation token. No way, are we going to prosper? What are we waiting for? Let's find people. Let's go, find people. The three were extremely excited. At this moment there was not a single guild in the game, so they knew how difficult it would be to create one. But the first guild was not that simple. After searching the entire Burt City, they couldn't find the Toothless John. He simply didn't exist. I'll go to the Potter's Field, you guys search around the outskirts of Burt City. After telling the prince and others, Chen Chen came alone to the potter's field outside Burt. The potter's field is located in a small mountain hollow 10 miles outside Burt City. It's called the mine. It's an abandoned mining area. There are a few players leveling up on the hillside. There are dwarf craftsmen, dwarf archers, and dwarf warriors, level 11 monsters that are perfect for leveling up. The potter's field is right on the mine. Several graves with tombstones are scattered around. Some graves have been dug up, with skeletons lying on them, looking desolate. The potter's field here has been abandoned for a long time. Potter's field? Abandoned? Ha ha, Chen Chen laughed at himself. This is how a potter's field should look like. Unfortunately, there are no NPCs here. If there's no potter's field, where did it go? Damn, why is it so hard to do a task? Just as Chen Chen was feeling troubled, suddenly there was a commotion. Chen Chen curiously looked towards the hillside. Not far away, a large amount of dust was being kicked up. Many players were fleeing. Oh my god, it's a roaming boss. Run, it's too exaggerated, one touch and you're dead. Damn, what kind of crappy game is this? How can there be a level 50 boss here? Chen Chen was shocked to see a rhinoceros-like creature over 4 meters tall, like a small mountain. A rhinoceros? The rhinoceros was angrily chasing an NPC, running all over the mountains. Along the way, those players met misfortune. Boss, Earth Dragon Hatchling. Level, 50. HP? A level 50 boss? How can there be a level 50 boss here? Currently, players generally only have around level 10, and being touched by this Earth Dragon Hatchling would send them flying, disappearing into light while still in midair. It was too brutal, no wonder they were running. However, all Chen Chen could see was the NPC being chased. The NPC was an old man wearing a gray robe, with a face full of wrinkles, running and shouting as he went. Chen Chen could clearly see that the old man was missing his front teeth. Graveyard Hill, Old John. No wonder we couldn't find him, turns out he's here walking his dragon. Chen Chen looked troubled as old John ran past him, unable to speak. There must be a quest, or a way to make him stop. I think so too, the game wouldn't just randomly introduce an NPC. They will run around the mine pit, let's wait for him to come back here. More and more players gathered at the mine. As long as they didn't block the player's path, there was basically no danger. A level 50 boss chasing an NPC definitely meant something. Along the way of the Earth Dragon Hatchling chasing old John, many people gathered, with some waiting in groups of 2 or 3 by the roadside, or searching for ways to stop them along the way. Chen Chen also didn't know how to make old John stop. If he stopped, he could complete the quest. But as he looked at the people gathering along the way, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that completing the quest wasn't so urgent after all. After changing professions, his professional skills level increased, gaining 2 points of attack power for each person killed. With so many people on the mountain, and so spread out, Chen Chen looked towards the Graveyard Hill, which, although desolate, was still a safe area. There's something to be gained here. Chen Chen walked to a corner and silently removed his mask. Regardless of the quest, for Chen Chen, killing and gaining attack power was his foundation. As time passed, with 248 points of attack, he had dropped to 3rd place on the attack rankings. It was time to reclaim the top spot. The moment the red name was revealed, a hunt began. At dusk, Chen Chen crouched down and quickly approached a person not far away. It was an elemental summoner. As a summoner, they could summon various elemental monsters to help them fight. Their defense was slightly stronger than that of mages and assassins. In the early stages, they were the strongest solo profession. He was Chen Chen's target. Stealth. Chen Chen's body slowly disappeared. In theory, there was no need to use skills to kill such a summoner. However, proficiency in using skills was also important to Chen Chen. After stealth, players of the same level couldn't see him. Chen Chen had already arrived in front of the elemental summoner, who still seemed oblivious. Ding! You have been attacked by player, nameless. Ding! Your HP is depleted, entering death state. The system message for the elemental summoner came so abruptly. Before he could react, his head was hit with a critical hit plus weakness minus 1350. With 1200 HP, he still owed the other party 150 HP. Congratulations, you have killed a player. Triggering the passive skill, Assassination, 2. Sin value plus 1, Sin value, 245. Trigger passive skill, gain plus 2 attack power, totaling plus 204 points. Chen Chen picked up a few blood vials that the other party had exploded. Not bad. Backstab skill, dealing 110% damage, guaranteed critical hit plus weak point. When used with stealth, it's a silent kill. Passive adds 2 points, doubling efficiency. Next one. Stealth is still on cooldown. Chen Shen planned to play aggressively and no longer waited for stealth to cool down. In his eyes, these people were all naked attack power. Fortunately, the minefield was on a hill, with poor visibility, and most people's attention was on the Earth Dragon hatchling. No one expected someone to sneak up the hill and backstab them. Another 3 people killed. Hashtag name? Finally, someone noticed Chen Shen. It's Nameless. Damn, Nameless, killed my brothers. Nameless with a high notoriety. Damn, I'll kill his brothers. Excited, a dozen people ran towards him. There were also 2 healers holding staffs, causing a commotion. Chen Shen didn't expect to be so popular. Ha, catch me if you can. After changing jobs, the passive skill Shadow Step increased movement speed by 20%. Chen Shen endured 2 skills and escaped into the darkness. Stealth. Turning around, he killed 2 more people. For a moment, the entire minefield was in chaos. Nameless, come out. I want to duel with you. Nameless, are you scared, only dare to kill ordinary players? Just then, a burly warrior with a giant hammer longer than his body on his back walked out of the crowd. Surprisingly, the warrior's job change, Heavy Hammer Warrior. When everyone saw this Heavy Hammer Warrior, they exclaimed, he's a demon. He's the 3rd-ranked expert on the attack leaderboard. Why is he here? 3rd on the attack leaderboard, 7th on the level leaderboard, 6th on the equipment leaderboard, he's an expert. Among the 8 major professions, there are 22 job changes. The Heavy Hammer Warrior can be said to have the highest attack power, without a doubt. Behind the demon, there stood a young girl. His level had reached 18, there was no need for him to be here, he must be leveling up the girl. It just so happened that he encountered the famous Nameless. Hearing the surrounding people's compliments and envy, the demon looked smug. Nameless, scared now? I thought you were someone, but now it seems you're just like everyone else. Rest assured, with me here, if he dares to come, I'll show him what equality is with one hammer blow. Under his taunts, Chen Shen's body slowly appeared in front of him. The eyes hidden in the darkness looked devilishly at the demon. Big guy, provocation? Ha, petty tricks, but you judged people accurately. I'm here. This was the first time everyone truly saw Chen Shen. Some had already quietly turned on the recording function. The demon spread his arms. Alright, you still have some courage. I'll duel with you. Anyone who interferes will be my enemy. Bang! The huge hammer, larger than an ordinary person's body, smashed into the ground, causing the entire mining area to tremble. The hammerhead emitted a faint yellow light. Obviously, it was a golden-grade weapon. Chen Shen tightened the dagger in his hand. Kid, you just want to kill me to make a name for yourself, I'll give you a chance. So what? Damn it, you're just a level 10 little assassin, why are you above me? The demon roared and grabbed the golden hammer, charging towards Chen Shen. Like a humanoid beast, he rushed towards Chen Shen. Raising the golden hammer high, he wanted to kill Chen Shen with one blow. Chen Shen lowered his body, a smirk on his lips. Too slow. Backstab. His body disappeared in an instant under the demon's hammer. Bang! A loud noise. The golden hammer heavily smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The demon's face changed drastically. So fast. How could it not be fast? The characteristic of the backstab skill is to instantly move to the opponent's back, unleash 110% of the attack, guaranteed critical hit plus weak point. Chen Shen's eyes were fierce, and the dagger stabbed towards the opponent's waist. Critical hit plus weak point, minus 1130. The demon's defense is obviously stronger than that of mages and summoners. With a higher level, the HP reaches over 2000 points. Unable to kill instantly. Only deducted more than half of the HP. Chen Shen still felt regretful. The demon, on the other hand, was shocked and looked at Chen Shen unbelievably. Damn. Are you even human? Chen Shen's combat experience was extremely rich, regardless of whether you were shocked or not. Another stab towards the demon. Minus 276, minus 285. 2 more numbers floated up. The demon's HP rapidly decreased. Oh no! Earth Hammer! Unexpectedly, Chen Shen's attack speed was so fast. Although the attack power of the Heavy Hammer Warrior was high, the attack speed was slow. In the blink of an eye, his HP was only a quarter left. In a panic, the demon directly used a professional skill. Earth Hammer. Within a 5-meter radius, all units suffer 10% attack damage and are stunned for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. This is one of the most important core skills for the Heavy Hammer Warrior in the early stages. Whether it's grinding monsters or PK, it's crucial. Ha, stun you for 2 seconds. Let's see how you die. The demon was ecstatic. He turned around. Stunned. Chen Shen was seen 5 meters away, arms crossed, looking at him with a smirk. How is this possible? Chen Shen joked, if an assassin is hit by a Heavy Hammer Warrior, what's left of the assassin? As he finished speaking, Chen Shen shot out like an arrow. Without time to attack, he had to take this hit first before counterattacking. The demon looked terrified. "Brother, I was wrong, please don't kill me." For a newbie, dying once doesn't matter. But for the demon, it was different. At level 18, he was in the absolute top tier, and there were fewer missions after level 18. Leveling up required grinding monsters. Dying once at level 17 would take a long time to recover. Chen Shen's eyes were firm. Whether you beg for mercy or act like a woman, one word, kill. The dagger pierced the demon's chest. Weak point -598. I'll pay you. Too late. Player killed, demon. Sin value +1, sin value, 251. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +218 points. Next time, remember to get to the point. Chen Shen elegantly wiped the dagger and put it back in his arm. On the mountain, everyone stared in amazement as the demon's body turned into light and disappeared. Is that it? Only 3 seconds? The demon was an 18th level vice tank, and he died just like that? Unbelievable, Nameless is too terrifying. Just as they were astonished, Chen Shen suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed towards the crowd. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, targeting the squishy professions for kills. Lucky to kill in 1 hit, unlucky, 2 hits. In an instant, the entire mining area was in chaos. Sin value +1, sin value, 252. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +220 points. Sin value +1, sin value, 253. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +222 points. Chen Shen's attack continued to increase. In no time, he gained an additional 10 points of attack. The crowd finally reacted. What are you afraid of? It's just a game, fight back. Yeah, there are so many of us, are we afraid of him alone? Some people started to fight back. Arrows and spells fell on Chen Shen. Chen Shen kept dodging with his agility, but with too many opponents, his HP was rapidly decreasing. He took a potion. Chen Shen laughed madly, enjoying this, bring it on. Not running away, just killing them thoroughly. Enduring all attacks, he killed another 5 people. Watching the blood volume drop to the bottom. Just then, the ground trembled again. What's going on? It's that patrolling boss, it's back. What's there to fear? Not getting experience from being killed by monsters. We must kill Nameless. That's right, killing Nameless earns $10,000, what's dying once? Several people had their friends and family killed by Chen Shen, even in death. They wanted to drag Chen Shen down with them. They surrounded Chen Shen to prevent him from escaping. Chen Shen angrily said, "Damn, this is too despicable. How many of us can you kill, huh? Let's die together." Before the words fell, the Earth Dragon hatchling rushed forward. A level 50 boss, something this level couldn't withstand. Wherever the Earth Dragon hatchling passed, even a slight touch would send one flying, turning into light and killed instantly. Chen Shen was surrounded by several people. At this moment, there was no chance for him to escape. The huge head of the Earth Dragon hatchling was less than 10 centimeters away from Chen Shen. In just a moment, the person blocking Chen Shen was instantly knocked away and died. Let's do this. Chen Shen gritted his teeth, backstab. Backstab, able to instantly move behind the opponent, delivering a guaranteed critical hit plus weak point attack. Chen Shen wanted to gamble, to catch the moment the opponent hit him. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. You were attacked by the Earth Dragon hatchling, -19,094. A number floated above Chen Shen's head. But he didn't die, instead, he appeared on the back of the Earth Dragon hatchling. Suffered a fatal injury, triggering passive skill, Last Stand, 2. Attack power plus 200%. Almost forgot about this skill. With the class change, the level of Last Stand increased to level 2, increasing attack power by 200%. Now the base attack is around 400 points, plus 200%, that's 1200 attack points. Chen Shen stabbed towards the back of the Earth Dragon hatchling. The backstab skill also increased the attack by 10%, over 1300 attack points. Critical hit plus weak point attack. With a sound, he pierced the body of the Earth Dragon hatchling, -5071. Crimson numbers floated above its head. The Earth Dragon hatchling, in pain, stood up and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom boom boom. 3 consecutive attacks. Attacked by the Earth Dragon hatchling, skill, trample. This was the last sound Chen Shen heard from the system. The system's voice fell. Within 100 meters around, everyone was instantly killed. Chen Shen also disappeared in a flash of light. When Chen Shen opened his eyes, he resurrected at the chaotic burial mound. Indeed, a red name doesn't deserve to resurrect in the city. Fortunately, he was killed by monsters, not losing a level, just losing the items in his bag, no big deal. Just as Chen Chen was checking his bag, suddenly a voice rang out. You're awake. Chaotic burial mound. Chen Chen shuddered all over, taking a deep breath. At some point, an old man appeared in the chaotic burial mound, looking at Chen Chen with narrowed eyes. Thank you for helping me drive away the earth dragon hatchling and allowing me to escape back to the chaotic burial mound. Thank you. The old man had an NPC name above his head. Toothless John. Chen Chen widened his eyes. This is possible. Yes, that earth dragon hatchling was chasing me all the time. Your single attack caused 5,000 points of damage, driving it away, giving me a chance to escape back to the safe zone. Toothless John was still trembling. Chen Chen didn't expect to hit the mark. He quickly said, I want to complete the mission. I want to create a guild. Toothless John bowed and said, Respected Guardian, I have been waiting for you to arrive, but unfortunately, you are late. The guild creation token was stolen by the earth dragon hatchling. Chen Chen's features twisted, looking at him with resentment. Can't you come up with a better reason? You won't make me kill that dragon to get the token, will you? Oh, indeed, you are a guardian, you are really smart. Ding, mission update, kill the earth dragon hatchling and retrieve the guild creation token. Mission hint, it is in the nest in the rhinoceros jungle north of the chaotic burial mound. Guardian, this is the dragon seal. Throw it on the earth dragon hatchling, and you will have a chance to kill it. Toothless John handed over a seal. Dragon seal, disposable task item. Introduction, can make the earth dragon hatchling enter a weakened state. Come on, Guardian, we abandoned ones rely on you. Toothless John also encouraged Chen Chen solemnly. Chen Chen took the seal helplessly. Walking towards the chaotic burial mound, he said, Toothless John, the old lady in the chaotic burial mound in the newbie village asked me to say hello to you on her behalf. Toothless John's smile froze instantly. Horror. Look at you, dumbfounded. Chen Chen looked smug, hands in his pockets, arrogantly walked out of the chaotic burial mound. It's Nameless. Oh my, wasn't he hit to death? How come he's out again? Nameless, don't come over, or we'll kill you. Nameless, we're not afraid of you anymore. Chen Chen was too happy to leave, so much so that he forgot to bring his shadow mask. However, the battle with the demon and the dozens of people dying together had already shocked everyone. He made a name for himself. They dare not fight Chen Chen now. Chen Chen was slightly stunned, then smiled. You guys do your thing, I'll do the mission. Are you serious? You're a big shot, you can't go back on your word. Chen Chen waved to the group of lovely players. Don't worry, I'll notify you before I kill you. Is this guy speaking human language? But those people actually found it reasonable. Okay, promise is a promise. If you're going to kill someone, you must notify us. Nameless, I support you, you can't kill fans. Chen Chen clasped his fists towards the crowd. He could sense that his status had begun to change, although limited to this mining area for now. But this was a good start. Following the mission's guidance, Chen Chen arrived at the back of the chaotic burial mound. This was a jungle, precisely the rhinoceros jungle mentioned in the mission hint. Perhaps because there weren't many quests for the monsters here, few people came here to level up. The monsters here were bulky creatures resembling rhinoceroses, called earth rhinoceroses. They had a lot of health, high physical defense, slow movement speed, and were hard to kill. Most of those who came here to kill monsters were mage-type professions. For safety reasons, afraid of being disturbed while doing the mission later, Chen Chen put on his shadow mask in a corner and hid his name. Only then did he enter the jungle, avoiding some monsters. The mission hint only mentioned the nest in the rhinoceros jungle, to the north, without specifying the distance. Chen Chen walked for 10 minutes but still didn't see any nest. Instead, there was a noisy sound not far away. You guys are too much. Did I offend you? Why are you luring monsters over here? Why? Kid, be sensible and get lost. This place has been booked by our Destiny Guild. Destiny Guild? Chen Chen's ears twitched. If he remembered correctly, the Destiny Guild was created by Songyu. This kid still had the face to play games here? Chen Chen became interested and quietly approached the source of the sound. Not far away, there were indeed a few people arguing. Unfortunately, Songyu was not among them. After watching for a while, Chen Chen also understood the situation. A mage named Electric Motor was leveling up alone here. It was nothing at first, but this electric motor killed monsters too quickly. This upset 6 people nearby. These 6 people were from the Destiny Guild. The monsters in the rhinoceros jungle were already scattered, and with Electric Motor's actions, they were even more unhappy. He pulled over a few large earth rhinos from the side. Earth rhinos are group attackers, and the Electric Motor can't handle it at all. Can only confront them. Kid, we rely on numbers, so what? You got the guts to PK me. Either scram or PK, stop the nonsense. You guys are going too far. All playing games, who can bear such anger? The electric motor raised his hand and a lightning spell fell. His name instantly turned gray. Dare to attack? Kill him. Brothers, get him. The members of the Destiny Guild took action directly. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Lightning spell? The members of the Destiny Guild couldn't tell. Chen Chen studied for a long time. Mage class profession, Warlock after Princess transfer, is used for stacking buffs. Elemental Mage, releasing fire, water, ice, earth, wind, the 5 major elemental spells, high attack power, and many skills. Battle Mage, a melee mage, played by few people. Chen Chen can't be said to be familiar with all kinds of professions, but he knows that there is no profession that uses lightning spells. This guy is a hidden profession. How lucky. Chen Chen crouched down like a cheetah. Then, he shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Invisibility. In the moment of running, his body slowly disappeared. The members of the Destiny Guild, Chen Chen saw the kill. They had 6 people against 1 electric motor, which was a complete massacre. But what shocked them was that the electric motor actually opened a magic shield, blocking all their attacks. This mage is a problem, don't play around, kill him. Damn, how come I've never seen this skill before? It's unbelievable. He's a hidden profession. Their weapons and spells fell on the golden magic shield, making only clanging sounds. The electric motor didn't lose any health at all. The members of the Destiny Guild finally knew about the hidden profession. They accelerated their attack pace. The Destiny Guild, 5 combat professions. There is also a priest providing support on the outermost periphery. The priest is a healer. The priest has only 2 transfers, one is the light priest, and the other is the dark priest. The light priest is the traditional healer. The dark priest is different, somewhat between a warlock and a healer. So the light priest is a very popular profession. The first principle of PK. Kill the healer first. Chen Chen directly came behind the healer. Backstab. Put. The light priest was still watching the show. Suddenly, the system sound rang out. You are attacked by the player nameless. Weakness plus critical hit, minus 1410. Health cleared, triggering the light priest's passive skill, divine protection, health restored by 10%. Just as the light priest was stunned, the healer's life-saving passive skill was activated. Be careful, it's nameless. Before the light priest could finish speaking, he was killed instantly by Chen Chen's normal attack. Killed player, don't kill the healer. Sin value plus 1, sin value, 264. Trigger passive skill, gain plus 2 attack power, total plus 244 points. The healer's exclamation finally caught their attention, but Chen Chen was faster. First one. Sliding underfoot, he went directly to the second person. The second one was a transfer of an archer, a crossbowman, the strongest long-range physical attacker. He was closest to the healer and became Chen Chen's second target. Just as he turned around, Chen Chen's dagger stabbed him in the forehead. Weakness attack minus 631. A number floated above his body. Assassins have the strongest burst damage not because of their strong attacks, but because assassins have the fastest attack speed of all professions. Before he could react, Chen Chen slashed at his neck. Weakness attack minus 651. The crossbowman also disappeared in a flash of light with resentment. Chen Chen's eyes were firm, his goal clear. After killing the opponent's healer and ranged professions, he once again targeted the next squishy target. At the same time, the 4 members of the Destiny Guild also reacted. Damn, it's nameless. Damn it, get him. Shield charge. These people were obviously the main players of the Destiny Guild. After reacting, the Shield Knight launched a shield charge towards Chen Chen. Holding up his shield, he charged like a wild bull. The only control skill of a meat shield was quite domineering, capable of stunning the opponent for 2 seconds. If hit, Chen Chen would be in trouble. However, the Shield Knight's shield charge had a major weakness. Chen Chen quickly retreated. His speed was enhanced by passive skill Shadow Step and Swift Boots, both providing a 40% increase in movement speed. Surprisingly, he was faster than the Shield Knight who initiated the shield strike. Chen Chen remained composed and sneered, "You think you can hit me with your clumsiness?" He was well versed in various professions and skills, naturally aware of their weaknesses. This was the mark of a gaming expert. Chen Chen instantly circled behind a tree. As expected, after locking onto Chen Chen, the Shield Knight's shield charge directly hit the tree trunk. Due to the target being indestructible, the charge was rebounded, stunning for 2 seconds. This was the Shield Knight's weakness. Chen Chen swiftly moved behind the Shield Knight. Without hesitation, he slashed towards the Shield Knight's neck with his dagger. Splurt. Blood splattered. Weakness attack minus 412. Chen Chen frowned slightly, so damn tanky. But his hands did not stop. He relentlessly smashed at the neck. In 2 seconds, Chen managed to leave the Shield Knight with low health. Help quickly! The other 3 players of the Destiny Guild had already rushed over. However, at that moment, a thunderbolt suddenly blocked their path. The moment they touched the thunderbolt, all 3 of them were paralyzed. Seeing this, Shen's eyes lit up involuntarily. Great skill! As the Shield Knight was about to wake up, Shen's backstab skill cooldown completed. Backstab. Splurt. Weakness plus critical hit minus 807. Player killed. Blood Bowl Baby. Sin value plus 1, sin value, 266. Trigger passive skill, gain plus 2 attack power, total plus 248 points. Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He had killed the healer, the archer, and the meat shield. The opponent was left with 3 attack professions. Attack professions were what Shen feared the least. The battle was not over. Without a moment's pause, Shen's body had already rushed out, heading straight for the Gale Assassin. The Gale Assassin was one of the 3 advanced professions of the assassin, representing high attack speed. Fragile, with fast attack speed, they posed little threat to Shen but were the easiest to kill. Before he could recover from paralysis, Shen had already reached him. Die! Shen's dagger stabbed directly towards his eyes. It was a ruthless move. Even if one could lower their pain sensitivity to 0, watching a knife stab into their eyes would startle anyone. Just as the dagger was about to touch the eyeball, the Gale Assassin suddenly squatted down, avoiding the fatal blow. Still shaken, he retaliated with a slash towards Shen. Minus 121. Crimson numbers floated above Shen's head. A pure assassin profession focused on attack speed and burst damage. With fewer early skills, the assassin's strength could not be fully displayed, commonly acknowledged as a late-game profession. However, Shen was different. Disdainfully, he said, "You're embarrassing the assassins." Splurt. Another slash. Minus 415. The Gale Assassin's health dropped by a third. Damn! Getting distracted during a fight? You're asking for death. Shen chased after the Gale Assassin, exchanging blows. Similarly, 3 strikes. Shen lost more than 300 health points, while the Swift Assassin's 1200 health points were not enough to deduct, and he died directly, turning into light and disappearing. The last 2. In the battle so far, the opponent no longer posed any threat. Winning a 1v2 is stable, let alone a 2v2. The 2 opponents are warriors, so just 2 strikes and a backstab will solve the problem. In no time, all 6 members of the Destiny Guild were glorious. Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He swallowed a bottle of blood potion. Although such battles are not physically tiring, under high mental concentration, it gives him a headache. Thank you. Nameless. The electric motor hesitated as he looked at Shen. Shen glanced at him, and from the electric motor's eyes, he could see various complex emotions such as hesitation, struggle, and fear. Seeing Shen's eyes, the electric motor stiffened. "You want to kill me, right? Can you not be so cruel? You can kill me from behind, don't stab my eyes, don't stab my face. I'll die for you to see." Shen's eyes were strange. Such a request. He smiled and said, "Do you want to become a notorious player?" "Ha!" The electric motor seemed to realize, "Not for now, I just want to level up." "Alright, good luck with your adventures. Add me as a friend before we fight again." Oh, the 2 became friends and added each other. Shen then sent the electric motor away. Killed player, electric motor. Sin value plus 1, sin value, 271. Trigger passive skill, gain plus 2 attack power, total plus 258 points. After disappearing into light, Shen slapped his forehead. "I forgot." He then sent a private message. "Motor, have you found any caves to level up here?" "Yes, I'll send you the coordinates." "Got it, ha, thanks a lot. Remember to find me when you want to become notorious." Oh, he closed the private chat. Shen began to collect the spoils. The 6 of them dropped a lot of herbs and 2 pieces of equipment. What surprised Shen was that the Swift Assassin's equipment dropped. It was a level 10 silver dagger. Blade of Hannes, silver grade. Equipment level, level 10. Attributes, attack power plus 120. Critical hit rate plus 20%. It was exactly what Shen needed. Despite having high attack power, it was all due to passive skills for killing. His equipment could be said to be the worst in the entire game. His weapon was still a level 5 hunting dog dagger. After equipping the dagger, Shen's attack power increased by 100 points. Name, nameless. Level, level 11. Occupation, Life Reaper. Health, 1260. Mana, 200. Experience required for leveling up, 110,000. Attack, 76, slaughter passive plus 258, equipment plus 140, equals 474. Defense, 45. Magic resistance, 45. Speed, 76. Sin value, 271. Justice value, 0. Out of curiosity, Chen Chen opened the leaderboard. He was far ahead in the sin ranking. After all, the server had only been open for a short time, and Chen Chen was the only one who had killed over 200 people. In the attack ranking, he was first due to this dagger. The second place had 463 attack power, closely following him. The difference between them was not significant. But if they knew that Chen Chen had not worn any equipment until now, what would their reaction be? Weapons, clothes, pants, shoes, necklaces, helmets, rings, earrings, bracelets. Chen Chen only had a weapon, a level 5 hunting dog necklace with plus 20 attack. The ring, earrings, and bracelets all added to attack power. With a full set of equipment, Chen Chen was confident he could crush everyone. It seems that after completing the mission, I have to buy a set of equipment. Chen Chen muttered to himself and headed towards the coordinates sent by the electric motor. With coordinates in hand, Chen Chen didn't have to take many detours. Before long, he found a cave. The cave was large, at least 6 meters in diameter, equivalent to the height of a 2-story building. It wasn't very dark inside. Chen Chen held the mission item in his hand and cautiously walked towards the cave. After all, it was the nest of a young earth dragon. Just the thought of that little dragon knocking him out made Chen Chen's scalp tingle. Could it be that after level 20 weakness? That's nonsense. Suddenly, he remembered something. Damn, I forgot. Does this dragon seal still have a second one? What if I can't beat it and it's game over? Just as he was lost in thought, a dark figure suddenly rushed out from the side. You are attacked by a monster, cave poisonous snake, and poisoned. Chen Chen's head dropped by -100, -10 in red and green health points. The dark figure turned out to be a brown snake, as thick as a thumb. Monster, cave poisonous snake. Introduction, usually living in caves, these poisonous snakes hide on the walls, making them hard to guard against. Level, 10. Health points, 1000. Chen Chen didn't expect to be ambushed by a wild monster. From playing games until now, he had killed hundreds of people, but he could count the number of wild monsters he had killed on one hand. He immediately struck the cave poisonous snake twice. The cave poisonous snake had low defense and attack, except for the poison status, everything else was trash. Perfect for leveling up. Chen Chen didn't have much else, but he had plenty of potions. Along the way, he killed 30 poisonous snakes. Killing one gave him 400 experience points. Although the experience points weren't a lot, they still added up to 12,000 for Chen Chen. The experience gain was fast. Indeed, it's a good place to level up. He had been too immersed in killing, which had lowered his level significantly. However, the deeper he went, the fewer wild monsters he encountered. Not long after, the narrow cave opened up into a huge cavern. The top of the cavern was empty, with sunlight shining into it. It was a nest built of straw, resembling a bird's nest. On the nest lay a huge monster, the young earth dragon that had chased Toothless John in the mining area. The moment Chen Chen entered the cavern, the young earth dragon, awakening from its slumber, slowly raised its head and locked eyes with Chen Chen. Roar! This guy had a memory. He immediately recognized that the human in front of him was the assassin who had stabbed him in the butt. He let out a furious roar towards Chen Chen. A foul wind with bad breath hit Chen Chen's face, making his hair messy in the stench. Ding! You are hit by the roar of the boss earth dragon hatchling, -1 health point. Chen Chen! What kind of nonsense is this? It may seem like only -1 damage, but it put Chen Chen in battle mode. Many skills couldn't be used in battle mode, such as Chen Chen's stealth skill. This young earth dragon had high combat intelligence. After the roar, it quickly climbed to its feet and rushed towards Chen Chen like a small mountain. Its speed was astonishing. Chen Chen quickly retreated, pulling out the dragon seal. Use item, he shouted anxiously. The dragon seal emitted a dazzling light that fell on the young earth dragon. Congratulations to the player Nameless for successfully using the dragon seal. Boss earth dragon hatchling, level -40. The young earth dragon's strength instantly decreased, becoming only level 10. Boss, earth dragon hatchling. Level, 10, 40. Health points, 10,000, 500,000. Seeing the basic attributes, Chen Chen was overjoyed. Reduced by so much? It seemed his previous worries were unnecessary. It's just that the health points were a bit high. He decided to solo the boss like a regular one. With his attack power, he was confident. As the young earth dragon rushed towards him, Chen Chen directly used the backstab skill. If you are fighting with someone, all skills should be used where they should be used. But if the opponent is a wild monster, then use it early and often. Backstab initiated. Chen Chen instantly appeared on the back of the Earth Dragon whelp. A dagger stabbed down. Weakness plus critical hit, minus 1210. Chen Chen exclaimed, such high defense. If it were a player, this one hit would have taken 2000 health. Don't be fooled by the fact that one hit reduced the Earth Dragon whelp's health by 1/10. Backstab is currently Chen Chen's strongest attack skill. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. In the next 3 minutes, Chen Chen can only use normal attacks. Without much thought, while the Earth Dragon whelp hasn't reacted yet, Chen Chen followed up with a normal attack. Put. Minus 298. High defense is impressive. This will take dozens of hits. The Earth Dragon whelp's reaction speed is very fast. After the second hit, it directly slammed its body into the cave wall. Chen Chen almost vomited his lunch. Critical hit minus 789. When the health above his head started to drop, Chen Chen was instantly furious. Damn, what an attack. This is bad, more defense than himself, higher attack, and much more health. How to play? Without thinking, Chen Chen directly swallowed a bottle of potion. He ran for it. The Earth Dragon whelp followed closely behind. Luckily his speed was similar to the Earth Dragon whelp, giving him some space to maneuver. After drinking 2 more bottles of health potions, his health slowly recovered. Chen Chen glanced at the backstab skill. The cooldown was just right. Backstab. Chen Chen turned around and initiated the backstab. The same strike. Critical hit plus weakness minus 1210. The Earth Dragon whelp's health was now at 7300 points. 7 more backstabs and it would be dead. For safety reasons, Chen Chen decided not to strike with a second hit, just as he was about to leave the Earth Dragon whelp's back. But at that moment, the Earth Dragon whelp suddenly stood upright. With 2 thick legs, it stomped fiercely on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Chen's pupils contracted. Oh no, it's a trample. Bang, bang, bang. Not giving Chen Chen a chance to react, the Earth Dragon whelp stomped on the ground 3 times, each attack higher than the last. 3 numbers floated above Chen Chen's head. Minus 418, minus 582, minus 840. It was a ranged attack, and even though Chen Chen was fast, he couldn't escape the range. The Earth Dragon whelp's trample skill had a range of 100 meters. It had instantly killed dozens of players around. Ding, you have suffered fatal damage. Activating passive skill, last stand, 2. Attack power increased by plus 200%. Hearing the system sound, Chen Chen was overjoyed. It was past 12 o'clock. The last stand had a cooldown of once per day. It was just past 12 o'clock. But now Chen Chen's backstab skill was on cooldown. Without a powerful attack skill, Chen Chen looked fiercely into the Earth Dragon whelp's eyes. Then critical hit plus weakness, show me some spirit, critical hit. He raised the dagger and stabbed towards the Earth Dragon whelp's eye. Lady Luck was on Chen Chen's side this time. As the dagger pierced the eye, numbers floated above the Earth Dragon whelp's head. Weakness plus critical hit minus 4518. Due to the passive skill Bloodsting, numbers also floated above Chen Chen's head. Plus 450. 10% lifesteal, allowing Chen Chen to regain 1/3 of his health. The crimson letters made Chen Chen ecstatic. It was a real critical hit. But then, the smile froze. Even with last stand plus weakness plus critical hit, it only reduced the health by 4500. The Earth Dragon whelp still had 2800 health points. Chen Chen gritted his teeth, really tough. He quickly took a potion and retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Earth Dragon whelp's combat experience was surprisingly rich. It seemed to know that Chen Chen was trying to kite it. Without looking back, it swung its tail directly towards him. At this moment, Chen Chen was in midair and had no way to dodge. He could only take the hit from the young Earth Dragon's tail sweep head-on. Bang! With a muffled sound, Chen Chen was hit by the tail and slammed into the wall. Minus 517 floated above Chen Chen's head. Fortunately, due to the Bloodthorn's blood-sucking ability and the Blood Vial's healing effect, his health was around 550. This hit left Chen Chen severely injured again, with only 30 health points left. The young Earth Dragon didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. It lifted its fat thigh and stomped towards him. Damn it, let's do this. Chen Chen gritted his teeth, rolled, and managed to dodge the young Earth Dragon's attack. Miss. Before Chen Chen could rejoice, the young Earth Dragon's next attack was about to come. At the same time, his backstab cooldown was complete. But even with backstab, with 2800 health, he couldn't kill it. Give up? Impossible. Even if I die, I'll make you suffer. Chen Chen gritted his teeth, backstab. The next moment, he disappeared in front of the young Earth Dragon. When he reappeared, he was already behind the young Earth Dragon. Ah! Chen Chen roared, holding 2 daggers in his hands and stabbed fiercely at the young Earth Dragon's head. Put! Critical hit plus weak spot plus armor penetration minus 1800. This time, there was even an armor penetration. Unfortunately, he still couldn't kill the young Earth Dragon. There was a slight chance, but the next moment, a green light suddenly appeared on the young Earth Dragon's body. Its health instantly recovered to full. Chen Chen was emo at that moment. Damn it! No chance! He smiled bitterly. Hee, this is so damn unfair. Well, I'll go back and get better equipment, and come back to kill you next time. But after waiting for a long time, the young Earth Dragon's attack did not come. Ha! What puzzled Chen Chen was that he was sitting on the young Earth Dragon, but it didn't attack. It became very docile, and its previous ferocious appearance disappeared. Congratulations, you have successfully tamed the divine beast, young Earth Dragon. What? Chen Chen was full of astonishment. Tamed? The young Earth Dragon, now fully healed, not only did not attack Chen Chen but also showed a happy expression. It hopped back to its nest, then squatted down slowly. Its little tail wagged like a happy dog's. What's going on? Just as Chen Chen was puzzled, the young Earth Dragon dug on the ground. From the haystack, it dug out a token and presented it to Chen Chen. Chen Chen stared blankly at the name on the token. Guild Creation Token, Special. Used to create a special guild, cannot be used in the city, user, anonymous. Congratulations, you have completed the mission, retrieve the Guild Creation Token. Mission reward, 50,000 experience points. Mission update, return to the mine cemetery with the Guild Creation Token and the young Earth Dragon. Mission reward, 80,000 experience points. The system's voice rang out, and Chen Chen finally reacted. Is it completed like this? Up to now, Chen Chen was still confused. How could the young Earth Dragon be tamed? How did the mission get completed? But when he came to his senses, a burst of joy appeared on his face. Damn it, pet? Tamed? I tamed a level 50 boss? Ha, even if it turns into level 10, it doesn't matter. With that trample skill, there wasn't a living soul within a 100-meter range. Incredibly domineering. From now on, killing would be in swathes. It felt so good. The strange thing was that the young Earth Dragon was not in the pet list. Normally, only summoners job change, beast masters, could tame wild monsters. Other professions' pets were at most non-combat mounts and pets for viewing. How could it be tamed? Forget it, let's go back first. Come on, young Earth Dragon, back to the mine cemetery. Chen Chen didn't bother to investigate further. He sat on the young Earth Dragon, patted its back. The young Earth Dragon was also very spiritual. With cheerful little chubby legs, he walked towards the cave. Chen Chen took medicine to restore his health while contacting the prince and the fat man. Nameless, I have obtained the Guild Creation Token. Emperor, oh, really? Fat Second Master, sell it. It's so expensive now, it's a good time to sell it. Nameless, it's bound to me. Emperor, then quickly establish the guild, be the first to be awesome among all living beings. Nameless, ha, of course. Just as Chen Chen and his 2 friends were chatting, the Earth Dragon cub walked out of the cave and strolled leisurely in the rhinoceros jungle. Not a single rhinoceros dared to attack him, but at this moment, a noisy voice sounded. Boss, I found him here. He really dares to stay here? Ha, Nameless, I found you. This time, let's see where you can run. At some point, suddenly, 20 or so players appeared around. The leader was very familiar. It was Song Yu. This guy was a mage who had changed jobs to become an elemental mage. The person next to him was the bright priest Lin Yu. There was no need to think, they must have just killed a group of Fate Guild members. They went back to report. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. It's you. The grudge between him and Song Yu Lin Yu had never ended, and it was impossible to end. Killing them to quit the game was Chen Chen's original intention. Brothers, surround him for me. Song Yu gritted his teeth when he saw Chen Chen. I will definitely kill you once. Having been killed by Chen Chen several times, he also hated Chen Chen. 26 people were all he could gather. If it weren't for Chen Chen, he could have recruited over 100 people. Those who were killed almost lost face to play the game. Chen Chen was not in a hurry. He looked mockingly at the 26 people surrounding him. Song Yu sneered. What? Scared and dare not move, kid? Ha, I know you're an assassin. Even if you're invisible, we can still area attack and kill you in seconds. Kid, let's see where you can run this time. Chen Chen patted the irritable Earth Dragon cub. I didn't plan to run away. Damn, you lucky kid. You actually got a mount? But your luck ends here, offend me, and I'll kill you back to the newbie village. Chen Chen still smiled. Tisk tsk, I'm so scared. Bah, you man, so disgusting, what's with the sarcasm? Lin Yu scolded Chen Chen angrily while holding the priest's staff. It was a mistake to be blind and be with this materialistic woman. Sonya smirked. Brothers, see, this is the famous Nameless. Nameless, from now on, when you see me, when you see the Fate Guild members, walk around me, otherwise, I'll kill you every time I see you. Ha, boss, I've started recording. After today, our Fate Guild will kill Nameless and become famous. Hee, a grand guild. Killing Nameless to become famous. Doesn't this just prove Chen Chen's success? Chen Chen laughed. So much nonsense, 26 crooked melons and jujubes, what? Don't dare to fight me? Kill him, prepare the spells. Nameless, die. The chanting of countless spells began. Melee professions also attacked Chen Chen. Chen Chen patted the Earth Dragon Cub. Trample, get rid of them. Roar. The Earth Dragon Cub roared. The stones under its feet slowly floated up. Its sturdy legs slammed on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. 3 stomps on the ground in a row. The Earth Dragon Cub used the trample skill 3 times in total. The first time was in the mining area, on the open slope. The second time was in the cave, in a narrow area. This was the third time, and also the most shocking one. Chen Chen looked around in shock as all the trees within a 100-meter radius shattered in an instant. On the heads of the 26 players of the Destiny Guild, numbers floated at the same time. Even the tankiest tank couldn't withstand it. -400, -600, -800. In an instant, the 26 players of the Destiny Guild turned into light and disappeared. Sonyu still had a grim smile on his face. All he could think of was how to get revenge. Then, they were gone. They were all gone. Only 3 healers were left, staring blankly at everything. What's going on? What happened? The Light Priest had the strongest life-saving skill, the protection of the God of Light. After their health was depleted, they wouldn't die immediately, but instead, they would recover 10% of their health. They were lucky to survive. Chen Chen was speechless. With one move, he killed 23 people and didn't get any benefits. In other words, the deaths caused by the Earth Dragon whelps didn't count towards him. Damn it, wasn't it tamed by me? Damn, there are still 3 left. Earth Dragon whelps, don't move, let me handle it. Chen Chen flipped off the Earth Dragon whelp with a dagger. Slowly accelerating, he rushed towards the 3 healers. Surviving was lucky, but it was also unfortunate. The deaths caused by the Earth Dragon whelps didn't count towards Chen Chen, which meant that those killed were considered to be killed by monsters. They didn't lose levels. But these 3 healers were different. Chen Chen was very fast and soon ran up to the 3 healers. Among these 3, there was Lin Yu. The other 2 were a male and a female priest. Chen Chen killed 2 with 1 slash each. Then, holding a dagger, he slowly walked towards Lin Yu. This woman was not only bad but also stupid. She kept healing herself while taking blood medicine. Chen Chen laughed. I have a phobia of stupidity, you make me sick. What, want to be stabbed a few times? Nameless, even if you kill me, we will definitely seek revenge. Lin Yu shouted angrily as she backed away. Hee, don't worry, I will find you and kill you back to the newbie village. You! Chen Chen didn't waste any more words, as it was disgusting to talk too much. The dagger stabbed towards Lin Yu's abdomen. -527. A normal attack was already powerful. After all, Lin Yu's equipment was very good. Chen Chen was also ruthless, avoiding vital points with each strike, fearing critical hits and weak point attacks. Lin Yu was also foolish, continuously healing herself and taking blood medicine. She cried, cursed, and extended her life. Chen Chen stabbed her 8 times before finally killing Lin Yu. Player killed. I love getting rained on. Sin value +1, sin value, 274. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +264 points. Phew, I'll kill you next time. Chen Chen muttered. He began to collect the spoils of war. Although all the opponents were white-named, the drop rate of their equipment wasn't high, but the numbers advantage was overwhelming. He managed to get a few pieces of equipment. They were all junk equipment. Chen Chen cursed to himself, what are you pretending to be rich for? Turns out you're already this poor? It seemed like they were afraid of being killed by Chen Chen. After collecting all the spoils, he returned to the graveyard with the Earth Dragon whelp. Seeing Chen Chen return, the Toothless John, the guard of the graveyard, danced with joy. Ha, great, you truly are the protector. I knew you could succeed. Ha, we're going to make a fortune at the graveyard, having obtained this divine beast, the Earth Dragon whelp. No, the Earth Dragon whelp belongs to the graveyard? Chen Chen stared wide-eyed at the Toothless John. Then where else would it belong? The Earth Dragon whelp let go of Chen Chen and happily ran to the highest point of the graveyard. At some point, it had built a simple nest there. The plump Earth Dragon whelp sat down. Congratulations on completing the mission, return to the graveyard. Mission reward, 80,000 experience points. Just as the system's voice fell, Chen Shen was enveloped in an upgraded light and successfully reached level 12. However, he still looked puzzled. But how does it listen to my commands? Of course, you are the guardian of the disorderly burial mound. Now, you can become the master of the disorderly burial mound. John, the Toothless, said as his voice fell. Chen Shen's system sounded again. Automatically accept mission. Create a shelter for the abandoned. Mission content, find Toothless John and create a shelter. Mission rewards, 100,000 experience points. Mission rewards, 100 gold coins. Mission rewards, Guardian's Ring. Create a shelter? Isn't it a guild? Hee, it's just a different term, of course, the nature is similar, that's the difference. Toothless John directly brought up a window. The window displayed the differences between a shelter and a guild. The most important one made Chen Shen's eyes look strange. As long as you join the disorderly burial mound, you will have the wild monster attribute, which means the red name attribute, and all players can attack you. Damn, it really is a red name guild. Toothless John, Guardian, you must think carefully. Once you create a shelter, you cannot leave. Of course, shelter members can leave. Do you choose to create it? With over 200 sin points, Chen Shen had no intention of turning back to a white name. He would only end up killing more people in the future. Why not create it? Here, take the guild creation token. Go ahead, create it. Ah, great. I knew the Guardian wouldn't abandon us. Give me the token. Toothless John was even more excited than Chen Shen, dancing around. It was unclear if he was performing a sacrificial dance. The nearby tomb slowly rose. On the tombstone, a guild token could be placed perfectly. Toothless John devoutly took the guild token and slowly placed it into the slot. The tombstone lit up for a moment before slowly sinking below the ground. Following that, the entire grave began to glow, and the ground shimmered with light. Then, the entire disorderly burial mound lit up. What are you doing? Is this a grave disco? Chen Shen was left speechless. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations, guild creation successful. Please name your guild. A window popped up in front of Chen Shen for him to input a name. There was a prompt beside it, guild name. Below that, there was a small row where he could enter a guild abbreviation. Among all beings, a guild name could have up to 12 characters, and the abbreviation could only have 3 characters. It would appear above the player's head and could not be changed. I've already decided. Let's call it the Bloodthirsty Red Name Cult. The abbreviation will be Red Name Cult. A casual phrase from the forum. I come from a mysterious organization, the Bloodthirsty Red Name Cult, where killing knows no bounds, had unexpectedly come true today. Please confirm the name. Confirmed. Ding, congratulations on successfully creating the guild. Disorderly Burial Mound Shelter. As a guild, it has fundamental differences from a guild. Can only recruit red name players, ghosts, spirits, and other players who consider the disorderly burial mound a safe zone. Guild players will have 2 safe zones, the city, and the disorderly burial mound. Teleportation spells will automatically lead to the disorderly burial mound. Perhaps this was a benefit for red name players. For ordinary players, the disorderly burial mound was just that, not a safe zone. After Chen Shen's system voice disappeared, the words Red Name Cult appeared above his head. Another dialog box popped up. Creating a guild will allow you to send a server-wide announcement once. Please edit the guild announcement. Without much thought, Chen Shen began typing the announcement. As he pressed the confirm key, the announcement rang in the ears of all players across the server simultaneously. Murderous and lawless red name sect, guild established, welcome those who are not afraid of death, love to cause trouble, lawless, and do evil to join as brothers, joining condition, red name. At this moment, the announcement echoed throughout the world. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Nameless created a guild. Damn, awesome, he really did it. Too arrogant, only accepting red names. Gods from all over, the reactions of all players were different. Song Yu and others who had just revived in the city heard the system announcement and stood still. Song Yu muttered in disbelief, how is this possible? How does he have so much money? It's impossible, guild badges are priceless now, how could he bear to? Even if he got the guild badge, he wouldn't create a guild. The first guild badge was just too expensive. Besides having a prestigious name, there were no benefits. Guild badges will become cheaper in the future. Members of the Destiny Guild were all solemn-faced, some had already thought of withdrawing. Make enemies with the first person to create a guild? He's a murderer, don't joke around, they still want to play the game. Many shared Song Yu's thoughts. Of course, many big shots were unwilling, especially the top players on the leaderboard. Their goal is to create a guild. To create a guild, they kept killing bosses, running dungeons, but in the end, none were faster than Nameless, the land of the dead. Here, all the monsters are level 20. Monsters are everywhere. For current players, each monster here is as fierce as a boss. Yet, there was a group of players leveling up here. Looking closely, these 6 players all had the prefix Wuji. The top-ranked Wuji war god was among them. He heard the system sound, silently opened the leaderboard, and stared at Nameless' name. I didn't expect to be surpassed by him. Humph, just a clown. What red name sect, overestimating themselves. Check who this person is. I want his real-life information. The same thing was happening everywhere among the gods. The gods' game never lacked tycoons and top players. At this moment, Nameless was their common enemy. Countless people began to investigate Nameless' true identity. Chen Shen didn't expect that creating the first guild would cause such a sensation. He was now extremely busy. Unexpectedly, since that post was sent out, there were still a group of diehard fans. Really killing people, really maintaining a red name. However, most of them were not high level. After all, being red named, leveling up in the early stages was extremely difficult. Several red names were even killed back to the newbie village. Several level 1 red named players added Chen Chen. Chen Chen replied with just one sentence, only recruiting red named players above level 10. Although cruel, it was a necessary choice. The first guild, although without system rewards, had the advantage of being able to freely choose players. Countless players wanted to join. These level 1 red named players had no benefits for the guild, which Chen Chen didn't need. Nameless big shot, add me, I'm level 18, on the equipment and level leaderboards. Boss, I'm your fan, I'll pay 200 gold coins, pull me into the guild. These people were all rejected by Chen Chen. There were too many people joining the guild, such as leaderboard players, fans, and more. One player even turned red named in 10 minutes just to join the guild. Chen Chen was extremely busy. In no time, he had added over 300 people. The once empty chat box was now filled with conversations among guild members. Each one more excited than Chen Chen. Ha, I'm in, I'm also a guild member now. Damn, who dares to kill me in the future, long live the red name sect. Boss, where are you? I want to worship you. The guild is divided into 3 levels. Just established a level 1 guild, can recruit 500 people. Looking at the constantly jumping chat box, Chen Chen sighed, it's really exhausting. I don't know how Taizi Fatty and the others are doing. In the past, when playing games, Taizi was responsible for recharging, being handsome, and crushing opponents. Chen Chen was responsible for technology, PK, and researching tactics. Fatty was in charge of guild matters. Managing the guild was Fatty's specialty. Unfortunately, none of them had a red name, and they had just said they were going to kill someone. I don't know how they are doing now. Chen Chen opened the friends list. He was surprised to see that Fatty and Taizi's names had turned red. Even the boy who was driving the train had his name turned red. Delighted, he quickly sent a guild invitation over. Oh my god, brothers, please help me. Help, we are being chased. Idol, come quickly. The 3 of them sent messages to the guild chat at the same time. Chen Chen was slightly stunned. He knew what had happened without thinking. When he first created the guild, he had sent messages to the 3 of them to quickly turn their names red. He estimated that the 3 of them had gone to kill someone, turned red, and were being chased. Before Chen Chen could speak, the guild chat exploded. Brothers, let's go. Who dares to kill the members of our red name sect? Send the coordinates, we'll be there soon. Brothers, wait, what does the guild leader say? Boss, what do you say? Are we going or not? Those with red names were all troublemakers. Many people like to play games, and most of those who like PK value loyalty. When the 3 of them said they were being chased, they checked their location and found that they were not far from the mining area. It seemed they were on their way to the mining area. Many people in the guild were waiting for Chen Chen's reaction. Anonymous, brothers, let's go kick some ass. Ha, boss is mighty. We'll be there soon, boss. I knew I came to the right place. Chen Chen just said a word, and the guild of 300 people exploded. At that moment, players converged on the mining area from all directions. The mining area. It is now the place where most players level up. Players are everywhere. Among them, 3 players with red names are being chased by a dozen players. Stop, damn it, dare to kill the members of our overbearing guild, I'll see you dead. Wherever you run, you will die. Offending the overbearing guild means death. The leader of the overbearing guild arrogantly chased after them. The 3 fleeing players were none other than Taizi, Fatty, and the boy driving the train. They didn't expect to provoke an old acquaintance. The fate of the overbearing guild was even worse than Song Yu's. There were only a dozen people. Otherwise, Taizi and the others wouldn't be able to escape. 3 people fleeing, a dozen people chasing. Passing players cast curious glances. Oh, chasing red names. Red names deserve to die, kill them well. As they were discussing, suddenly, 3 words appeared above Taizi and the others' heads. Red name sect. Oh, did they join the guild? The ruthless red name sect that kills without mercy. Now there is only one guild, if not them, then who? It became even more lively. The members of the overbearing guild also saw the names above their heads. Overbearing gritted his teeth. Anonymous? Damn it, it's you guys we're killing. This bastard dares to trick me. Brothers, let's kill them. The members of the overbearing guild held a deep grudge against the red name sect. Seeing the 3 join the guild, they attacked with even more vigor. Arrows, spells, kept falling on the heads of the 3. Fortunately, they were focused on running away, taking drugs as they ran, barely able to withstand half of their health. However, more and more good-hearted people joined in. Brothers, big news, the ruthless red name sect members are being chased. Coordinates in the mining area, the red name sect members are being chased. The streamer is live streaming the whole process for you. Tisk TSK, this is the fate of the red names. It seems that the notorious red name sect, which is rampant and lawless, is not that great after all. Just when there was no live broadcast material available. Nowadays, the notorious red name sect, which is rampant and lawless, is at the top. One by one, they are chasing the 3 princes with dominance. The prince was running at the back and angrily said, "Fatty, you're so fat, how can you run so fast? This is a game, Prince, you can't do it. Even if a man dies, he can't say he can't do it. Without me, can you run so fast?" The prince is a warlock. If he hadn't given all 3 of them a speed buff and a healing buff, they really couldn't have escaped. Hey, stop running, our people are here. Just when everyone was watching the fun and mocking the red name sect, suddenly, the prince and the other 2 stopped. The dominant one was delighted. Haha, not running anymore. Brothers, surround them for me. Damn it, dare to kill our people, you're looking for death. Red name sect? A bunch of idiots. The dominant people surrounded the 3 in the middle. Looking around at the crowd, they were not in a hurry. The dominant one arrogantly said to the onlookers, "Watch closely, this is the consequence of offending our dominant guild." What red name sect? Rubbish, can you recruit people? My name is written backwards. Brothers, why waste time talking to them? Kill them. The prince leaned his staff against his neck. Smiling, he said, "You think having more people is an advantage? Have the guts to fight one-on-one." The dominant one sneered, "One-on-one? What era is this, coming out to establish power?" Background, we have more people to bully you with fewer people, how about that? Not convinced, ha. Taking advantage of the situation, they wanted to bully you. What can you do about it? Who said having more people means bullying fewer people? Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Everyone couldn't help but turn around to look. Their pupils contracted. They saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Red names were walking slowly all over the mountains. All players had the words red name sect above their heads. On the hillside, on the mountainside, from all directions, there were red names everywhere. It was quite spectacular. This was probably the first time they had seen so many red names in this game. The so-called dominant guild and the onlookers were all surrounded in the middle. The camera focused on the members of the red name sect. Even the live streamers couldn't help but swallow hard. Oh my god, we've stirred up the red name sect. Is this the benefit of being in a guild? The members of the dominant guild were even more pale. This was the difference between a fake guild and a real guild. A dozen people were surrounded by 200 to 300 people. The prince smirked, "Dominant? Ha, who has more people? You just wait." Wait? Chen Shen looked at the red names around him, a hint of arrogance showing on his face. Brothers, wait for what? Before he could finish his sentence, a chorus of voices responded from all around. Don't know! The shocking scene made everyone tremble. What are you waiting for? Kill them all. Chen Shen said, then rushed out, anyone who's not a red name, kill them all. Boss is mighty, kill. Boss is domineering, kill. Chen Shen took the lead, using backstab and instantly killed a player who was just watching. Specializing in squishy targets, 1 slash at a time. Killing them was exhilarating. The mining area was in chaos in an instant. Whether they were from the dominant guild or just onlookers, even passing pedestrians, all were killed, every single one of them. The sounds of killing echoed through the mining area. Chen Chen went crazy with killing. This was the first battle of the notorious red name sect, which was rampant and lawless. Every member went crazy with killing. As long as they weren't red names, they were all killed. There were countless posts on the forum, live streams, rebroadcasts, videos, all about the battle of the red name sect. After this battle, the reputation of the Red Name sect resounded throughout the entire continent. Dominant? After one wave of attacks, not a single one left standing. Who did we provoke? Why are they killing us? Too powerful, no one dares to resist. Do you dare? The whole place is filled with red names. Having seen so many red names, a few hundred red names, indeed spectacular. It's been less than 10 minutes. The dozen or so members of the tyrannical guild, along with dozens of onlookers, all died under the butcher's knife of the Red Names gang. Chen Chen cursed loudly. Why are you so excited? I only killed 3 people. Is that a big deal? Ha, boss, you don't need to do anything. With this group of trash, we'll handle them. Dare to fight against our Red Names gang, seeking death. Looking at the sea of red names, Chen Chen shouted, brothers, collect the spoils and let's go home. Then he came in front of Taizi and Fatty. With a mocking smile on his face, he raised his eyebrows. You guys look really pathetic. Ha, wasn't I just testing your strength? Tested? How was it? Awesome. Just a few minutes. The battle in the mining area spread throughout the entire network. Whether in the game or on the forums, discussions about the Red Names cult were everywhere. This first guild in the game became the focus at that moment. Almost all the posts were about the Red Names gang going to war. Some people even started posting from the moment the tyrannical guild started chasing Taizi and Fatty. It continued until more than 200 members of the Red Names gang surrounded everyone, until everyone was killed. After watching such videos, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Damn, is the Red Names gang so united? In just a few minutes, from those 3 people joining the gang to their arrival, just a few minutes? And they could gather so many people? The Red Names gang is mighty. I want to join now. They thought this video would tarnish the Red Names gang, those recorded by the anchors, even with a lot of hateful comments. But what they didn't expect was that the video went viral, and so did the Red Names cult. It showed everyone the unity and strength of the Red Names gang. In no time, someone shouted, the Red Names cult still has 200 spots available. No need for strong players, just see who has the highest sin value. Whoever can join the Red Names cult. Opening the leaderboard. The top of the sin list was none other than Wu Ming, Jild, the ruthless and lawless Red Names cult. Second place, third place, all the way down, more than 300 players, all members of the ruthless and lawless Red Names cult. Everyone who saw the list couldn't help but gasp, because the number of people was still increasing. You see, only 1,000 players can be on the leaderboard. At this rate, it shouldn't be long before the Red Names gang occupies the top 500 of the sin list. How terrifying is that? It's not that the next 500 don't want to join, it's that a first-tier guild can only have 500 members. On the chaotic burial mound in the mining area, Chen Chen originally wanted to give the guild leader position to Fatty. But Fatty didn't want it, so he gave it to Taizi, who also wasn't interested. Fatty admitted, what do I need it for? You, Wu Ming, are the soul of the Red Names gang now, the flagship. This position of guild leader cannot change. If you don't mind, let me be the vice guild leader. Hee, don't look at me. Fatty makes sense, I've already become your warlock. Chen Chen shrugged, alright, you be the vice guild leader, you handle this guild, I can't handle it. With that, he appointed Fatty as the vice guild leader. Congratulations to player, Fatty, for becoming the vice guild leader. The moment the announcement appeared in the guild channel, everyone looked at Fatty. Damn, bro, I also want to be an officer. Boss, make me an officer, I'm awesome. Boss, I'll just be a squad leader. Hearing these words, Chen Chen's head started to ache. This was the reason he didn't want to deal with any factions. It had just begun, and more troubles would come in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, this Fat Arie is the management talent I spent a lot of money to hire. In the future, what he says is what I say. If you don't listen, kick out of the guild. Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down. Chen Chen then said, Fatty, it's up to you now, I'm leaving first. Saying he was leaving, he actually went to find Toothless John. On the way, Chen Chen looked at the ring in the package. It was an exquisite ring. It was a mission reward, Guardian Ring. He didn't have time to look at it after completing the mission just now. Now seeing the attributes of the ring, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Damn! Guardian Ring, Artifact. Equipment level, level 3. Binding, cannot be traded, lost. All attributes, plus 30%. Introduction, the ring worn by the guardian god of the abandoned, only the guardian can wear it. Attribute growth, the guardian must be strong. With an increase in sin value, the ring level can be increased, enhancing the ring's attributes. 10 sin points, level 1, 50 points, level 2, 100 points, level 3, 500 points, level 4, 1000 points, level 5, 2000 points, level 6, 10,000 points, level 7, 50,000, level 8, 100,000, top level. Note, after the top level, it will evolve into a unique artifact. Skill, Guardian passive skill. The Guardian ring will remove debuff from the wearer every 1 minute. Artifact. Chen Chen was shocked besides being shocked. Cannot be traded, cannot be lost. Without thinking, Chen Chen put it on. The moment he put it on, his attributes increased significantly. His health increased by about 400 points. This was the most intuitive performance. Before Chen Chen could see his own attributes, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations on becoming the number 1 on the equipment ranking. Would you like to display the equipment attributes? No display. Chen Chen directly refused to display the attributes. The name no name could be displayed, but how could these attributes be displayed? Especially the skill of the Guardian Ring. Removing debuff means removing states like dizziness, coma, poisoning, and floating. This was a PK artifact. How could he let others know? Chen Chen ignored the system. He continued to study the Guardian Ring, an artifact that can grow. According to the system's label, the current status of the artifact was level 3, plus 30% to all attributes. Chen Chen opened his own attribute panel. Name, no name. Level, level 14. Occupation, Life Reaper. Health, 1880. Mana, 316. Attack, 88. Slaughter passive plus 270. Equipment plus 120, equals 621. Defense, 68. Magic resistance, 68. Speed, 88 plus 44 is equal to 132. Sin value, 277. Justice value, 0. Seeing the attributes, Chen Chen fell silent completely. Besides the basic attributes of attack, defense, and speed, even critical strike damage, evasion, attack speed, all these attributes were increased by 30%, which was too abnormal. If it became top level, it would be even more terrifying. Chen Chen muttered, damn, truly worthy of being an artifact. So damn exciting. With the Guardian Ring, Chen Chen was confident that he could crush all the experts in the game. The current rankings were simply tailor-made for Chen Chen. He didn't make it to the level ranking. In the equipment ranking, first place was no name, Guardian Ring, artifact, attributes, confidential. In the guild ranking, first place was the red name cult of murder and lawlessness, guild leader, no name. In the attack ranking, first place was no name, attack power, 621. In the villain ranking, first place was no name, sin value, 277. Chen Chen didn't make it to the competition ranking. Currently, there were only 6 rankings, and wow, 4 of them were first place for Chen Chen. The 4 first places were all achieved by Chen Chen after being electrified one by one. Although the server has only been open for 3 days, there will be endless changes in the future. Chen Chen believes that with his passive skills, being first forever is not a problem. The most important thing now is to level up and kill more people. Lost in thought, he came before Toothless John. Oh, dear Guardian, you've come. Toothless John greeted Chen Chen flamboyantly. Pointing at the Earth Dragon Cub, Chen Chen said displeasedly, old man, I've also created a guild now. How should we handle that dragon? Oh, dear Guardian. Damn it, speak normally. Ahem, listen to me slowly. The guild has been created, but the red name sect is different from other guilds, as they need to build a guild headquarters. Starting from scratch, they slowly gather materials to establish a guild headquarters. The red name sect's headquarters is the chaotic burial mound, unable to be upgraded, with the Earth Dragon Cub as the guardian beast. Chen Chen has no authority to command, only helping when the guild headquarters is under attack. That's roughly the idea. After listening to old John's words, Chen Chen helplessly said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Alright, what do you want me to do? Guardian, your level is important, please level up to 15 and come back to me. Alright, the task disappeared. Chen Chen had just reached level 14 and estimated it would take 1 or 2 hours to reach level 15. Returning to the center of the chaotic burial mound, most of the guild members had already left, leaving only a few people including Fatty. Hey, where are they? Leveling up, their levels are too low, so I asked them to team up for leveling, not to go solo. Yeah, levels are indeed important. The average level of our red name sect is only 13, too low. Yes, pitifully low, embarrassing our guild. Chen Chen. He felt like the two of them were scheming against him. Level 13 is still considered low. Looking at the levels of Taizi and Fatty, both were at level 16. Even the train conductor teenager was at level 15. In this way, as the guild leader, his level would only be at the average line. The attributes gained during the early stages of leveling up are not high, but the more times you change jobs in the future, the higher the attributes gained. However, equipment provides high attributes. Without levels, how can you increase your attack power? I was just thinking of leveling up, reaching level 15, then logging off to sleep. How about that? Sure, let's do it together. With no tasks, they teamed up to level up faster by fighting groups of monsters. The Emperor invites you to join the team. Do you agree? Agree. Successfully joined the team. They had already formed a team. Warlock, the Emperor, level 16, Paladin, Fatty, level 16, Archer, the Teenage Train Conductor, level 15. Life Reaper, Nameless, level 14, Thunder Swordsman, Night Soaker, level 18, Death Ritualist, Bird, level 19. The professions were relatively balanced. Qinshen looked at Bird in amazement. Damn, we have a level 19 in our guild? How come I didn't know? A Death Ritualist. Is it a hidden class? Bird was a short little guy. Smiling at Qinshen, he said, "Hello, boss, I just joined the guild." Fatty proudly said, "In our guild, we only have 4 priests, Bird is one of them, and he is ranked 9th on the level leaderboard. It's very difficult for priests to get a red name, and most of them choose to either team up or focus on grinding for gold, making it impossible to join the red name sect." Qinshen didn't expect Fatty to be so efficient. The guild had already recruited 500 players. Everyone looked at Bird in confusion. "Brother, what exactly is a death ritualist?" Bird mysteriously replied, "You'll find out soon. Let's go." They ultimately chose to level up in the Rhino jungle. There were many monsters and few people. In addition to the people doing tasks, there are dozens of people here leveling up. They saw Qinshen and greeted him one after another. "Boss, hello. Boss, why are you personally leveling up? Boss, come to our group, you lie down, I'll help you level up." Qinshen just smiled and greeted them. He walked directly towards the deepest part of the Rhino jungle. As they went deeper, the species of rhinos also changed. From level 14, 15 Earth rhinos, they turned into gray rhinos. Rock Giant Rhino, level 18, health 2500, let's begin. Although it was the first time for everyone to team up for leveling, they had great coordination. All buffs were applied immediately. Player Fat Second Master, uses skill on you, Knight's Guard level 1, defense plus 5%. Player Supreme Emperor, uses skill on you, Thorn Aura level 1, reflects 5% of melee damage. Player Supreme Emperor, uses skill on you, Attack Aura level 1, attack plus 5%. Player Supreme Emperor, uses skill on you, Attack Speed Aura level 1, attack speed plus 5%. Player Train Driving Youth, uses skill on you, Speed Aura level 1, movement speed plus 5%. Player Staying Up Late Soaking Feet, uses skill on you, Electric Blade level 1, attack inflicts 5% lightning damage. Player Flying Bird, uses skill on you, Undead Feedback level 1, regenerates 10 HP per second. Player Flying Bird, uses skill on you, Undead Bestow level 1, regenerates 5 MP per second. The duration of these skills is all 30 minutes. Wow! Qinshen exclaimed. With a series of skill enhancements, his strength increased significantly, if not by a lot. Then, everyone's gaze turned to Qinshen. "Ahem! I don't have status skills, sorry. I'll be responsible for killing," Qinshen said to cover up his embarrassment. He directly used the skill Backstab on the Rock Giant Rhino. His body disappeared in front of everyone. The next moment, he appeared behind the Rock Giant Rhino. Like a gust of wind, his dagger pierced into the gap in the neck of the Rock Giant Rhino. With a splutter, the rock instantly burst. The damage numbers floated up from the top of the Rock Giant Rhino's head. Critical hit plus weakness, minus 2600. Roar! The Rock Giant Rhino let out a mournful cry and fell to the ground, killed instantly. Instant kill? Instant kill? The other 5 people widened their eyes, staring blankly at Qinshen. Damn! Is this monster so easy to kill? The train-driving youth raised his crossbow and shot at the other Rock Giant Rhino. Clang! The crossbow bolt landed on the Rock Giant Rhino, and it flew off directly. Minus 126. A light number slowly rose from the Rock Giant Rhino. Train-driving youth. How is this possible? The difference is too big. Everyone was also shocked. The difference was indeed too big. With over 100 damage, it would take more than 20 arrows to kill a Rock Giant Rhino. The gap with Qinshen was too big. The flying bird widened its eyes. "Boss, you're too strong, aren't you?" Qinshen, just basic skills. Staying up late soaking feet, indeed, you deserve to be the top attacker. Fatso, of course, otherwise how could you be our boss? Train driving youth, help me, I can't hold on. Prince, but, I see most of your attacks can crit and hit weak points, is it because of your attributes? Qinshen, oh right, I can share this with you. Train driving youth, hurry up, I can't keep up with healing potions. Qinshen, my critical hit rate is indeed high, that's unavoidable, but hitting weak points can be managed. When attacking most monsters or humans, aim for their eyes. Any hit is a weak point attack. Of course, if the eyes are not right, then change the place. Our assassins are more likely to cause weak point damage. You need to practice more. The boss is right. Huh, how come someone died? The boy driving the train. Health points emptied, fell to the ground. The rock giant rhinoceros, without a target of hatred, swayed back. Everyone looked at the body of the boy driving the train, speechless. Damn, young man, sleeping is not allowed here. You're done already? Too weak, you have to start over. Huh, why is his body still here? Hee, don't worry, I'm here. A bird walked out of the crowd, raised the staff in hand, and cast a spell on the boy driving the train. A dark green light enveloped the body. The next moment, suddenly, the system voice sounded. The bird uses resurrection on you. Do you agree to be resurrected? In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the boy driving the train regained half of his health points and stood up. Chen widened his eyes. Damn, the necromancer has resurrection so early? If I remember correctly, the priest of light needs to be level 50 to have resurrection, right? The bird smiled. The necromancer's resurrection has a 1-minute cooldown. Even if killed, after resurrection, the level won't drop. Isn't that crazy? Indeed crazy, that's the hidden class for you. Chen himself is a hidden class, couldn't help but sigh. Not that crazy, actually the necromancer's healing is not as crazy as the priest of light. The status is not as strong as the dark priest, it's moderate. This is already crazy. Ah, boss, I have something even crazier. With that, he applied another status to Chen. Player bird uses skill on you, Undead Return. Undead Return, instant full health resurrection after character death, all skill cooldowns reset to 0. Chen widened his eyes. This can no longer be described as crazy. Terrifying, so terrifying. Damn, isn't this bullying? The bird was a little proud. Actually, hidden classes also have their downsides, like not being able to learn secret techniques. Be content, ordinary classes can indeed learn secret techniques, but our skills are not inferior. A name popped into Chen's mind. Alright, everyone, since we are all familiar, let's level up. With the strength of everyone, it's no problem to fight 2 or 3 at a time. After all, there hasn't been a second job change yet, no group attack skills, few mages, so this is the only way. Chen used backstab when he had the chance, but what he was thinking about was still the hidden class. He remembered the electric motor. Couldn't help but send a message over. Nameless, brother, what are you doing? Electric motor, leveling up. Nameless, brother, I remember you are a hidden class, right? Electric motor, yes, a wandering mage. Indeed. Last time he single-handedly withstood the attack of a team from the Destiny Guild, with group control skills, extremely crazy. Nameless, that's great, brother, do you want to kill a few people, get a red name? Electric motor, does the great god want to invite me to the guild? Nameless, are you willing? Our guild has no other requirements, just that you have a red name. The electric motor didn't respond for a long time. Chen knew that some people were unwilling to get a red name. It should be said that the vast majority of players are unwilling. There are too many things to give up. Being treated as a street rat when going out is one thing, it's also difficult to team up for leveling in dungeon runs. Since the electric motor doesn't want to, then forget it. Chen didn't feel any loss. The red name sect indeed needs some strong players, but if the other party is unwilling, he won't force it. The next time he sees them, he will still kill them. Killed a few more rock giant rhinoceroses. Each rock giant rhinoceros can bring 1012 points of experience. Because it's a team, divided among 6 people, each person can get 506 points of experience. They killed 2 monsters, and Chen was able to kill 1 monster. Overall, leveling up in a team is much faster than doing it alone. After half an hour of killing, the experience points reached about half. At this rate, it will take just over half an hour to reach level 15. Although it's boring, teaming up has its benefits, such as laughing and playing games together, which adds to the fun. Chen almost forgot about the incident with the electric motor just now. But then he suddenly received a message. Electric motor, anonymous boss, I really want to join your guild. But my main quest requires me to be ranked first to trigger, sorry. Seeing his reply, Chen realized that he was already at level 19. He was even in the top 5 on the ranking list, higher than Fei Niao. Wow, this kid is amazing. Most players on the leaderboard have fixed teams and level up quickly, but this kid is leveling up alone and stands out. Anonymous, okay, I'll wait for you. If you encounter any trouble while leveling up, call me, and I'll bring people to escort you. Electric motor, thank you, boss. Does this kid not realize that he's a boss now? In the top 10 of the ranking list, he's a boss with a hidden profession. Some people are so awesome that they don't even realize it themselves. Chen Shen shook his head with a bitter smile. Just then, a voice sounded in the team. Brothers, I found something good. It was the young man driving the train. He was an archer, with fast movement speed and the longest attack range, but his equipment was not good, so he was responsible for pulling monsters for Chen Shen and the others to kill. What's wrong? Where are the monsters? We're waiting for you to pull them. Boss, there's a boss here. The excited voice of the train driver came through. Everyone's eyes lit up involuntarily. Boss. Sure enough, a giant rhinoceros was lying on a high slope hundreds of meters away from them. Divine Rhino Boss. Boss. Level 20. Health 180,000, and there were 2 elite rock giants beside it. These 2 elite rock giants were accompanying the wild boss, which was quite normal. We're so lucky to encounter a wild boss. There are few people here, so it's normal not to be discovered. Everyone, let's do it. Let's kill the elite monsters first, then the boss. Boss, you take command. Everyone's hopeful eyes turned to Chen Shen. The fat guy was in charge of management, Chen Shen was in charge of tactics, and the prince was in charge of spending money. The division of labor was clear. Chen Shen was the guild leader now, so naturally, he took the lead. You guys stay put, I'll go check it out first. Ha, boss, are you going alone? Boss, a level 20 boss, isn't it very strong? Strong, definitely strong, but it shouldn't be as strong as a level 10 earth dragon hatchling. I'm the fastest, I'll go lure the boss away, you guys take care of the 2 elite monsters. Okay, we'll follow your lead. Chen Shen tightened the dagger in his hand and quickly approached the boss. When he was about 10 meters away, he finally caught the boss's attention. The Divine Rhino boss roared and charged towards Chen Shen. The 2 elite monsters, on the other hand, began casting spells in place. It turned out that the boss was melee, while the 2 elite monsters were ranged. Chen Shen ran away swiftly. His speed was already fast, and with the passive, status, and ring bonuses, he was even faster than the boss. Quick, train, shoot those 2 elite monsters. Soon, with the cooperation of the group, they killed the 2 elite monsters. Before Chen Shen could say anything, the fat guy, who had excellent coordination, stepped forward with his shield. The shield charge can stun the opponent, ineffective against the boss, replaced by another special effect that can attract the boss's aggro. After being hit by the fat man's shield charge, a -57 number appeared on the head of the statue giant rhinoceros. Defense is high, I'll take the magic attack. The fat man attracts aggro at the front with the shield. Others are not slow either. Just now, after an hour of coordination, the tacit understanding goes without saying. Chen Shen turned around and backstabbed. Critical hit plus weak point -2,137 health. The defense is indeed outrageously high. It is much higher than a level 10 earth dragon hatchling. Fortunately, the attack power is not high, only about 200 health points each time the fat man is hit. With the flying bird, there is no problem at all. The magic defense is not high, and the prince and the night-soaked feet have good magic attack output. Can deal over 500 health points. Chen Shen's group is already considered the top configuration in the entire game. The speed of killing this statue giant rhinoceros is also very fast. Watching the health slowly deplete. But just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Brothers, the red-named church's people are fighting the boss. Quick, steal the boss. Steal what boss? Kill people first. Chen Shen and others' faces changed drastically. Just then, 2 groups of people came from not far away. 12 people came towards them in a grand manner. The names of the 3 players at the forefront are all Wuji. Oh no, it's the Wuji family. Damn, are we that unlucky? Encountering them. The Wuji family is the most famous existence in the entire game besides Chen Shen. Simply because the Wuji war god, who is ranked first on the level leaderboard, is one of them. At least 10 out of the top 20 on the leaderboard are theirs. Whether it's the equipment leaderboard, level leaderboard, or attack leaderboard, their people are far ahead. The only ones who can compare with them are the current red name church. Everyone has a consensus. Those called Wuji are very powerful. Like the 3 leaders. Wuji White Paper, Elemental Mage, level 19. Wuji Milk Bottle, Light Priest, level 18. Wuji Little Skinny 3, Ice Swordsman, level 18. The people they bring are also of high level, at least above level 15. Anyway, Chen Shen has the lowest level. Among the living beings, there is a watershed of 5 levels, such as 15 levels, 20 levels. Because equipment is divided into tiers every 5 levels. With low levels, their attributes are not high, and the majority of their attributes come from equipment. At this stage, the gap between levels 15 and 20 is not significant, as everyone can only wear level 15 equipment. The 12 players can all be considered high-end players. Chen Shen looked sullenly at the statue giant rhinoceros. He said in a deep voice, "There's only 10% of health left, no time. Boss, I'll call for help." The young man driving the train directly called for help in the guild channel. The cohesion of the guild goes without saying. Red names like PK just sent out, and those online responded immediately. Chen Shen still looked serious. "It's still too late. No matter what method you use, hold him back. I'll take him away and kill him." "Okay, boss." The fat man quickly changed his status. Chen Shen made 2 quick strikes, relying on high attack power to hold the boss's aggro, and ran in the opposite direction. Trying to run? "Brothers, chase." The prince blocked their way. "We are from the Red Name Church." Wuji White Paper sneered. "Do you think I don't know? Give us some face, this boss is ours." "Give you face? Funny, killing you guys from the Red Name Church not only allows us to get the boss, but also kill you for equipment drops, how cool." The prince's face darkened slightly. "So, is your Wuji family going to be enemies with our Red Name Church?" Wuji White Paper's smile gradually froze. "My friend is called Mo2. He was killed by your boss No Name. This grudge must be avenged. Brothers, kill them." Watching Chen Shen getting farther away, the members of the Wuji family went straight up. "Brothers, kill." The fat guy, not one to mince words, charged directly at the Wuji milk bottle with a shield. The battle was about to begin. 12 against 5, even with a hidden profession like Fei Niao on their side, they couldn't withstand the attacks. The fat guy charged into the enemy group, and in less than 3 seconds, he was surrounded by chaotic blades and countless spells and skills bombarding him, his health instantly depleted. Fei Niao raised his hand and cast a resurrection spell. As the fat guy got up, the opponent shouted, "They have a resurrection spell, kill that priest. First, take down their priest. In a team battle, you can lose, but the priest must die." The 12 men all aimed their spears at Fei Niao. The battle on this side was intense. At the same time, Chen Shen led the boss away from the crowd, took a continuous healing potion, and said, "Hold on, I'll be right back." With that, he began to solo the boss. Fortunately, the godlike rhinoceros's attacks were not high, and it didn't have any crazy skills. Soloing was feasible. Now, it was a race to see if the boss would die first or if the princes would fall first. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Watching the fat guy die and resurrect again, Chen Shen felt anxious and directly faced the godlike rhinoceros. With his attack lifesteal, a bunch of buffs, and healing potions, he barely managed to withstand the attacks. 9%, 8%, princes, fat guy, hold on. As the godlike rhinoceros's health dwindled, just as it seemed it would die soon, Fei Niao and the team had his health depleted and died. Chen Shen's face changed drastically, and he angrily said, "You damn bastards." Fei Niao was the highest-ranked hidden profession in their guild. Dying would result in a level reduction, dropping them out of the top 10 rankings. Damn it! Before Chen Shen could get angry, he attacked the godlike rhinoceros methodically. However, soon the prince's health was also depleted, followed by the young man driving the train. Chen Shen's expression grew increasingly grim until everyone in the team was dead. Chen Shen silently sent 2 exclamation marks to the guild. At the same time, a noisy sound of footsteps rang out. "Brothers, only Wuming is left. Kill Wuming." 12 against 1, a fair fight. 12 against 5, losing was normal. It seemed like Chen Shen hadn't heard their words as he executed backstabs, weak point attacks, and critical hits. The godlike rhinoceros's health gradually diminished. Wuji Baiji saw this and became anxious. "Brothers, hurry, the boss is about to die. Quick, quick." The 12 men ran fast. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. They were about to enter the attack range when suddenly, the godlike rhinoceros let out a mournful cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, and treasures scattered all around. There were over 100 gold coins. A diamond-like light shone, revealing a piece of platinum equipment. But what truly surprised Chen Shen was that next to the platinum equipment lay an ancient-looking token. Without hesitation, Chen Shen picked up the loot. Just as he did so, Wuji Baiji's face changed drastically. "Guild token, it's the guild token, ranged attacks, get him." Being a skilled player himself, he knew that assassins had stealth skills. Afraid that Chen Shen would escape, he made the first move to put the opponent in combat mode, preventing them from going into stealth. Bang! Before Chen Shen could even finish collecting the loot, 2 arrows hit his body. -149, -187. 2 numbers appeared above his head. Chen Shen entered combat mode. After collecting the loot, Chen Shen drank a bottle of healing potion, slowly got up, and cast a cold gaze over the members of the Wuji family. "Ha, Wuming, you can't escape now. After a red name dies, all the items in the inventory will drop. The platinum equipment from earlier, the guild token, they all belong to our Wuji family." The 12 men slowly surrounded Chen Shen. Chen Shen's gaze swept over everyone, taking a deep breath. "I, Wu Ming, hereby declare that I am irreconcilable with the Wuji family. In the future, when encountering members of the Wuji family, kill without mercy. See one, kill one. Ha, what red name sect, rubbish, will kill your people. Laughing to death, isn't it said online that they are very strong? Why are they so weak? Wuji Baiji excitedly said, Wu Ming, you've really worked hard, helping us so much. Members of the Wuji family mocked Chen Chen one after another. It seemed like Chen Chen was already a turtle in a jar. Is that so? The guild badge is in my inventory. If you dare, come and kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Chen rushed towards Wuji milk bottle. TSK, one person wants to challenge the 12 of us? Idiot, kill him. A major battle was about to break out. Chen Chen faced the flashing lights all around. His head was unusually calm. He silently counted the time. In about 2 seconds, all spells, arrows, were almost simultaneously released. The early skill time, especially for ranged professions, had a chanting time of about 2 seconds. Just as these skills were about to hit Chen Chen, the Wuji milk bottle entered attack range. Backstab. Chen Chen whispered. His body disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Wuji milk bottle. All skills landed on empty ground. The smile on Wuji Baiji's face disappeared instantly. The crowd was also shocked. Damn! How can he do that? He actually used the assassin's backstab skill to dodge all skills. How did he do it? Among the 12 people, there were also assassins. As assassins themselves, they knew the difficulty. The timing of skill release, familiarity with other professions, combat experience, all were indispensable. Chen Chen actually dodged all skills. It was simply a miracle. What are you standing there for? Don't help! The anxious voice of the Wuji milk bottle rang out. Chen Chen dodged all skills with a backstab, stabbed him in the forehead, instantly triggering his passive life-saving skill, Guardian of the Light God. While everyone was stunned, he struck again, instantly killing the Wuji milk bottle. Player killed, Wuji milk bottle. Sin value +1, sin value, 278. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +272 points. Damn, he killed the milk bottle captain. Damn, brothers, kill him. Let's see what other skills he has. Attack. Chen Chen did not lose his composure because of their shouts. His mind was extremely clear. After killing the Wuji milk bottle, Chen Chen rushed towards the nearest elemental mage. The order in which he killed people had never changed. First the milk mom, then the mage, archer, the squishy ones. Next was the summoner, followed by the warrior, spellblade, and finally the samurai. It never changed. When the elemental mage saw Chen Chen approaching, he did not panic. Instead, he cast a frost shield on himself and chanted a spell towards Chen Chen. Too slow. Little did he know, Chen Chen bypassed him directly and came to the archer behind him. He stabbed the opponent's vital points with a dagger. Don't let him stab the neck. Weak point damage. The members of the Wuji family were all elites. Naturally, they couldn't be compared to others. Faced with Chen Chen's attacks, they remained calm. Knowing that they couldn't run away, they directly took the attacks with their bodies, while also launching attacks on Chen Chen. -180, -271, critical hit -450, -140. Chen Chen's head kept showing damage numbers. In no time, he had lost 1,000 points of health. But seeing Chen Chen's remaining health, the members of the Wuji family were even more surprised. How is this possible? Why does his health remain so high? Yeah, the health of an ordinary assassin is not even half of his. He not only has a lot of health points, but also high defense. When I fight others, it's twice as hard as him. Just as they were surprised, Chen Chen launched an attack on the crossbowman. -689, critical hit -1,591. Two normal attacks unexpectedly directly killed the crossbowman and restored 200 health to himself. Chen Chen's hands kept moving, biting on 2 bottles of health potions in a row. He regained most of his health, turned around and went to kill the elemental mage. The elemental mage's frost shield also disappeared at this time. Everything seemed to be arranged. Little did they know, all of this was calculated in Chen Chen's mind. There was not a trace of luck involved. Just then, those melee professions rushed over. Damn it, nameless, go to hell. Kill. Can't dodge, then don't dodge. Chen Chen withstood all the attacks and killed the mage. And his own health also bottomed out in an instant. Backstab. Seeing the backstab skill cooldown, Chen Chen killed another one with a backstab. 12 against 1, Nameless killed 4 of them. You should feel honored. Nameless, guild badge, I'll take it. With the mad laughter of Wuji Baiji, Chen Chen's health was emptied. Trading 4 lives for a guild badge was a good deal. But the next moment, Wuji Baiji was stunned. Chen Chen had just a trace of health left, not only did he not die, but he also rushed towards him. No, what's going on? Ah! Wuji Baiji still wanted to take the guild badge, getting very close. In an instant, Chen Chen closed in on him. Rising up in the face of death, he made an ordinary stab. Critical hit -4150. The shocking number floated above Wuji Baiji's forehead, directly killing him. Chen Chen gained 400 health, plus the health potion and passive skills. He quickly returned to over 600 health. How is this possible? Damn, isn't he dead? With 1 second left before dying, Chen Chen didn't want to waste that second. Attack! Another assassin was killed in an instant. By now, the opponent had lost 6 people. Killing 6 out of 12 frontline players was already the limit. The opponent instantly guessed that he had a life-saving skill. Wuji Xiaobai-san angrily said, "Run? Can you escape?" Chen Chen had just taken a step forward. He was killed by a random blade. This time, he truly died. But after his death, nothing exploded from his inventory. Wuji Xiaobai-san, how is this possible? Doesn't a red name explode everything? This nameless is too mysterious. How can there be equipment that doesn't explode with a red name? Damn it! Quick, look at his body. Only to see a dark green smoke rising from Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen's body instantly stood up, enveloped in the smoke. If I don't kill all of you, how can I bear to die? At this moment, Chen Chen seemed to have emerged from a mysterious hell. Backstab. In the moment of resurrection, all skills were on cooldown. Chen Chen's last-minute burst had also cooled down. The opponent had lost their healer, mage, and assassin. Only a few melee fighters remained. Not a concern. One by one, they were slowly killed. For the Wuji family, this day was a day of shame. It was the day they were nailed to the pillar of shame. When the red name cultists arrived here to rescue them, they only saw their leader Nameless standing in front of 12 corpses. Leader! Damn, did the leader kill everyone? Damn, the Wuji family is nothing special. All the red name cultists were excited. 99% of them joined the red name cult because of Chen Chen's strength. Chen Chen slowly raised his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the 12 bodies. As long as they were not resurrected, the bodies would not disappear. Chen Chen knew they were unwilling, and so was he. In front of all the red name cultists, Chen Chen sat there for a long time. All the members of the red name sect looked at them as they grew, without saying a word. Chen Chen's gaze swept over all the players and he slowly spoke, "Brothers, why have we gathered here?" His voice was not loud, but it rang in everyone's ears. "To kill!" For excitement, everyone chimed in. Chen Chen's mouth slowly curled up. "Indeed, in my opinion, we gather together to bully others. We, the Red Name Sect, exist to bully others, but others cannot bully us, the Red Name Sect. I am domineering, I am unreasonable. The Limitless family wants trouble? From today on, the Red Name Sect and the Limitless family are at odds. In the future, no matter who, no matter which power, as long as they disrespect our Red Name Sect, we will kill their entire family. Brothers, are you ready to be enemies with the whole server? Kill their entire family. Enemy of the server." They were all ruthless individuals who killed without mercy. Joining the Red Name Sect, isn't it for excitement, for arrogance and tyranny? They shouted excitedly. Chen Chen slowly walked into the crowd. The crowd automatically made way for him. Chen Chen walked in front. Everyone followed behind, leaving the Rhino Jungle in a grand manner. After a KTV session, the members of the Red Name Sect dispersed to level up. Chen Chen returned to the chaotic burial mound. Several people in the team had already heard the news and were waiting here. Damn, Lao Mo is awesome. Boss is mighty. So cool. Chen Chen smiled and said, "I made you lose levels, ashamed, it's because I, the boss, didn't do well." Damn, what are you talking about? Isn't this a touching plot? We don't buy into it. Exactly, by joining the Red Name Sect, we are already prepared to be killed by others. The few acted as if nothing had happened. But he knew, the higher the level, the harder it was to level up. Now, the best levelers were stuck at level 19. The difficulty of leveling up was evident. Fei Niao's level was a pity. Chen Chen smiled and said, however, it's not without any gains. After speaking, he distributed several pieces of equipment to the group. Silver grade bow, level 15 equipment. Gold grade ring, level 15 equipment. Gold grade shield, level 15 equipment. Silver grade robe, level 15 equipment. A total of 7 pieces of equipment. Damn, boss, what are these? 2 were dropped by the Divine Rhino, and the other 5 were dropped by the members of the Limitless family. Choose for yourselves to make up for your levels. Damn, boss, you're awesome. Lao Mo, you're really something. The 5 were very excited. They were indeed from the Limitless family, with equipment that made people envious. Even the worst silver equipment among these could be worth thousands. The 5 didn't hesitate and started choosing. But boss, what about you? Chen said indifferently, as for me, I can just use some trash weapons. Saying so, he casually handed out a weapon. Divine Idol Dagger, Platinum Grade. Required level, 20. Attributes, attack power plus 350. Critical hit rate plus 10%. Critical hit damage plus 20%. Skill, Divine Idol Guard, passive. Divine Idol Guard, reduces damage taken by 10%. Seeing this equipment, everyone's eyes widened. Damn, platinum equipment. Damn, boss, you'll be invincible at level 20. Our boss is always invincible. Chen smiled mysteriously, there's something even more invincible. He then posted another item. Guild Creation Token. Essential item for creating a guild. Seeing the guild creation token, no one spoke. They all stared at Chen with wide eyes. We're going to be rich. Damn, holy cow. Fatty, how much is the token now? 800,000. Isn't it already at 2 million gold coins? It was originally 1 million, but later, because no one bid, it rose to 2 million. But that was the price of the first token. Isn't this our first token? The young man driving the train just finished speaking and was stunned. Fat helplessly said, you're right, after our guild came out, the price dropped, and it's not easy to sell for 800,000. Chen said indifferently, well, it's still money. We earned it together, splitting it among the 6 of us, we still made a fortune. Fei Niao said, split among 6 people? No, we didn't do much, I won't take this money. Night Owl said, Fei Niao is right, I won't take this money either. Hearing their words, Chen was shocked. Brothers, that's tens of thousands. Cash. Don't you want it? We'll take what's rightfully ours, and I won't take what isn't. The guild token relies on the guild leader alone, as for levels, the equipment just now has compensated us. Chen secretly gave them a thumbs up. I didn't expect you two to be hidden millionaires. Who wouldn't be tempted by tens of thousands? Without stealing or robbing, truly receiving tens of thousands for free. Yes, Fei Niao and Night Owl are right. Others also agreed. Chen pondered for a moment, let's sell it, and use it as the guild's operating funds in the future. After speaking, he directly traded with the fat man. This game is obviously expensive, but even ordinary people can make money. However, they are the top guild on the server, so they will have more expenses in the future, such as buying medicine, consumables, upgrading the guild buildings, reward mechanisms, everywhere will require money. In the past, when playing other games, the prince would directly top up money. If they sell this token, they won't have to worry about the guild's funds in the future. Good, it's decided. I have no objections. Fat man, find someone to sell them. As for the brothers, arrange them in leadership positions. Chen said lightly, I'll leave the guild matters to you. A guild can only have 1 leader, 1 vice leader, 10 officers, and 50 elites. In the current red name sect, Chen is the leader, and the fat man is the vice leader. Even the prince is just an ordinary member. Mainly because he, like Chen, doesn't like to manage things, he just enjoys the game. Otherwise, Chen would have given him the leader position long ago. After today, the red name sect gained 4 more officers. In this situation, the prince couldn't refuse. Seeing the congratulatory voices in the guild, as well as requests for elite positions, Chen said in the guild, in the future, whoever makes a significant contribution can become an officer. If anyone kills members of the infinite family, there are 2 people, call me Rain Lover, I also love the rain, kill them, take a screenshot, and become an elite. Yes, Chen wants to kill them until they quit the game. This goal has never changed. The fat man looked at Chen in confusion. Old Mo, where are you going? Chen sighed, I just thought about it, you guys continue leveling up, I'll act alone, protect you, and kill the people around us. Teaming up for leveling is indeed enjoyable, but there are often people killed in the guild. His level is not the most important thing, acting alone, being able to kill others, and protect the guild members while they level up, is the best choice. You better find another elemental mage, who can handle groups of monsters, faster than me. The others didn't say much, they knew that an elemental mage is indeed the best choice for leveling up. Let's leave it at that for today, I'm logging off, see you tomorrow, brothers. See you tomorrow, old Mo, let's log off. Alright, I'll log off right away. Watching the few of them log off, Chen approached Toothless John. Although they all dropped a level after practicing for almost an hour, Chen did not. He did not drop a level and even killed the statue of the giant rhinoceros alone, successfully reaching level 15. Although, level 15 is quite low. John, I have reached level 15, is there anything I can help with? Toothless John exclaimed, Guardian, you have become stronger again, that's great, you can save our people. Our people are trapped in the chaotic burial mound of the undead, our alchemists, our iron miners, our skilled generals. We hope you can try every means to help them out of trouble. Accept mission, revival of the chaotic burial mound. Mission content, go to the beginning of the undead and rescue the NPCs in the chaotic burial mound. Mission reward, guardian mount. Seeing this mission, Chen Shen had a rough idea. It's another series of tasks. The task should be long, and it won't be done in a few days. After completing the mission, there will definitely be many more NPCs in the chaotic burial mound, such as medicine sellers and equipment sellers. Especially the mission reward mount, which surprised Chen Chen. A handsome toy is about to appear. Just then, Chen Chen suddenly smelled a fragrance. This smell was not from the game, but from outside the game. Since the mission is a series of tasks, there is no need to rush. He logged out directly on the spot. He took off his helmet. Chen Chen felt a little dazed. The mortal world is too real. After playing for so long, he could no longer distinguish between reality and the game. The fragrance in the dormitory was unusually strong. Chen Chen's stomach growled. Damn, what smells so good? Ha, Lao Mo, you woke up just in time, the takeout just arrived. In front of Prince was a large pot of hot pot. The table was filled with various lamb rolls, beef slices, shrimp balls, beef balls. He actually ordered a large table of hot pot. Chen Chen's mouth watered. He got out of bed, took a seat, all in one go. Taking a deep breath of the fragrance. Damn, Prince is mighty. Hey, where's Fatty? Shouldn't he be feasting at this time? He's still in the game. Prince gestured. Fatty was still lying on his bed. The screen of his helmet showed that he was still in the game. Chen Chen asked in confusion, didn't you guys log out earlier? How can he resist the smell of hot pot? Ha, you don't know, we might be getting rich. Guild badge? 800,000, I know. More than that. The guild badge was handed to Fatty. Fatty was under immense pressure. While looking for a buyer, he suddenly saw a post from the Wuji family. The post was just made, not cursing the Red Name sect, nor cursing Chen Chen. It was a request to buy the guild badge. The post was made by the Wuji war god. The Wuji war god's post was simple. Wuji family is buying guild badges for 1.5 million. The title of the post was simple and straightforward. Chen Chen looked at the post on his phone and couldn't help but exclaim, the Wuji family is really rich. Prince laughed, isn't it because you're awesome? Seeing his expression, Chen Chen suddenly realized. Because he created the Red Name sect, the price of the guild badge dropped. And because he killed members of the Wuji family, they hated him to the core and wanted to create a guild for sure. Understanding this point, Chen Chen was overjoyed. Sell it, of course, sell it to them. Who can't get along with money? Moreover, as time goes by, more and more guild badges will be issued, and they will become less valuable in the end. Not only did he kill their people, but he could also earn their money. Perfect. Fatty also thinks so, but the key is, they know that your guild badge in the future, they definitely won't want yours. Fatty is thinking of throwing it to the auction house, but the auction house charges 5% commission. He's heartbroken, so he's thinking of a way. Ha, that's right, 5% is 75,000, of course we can't let it go. Let's eat first. When the taste comes up, this Fatty will come out on his own. The two of them really understood the Fatty well. As the hot pot boiled, soon the whole dorm room was filled with the aroma of hot pot. The taste of hot pot and instant noodles have a similar charm. When you're hungry, you really want to eat it. After eating your fill, you find the taste unbearable. The Fatty was obviously the former. Chen Chen had just eaten the first piece of meat. The sound of squeaking came from the Fatty's bed. Damn, you two beasts, it smells so good. Another round of squeaking. The Fatty got out of bed, didn't say a word, picked up his chopsticks and started eating. I'm so hungry, it's so delicious. Fatty, slow down, there's plenty more. How long has it been since we last ate? Looking outside, it was already evening. I don't know, Fatty, did you sell the guild badge? Sold it. Ha? Chen Chen and Taizi stared at the Fatty in disbelief. How much? 1.55 million. Ha? How come so much? Did you sell it to the Wuji family? How did you sell it to them? Are they willing to buy it? It's simple, they bought it for 1.5 million. Actually they wouldn't mind paying 1.6 million. I just bribed a person from their guild with 50,000 as a hard work fee, and he helped me sell it. The money has been deposited into the guild fund, only the two of us have the authority to use it. The Fatty said very casually, and even ate a meatball on the side. Chen Chen and Taizi looked at the Fatty in utter shock. Damn, I never realized before, Fatty, you're amazing. Our future fortune depends on you. Ha, no problem, with my predictions, this game has just begun. There will be more opportunities to get rich in the future. With this one, 55 million, we have the capital. Chen Chen excitedly said, it's good to sell it to them. In the future, we'll have people to fight. I was just worried about not having anyone to kill. With a guild, there's face, there's killing. It suited Chen Chen's taste. Kill, the more intense the better. Let's eat, let's eat. The three of them enjoyed the hot pot, it was so refreshing. After finishing the hot pot, to celebrate the sale of the guild badge, they specially took a bath. Whether they went up to the third floor or not, that remains unknown. While they were celebrating, the game was in chaos. Following the Red Name Cult's reign of terror, another guild appeared in the game. The Wuji Guild. The guild leader, Wuji War God, ranked first in levels, second in equipment rankings, second in attack rankings, and second in guild rankings. Apart from the level rankings, this perennial second place was not willing to accept it. Just after creating the guild, he sent a server-wide announcement. Wuji War God, recruiting top players, as long as you are in the top 100 players, enemy guild, Red Name Cult, the Ruthless and Lawless. When this news came out, the entire forum went crazy. Red Name Cult is at its peak, Wuji Guild is rising, this time I stand with Wuji Guild. Funny, what's the use of you standing with them, will they accept you? Red Name Cult only accepts red names, they dominate the evil rankings, but in terms of real strength, they are a level below Wuji Guild. Hee, you haven't seen it, Red Name Cult is very united. The internet was in an uproar. In the game, it was equally chaotic. Members of the Red Name Cult and Wuji Guild would kill each other on sight. Other guilds like Destiny Guild, Tyrant Guild, were just fishing in troubled waters. The members of the Red Name Cult were in agony, while their guild leader and vice leader were comfortably taking a bath, just returning to the dorm. I'm not going to play the game, you guys play, I'm going out. Just back in the dorm, Taizi changed clothes, ready to go out. Really, another girl? Weren't you just now? Don't mind him, let's play the game. Chen Chen and the fatty couldn't be bothered with Taizi, after all, this guy's life was colorful. They climbed onto the bed, slowly put on the gaming helmet. Chen Chen's eyes were pitch black, slowly lighting up. Welcome player, Nameless enters the game. The gentle voice of the system sounded. Chen Chen saw the scene of the chaotic burial mound in front of him. There were a dozen red names around. When they saw Chen Chen appear, they ran over excitedly. Boss, you finally came. Boss, it's great, Sob, if you didn't come, we wouldn't be able to hold on. Chen Chen looked puzzled. What happened? Weren't you supposed to level up? Everyone started talking. Chen Chen also roughly understood the situation. The Wuji Guild was established, continuously recruiting top players, very powerful. They had just been established, and the guild's activities were to kill the members of the Red Name Sect. Killing the Red Name Sect not only brought fame, but also crucially dropped equipment. Bags were full. The drop rate of equipment on them was higher than that of ordinary players. The members of the Red Name Sect were in great distress. Boss, there are no NPCs here, only a warehouse, we have no medicine, no equipment, what should we do? Yes, boss, after turning red, we can only revive at the chaotic burial mound. Boss, they are blocking the chaotic burial mound now, we can't get out. Several brothers have quit the guild. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, blocking us? Interesting, let's go, form a team with me. Ha, the boss is back, brothers, form a team. Kill all these Wuji dogs. The members of the Red Name Sect suddenly had a backbone. A dozen people walked towards the exit of the chaotic burial mound in a grand manner. At the entrance of the chaotic burial mound, indeed, there were more than 30 players gathered. The lowest level among these players was 18. The highest was still 19. To reach level 20, they needed to complete a job change task, and not even the Wuji War God had achieved that. These players chatted and laughed in groups of 2 or 3 outside the mine pit. This Red Name Sect is really useless, they can't withstand our attacks at all. Yes, they are almost all dead. The person I killed went from level 15 to 10, so pitiful, huh? The Red Name Sect is completely unworthy of being our Wuji Guild's opponents. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, brothers, look, the Red Name Sect is coming out. Nameless, the leader is Nameless. Upon hearing the name Nameless, everyone was startled and looked towards the entrance of the chaotic burial mound. They saw Chen Chen followed by a group of red names at the entrance. Oh, isn't this Nameless? After hiding for so long, are you finally willing to come out? Huh, he's afraid of being killed, that's why he didn't dare to come out. Nameless also has a day of fear, TSK. The members of the Wuji Guild surrounded them. The leader was none other than the familiar figure, Wuji Baiji. He hated the Red Name Sect and took on the task of besieging them. Chen Chen didn't say a word, his hands trembling slightly. Brothers, did you see that? He's trembling with fear. Ha, trembling? Scared? Chen Chen's mouth slightly curved up, can't you see, am I excited? Excited? Fatty did well, this is how you PK, isn't the game about PK, about killing? Brothers, kill. Chen Chen rushed out excitedly, even though the opponents were twice their number. Watching Chen Chen's resolute figure, there was a sense of determination that even if facing 1,000 troops, they would charge forward, which swept away the gloom of the red name sect members. Roaring, kill, quick, attack nameless. Wuji Baiji watched Chen Chen charging over and was taken aback. He was already level 18, if he dropped to 17, he would be the lowest in the entire guild. By then, how could he still have the face to be a cadre? However, the more afraid of death, the worse one played. Chen Chen smirked, meeting again, backstab. It was the same familiar operation. Although he took a few hits, Chen Chen's health was still healthy, his speed was just too fast. No one can keep up. Look at him again. With a swoosh, he disappeared and reappeared behind the blank paper. Frost Shield. Blank paper quickly activated a life-saving skill for himself. The level 1 Frost Shield can withstand 1,000 points of damage and will also reduce the opponent's attack speed and movement speed. It is the signature skill of the Elemental Mage. But, is 1,000 points enough? Put. Chen Chen skillfully stabbed a dagger into the back of the blank paper. Steady and precise. Minus 3,980 floated above blank paper's head. The shield shattered, directly killing him. Player killed, blank paper. Sin value +1, sin value, 291. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +298 points. Chen Chen's body turned light blue, apparently affected by the frost shield. However, the next moment, a burst of light enveloped him. The passive of the frost shield disappeared instantly. It was the passive skill of the Guardian Ring, removing all debuffs. Not good. The captain has been killed. Healers, help me heal, the red name church people are rushing in. Members of the Infinite Guild panicked. They didn't know who to attack. Chen Chen took the lead and swiftly attacked a summoner nearby. At this stage, even without using skills, there was no squishy that could withstand 3 strikes from Chen Chen. The Guardian Ring increased all attributes, making his attack speed faster than an ordinary assassin. 2 strikes took care of the summoner. Chen Chen's health instantly replenished due to the passive skill. Killing brothers is exhilarating. Kill. 12 against 30. A gap was opened. Not good, brothers, call for reinforcements. Chen Chen continued to reap lives. His high attack power, health, and defense were terrifying. The Infinite Guild wanted to launch an offensive against Chen Chen, but other members of the Red Name Church also rushed in. Although their attack power was not high, they kept the Infinite Guild members busy, leaving them no time to deal with Chen Chen. Just because of Chen Chen's participation, the losses on both sides were surprisingly equal. The Red Name Church's respawn point was at the Chaotic Burial Mound. The Infinite Guild's respawn point was in the nearby city of Built. It would take over 10 minutes to arrive. The Red Name Church members kept respawning, fighting more bravely each time. In no time, they were wiped out by the Red Name Church. Chen Chen alone killed 20 people. These 20 people were not only from the Infinite Guild. In his bloodlust, he even killed several bystanders. Looking at the loot scattered on the ground, the Red Name Church members cheered. We won, brothers. These bastards, feels good. Although we dropped 2 levels, it was satisfying. What's level? In the future, I'll help you level up. This is how the game should be played for fun. Chen Chen took a deep breath, looking at the Red Name people. This badge sells well. Only in this way can one quickly kill and rally people, discerning who can share hardships together. Slowly raising his hand, instantly, everyone quieted down. Chen Chen's prestige was evident. Brothers, the Infinite Guild will soon come back. One assassin brother, wait on the main road. Others, distribute some potions, prepare for the next battle. Yes, boss. The crowd was excited. Little did they know, this famous mining area battle started with them. Chen Chen no longer concealed anything. He directly shouted in the guild, Fatty, get some potions, buy some equipment, online friends, get online, those who are leveling up, get ready, hurry back to the Chaotic Burial Mound. We are going to have the first battle with the Infinite Guild. Fatty, alright, brothers, we have plenty of potions. Whoever gets equipment drops, screenshot it for me, preferably from the shop. After all, the other side is also using shop goods. Got it, just blew up their golden sword, so cool. In a recent battle, the nameless sect made a profit. Just as they were discussing, the scout sent a message. Members of the Wuji Guild have left the city, about 300 people, coming in a grand manner. The scout did a good job. From afar, he could actually estimate the number of people. Upon hearing 300 people, the members of the Red Name sect fell silent for a moment. Currently, there are only 250 online members of the Red Name Sect. After all, the Red Name Sect has been established for almost half a day. Now it's nighttime, so many people have logged off. On the other hand, the Wuji Guild, being newly established, has most of its members online. The players from the Luanzang Ridge are only about 50 people. Upon hearing the number, Xin Shen became even more excited. 300 people? Ha, brothers, don't compete with me then. Ha, boss. Don't mess around. With our boss here, no matter how many come, it's all for nothing. That's right, our boss is awesome. Nameless, next, listen to my command. 300 people, I'll make them all drop a level. Yes, boss. Nameless, good. It's about time, everyone, start buffing up. Various auras lit up on the Luanzang Ridge. Various buffs were applied in preparation for the upcoming battle. At the same time, the 300 members of the Wuji Guild also arrived at the mining area in a grand manner. It wasn't just members of the Wuji Guild who came, but also hundreds of onlookers. Wuji Guild vs. Red Name Sect, the only two guilds left in the world facing off. Boss, they've entered the mining area, heading straight to Luanzang Ridge. Shen Shen took a deep breath. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Shen Shen suppressed his excitement. Slowly raising his hand, he said, "All assassins, go invisible." Among the Red Name Sect, there were no other classes, but there were the most assassins, numbering over 150. At this moment, there were about 70 of them at Luanzang Ridge, accounting for a third. Following Chen Chen's command, all assassins used their invisibility skill. The scene was shocking. 70 people disappeared simultaneously. At the same time, the members of the Wuji Guild had already arrived outside Luanzang Ridge. Indeed, there were about 300 of them, blocking the exit of Luanzang Ridge. The perimeter was surrounded by hundreds of onlookers. More were joining, calling their friends. Damn, I'm about to log off, seeing such an exciting event. I heard Nameless came online and took down dozens of Wuji members single-handedly. Is that true? Is Nameless really that strong? Just watch, I bet this time the Red Name Sect will win. You don't understand, the Red Name Sect's strength can't compare to the Wuji Guild. The Red Name Sect only has Nameless as a strong player, the rest are all useless, with inferior equipment and levels. Few people were optimistic about the Red Name Sect. The rankings were clear at a glance. Despite the Red Name Sect dominating the evil rankings, it was just for show. The members of the Wuji Guild were all experts on the equipment, level, and attack rankings. Those in the know could see the difference between the two at a glance. Some curious individuals opened the rankings. Of course, amidst the talk and excitement, video recording was essential. Before the battle began, one by one either started live streaming or recording videos. Leading the Wuji Guild this time was not Nameless by Ji, but the 5th-ranked Wuji Sword Saint on the attack rankings. The Wuji Sword Saint stepped forward among the crowd and shouted towards Luanzang Ridge, "Cowards of the Red Name Sect, lost your nerve? Come out if you dare. That's right, today we'll stay right here. Those who dare to kill us, but not come out? Cowards. Today, we'll make the Red Name Sect cower." The members of the Wuji Guild began to boast. In any game, being killed and not daring to leave the safe zone is the most embarrassing thing. Once word gets out, no one will join the Red Name Sect. Facing the provocation from the Infinite Guild, the arrogant Red Name Sect showed no reaction, standing at the entrance of the chaotic burial mound, watching everything coldly. You see, I was right, the people of the Red Name Sect are not fools, they are also afraid of losing levels. That's true, in such a large-scale battle, some people might even drop a level. They are less than 200 people, how can they beat the Infinite Guild? Only recruiting red names, I knew early on that such a bizarre guild wouldn't last long. The onlookers around also mocked one after another. After all, they had traveled so far to come and watch the excitement, but the Red Name Sect messed up, naturally causing dissatisfaction. All the people of the Red Name Sect looked strange. The Infinite Guild and the onlookers couldn't see it, but the people of the Red Name Sect could see it clearly. The 70 assassins in the sect were in stealth mode, approaching their respective targets. Priests, archers, mages became the main targets. Seeing everyone in position, Chen Chen shouted in the guild channel, "Attack! Kill!" Almost simultaneously, all the assassins attacked their targets. The Red Name Sect players gathered at the entrance of the chaotic burial mound also rushed out instantly. The front row consisted of warriors, followed closely by swordsmen and magic swordsmen, mages, archers, and summoners who stepped out of the safe zone to start charging their spells. The Red Name Sect's only 3 priests stood in the safe zone to heal them. With Chen Chen's arrangements, everyone performed their duties. The Infinite Guild was just laughing and mocking at the chaotic burial mound a moment ago. They didn't expect the attack to come so suddenly. Chen Chen was the first to kill a priest, kicking off the chaotic battle. No, It wasn't the chaotic battle of the Red Name Sect, it was the chaotic battle of the Infinite Guild. Ambush! Kill the assassins! Oh no! The enemy shield warrior is charging in. But before the front row could react, the front row of the Red Name Sect was heavily stunned by shield warriors and heavy hammer warriors. At first, the Infinite Sword Saint didn't even bother with the Red Name Sect. However, as soon as he made contact with the members of the Infinite Guild, chaos ensued, making him extremely anxious. Don't panic, damn it, warriors, hold the line, all ranged classes, get close to the melee classes, take out those assassins first. But before he could finish his sentence, a large number of arrows and spells rained down from the sky, coordinating with the assassins to kill the ranged classes. Although Chun Chen's attacks were single target, he was like a reaper constantly harvesting lives. He attacked while commanding the battle. Warriors control, warriors and swordsmen focus on attacking, summoners, use your summons to explode, kill the enemy front row. All assassins, disrupt the mages and priests from casting spells. Healers, it's safe now, help me and the other assassins with healing, save those in danger. Brothers, don't be stingy with potions, get reimbursed from the fat guy after the fight. Under his command, the opponents kept falling. In the world of MMO games, just like in the past, group battles rely heavily on command. No matter the equipment or skills, in a battle involving hundreds of people, they would all be overwhelmed. With just one wave of attacks, over 20 priests from the opposing side died, and over 10 mages died. Although many assassins from the Red Name Sect also died, they could respawn at the chaotic burial mound and come back out in just a few seconds. As more and more people fell, the Infinite Sword Saint became more and more anxious. Damn it, what are you doing? Why are you running? Fight! Damn it, don't you know how to release skills together? Damn it! But his commanding ability clearly couldn't compare to Chun Chen's. There were more and more spoils of war on the ground. Among them were a large number of silver equipment. Silver equipment was the mainstream now. An ordinary player might not even have one, with some costing tens and the expensive ones hundreds or even thousands. How could those spectators not be tempted? It was worth dying once, sneaking into the battlefield to pick up equipment. This is it, hit them, the members of the Wuji Guild will turn into grey names. The members of the Red Name Sect, however, have no such concerns. One word, chaos. The basic command has been issued. Next is the moment of Chun Chen's slaughter. There are 300 opponents, and about 100 of them are already dead. Among them, Chun Chen has killed 10 people. There are still 200 people left. Chun Chen turns into a ghost on the battlefield, moving extremely fast through the battlefield. When focused on, he runs away, targeting squishy and low health players. Excitedly counting numbers in his mouth, 1, 2, 3. Killing one person means 2 points of attack. No one could have imagined that. The Red Name Sect, with differences in equipment and levels, is actually overwhelmingly slaughtering the members of the Wuji Guild. At this moment, the Wuji Sword Saint trying to organize an effective resistance is already too late. The priests of the Wuji Guild have been killed by Chun Chen. The mages have also suffered heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the opponent's priests and mages are at the entrance of the safe zone. Whenever there is a bit of danger, they retreat into the safe zone. How can they fight like this? Watching their comrades fall continuously, the Red Name Sect retreats when they die. The Wuji Sword Saint knows it's over. Hold on, counterattack, counterattack. The Wuji Sword Saint has no choice but to shout, with no other options. With insufficient level and no AoE skills, one person's role in a team battle is limited. Among the crowd, Chun Chen keeps harvesting heads. As the squishy professions die off, only the melee professions are left. His gaze falls on the Wuji Sword Saint. Wuji family. Chun Chen tightens the dagger in his hand, his body slowly turning transparent, disappearing from everyone's sight. The unknown has disappeared. Everyone, be alert. Damn, is this guy even human? Too strong. Beware of being one-shot. Although the enemies are the entire Red Name Sect, it is Chun Chen who they fear. Invincible in attack, high defense, and terrifying speed, he is like a ghost on a normal battlefield. Every appearance takes away several lives. So many people are watching Chun Chen, no wonder they can't defeat him. When Chun Chen disappears, they are like startled birds, vigilantly looking around. Ha, a bunch of cowards, afraid of losing levels, yet still coming for PvP, thinking our Red Name Sect is an easy target. Chun Chen can't help but sneer. What's the use of high levels for people like this? They are ultimately a mob. Chun Chen, hidden like a leopard, sets his sights on the Wuji Sword Saint. Reaching the attack distance. Backstab. He silently mouths. The next moment, his body instantly disappears from its original position, reappearing behind the Wuji Sword Saint. Put. The dagger smoothly pierces the back of the Wuji Sword Saint's neck. Chen Chen breaks the stealth status. Terrifying numbers float above the Wuji Sword Saint's head. Critical hit plus weak point attack minus 3,586. This number may be terrifying to others, but for Chen Chen, it's already considered low. Such high defense. Unfortunately, you've encountered me. As expected, the Wuji Sword Saint is one-shot by Chen Chen, but he doesn't fall. What's even more bizarre is that his body actually turns into ice and slowly melts. Chen Chen is slightly stunned. What's going on? The unknown. I'll kill you. The Wuji Sword Saint suddenly rushes out from the ice block, roaring, Ice Freeze Slash. Oh no! Hidden profession. Chen Chen's heart skips a beat. Without time to dodge, he is directly hit by the Ice Freeze Slash. Minus 298. Frozen. You are frozen, unable to move, unable to attack. His body is instantly frozen. Ha, unknown, killing you is worth everything. The title of the world's #1 can only belong to my big brother, the War God. Ice Crack Strike. The Wuji Sword Saint is overjoyed. He is indeed a hidden profession, Frost Swordsman. And the Ice Freeze Slash is not a guaranteed hit, so he didn't expect his luck to be so good this time. Successfully freezing Chen Chen. The Ice Crack Strike, in normal state, can deal 150% damage and slow down the opponent. If the opponent is in a frozen state, the attack damage will double. That is 300% damage. It is his core skill. With 300% attack, combined with his high attack, as long as he can land a critical hit or a weak point attack, he can definitely kill Chen Chen in one hit. The Limitless Sword Saint exerted his strength, sweeping his sword towards Chen Chen's neck. Just as the long sword was about to hit Chen Chen, his system voice sounded. Passive skill, Guardian. Automatically remove all negative buffs on the body. As soon as the voice fell, the frozen state on Chen Chen disappeared. At the same time, the long sword fell on his shoulder. Chen Chen dodged the weak point attack. Minus 789. Floating above Chen Chen's head. This amount of damage only took a quarter of Chen Chen's health. How is this possible? The Limitless Sword Saint exclaimed incredulously. However, Chen Chen did not give him a chance. He stabbed the Limitless Sword Saint in the chest. Minus 511. Chen Chen's health increased by plus 51. The Limitless Sword Saint quickly retreated. Kill, someone come and stop the Nameless. Ordinary attacks are already strong, not to mention the skills. Trying to run? With his attack speed, Chen Chen stabbed again. Minus 524. Plus 52. After 2 strikes, the Limitless Sword Saint's health was reduced by 1/3. He was at least in the top 5 of the ranking, a core member of the Limitless family, well-equipped, and also a hidden class. High defense and health were within reason. Chen Chen made 2 strikes, while the Limitless Sword Saint only managed 1. They were not evenly matched at all. At the same time, the people around finally surrounded them. They began to attack Chen Chen recklessly. Chen Chen's health quickly decreased. Seeing this, the members of the Red Name sect also shouted frantically, "Brothers, help the leader! Leader, hold on, we are coming!" The number of Red Name sect members surpassed that of the Limitless Guild, rushing in to save Chen Chen. However, Chen Chen was already surrounded. His health quickly depleted. The Limitless Sword Saint was ecstatic. "Kill, we must kill the Nameless no matter what." As if seeing hope, he endured Chen Chen's attacks and counterattacks. Just as his health was about to run out, Chen Chen ran out of health first. "Ha, we killed the Nameless." The Limitless Sword Saint breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the Limitless Guild was celebrating, Chen Chen triggered a counterattack in his dying moments. "Want to kill me? Then I'll send you to hell first." A normal attack. Pfft, minus 1,679. The Limitless Sword Saint widened his eyes. "Why can't you die?" Leaving behind a last words, he looked up and fell down. Player killed, Limitless Sword Saint. Sin value +1, sin value, 500. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack, totaling plus 716 points. Congratulations, your sin value has reached 500 points. Equipment, Guardian Ring upgraded. Level 4. All attributes increased by 40%. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Chen's health suddenly increased by 10%. And because of the attack on the Limitless Sword Saint, Chen Chen absorbed 160 health points, plus health potions. His health unexpectedly returned to 1,000 points. What's going on? This is insane. Don't let him heal, kill him. The members of the Limitless Guild shouted anxiously. However, Chen Chen still had the status of bursting into action in his dying moments. Backstab. He lightly shouted. Chen Chen disappeared instantly, reappearing behind a dual-wielding swordsman. Put. Minus 4,620. Plus 460. The terrifying numbers floated above the heads of the dual-wielding swordsman and Chen Chen. the dual-wielding swordsman was instantly killed. Chen Shen's health was restored by a large amount. Unknowingly, he had killed so many people. With the attack boosted by the passive skill, it had reached a terrifying 718 points. At this time, Chen Shen was fearless in any profession. In front of him, all were instantly defeated. At the same time, Chen Shen's reinforcements finally arrived. "Boss, we're here. Boss, heal." The light of the priest's healing enveloped Chen Shen. Seeing Chen Shen fully healed, the members of the Wuji Guild were dumbfounded. Murmurs could be heard, "We can't kill him, he's an assassin. Why can't we kill him?" The Wuji Sword Saint died. The Wuji Guild commander died, and most of the officers died. While their spiritual pillar, Chen Shen, was as powerful as the god of death. How could one not feel despair? Seeing everyone around with red names, the members of the Wuji Guild were finally defeated. "I can't die, I've been leveling up for 2 nights straight. What guild battle? It's none of my business. Yeah, we just joined the guild today, I can't die. Sob, I thought joining the guild had benefits, who knew we would lose levels, run." Chen Shen was right. The loyalty of these people was definitely not as high as that of the Red Name Church. Those with high levels and good equipment were more concerned about their levels. No one wanted to lose a level for no reason. Seeing that nothing could be done, 70 to 80 players from the Wuji Guild fled directly. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were dumbfounded. Damn, can this happen? The Red Name Church is too fierce, right? Yeah, who would have thought they could win like this? No one expected this outcome. Despite being overwhelmed in levels, equipment, and numbers, the Red Name Church managed to crush them in one fell swoop. Chen Shen's perfect command made everyone in the world know that the Red Name Church was not to be trifled with. "Kill, brothers, kill those bastards. Kill them all. Ha, what Wuji Guild, trash. Wuji dogs, your uncle is here." Leading the charge, Chen Shen and all the guild members rushed out of the chaotic cemetery to chase down the fleeing Wuji Guild players. Of course, those who were watching the commotion became Chen Shen's targets. You want to watch the show? You're asking for death. Nameless, kill anyone who's not a red name. Yes, boss. Boss is awesome, kill. A group of red names emerged and slaughtered anyone who wasn't a red name. So cruel. They chased them out of the mining area before stopping. Watching the fleeing people disappear from view, the members of the Red Name Church began to cheer. Chen Shen was equally excited. Just now, while chasing others, he killed over 30 people. His passive attack increased by 780 points. Before this battle, Chen Shen's passive was only over 360. He killed more in one day than he did in the past few days. The Guardian Ring had increased to level 4. His strength had greatly increased. The more battles like this, the better. This badge was really worth it. Chen Shen laughed. "Brothers, let's go back home to organize the spoils of war." "Yes, boss. The Red Name Church is mighty." The members of the Red Name Church chatted and laughed, walking towards the chaotic cemetery. Although this battle took place at the entrance of the chaotic cemetery, benefiting the Red Name Church, the members of the Wuji Guild were disheartened by their defeat, while the Red Name Church became more united. They made a big profit. Back at the chaotic cemetery, under the leadership of Fatty, everyone divided the spoils of war. The items they picked up belonged to them. If they found equipment or used potions, they could ask Fatty for reimbursement. But many didn't need to be reimbursed. "Vice President, no need, I found a piece of silver equipment, more valuable than all my gear." "Yeah, the potions were given by you, and when my level dropped, the equipment I found was more profitable." In the guild chat channel, numerous people posted the equipment they found. Upon inspection, only the Wuji Guild suffered losses. "Ha, since that's the case, then I'll go thank the Limitless Guild." The chubby guy also knew how to play along, immediately took a screenshot of the chat content, posted it on the forum, estimating that the people from the Limitless Guild would be furious. Chen Shen looked at the unity of the Red Name cultists. He smiled contentedly and quietly left the chaotic burial mound. In this battle, he was the one who profited the most. With so many attacks added, it was time for him to do a quest. He opened the quest interface. Revival of the chaotic burial mound. Quest content: go to the undead starting point and save the NPC of the chaotic burial mound. Quest reward: Guardian Mount. Following the quest's guidance, Chen Shen set off alone, heading to the undead starting point. At this moment, the entire forum went crazy. It was a night of revelry. Members of the Red Name cultists posted on the forum one after another, showing off the equipment they had looted. "Thanks a lot to the Limitless Brothers for the equipment. The Red Name cult declares war on the Limitless Guild. Kill any members of the Limitless Guild on sight from now on. Limitless Guild members, don't even think about leveling up in the future, just have a good fight with us." Onlookers were eager to see the reaction of the Limitless Guild. but there was none. Those with a keen eye quickly noticed that many people were leaving the Limitless Guild on the rankings. The guild chat of the Limitless Guild was filled with worry at the moment. Sorry, bro, I dropped out of the level rankings on my first day in the guild. I can't stay in this guild anymore. Boss, sorry, I'm leaving too. I just want to focus on leveling up. I can't bear losing levels, forget about the equipment. More and more people were quitting the guild. For them, levels were more important than equipment. The red name cultists didn't care about looting their equipment, they could just kill them later, who could bear that? Although the Limitless Guild was currently the strongest, the road ahead was long, and no one knew when a more powerful guild might suddenly emerge. As they leveled up, they wouldn't have trouble finding a guild to join in the future. 10, 20, 30, 50. Soon, the guild unexpectedly lost 100 members, leaving only 400. Silence, no one spoke. Of course, the Limitless Guild was not afraid of losing members, but for now, they couldn't recruit those high-level players on the rankings. On the other hand, the red name cultists had lost around 100 members in the early stages, but now they had recruited many new members. It didn't take long for them to reach the full capacity of 500 members. It was a case of joy for some and sorrow for others. Of course, Shen Shen couldn't be bothered with these matters. He followed the map guidance, killing monsters along the way for about half an hour. Finally, he arrived at a place called the Undead Starting Point. The lush green grasslands suddenly disappeared, turning into a gloomy forest. This was the famous Undead Starting Point, currently the highest level area. Most of the players at level 19 were leveling up here. The monsters here were very powerful, including undead, ghosts, and skeletons. Without exception, they had high attack, low defense, and low health points. Except for the waste medicine, it was very suitable for leveling up. The top players on the level rankings never cared about medicine, leveling up speed was what they valued the most. At the entrance of the Undead Starting Point, there was a group of people setting up stalls. Most of them were selling medicine and equipment. Some players were forming teams at the entrance of the Undead Starting Point. Shen Shen wore a mask, and no one knew it was him. He walked straight towards the entrance of the Undead Starting Point. An elemental mage approached him. Brother, are you also leveling up? I see from your attire that you're an assassin, right? Our team is lacking an assassin, want to level up together? The person was named Di Huang Buxiu, level 19. If he remembered correctly, he was the 4th ranked player on the level rankings. It was said that the level 20 class change quest was here at the Undead Starting Point. Indeed, most of the players here were at levels 18 and 19. Shen Shen glanced at De Huang Buxiu, shook his head, said nothing, and continued towards the Undead Starting Point. The people in the team of the Great Wilderness Immortal were quite displeased when they saw the situation. You, why are you so rude? Exactly, we talk to you and you don't even acknowledge us. Forget it, maybe that's just his personality. Don't you say, his equipment is really cool, especially that mask, I wonder what it is. Shen Shen seemed to not hear their words. If this were not a safe zone, these few people would probably be dead. On both sides of the entrance to the land of the undead, there were huge and incomparable circular totems. Many strange patterns were carved on them, and there were countless skulls hanging, some eerie. Behind the totems was a hazy mist. Walking into the mist was equivalent to entering the land of the undead, leaving the safe zone. Shen Shen passed the totem, and the guardian ring in his hand flashed imperceptibly. Just as he entered the land of the undead, a desolate voice sounded in his ears. Guardian, save me! Shen Shen suddenly stopped, looked around in astonishment. What's going on? The system did not respond either. What the hell? Shen Shen muttered, glanced at the totem again, shook his head, and disappeared into the mist. The land of the undead was a strange map. Entering from the totem did not directly appear behind it. Instead, it teleported directly to a random location in the land of the undead. It was indeed a good place to level up. However, many people who went in would not come out. If they were randomly teleported into a group of monsters or were killed in front of a boss, it was normal. Shen Shen was lucky and stepped into the white mist, directly teleporting to a desolate wilderness. He curiously looked around. The sky was covered with pitch-black clouds. The ground was also black soil. A few withered branches sparsely dotted the soil. Not far away, there were several skeletons wandering around. Monster, skeleton soldier. Level 19. These skeletons, some wearing cloth and some wearing rudimentary armor, did not seem very smart judging by their movement speed. A few people were killing skeletons not far away. The skeletons had low defense and health. 2 players could easily kill a skeleton with just 1 hit. No wonder the land of the undead was known as the most suitable place for leveling up. Shen Shen did not kill these small skeletons. He opened the quest log. After arriving at the land of the undead, the quest content had indeed changed. Accept quest, Revival of the Chaotic Burial Mound. Series quest, Final Reward, Guardian Mount. Quest content, kill the light priest named Delia, he is in the land of the undead, Skeleton Plain, Wanderer's Camp. Quest reward, 80,000 experience. Quest reward, 50 gold coins. Skeleton Plain? Chen Chen murmured, such good luck, or did the system teleport me here? The place he was in now was indeed the Skeleton Plain. Wanderer's Camp, at what coordinates? Looking around, it was all hazy, and finding it by himself would obviously take a lot of time. Chen Chen directly opened the built-in forum, searched for the Wanderer's Camp. Sure enough, the almighty forum had everything. He easily found the location of the Wanderer's Camp. Chen Chen opened the map, entered the coordinates, and looked at the blinking dots on the dark map. Chen Chen sighed helplessly, it seems that the goddess of luck is not always on my side. He was indeed in the Skeleton Plain, but at the southernmost part of the Skeleton Plain. The Wanderer's Camp was at the northernmost part of the Skeleton Plain, which meant that to reach the Wanderer's Camp, he had to cross the entire plain. Some walked away. Chen Chen took out his dagger, stretched his body, and slowly walked towards the three people leveling not far away. Since they were all on the road, might as well kill them all the way through. The land of the undead map was very large. Chen Chen was not afraid of being surrounded by others. The more that came, the more he killed. The professions of the other three were quite evenly matched. A bright priestess, a shield warrior, a fire swordsman. It's the most basic setup. The shield warrior tanks, the fire swordsman deals damage. The priestess sees Chen Chen approaching. She doesn't realize the danger approaching. Instead, she warmly invites Chen Chen to join. Brother, alone? Let's go together. Chen Chen doesn't speak, he walks straight towards the priestess. In the priestess's puzzled gaze, until he's about 5 meters away. Slowly, he takes off his shadow mask. In that instant, his name is revealed. Seeing the 2 red names of Wuming, the priestess's face changes drastically. It's Wuming. Unfortunately, it's too late, they are too close. Chen Chen doesn't give him any time to prepare, he backstabs and instantly kills the priestess. Damn, it's Wuming. Run. The shield warrior and the fire swordsman don't even have the desire to fight back. They abandon the skeletons they were supposed to kill and run away. If before, Chen Chen was a mouse that everyone shouted to beat up. After the battle in the mine area, Chen Chen became synonymous with death. A death god that no one can kill. Watching the 2 run in different directions, Chen Chen smiles, you guys are pretty smart. Then, he chases after the fire swordsman. Because of his bad luck, the direction he's running towards is the direction of the Wanderer's Camp. He can't escape 100 meters before Chen Chen catches up and kills him. The shield warrior is lucky and manages to escape. Chen Chen doesn't care and continues on his way. It takes almost half a day. Along the way, Chen Chen kills a total of 25 people. His attributes have increased significantly. Now his attributes have reached a terrifying level. Name, Wuming. Level, 15. Occupation, Life Harvester. Health, 3880. Mana, 416. Attack, 95. Slaughter passive plus 828. Equipment plus 220, plus 40%, equals 1600. Defense, 157. Magic resistance, 143. Speed, 94 plus 47 is equal to 141. Sin value, 577. Justice value, 0. His attack is unmatched in the server. Open the attack ranking. First place, Wuming, 1600. Guild, the Red Name Cult of Slaughter and Lawlessness. Second place, Wuji War God, 789. Guild, Wuji. Third place, Justice Descends, 781. Guild, None. Fourth place, Wuji Law God, 775. Guild, Wuji. Fifth place, Murderer, 774. Guild, None. Sixth place, Wuji Rogue, 770. Guild, Wuji. Seventh place, Wuji Archer God, 765. Guild, Wuji. Eighth place, Surrender and Lose Half, 761. Guild, None. Ninth place, Little Beauty Stick, 760. Guild, None. 10th place, Electric Motor, 759. Guild, None. Just looking at the attack ranking, Chen Chen crushes everyone. However, the Wuji Guild is indeed powerful. If it weren't for killing the Wuji Sword Saint once, half of this ranking would be their people. Except for Chen Chen, the lower you go, the closer the attacks are. Dropping a few points in attack means dropping in rank. However, these rankings are temporary. There are earth-shattering changes happening every day. After a month, it should stabilize. What Chen Chen doesn't know is why his attack suddenly increased so much without leveling up or getting better equipment. On the forum, countless people analyzing Chen Chen are speculating why Wuming suddenly gained so much attack power, with various guesses. Some say he has a mission, and the attack increase is temporary. Some say he has a hidden occupation. There are also counter-arguments, and the forum is in chaos. However, Chen Chen doesn't care about these. He closes the ranking list. Chen Chen stood on a high slope against the wind, looking down at the camp below the slope. It was the Wanderer's camp. The initial map of the undead was very large, so there were many safe zones within it. These safe zones had warehouses and basic supplies, just more expensive than what was sold outside. Many players, after leveling up, would log off and return to safe zones like the camp. After all, no one wanted to log in surrounded by monsters. The Wanderer's camp had 3 NPCs, a warehouse, a wandering medicine merchant, and the target of Chen Chen, Delia. Delia held a bright scepter in his hands, emitting a golden light that enveloped the entire camp. He looked quite imposing, but was of no use to ordinary players. Some people had tried talking to him, but the old man ignored them. In the camp, there were 7 or 8 players resting, and Chen Chen couldn't harm them in this safe zone. Putting on his mask again to conceal his name, he rushed down from the high slope. Do you know? Someone was killed by Nameless in the skeleton plane. Ha! Isn't Nameless supposed to be trash-talking on the forum and with the Infinite Guild? It seems true, several people have been killed. Why do you think he's killing people? Just for fun? Killing people is definitely fun, otherwise why would those big shots need such good equipment? Killing people might be fun for others, but I bet Nameless has his reasons. Have you seen his attacks? The people discussing were talking about Chen Chen. A few people also noticed Chen Chen's arrival at the camp, but they didn't pay much attention. After all, it was normal for players to come to the camp. As Chen Chen passed by them, they were still talking about him. When they saw him approach Delia, someone laughed and said, "Bro, that NPC won't talk to you, he doesn't have any quests." Yeah, I thought the bright priest Delia was for healing or something. Didn't expect this old guy to ignore people. Ordinary players naturally ignored them. But when Delia saw Chen Chen, his face changed drastically. In a hoarse voice, he said, "The one who should come has finally arrived." The old man's name was in white, indicating a non-attackable status. Chen Chen smirked, "So, you know why I'm here?" "Of course, but you won't succeed, the light will always shine on all living beings." Suddenly, Delia muttered, "Oh, God of light, protect your faithful, please help me capture this sinner." Before the other players' astonished eyes, a golden light suddenly enveloped Chen Chen's body. "Ding, hostile NPC Delia has cast bright imprisonment on you, you can now attack him." Like an old charlatan, the unfathomable bright priest, after casting bright imprisonment, actually picked up his staff, lifted his robe, and ran away. Chen Chen was a beat slow. "Damn, don't you have any dignity as a master?" "Dignity? If I lose my life, what dignity do I need?" Delia shouted as he ran. Sometimes Chen Chen really doubted whether these NPCs were disguised customer service. "Damn, being outrun by a priest, how can I survive?" Chen Chen started attacking bright imprisonment. Bright imprisonment could trap people and had a health pool of 10,000 points. However, he had trapped Chen Chen. With a backstab and 2 normal attacks from Chen Chen, the bright imprisonment was broken directly. "Where do you think you're going?" Saying that, he chased after him. He was much faster than Delia. Seeing this scene, the players in the Wanderer's camp were dumbfounded. Is he chasing an NPC? That NPC is so slippery. Could it be a hidden quest? Chasing down an NPC for a quest? Under their curious gazes, Chen Chen soon caught up with Delia. Without a word, he swung his weapon at Delia. This old charlatan looked quite impressive when he appeared. He was just a priest after all. How could he withstand Chen Chen's attack? In the shocked eyes of all the players, Delia died under Chen Chen's dagger. Dead? Dead? Killing an NPC? Damn, is it really a hidden quest? Awesome. This guy is incredible. Killing an NPC, besides a hidden quest, there's really nothing else to think of. Chen Chen didn't expect it to be that simple. Delia's health was depleted, lying on the ground, with only a breath left. Staring fiercely at Chen Chen, "You monsters who have abandoned the gods, you will not have a good ending, my companions will avenge me." Light lock. The next moment, his scepter suddenly turned into a stream of light and entered Chen Chen's body. "Ding, you have been locked by the light. What skill is this?" Just as Chen Chen was puzzled. Swish! A stream of light shot up into the sky. Huge fireworks exploded in the sky, illuminating the dark undead starting point. Then, Delia's head tilted, and he died. Player killed, Delia. Sin value +1, sin value, 558. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, totaling +830 points. Chen Shen didn't expect that killing an NPC would also increase his attack. It was a pleasant surprise. Task completed, kill the light priest named Delia. Task reward, 80,000 experience points. Task reward, 50 gold coins. Before he could even rejoice, a voice from the system continued. Task update, because of Delia's dying communication, the entire undead starting point already knows of your arrival, they will hunt you down. Task content, within 2 hours, avoid being killed by the forces of light. Task hint, your body is locked, no matter where you hide, they can find you. Note, cannot log out within 2 hours. Task reward, experience points +100,000. Task reward, gold coins +100. Task reward, light scroll. Chen Shen helplessly said, it seems that I will have to stay up all night again tonight. A good MMO game turned into a battle royale game. Just don't know what level of pursuit will come next. If it's not strong, he could just wait here. Anyway, killing NPCs also increases passive skills. Just as Chen Shen was contemplating. Damn, bro, you're amazing. You even kill NPCs. I feel like I'm nothing in front of you. Is it a hidden quest? Bro, are you a hidden class? Do you want to join us? Unexpectedly, the people in the camp who were originally just watching the excitement actually surrounded him, curiously and excitedly chatting with Chen Shen. Isn't this seeking death? The corners of Chen Shen's mouth slowly lifted. Being hunted doesn't mean I can't kill. You guys are pretty good. Ha? What do you mean being hunted? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Shen's dagger pierced his throat. Whether it hurt or not, he was so scared that he shivered. Ding, you have been attacked by the player, nameless. Weakness -3150. A number floated up, and he was instantly killed. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the 2 words nameless appeared in front of them. Hunting time has come. Who is the prey, who is the hunter, is still unknown. The people in the camp were dumbfounded. Nameless? Damn, he's actually nameless. Nameless is really here? Just as they were shocked, Chen Shen struck again, killing another warlock. Only then did they react. Quick, run! Back to the safety zone of the camp. These players resting in the camp were just a mob. Without even the thought of resisting Chen Shen, they anxiously fled towards the camp. Chen Shen naturally wouldn't let them go, quickly catching up. With his speed, these players couldn't escape at all. Another one solved on the road. 8 players, only 5 players left to escape back to the safe zone. Phew, too brutal. TMD, don't be afraid of him, he's just one person. You're awesome, why did you run just now? Stop messing around. The 300 members of the Wuji Guild were all defeated by him. One of the players named Xiaoye arrogantly shouted, I'm not afraid of him. Hey, nameless, you're awesome, they're afraid of you, but I, Xiaoye, am not afraid of you. Who's nameless? A trash at level 16. Chen Shen walked slowly, walking straight to him, looking at him with a smile on his face. Xiaoye said stubbornly, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a master before? Wait until I change jobs, I'll crush you. He's really brave. What are you afraid of? This is a safe zone. Oh, right, what am I afraid of? Xiaoye, you're awesome. Xiaoye, the big handsome. Sometimes, killing doesn't require a sword, flattery can also kill. Xiaoye was lost in the praises. With a smug smile on his face, he faced Chen Shen and said, Kid, you ate. Put. As soon as he finished speaking, a dagger stabbed into his throat from the side. Weakness, 3178. Xiaoye's health instantly emptied. He looked blankly at Chen Shen. What's going on? Then his body went limp and fell down. Wait for you? No, I'm waiting for the cooldown. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? The other 4 people were shocked to see this scene. How is this possible? Isn't this a safe zone? Not good. How did the safe zone disappear? Oh, I know, that NPC is maintaining the safe zone. It was only then that they realized. It was too late. Chen Shen's skills were all ready, backstabbing one instantly, and normal attacks another. At this stage, without a second transformation, no one could stop Chen Shen's blade. When there was only one player left, that person didn't even try to escape, and directly begged for mercy. Nameless God, don't kill me, I've been playing all night to level 19, Sub, I admire you a lot, I want to join the Red Name sect in the future. The ruthless killing cult reigns supreme. Chen Shen approached the person step by step, smiling, that's great, become a Red Name and report to the Red Name sect. But for now, sir, it's time to die. No. Put. Congratulations on killing player. Sin value +1, sin value, 566. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +842 points. Little by little. 1 person, 2 experience points, refreshed daily. Killing like this, Chen Shen couldn't imagine how awesome he would be in the future. After changing jobs, with more skills, it should be no problem to fight a group of people. A few people were lucky and didn't drop any equipment, just some potions. With these potions, Chen Shen didn't need to buy medicine elsewhere. Just as he was collecting the spoils of war, suddenly he heard unusual movements. He looked up into the distance. On the dark ground, a dense crowd of people appeared at some point, estimated to be hundreds of people. These people were all warriors in white armor. Their movements were uniform, clearly not players. The sinner Nameless is over there, Knights of Light, attack. Chen Shen stared at them dumbfoundedly as they charged. Damn. Is this called a chase? Ignoring the spoils on the ground, Chen Shen ran as fast as he could. He was a famous person. Being chased all over the world was embarrassing. Stealth. After hiding his figure, Chen Shen ran at full speed. Fortunately, he was very fast, gradually pulling away. But the problem was, besides this 100-person army, there were also 100-person mage and 100-person swordsman groups coming from the sides. All were chasing Chen Shen. From all directions. Chen Shen kept changing directions, but even when invisible, he couldn't shake them off. Damn it, chasing for 2 hours? Are you kidding me? The taskbar showed the time, 1 hour and 49 minutes. Aimless, he ran in whatever direction he could to escape the encirclement. Chen Shen escaped like this for an hour and a half. He was exhausted. Even though this was a game, he was physically and mentally tired. Sitting on the ground resting for just 5 minutes, he saw a large number of NPCs in white clothes appearing from 3 directions in the wilderness. Damn it, when will this end? Chen Shen cursed under his breath and got up with his weary body. The wilderness was vast, with NPCs in all 3 directions, so many that he couldn't see the end. He only had one direction left, towards a dark, bare mountain peak. Shrouded in black mist, the mountain peak looked eerie. Chen Shen could only escape in that direction. The moment he stepped into the range of the mountain peak, the map displayed, Despair Peak, 4 words. The monsters here had changed from skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors to ghosts, and their levels had reached 20. Many people were leveling up. Chen Shen couldn't manage to kill them, so he ran towards the mountain peak. Halfway up, he could see NPCs from all directions in the wilderness, swarming like ants, surrounding Despair Peak. The nameless sinner is on this mountain peak. Catch him. Chen Shen glanced at the time, 1 minute. Phew. Damn it, I'm not running anymore. Chen Shen sat on the ground, unwilling to move. Once the mission was completed, he would go to sleep immediately. Being chased like this by NPCs was unbearable for anyone. He watched the time tick down. The system's voice sounded so pleasant in his ears at that moment. Time's up. Congratulations to the player for completing the mission, not being killed by the forces of light within 2 hours. Mission rewards, experience points plus 100,000. Mission rewards, gold coins plus 100. Mission rewards, scroll of light. Chen Shen's body emitted a glow of leveling up. Hidden professions were good, the missions were a bit difficult, but the rewards were generous. The experience points given were quite a lot. Chen Shen reached level 17, the next level was 18, requiring 180,000 experience points. In addition to experience and gold coins, there was an extra scroll of light in his inventory. He didn't know what it was. Chen Shen checked. Scroll of light, task item, a sealed scroll that can dispel the light formation. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the scroll of light. Mission update, revival of the chaotic burial mound. Mission content, go to Despair Peak, dispel the light formation, and rescue the trapped people at the chaotic burial mound. Mission rewards, guardian mount. Mission rewards, experience points 80,000. Finally, he reached the last stage of the mission. Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief. The final stage seemed relatively simple, and it was right at Despair Peak. Should he finish it before sleeping? Chen Shen muttered, no wonder the forces of light drove me here, it seems this is a prison. But it seemed like a lucky break, saving him the time to search for Despair Peak. However, at that moment, a solemn voice suddenly rang out. Here, the Nameless One is here. At some point, several NPCs from the forces of light caught up. Chen Shen looked puzzled, hasn't it ended already? The forces of light at the foot of the mountain not only did not leave but instead came up the mountain to chase Chen Shen. And, Nameless, you are the remnant of the abandoned. Killing you is the duty of the nameless forces of light. Catch him and bring him back to the Light Church for judgment. Watching the NPCs approaching quickly, Chen Shen looked bewildered. No, could it be that I misunderstood? But he quickly figured it out. The 2-hour time limit was just for them to track him. After 2 hours, they couldn't track him, but they knew Chen Shen was on the mountain. The chase. It wasn't over. Chen Shen thought he was here by accident. But NPCs were also a feature of sentient beings, and they were not dumber than ordinary people. They knew that the spells in Chen Chen's body could only last for half an hour. The people of the Light Force drove Chen Chen to the Despair Peak. Sure enough, when they arrived at the Despair Peak, the 2-hour time limit was up. Their lock on Chen Chen disappeared, but Chen Chen was still surrounded on the Despair Peak. The Light Force surrounded the entire peak. 3 people in a team slowly searched from the foot of the mountain to the mountaintop. And what appeared in front of Chen Chen was a team of 3 Light Knights. Level 16. Because they were mission NPCs, their level was the same as Chen Chen's level before leveling up. Catch him. Oomph, just you guys. Chen Chen was not afraid. Even if it was 300 people, he would dare to face them, let alone 3. A backstab would instantly kill one. The Light Knights had high defense, thick blood, and low attack. They posed no threat to Chen Chen at all. He easily killed 3 Light Knights in no time. But this alarmed other Light Knights and Light Mages. The Nameless is up there, he killed our people. Kill him, no matter what. Yes, High Priest. Chen Chen peeked out and saw from the mountaintop, in all directions, there were densely packed people in white armor gathering towards him. Damn, system, are you trying to kill me? Forcing me to do missions, huh? He didn't want to go down the mountain in the first place. The mission location was on the mountaintop, so Chen Chen ran towards the mountain. But he didn't notice that the players around him were looking at him strangely. Originally, Chen Chen wore a shadow mask to avoid trouble, so ordinary players couldn't recognize him. However, the people from the Light Force who had just shouted could almost all hear it. 2 players who saw Chen Chen kill the Light Knights whispered to each other. The Nameless, what is he doing here? Quick, inform the boss, the Nameless is at Despair Peak. The boss said to gather all the brothers at Despair Peak and kill the Nameless. In the guild chat group, Vice President, Infinite Law God, whoever kills the Nameless and provides a screenshot will receive a golden weapon, 10,000 gold coins. As soon as this was said, the entire Infinite Guild was stirred up. Damn, why am I not at the undead starting point? Damn, I missed it. Brothers at Despair Peak, team up to kill the Nameless, killing him will earn gold coins. A generous reward attracts brave men. Although the Infinite Guild was intimidated by the Red Name sect, so much money was hard to resist for anyone. 10,000 gold coins were equivalent to $10,000, and a level 15 golden weapon was worth several thousand at the lowest market price. Before long, all the people from the Infinite Guild at Despair Peak formed a group. Exactly 6 people. All of them were level 19. In such a large map as the Undead starting point, having 6 people on Despair Peak showed the strength of the Infinite Guild. We only have 6 people, is that enough? Didn't you see all these NPCs? We'll hold on, and he's as good as dead. You're right, that's a lot of money. After the 6 of them formed a team, they quickly headed towards Chen Chen. Except for them, other players didn't want to provoke Chen Chen. Even though Chen Chen was being chased in a sorry state, they didn't dare to joke with their own levels. The Nameless, you can't escape. We, the Light Church, have surrounded this place. Come out. Yes, the God will forgive those who abandon darkness for light. As long as you follow us back to the church, accept the judgment of God, you will be one of us in the future. The Light Church shouted one after another. Chen Chen looked disdainful. The reputation of the Light Church is not good anywhere. I don't believe in God. Fortunately, they didn't have tracking capabilities, which made it much easier for Chen Chen. But just then, suddenly, a huge rock rhinoceros charged towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen was stunned. This is the beginning of the undead, the Despair Peak, either a ghost or a spirit. Where did this rock rhinoceros come from? Bang! The rock rhinoceros collided with Chen Chen. -103. Ding, you have been attacked by the player, Pig Razor. The system sound rang out. Chen Chen just reacted. Damn, is it a hunter? Archers can change jobs to become trap masters, crossbowmen, or hunters. Crossbowmen are the most popular choice because they have the highest attack and are the most handsome. Trap masters are niche, with few people choosing them. They lean towards PK and are not in demand for team play. And hunters are the only profession in the game that can tame wild monsters. It is the best profession for solo play among all professions. Hit, Nameless enters attack mode, unable to hide. Not far away, 6 players caught up. Seeing their names, Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. Wuji Guild. You guys really aren't afraid of death. Ha, Nameless, you don't think you're invincible, do you? The Pig Razor said arrogantly. Oh, I've defeated 300 Wuji warriors, do you think you guys stand a chance? Nameless, you are indeed strong, but we don't need to kill you. The Pig Razor shouted towards the mountain below. Hey, Nameless is here, come quickly. Chen Chen furrowed his brows. As expected. Upon hearing that Nameless was here, the group of bright church members at the foot of the mountain hastened their pace. Ha, Nameless, we are not fools. With just the 6 of us, we may not be your match. But as long as we delay until those NPCs arrive, let's see who dies today. Nameless, you should feel proud. Your life is so valuable. Attack! The Wuji Guild members were afraid Chen Chen would escape the battle, so they launched their attacks. Frost Arrow, Poison Arrow. Elemental mages and crossbowmen were the first to strike, inflicting negative statuses on Chen Chen. -155, -179. Numbers floated above Chen Chen's head, indicating he was poisoned and slowed down. There was no need to worry about these, as the Guardian Ring's protective skill would dispel them in an instant. What really troubled Chen Chen was that his movement speed decreased after entering the attack mode. The rock rhinoceros also had an aura that reduced movement speed. Chen Chen couldn't escape at all. He tightened the dagger in his hand. Since the Wuji Guild members are courting death, let me fulfill your wishes. Record it. When it was crucial for the mission, they emerged. This time, Chen Chen was truly angry. He directly activated the recording mode. If it were before the mine battle, I might have feared you. As long as I kill you before those NPCs arrive, everything will be resolved. In the next moment, Chen Chen charged towards the 6 individuals. The 6 were prepared. They quickly shouted, "Warriors, samurai, hold him off, others run. Don't engage with him, control him, stun him, we just need to wait for those NPCs to arrive, then we win." They were not fools either. This was a game of strategy. It remained to be seen whether Chen Chen could defeat the 6 Wuji Guild members before the forces of light arrived. At this moment, the forces of light had already appeared in their sight. Time was running out for Chen Chen. Want to do the mission? Dream on. The Red Name Church is a troublemaker. We, the Wuji Guild, are here to rid the people of harm. The 6 Wuji Guild players, led by the Pig Raiser, kept taunting Chen Chen. They thought victory was in their grasp, and Chen Chen couldn't escape. Little did they know. At this moment, Chen Chen's mind was racing, and he was the calmest in times of crisis. Whether it was PK or encountering such a situation, he understood that the more anxious he was, the worse he would perform. Phew! He took a deep breath. The cold breath of despair peak entered his lungs, stimulating his whole body. A fierce light flashed in Chen Chen's eyes. "It's you!" His body plunged down like a black panther. With the slope of the despair peak, the speed reached its extreme. "He's here! Defense! Squishy, run!" The opponent's warriors instantly rushed forward. The healer and mage turned and ran. Because they had also studied Chen Chen's fighting style and knew that he always targeted the healer and mage at the beginning. But they didn't know. After the battle in the mining area, his attack doubled, and his fighting style naturally changed. Die! Chen Chen appeared in front of the swineherd in an instant. They never expected that the target would be the swineherd. Although hunters were not very tough, their life-saving skills were the strongest among all professions. The swineherd's reaction speed was also fast. He angrily said, "Life sharing." As soon as he spoke, he and his rock rhinoceros emitted a gentle light at the same time. Life sharing allowed the rock rhinoceros's health to temporarily act as his shield. No matter how much damage was taken, the rock rhinoceros would share half of it. This allowed hunters to have many more ways to play. Like the rock rhinoceros, they focused on control and tanking. So the swineherd had the highest health among everyone. With over 2,700 health himself, plus the rock rhinoceros's 4,000 health, they had a total of 6,700 health. Chen Chen naturally understood this, but he had no choice, his eyes filled with determination. The dagger stabbed fiercely into the back of the swineherd's head. Critical hit plus weak point, -6,349. An exaggerated number that shocked everyone. The swineherd didn't expect that even though the rock rhinoceros helped block half of the damage, he still suffered over 3,000 damage. He was instantly killed. Congratulations on killing player, swineherd, sin value +1, sin value, 570, trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack, total +848 points. The 5 members of the Wuji Guild stared in horror at Chen Chen. Damn! What kind of attack is this? Wasn't it 1,600? It shouldn't be able to one-shot, completely ignoring defense? Little did they know, Chen Chen's Guardian Ring also increased critical hit damage by 40%. While they were surprised, Chen Chen charged towards the healer and mage again. Quick, don't just stand there, stop him. Damn it, control him. Shield charge. The shield warrior launched the attack first. Holding up his shield, he charged directly at Chen Chen. There were no obstacles in this area. No matter how strong Chen Chen was, he could only withstand this blow. -176. You were hit by shield charge and stunned. Then, several more attacks landed on him. You were hit by frost arrow and slowed down. You were hit by curse, reducing life recovery by 30%. The system's voice kept ringing, with a bunch of negative buffs hitting him. The 5 members of the Wuji Guild breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, Nameless is nothing special, attack him. But then, a light enveloped Chen Shen's body. Guardian skill triggered, clearing all negative statuses. In less than a second, Chen Shen directly got rid of all negative statuses. He approached the elemental mage. With 2 quick normal attacks, the elemental mage fell to the ground without any surprises. This is what slicing vegetables and reducing dimensions meant. Chen Shen perfectly demonstrated what it meant to crush opponents. The members of the Wuji Guild didn't react in time and 2 of them were killed by him. And they were the 2 who posed the greatest threat to Chen Shen. Nameless, surrender. Kill Nameless. Dark Walker, take the despair of the abandoned to your death. But at that moment, several members of the Light faction had already rushed forward. The Light Knight and Light Mage simultaneously launched attacks on Chen Shen. -105, -210, -114. Damage numbers kept appearing above Chen Shen's head. Fortunately, their attacks were not very strong. Want to kill me? Dream on. Chen Shen turned around and ran, not even bothering to kill the priests of the Wuji Guild. He had already planned out all the steps, enduring the opponent's attacks and killing the long-range professions. As long as he stayed out of their attack range for a while, he could enter stealth mode and escape the battle. With his speed, he gradually distanced himself. The players couldn't keep up, let alone the NPCs. Watching Chen Shen leave, the 4 members of the Wuji Guild looked at each other. No, are we not going to chase him? Chase? What can we use to fight him if we catch up? Our heads. Even our heads wouldn't be a match. He's too strong. We really brought this upon ourselves. Nearly 20,000 yuan, indeed not easy to earn. I'm not going to kill him, I don't want to lose levels. The members of the Wuji Guild, despite appearing high level, were just a disorganized group. Chen Shen saw through them clearly. After losing 2 players, they didn't have the courage to chase him anymore, caring more about their levels. Although they stopped chasing, these 6 idiots had wasted a lot of his time. People from the Bright faction on the surrounding peaks were densely surrounding him. They were determined not to let Chen Shen go. From a distance, Bright mages cast spells at Chen Shen. Arrows of light and light balls hit Chen Shen. -219, -241, -221. Numbers floated above his head. Damn it, Wuji Guild, when I find the time, I'll disband you. Chen Shen muttered as he ran, consuming health potions. The magical attacks from the Bright Mages could only deal over 200 damage, while the Bright Knights could deal over 100 damage. It wasn't very high. But if he stopped to kill NPCs, more would surround him, so he couldn't stop. After leaving the battle state, Chen Shen's speed increased. After another 10 minutes of pursuit, Chen Shen finally shook off the Bright faction. However, the peak of Despair Mountain was right in front of him. There was no escape. System, please don't trick me, or it will be troublesome. Chen Shen muttered, finally reaching the peak of Despair Mountain. The mountain towered into the clouds. The summit was a flat area, as if sliced by a sword. Looking down from the peak, it was filled with NPCs from the Bright faction dressed in white. The wind rustled Chen Shen's black robe. In the distance, there was an endless black wasteland, leading to snowy mountains at the edge of vision. A sense of grandeur arose from overlooking the mountains. The scenery in the game was truly remarkable. Such a place would be impossible to see in real life. However, Chen Shen had no time to marvel. He turned and walked towards the platform. The platform wasn't large, resembling a small mountain village in the center. The village was surrounded by a visible magic barrier, preventing entry and exit. Inside, the village was silent, with a few frail NPCs walking around. Seeing the names of these NPCs, Chen Shen was delighted. This should be it. Apothecary, affordable medicine. Alchemist, tidy. Weapon merchant, Jiashan. Blacksmith, Tai Hanin. Jeweler, Fugue. Craftsman, Blackflower Granny. These NPCs were all functional and belonged to their respective groups. They were all abandoned, including dark elves, skeletons, and even a ghost like the Blackflower Granny. NPCs of the mass grave, I'm here to save you, Chen Shen exclaimed joyfully. As long as he saved them and completed the mission, it didn't matter if he was killed. Upon hearing Chen Shen's voice, the NPCs turned their heads silently. Seeing Chen Shen, they didn't say anything, just turned back and continued wandering. They had been trapped here for who knows how long. It was all part of the system. Chen Shen didn't mind and quickly took out the scroll of light from his bag. Approaching the bright formation with the bright scroll in hand. Sure enough, the usage symbol appeared on the scroll. Without hesitation, use the bright scroll. The process was even smoother than Chen Shen had imagined. Without any surprises, the bright scroll slowly floated up. The bright formation was slowly absorbed into the bright scroll. The bright formation that originally enveloped the entire village slowly receded at a visible speed. The cold wind of death from the despair peak blew into the village. In an instant, all NPCs looked surprised in midair. It's gone! Ha, the formation is gone. The light has dispersed, darkness has returned, great! We are free! Sob, imprisoned for 1,000 years, we can finally go out. The abandoned have returned. These NPCs were overjoyed, either wailing or wiping tears. Chen Chen angrily cursed, "Can you skip this scene? Hurry up and run, what are you doing here?" But the more anxious he was, the more sentimental the other party became. From this group of NPCs, an old man with a cane walked out. The old man was dressed in a black robe, his beard all white, hunched over, slowly approaching Chen Chen. The NPC was called Dark Priest, Mumyumu. He respectfully bowed to Chen Chen and said, "Respected Guardian, we never expected you to come and save us. We appreciate your dedication." "Thank you." Other NPCs also bowed. "Thank you." Chen Chen directly cursed, "What the hell are you thanking for? Can't you see the forces of light are here? Why aren't you running? I risked my life to save you." "Yes, the Guardian risked his life to protect us, we will repay you. Are you coming or not?" If the system hadn't popped up the mission completion yet, Chen Chen wouldn't bother with them. "Damn it, Nameless, actually releasing these sinners, kill them all. God will judge you. I represent God, I will eliminate you." Indeed, these procrastinating NPCs, Chen Chen really doubted if they were spies for the forces of light. Still procrastinating. Finally, the forces of light climbed to the mountaintop. Shouting, they rushed towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen gritted his teeth. "You, respected and great guardians, were killed by you." He clenched the dagger in his hand. Back against the darkness, facing the light, he resolutely walked towards the forces of light. But as soon as he turned around, Mumyumu pointed the staff in his hand at the ground. A teleportation array appeared out of thin air. "Chen Chen! Damn, emotions are causing anxiety. Planner, damn you!" Several NPCs, oddly polite, entered the teleportation array one by one in an orderly manner and disappeared. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally not having to die. "Guardian, goodbye at the cemetery of chaos," Mumyumu said, then stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. From then on, all NPCs disappeared. Chen Chen gritted his teeth. Procrastinators. He walked towards the teleportation array. He also waved to the forces of light. "Thank you all for your hard work, chasing me for 2 hours, and climbing the mountain with me. Don't chase me anymore, I'm home. Feel free to come to the cemetery of chaos often." Chen Chen felt relieved and said a few more words, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He passed through the teleportation array. Yes, he passed through, from the front of the teleportation array to the back. What's going on? He tried again, but it was the same, he couldn't teleport. The teleportation array became fainter and fainter. "Chen Chen, I didn't get on the bus. Damn, what's going on?" At this point, he noticed 2 system messages in the corner. "This teleportation array can only be used by NPCs, players cannot use it. This teleportation array can only be used by NPCs, players cannot use it. Chen Chen. Damn it!" Chen Chen exploded in anger. Seeing the people from the forces of light getting closer and closer, Chen Chen knew he was doomed, helpless. "Kill one, take a few with you when you die. Since we're all going to die anyway, killing NPCs can also give passive bonuses." Just as he was about to bravely face death, the system seemed to be toying with him. "Congratulations on completing this series of tasks, the revival of the chaotic burial mound. Task rewards, Guardian Mount. Task rewards, 80,000 experience points." His experience points instantly increased by half. And in Chen Chen's package, there was an extra egg. Damn it! Chen Chen cursed directly. Being killed by an NPC wasn't scary, as experience points wouldn't be lost anyway. What was scary was that he had a red name, so whether killed by wild monsters, players, or NPCs, he would drop everything in his package. A mount was a rare item. At least at this stage, he hadn't heard of anyone having one. Chen Chen had done so many tasks just for this thing. And now it was going to explode? How could he not curse? Seeing that the forces of light were about to enter attack range, Chen Chen unwillingly opened the pet egg. To his surprise, the pet egg turned out to be a one-time use item that could be used directly. "Do you want to use the pet mount egg, which will add a mount upon use?" Chen Chen felt that this day was truly full of ups and downs. He quickly said, "Use. Successful use." In the next moment, the pet egg shattered and disappeared. "Congratulations, you have obtained the mount, Bone Horse." Chen Chen widened his eyes. "Bone Horse? Wow, the name sounds pretty good." He opened the mount panel. There was a skeletal horse floating in it, emitting a faint green light. Looking into its eyes, it was something Chen Chen liked. Very cool. Grade, Platinum level mount. Attributes, plus 100% movement speed in non-combat state, unable to attack while mounted, can only be used for travel. Phew, worth it, huh? Even death is worth it. With this thing, his coolness factor skyrocketed. But before he could fully enjoy it, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, you are the first player to own a mount. The mount's grade will be upgraded for free. Congratulations, you have obtained the mount, Bone Dragon. Mount, Bone Dragon. Grade, Dark Gold level. Attributes, plus 150% movement speed in non-combat state. 20% chance of falling off when attacked. Note, the Bone Dragon can fly. Chen Chen was stunned, unable to contain his shock. The bone horse in the mount panel had turned into a huge bone dragon. Especially the last line, the bone dragon could fly. As you have obtained a mount, the system will open the mount leaderboard. Congratulations on becoming the top player on the mount leaderboard. Would you like to display your name? What a pleasant surprise, a stroke of luck. Chen Chen was hit by this sudden joy. Display. In the next moment, the system announcement resounded in everyone's ears. Congratulations to player, Anonymous, for opening the mount leaderboard. Congratulations to player, Anonymous, for becoming the top player on the mount leaderboard. Players silently opened the leaderboard, took a look, sighed, and closed it again. For Chen Chen, this was undoubtedly good news. But the bad news was, the forces of light had finally entered attack range. Anonymous, today is the day you die. You can't escape. I represent the gods in punishing you. The surrounding mountains were completely surrounded, densely packed with members of the forces of light. In the eyes of the forces of light, escape was impossible. Chen Chen muttered to himself, nonsense, what's the point of talking nonsense with you NPCs? Since he couldn't escape, he might as well go up. There's always a way out. Chen Chen knew the system wouldn't let him down. Come out, Bone Dragon. The dark smoke dispersed, enveloping Chen Chen's entire body. In the next moment, a huge bone dragon appeared beneath Chen Chen. With a massive body emitting a dim green light, standing on the ground, it was about 4 to 5 meters tall. With its wings spread out, measuring over 10 meters long, it resembled a small airplane. Chen Chen sat perched on the neck of the bone dragon, feeling extremely fond of this mount. Let's raise the stakes and go. Bone Dragon, move. With a command, the bone dragon flapped its wings, and a fierce wind swept through. The massive body of the bone dragon soared into the air. The sound of whoosh echoed throughout the mountaintop. Seeing Chen Chen attempting to escape, the NPCs from the light faction shouted against the strong wind, quick, attack, bring him down. As they chanted, all the staves of the light priests began to glow. Unfortunately, they wasted too much time talking, and the bone dragon shot up into the sky, evading their attacks instantly. If they had attacked early, things might have been different. The planners probably didn't anticipate encountering such a situation. Chen Chen sat on the bone dragon's neck, with the howling wind swirling around. Watching the mountaintop grow smaller and smaller, Chen Chen exclaimed boldly, let's go. The bone dragon vigorously flapped its wings, streaking across like a meteor. With the bone dragon's speed added to its own, the speed was terrifying, and they soon disappeared from the Despair Peak. The 4 members of the Infinite Guild also witnessed this scene. Their eyes revealed jealousy, hatred, and regret. Who doesn't hate the nameless? Who doesn't want to become nameless? This message quickly rose to the top of the forum. Damn, Nameless is too awesome, leading everyone by several days. Didn't they say you can only get a mount after reaching level 20? How does he have it now? Must be a bug. I feel like Nameless is the game boss's son, so fake, too fake, refund, refund, refund. Stop being sour, idiots. This game is controlled by the mainframe from the start. Everyone knows that, otherwise how would in-game currency align with reality? The Infinite Guild has lost all face, so ridiculous, they even threatened to wipe out the Red Name Church. Now they've made the Red Name Church lose all face. Nameless, the name given by the system, resounded throughout the server. Not a single gamer didn't know about Nameless. Nameless was the flagship of the Red Name Church. After the Mine District battle, Nameless Mount Ascension once again brought fame to the Red Name Church. Countless skilled players who wanted to PK turned into Red Names just to join the Red Name Church. The 200 members who quit regretted it deeply. They could only hope to rejoin. But Fatty was a good manager. He had a little book in his hand where he recorded all the quitters, so those who wanted to rejoin the guild had no chance. The Infinite Guild suffered even more. Dozens more members quit. Their recruitment requirements kept dropping. The current condition for recruitment was not fearing the Red Name Church and being willing to PK. However, the Infinite Guild still had a strong presence, occupying about a third of various leaderboards. The Infinite War God ranked first in level and second in attack, quite a presence. But at that moment, the system voice suddenly sounded again. Congratulations player, Electric Motor, for completing the job change task and reaching level 20 successfully. Congratulations player, Electric Motor, for obtaining the mount, Thunderbolt, becoming the second on the mount leaderboard. The consecutive system announcements once again stirred up the game. No way, I thought the Infinite War God would be the first to reach level 20. You're thinking too much, reaching level 20 requires completing the job change task, not that simple. Who is this Electric Motor? Curious individuals checked the leaderboard. However, Electric Motor had hidden their profession and hadn't joined a guild, appearing out of nowhere. Later, people discovered that they also ranked second in the attack leaderboard. With an attack power of 1249, they were behind Nameless but far ahead of others with over 700. It's evident that the second job change provides a crazy boost to attributes, as their equipment wasn't that good. After the system announcement, Electric Motor's friends list exploded. Many people chatted privately and added him as a friend. The Electric Motor was annoyed, directly closed the friend request, and opened the friend list. Nervously, he clicked on the only friend's name. Electric Motor, boss, I finished the task, can I start killing people now? Anonymous, congratulations, how does it feel to be the #1 player in the game? Electric Motor, hey, stop teasing me, who doesn't know that you are the #1 player now, the king without a crown, where do I stand as the #1? Anonymous, after turning red, there is a place for you in the cemetery, waiting for you. The Electric Motor was overjoyed. Great, I'll go kill a few people right away. With strength, who doesn't want to PK? Playing games is not for PK, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. The Electric Motor is the same, if it weren't for the hidden job task, he would have joined long ago. On the other side, Shen Shen left the Despair Peak range on the Bone Dragon. He used a teleportation spell and returned to the cemetery in the mining area. Suddenly, there were more NPCs in the cemetery. All the NPCs that should be in the city are here. Lao Mo, you finally came back, damn. The fat man's eyes were red from exhaustion. Chen Shen smiled awkwardly, don't be so anxious, I'm not here to play, I'm here to find NPCs for you guys. With these NPCs, our red name sect is finally complete. Brothers, the boss brought back a batch of NPCs for everyone. Long live the boss, finally don't have to worry about buying medicine in the village. There's also an auction house, damn, valuable things can be auctioned directly, comfortable. With life professions, we can finally make equipment. Seeing the crowd smiling, Shin Shin was also happy. By the way, fat man, leave a spot in the guild, the Electric Motor may come later. He's coming? The fat man widened his eyes, the first on the level ranking is coming? Oh my god. Don't worry, just leave a spot. After instructing the fat man, Shin Shin went straight to the auction house. He dumped all the equipment he had looted from his package and warehouse there. Some of these equipment were expensive, tens of dollars, while others were cheap, a few dollars, but altogether they added up to a few $100s. He scanned the auction house again and bought some level 15 assassin armor. His strength increased a bit. The auction house had everything. It was Chin Chan's first time shopping there, and some items were life-saving treasures. Just as he was selecting, a series of system announcements rang out. Congratulations to player, Infinite War God, for reaching level 20 and becoming second on the level ranking. Congratulations to player, Infinite War God, for riding the White Egret Mount and ranking third on the Mount ranking. Congratulations to player, Infinite Law God, for reaching level 20 and becoming third on the level ranking. Congratulations to player, Infinite War God, for riding the White Egret Mount and ranking fourth on the Mount ranking. Congratulations to player, Infinite Archer God. Congratulations to player, Infinite Rogue. Congratulations to player, Infinite. The continuous system announcements once again stirred up the mortals. Damn, I thought the Infinite Guild was going to decline, but they've been holding back. I knew it, the real masters of the Infinite Guild are all doing the second job advancement tasks, all 6 of them, which means they've cleared the instance as a group. Tisk TSK, I told you the Infinite Guild is awesome, you'll see, their levels are way higher than the Red Name Sect. When they all advance jobs, the doomsday of the Red Name Sect will come. Watching the people on the forum chatter, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel serious. They were right, when the number of Infinite Guild members advancing jobs increased, after the second job advancement, their skills and attributes would increase significantly. By then, the Red Name Sect wouldn't be able to hold on. The fat man's face turned serious. Lao Mo, what should we do? Chen Chen, what can we do? Let's level up first. I have a feeling that once they have over a dozen people at level 2, they will come to kill us. Okay. I can't just watch them grow stronger. I'll go kill them. You organize people to level up, and quickly reach level 19 for job advancement. Got it. Chen Chen left with a dagger. Right now, he only has about 50% experience at level 17, not in a hurry to level up. Killing makes him happy. Come out, Bone Dragon. With the command given, in the dark mist, the Bone Dragon slowly appeared, carrying Chen Chen soaring into the sky. The members of the Wuji Guild have relatively high levels. The places they level up are different from those of the Red Name sect. Now, apart from the Wuji Guild, no one dares to touch the Red Name sect members who are leveling up. However, Chen Chen knows that all of this is temporary. The two guilds seem to coexist peacefully. Chen Chen, high in the sky, looked down at the jungle and rivers slowly passing by beneath him. The names on the minimap kept changing. It was about 5 minutes away from the undead starting point. Chen Chen patted the Bone Dragon. Here, go down. The Bone Dragon rushed towards the ground. Below is a map called the Terror Garden. The monsters inside are level 18 and 19 plants, very suitable for long-range professions and tanks to level up. At this moment, there are many people leveling up in the Terror Garden, including many members of the Wuji Guild. Chen Chen deliberately had the Bone Dragon stop a bit further away. He walked towards the Terror Garden on foot. Wearing a shadow mask, he was no different from an ordinary player, and no one paid attention to him. Just as he was about to enter the Terror Garden, his friends list suddenly lit up. Electric Motor, boss, I've got a red name, invite me to the guild. Anonymous, that was quick. He opened the guild interface and directly sent a guild invitation to Electric Motor. Player, Electric Motor has successfully joined the guild. Welcome everyone. The system announcement appeared in the guild chat group. Electric Motor, hello, everyone. Wow, it's Electric Motor. The top-ranked Electric Motor? Boss is awesome, even such a pro can be recruited. Our boss is the most awesome pro. YYDS. +1. I disagree, the boss is the only true god. Chen Chen looked at the chat in the guild, shook his head in silence, and privately chatted with Electric Motor. Anonymous, don't mind their words. Electric Motor, it's okay, boss. From now on, we are all brothers. By the way, boss, are you busy now? Anonymous, not really, what's up? Electric Motor, do you know about the undead starting point? Outside of it, there's a place called the Terror Garden. Chen Shen's eyes lit up strangely. I know, what about it? Electric Motor, I've been leveling up here all along, right? Just now, after killing someone, I heard that the Wuji Guild members around me are gathering at the Terror Garden. They seem to want to kill the boss. With the highest level, Electric Motor leveling up in this area is normal. Chen Shen's eyes sparkled. Really? I'm at the Terror Garden now. Electric Motor, it should be true. The boss in the Terror Garden has never been found. The Wuji Guild members may want to get the second guild emblem. Hearing this, Chen Chen couldn't help but nod, thinking he made sense. The price of the guild emblem has dropped rapidly. If it comes out now, it will be the third guild emblem, with someone offering 100,000 on the forum. The fourth one is only 20,000, and after that, the guild emblem will be worthless. The Wuji Guild is obviously not short of money, so they must be getting the guild emblem to establish branches. Chen Shen's mouth curved up. Then I won't be polite. Electric Motor, boss, I'll go with you. Nameless, don't, I can handle it alone. You've finally reached level 20, don't drop levels. If you're bored, team up with others in the guild to level up. Find Fei Niao, he's level 19, take him to do dungeons. Electric Motor, got it, boss. Whether facing few or many enemies, Chen Chen is used to being alone. The items in the package are not valuable, and the equipment on him, except for the dagger, is all junk. Perfect. Chen Chen tightened the dagger in his hand and headed towards the Terror Garden. The Terror Garden map is not very large. It only takes a dozen minutes to reach the end. The monster density is high, with man-eating flowers and terror vines along the way. High experience, low attack, low health, very suitable for leveling up. There are many teams leveling up along the way, but Chen Chen ignored them. Following the map's guidance, he headed straight for the deepest part of the Terror Garden. Before he could reach it, at that moment, two players blocked Chen Shen's path. Sorry, we've reserved this area for our Infinite Guild, go somewhere else. Chen Chen said displeasedly, the mighty Infinite Guild also reserves areas like others? Kid, too much nonsense, looking for trouble? Get lost now, pretend I didn't hear, or else, I'll hunt you down in the game. No matter which guild, when they become powerful, they tend to bully the weak. After all, what's the point of being strong? This is just a game. It's a place where human nature is completely exposed. Except for scammers, no one wears a mask in the game. Chen Chen helplessly said, alright, I'll leave then. Under the triumphant gaze of the two players, he disappeared around the corner. Arriving at a corner, Chen Chen saw no one around. Stealth. The next moment, his body disappeared. In stealth mode, he bypassed the two players blocking the door and entered the deepest part of the terror garden. Before he could get close, Chen Shen heard a terrifying roar. Roar! The ground trembled. From Chen Shen's position, he could vaguely see an immensely huge plant, wildly thrashing its body and attacking the players nearby. Chen Shen exclaimed, "It's the perfect time to join the fight." From a distance, he could see the boss's health. Ancient man-eating flower. Boss. Level, 21. Health, 250,000. 250,000 health, with 240,000 remaining. In other words, the battle had just begun. Chen Shen's timing was indeed perfect. The ancient man-eating flower was very powerful, with over a dozen vines full of tenacity extending from its body. The speed at which the vines lashed out could rival the fastest assassin's attack speed. It also had area attacks. Even shield warriors couldn't withstand such dense attacks. Shield warriors unable to hold on, step back, let the ones behind take over, you guys heal on the side, heal the frontline tanks. Everyone, don't be stingy with potions, use them all, eat when needed, drink when needed. Seeing the person commanding on the side, Chen Shen's eyes lit up. The Infinite Law God, the Vice President of the Infinite Guild. 3rd on the level leaderboard, 4th on the attack leaderboard. He was the 2nd in command of the Infinite Guild, a big shot. Chen Shen hid in the corner, contemplating how to make the other party suffer losses. In order to fight this boss, the Infinite Guild had thrown away their face and reserved the area. Chen Shen calculated silently. The other party probably had around 30 people, divided into 5 groups, with 5 light priests and 1 dark priest. 6 shield warriors, the rest were elemental mages and archers, 3 elemental summoners of these ranged professions. There were no other professions. It seemed they were here just to kill this boss. This boss had high melee attack, and with its area attacks, swordsmen and warriors or assassins were not very useful. The first target would undoubtedly be the Infinite Law God. The Infinite Law God was a second-tier player. After transitioning from elemental mage, he should be an elemental archmage, as always, with high attack power, but fragile. As for what to do next, they would have to take it step by step. He didn't rush to take action, watching the boss's health slowly decreasing. During this time, Chen Shen's stealth time was up, so he stealthed again in a corner. Approaching 20 minutes, the boss's health had been worn down by about half. The Infinite Law God said loudly, "Brothers, put in more effort, stay steady, don't be greedy for damage." The resurrection point was too far away, stability was key. As long as the shield warrior could hold on, the boss would be theirs. If the guild emblem is dropped, everyone will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. Ha, Law God is generous. Thank you, Law God. Upon hearing the reward, everyone was excited. 1,000 gold coins is $1,000. In a game where a boss is defeated, each of 30 people will get $1,000. They were all eager. The Infinite Law God smiled, watching the boss's health slowly deplete. His voice couldn't help but be excited. "Brothers, the boss is about to die. 30%, 28%, 25%, 23%. The health was getting lower and lower. But just then, the Infinite Law God's smile suddenly froze. The boss's originally green body suddenly turned red at that moment. A huge flower bloomed on top of its head. The flower split open in the middle to reveal a mouth full of sharp teeth. It instantly bit the leading shield warrior. Seconds passed. The members of the Infinite Guild were in an uproar. The Infinite Law God anxiously shouted, "Don't panic, the boss is going berserk. Hold on, keep formation, healers, heal, keep up the damage output." The boss's attack surged, and the man-eating flower on its head could instantly kill a person each time. How could the Infinite Law God not be anxious? There were only 2 shield warriors left. The margin for error decreased, as one mistake from them could lead to a wipe. The Infinite Law God no longer wasted words and joined the attack. His attack power could match that of 2 or 3 people. He used skills against the boss without hesitation. Chen Shen knew his opportunity had come. While the Infinite Law God's skills were on cooldown, he stealthily approached behind him. "Ding! You are being attacked by the player nameless, passive skill, elemental protection activated." Chen Shen's figure slowly appeared behind him. Critical hit plus weakness minus 3,199. The terrifying number floated above the Infinite Law God's head. Although he was a cloth wearer, his equipment was good, and as a second-tier player, he had a health pool of 3,800 points. Coupled with elemental protection, Chen Shen surprisingly didn't one-shot him. Nameless. The Infinite Law God also had extremely fast reflexes. He rolled on the spot, trying to escape Chen Shen's attack range. "Ha, the dignified vice president of the Infinite Guild, actually rolling in front of me. You, an elemental mage, even if you've changed classes, don't think you can escape the assassin's pursuit." In terms of speed, the assassin feared no one. The infinite law god was extremely anxious, seeing that all his spells were on cooldown and he couldn't use them. He watched as Chen Chen's dagger was already stabbing towards him. He knew he couldn't escape. He angrily said, "Nameless, members of the red name sect are here, be careful." With a soft sound, the dagger took his life, and the law god fell. Congratulations on killing the player, infinite law god. Sin value +1, sin value, 572. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, total +852 points. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone's attention was on the boss, and they only reacted after the infinite law god disappeared in a flash of light. Not good. Members of the red name sect are here. What should we do, PK or kill the boss? Leader, what should we do? The members of the Infinite Guild were in a panic. Even though the infinite law god was constantly speaking in the chat channel, his absence made a big difference. The red name sect? In fact, only Chen Chen had come. After killing the infinite law god, Chen Chen showed no intention of stopping and began to kill the priests and mage archers. Priests are the most easily disturbed profession. Without their healing, only 2 shield warriors can withstand such attacks. Lying directly in front of the boss. The boss has only 5% of its health left, and the situation starts to go out of control. Chen Chen and the boss cooperate to start slaughtering the members of the Wuji Guild. Without the shield warriors, the boss kills one person in 2 strikes. Chen Chen becomes even more fierce, almost killing one with each strike. The members of the Wuji Guild are not able to fight Chen Chen nor the boss. In no time, more than half of them are dead. It is only then that everyone realizes that there is only one person with a red name, clearly only the nameless one. One of the members of the Wuji Guild steps forward and shouts, "Brothers, don't mind the nameless one, let's kill the boss first." That's right, as long as we kill the boss, we won't lose. Without a commander, they can only do this. Unfortunately, if they hadn't panicked from the beginning and focused on the boss, they might have actually been able to kill it. Now there is no way. Without a meat shield to hold on, as soon as the boss approaches them, they run faster than anyone else. Chen Chen becomes the Reaper on the battlefield. Players keep falling under his dagger, until the 13th one is killed. Only 5 members of the Wuji Guild are left, and the boss has just over 10,000 health left. Damn it, can't kill it, I don't want to level down. These 5 players know that they cannot kill the boss on their own, and not wanting to die at the hands of the nameless one and level down, they start to scatter and flee. Trying to run? Can you escape? Chen Chen never shows mercy when killing, and he catches up and strikes with his dagger. Thus, the Wuji Guild is completely wiped out. Chen Chen kills 18 people, and the boss kills 12 people. Only Chen Chen is left on the scene. The boss roars and charges towards Chen Chen. Chen Chen tightens the dagger in his hand, his tense nerves finally relax, looking at the boss with a face full of surprise. "I didn't expect this unexpected surprise. Big green brother, we had a good cooperation just now, but now I'm going to kill you." Perhaps understanding Chen Chen's words, the ancient man-eating flower lashes out at Chen Chen. -691. Such high attack power. Chen Chen retreats, takes a health potion, and waits for the cooldown of his backstab skill. But at that moment, the flower on top of the ancient man-eating flower suddenly bites down on Chen Chen. Chen Chen, originally thought to be an easy-to-kill boss, but forgot that it goes berserk. The man-eating flower on top can instantly kill. The sharp teeth of the man-eating flower rub against Chen Chen. Chen Chen has no way to retaliate except to curse. -2000, -2000, -2000. 3 numbers float above his head. It turns out it's not an instant kill, but a fixed 3 attacks, each dealing 2000 damage. At this stage, no player can withstand it. Chen Chen is no exception. After taking 3 hits, the man-eating flower looks disgusted and spits him out. Suffered fatal damage, health cleared, activating passive skill, last stand. Attack power +200%, invincible state. At the same time, the cooldown of the backstab skill is complete. Chen Chen's whole body is covered in disgusting slime, angrily saying, "Do you really think I'm a fly?" Backstab. Swish. Chen Chen instantly disappears from his original position. When he reappears, he is already above the head of the ancient man-eating flower. He stabs the dagger down towards the head of the ancient man-eating flower. Put. Critical hit plus weakness -18,000. A row of terrifying numbers floats above the head of the ancient man-eating flower. Due to the lifesteal property of the attack, Chen Chen's health is restored by half. If anyone saw this, they would surely be shocked. With an attack of over 1700, plus the last stand, plus 200%, critical hit plus weakness, it delivers the highest single target output in the entire game. The ancient man-eating flower lets out a mournful cry, and its huge body collapses. Ding, congratulations on killing the outdoor boss, the ancient man-eating flower. Experience points plus 100,000. Just as the voice fell, Chen Shan reached level 18, with an excess of 20,000 experience points. Originally divided among 30 people, he alone devoured the experience points, feeling great. A large pile of spoils was left on the ground. Chen Shan had no time to rejoice, as there were players outside, and members of the Wuji Guild should also be on their way back. Ignoring the spoils, he directly collected them all into his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, at that moment, he suddenly saw a red light flashing on the corpse of the ancient man-eating flower. Huh, what's this? Chen Shan reached out and picked it up. It was a red seed. Ancient man-eating flower seed. Guild item, can be planted in the guild to increase the guild's combat power. Good stuff. After taking out the seed, the corpse of the ancient man-eating flower quickly rotted away and disappeared. Quick, get in. We must not let the unnamed escape. At that moment, angry voices were heard outside. It was the voice of the Wuji Law God. He had a mount, and he was coming quickly. Chen Shan, however, smiled, raised his head and shouted towards the sky of the horror garden. Thank you to the Wuji Guild for helping me defeat the boss. I, Chen Shan, will remember this favor. Fate brings us together. We will meet again. Come out, Bone Dragon. Just as the voice fell, the dark green Bone Dragon slowly emerged. Roar! It raised its head and let out a hoarse roar. Chen Shan sat on the Bone Dragon's neck and soared into the sky in an instant. Unnamed. The angry voice of the Wuji Law God came from the horror garden. You're dead. Your red name sect is finished. I said it. Chen Shan looked down at the garden from high above. Apart from the members of the Wuji Guild, other players were also watching him. Ha, the Wuji Guild is nothing special. The great rock rises with the same wind, soaring 9,000 miles straight up. With a crash, the Bone Dragon flapped its wings and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. The Wuji Law God trembled with anger. Damn, damn, damn. Boss, he can recite poetry, you. Get lost. Other players probably guessed what was going on. Watching Chen Shan leave, their eyes were filled with jealousy, envy, and hatred. Both are assassins. Why is there such a big difference? Ah, can't compare, can't compare. 10 steps to kill one person, 1,000 miles without leaving a trace. That's what an assassin is. The god of assassins. Hearing the praise from nearby players, the Wuji Law God became even angrier. Kill all the members of the Red Name Sect. I must avenge this grudge. Chen Shan leisurely sat on the Bone Dragon. He began to inventory the spoils. The ancient man-eating flower should currently be one of the strongest bosses. And being the first kill, the rewards should be good. Just the gold coins alone were over 1,500. 3 pieces of equipment dropped. A piece of golden armor, a golden ring. Both are level 20, not for Chen Shan's use, but with good attributes, they should sell for a few thousand. The last piece was a necklace. Seeing the attributes, Chen Shan's eyes lit up. Ancient man-eating flower necklace, platinum grade. Wearable level, 20. Attributes, attack power plus 300. Attack plus 10%. Critical hit damage plus 20%. Skill, poisoning, 2. Rip, normal attacks cause the opponent to be poisoned. The high attack power and attributes are very suitable for an assassin. The attributes of this necklace are even better than Chen Shan's level 20 platinum divine dagger, and the equipment rating should be much higher. At level 20, he can take off. Just for this necklace alone, it's worth it. But the most valuable item is still the guild badge lying quietly there. Yes, another one appeared. Damn, the Wuji Guild is really lucky. Chen Shan excitedly took a screenshot and posted it on the forum. Thanks to the Wuji Guild for the ancient man-eating flower, selling the guild badge. What a ruthless person. The third guild badge is worth 100,000. Chen Shan excitedly contacted Fatty, guild emblem, find a buyer quickly. Oh my, another one, Laomo, I feel like eating fish. Got it. I'll be right back. You're so annoying, I like it. Just as Chen Shan was about to use the teleportation spell, suddenly, a system announcement sounded. Congratulations to player, God's left hand, for successfully creating the guild, Celestial God. Chen Shan was speechless. No way. God's left hand, Celestial God Guild is recruiting players from the rankings, not too high, only those who play sincerely come, those who come are all brothers. Chen Shan didn't expect that just after obtaining the third guild emblem, someone created the third guild. He had never heard of God's left hand before. Chen Shan deliberately looked at the rankings. This person's level ranking was around 30, and the attack ranking was 13. This level of strength was not bad. After all, at this stage, the difference between the top 100 rankings was not that big, as there were too many players in the game, and a difference of a few thousand experience points could mean a few ranking positions. The rankings were updated every 10 minutes, and each time was not that different, but the attack rankings were more stable, at 13, only a few points behind the top. Fatty Air, the fourth one, the price of the fourth one on the forum is probably around 30,000. Fatty sent a message. Shen could only sigh, it doesn't matter, 30,000 is still money, I'll send it to you. Fatty Air, I estimate that the final price of the guild emblem will be around 10,000. I believe there will be a surge in demand today, I don't know how many we can sell. I leave it all to you, no need to tell me. Shen knew what Fatty meant, in case they sold it cheaply, don't blame him. In the dormitory, the three of them were well known for being savvy, so the school assigned them to stay together. The dorm auntie saw that they turned a blind eye to each other's actions. After 3 years together, they naturally understood each other well. Shen was carefree in his actions and dealings, straightforward in character. Taizi was generous with money and loyal to his brothers. Only Fatty, whose family conditions were not good, had a strong sense of pride. Shen knew that Fatty had always felt a bit inferior in their interactions, and his family situation made him maintain a subtle distance when facing himself and Taizi, a distance that was unique to Fatty's inner thoughts. Because Fatty was very smart, he knew that perhaps after graduation, the fate of the three of them would be completely different. Their paths would also be completely different. There is a saying that goes well, school is the only place that temporarily brings everyone to the same class. Fatty was very fortunate to have friends like Shen and Taizi, but his inner pride did not allow him to take advantage of Shen and Taizi in the slightest. The closer they got to graduation, the more apparent it became. Shen controlled the bone dragon to land slowly and used the teleportation spell in a corner. In no time, he was back at the cemetery hill. Fatty's figure stood out at the cemetery hill. He had been diligent since becoming the vice president, and had never left. Shen walked over, patted his shoulder, and jokingly scolded, "You rascal, always slacking off." Fatty rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and cursed, "You two beasts, one kills people every day, the other flirts with girls every day, and you dare to say I'm lazy." The bickering between brothers was more easily accepted than concern. This was a romance unique to men. "Hey, what are you busy with?" "Oh, busy, I'm grouping all the professions." "Oh, you see, our guild will definitely have a lot of PK in the future, so I'm grouping the professions. When it's time for PK, each profession will have a group leader to command." "That's a good idea. Of course, you should see who it is." Shen opened the guild interface and indeed, in the guild name. For example, Fei Niao was the leader of the priest group and also held a cadre position. Aoyi Pao Jiao was the leader of the swordsman group and also held a cadre position. The boy driving the train is the leader of the archer group and also holds a cadre position. This will indeed improve the efficiency of command in the future. Shen sincerely exclaimed, "Fatty, you are really a genius. These things may sound simple to talk about, but managing them is quite cumbersome." Fatty enjoys it, and everyone respects him. "Here, this is for you." Handing the guild badge to Fatty. "Once the groups are assigned, don't worry about it. Sell the badge, let's go eat something good." "As you say." "Hee, I'll go kill a few people, call me when you're done selling." Shen left the chaotic burial mound, killing monsters and people along the way. Kill on sight, slaughter on encounter, the main focus is the expedition of the Nameless, where no grass grows. The forum is now lively. The Wuji Guild curses the Nameless to death. Shen is already immune to such insults. With time passing, more and more players successfully reached the second level. In one afternoon, the Red Name Church also produced several second-level players. Shen killed over 30 people. The sin value reached 621. The passive attack power provided is as high as 950. This is even higher than the total attack power of players who have not leveled up. After killing the last wild monster, a light flashed as he finally reached level 19. Finally caught up with the main force. Before Shen could even breathe a sigh of relief, the system's voice sounded. "Ding, congratulations on reaching level 19. Automatically receive the second level job mission, Bright Encirclement. Mission content, you have become a blacklist of the Bright faction. The city of Burt will besiege your guild's residence, the Chaotic Burial Mound. You have 1 hour to prepare. Mission Result 1, resist the attack of the Bright faction, and the Chaotic Burial Mound will stand firm. Result 1 reward, second level, 200,000 experience points, 400 gold coins. Choose any level 20 golden professional equipment. Mission Result 2, fail to resist the attack of the Bright faction, and the Chaotic Burial Mound will fall. Result 2 reward, Guild Dissolution, rearrange the second level mission. Note, at that time, the Chaotic Burial Mound will temporarily cancel the safe zone. Shen looked at the reward for Result 2, widened his eyes, and angrily exclaimed, "You call this a reward?" But the system wouldn't answer him. After all, the guild badge given by the system mission is the guild where he was born, which is different from the guilds of ordinary tasks and rewards. At the same time, all members of the Red Name Church received a system notification almost simultaneously. Ding, your guild, the Red Name Church, will be besieged by the Bright faction in 1 hour. All warriors, please return to the guild's residence within an hour to help defend against the strong enemy. Defense success mission reward, 200,000 experience points, 300 gold coins, choose any level 20 golden equipment. Defense failure punishment, guild dissolution. Note, the Red Name Church will temporarily cancel the safe zone at that time. Damn, this is too sudden. Chen Shen cursed inwardly, and his town return spell was still on cooldown. He directly summoned a bone dragon and flew towards the chaotic burial mound. The guild channel was already in chaos at this moment. Damn, is this a guild mission? The rewards are amazing. Once this mission is completed, our guild's overall strength will rise to a new level, and we can definitely challenge the Wuji Guild head-on. Yes, the mission rewards are good, but they also need to consider that if the mission fails, they won't get any rewards. Chen Shen quickly gave orders. Those online, arrive at the chaotic burial mound within 10 minutes. Those who are offline but have real-life contact information, call them back. If you don't make it in 10 minutes, you'll bear the consequences. The people of the Red Name Church may not have much else, but unity comes first. Everyone immediately put down what they were doing and used the town return spell to return to the chaotic burial mound. Chen Shen sent another message to Fatty. You didn't sell the guild badge, right? Fatty Air didn't sell it. Nameless, we need to be prepared for the worst, put it aside for now, get started first, I'll be there soon. Fat Second Master, everyone form a group. According to the roles I just assigned, the team captain forms a group. Manage the people in your group well. I will form a team, all team captains join my team. This is how a guild should be, able to form a team. A team can accommodate 100 groups, which is 600 people. After Fatso formed the team, he directly invited Chen Shen to join the team. The benefits of his grouping are now evident. Everyone quickly formed their teams. Fat Second Master, gear up, everyone bring the best equipment, don't skimp on potions. Priest group, warlock group, all gather, buff everyone. The mission was just released 10 minutes ago. About 400 people have gathered at the chaotic burial mound. It is now afternoon, with the most online players. Under Fatso's command, everyone is busy. Buffs and statuses are being applied, with a focus on caution. In the sky, a huge bone dragon swooped down. The boss is here. Boss! Excitement filled everyone's faces. Who wouldn't like such a huge task? Chen Shen nodded, we'll rely on everyone later. Don't worry, boss. We, the Red Name Sect, will be the best in the world. Completing the mission means we can change classes directly, saving me an afternoon of leveling. Fatso walked over and whispered, it seems like other guilds already know about our guild. Chen Shen nodded imperceptibly. Out of 500 members, 400 have arrived, so having 1 or 2 spies is normal. There's no need to do much, just provide some information to earn 100 or 200 bucks, many are willing. Don't mind them. Our spies in the city have reported that the Bright Church of Burt City is already gathering a large number of people. I estimate that the Limitless Guild and the Celestial Guild will also join in. Fatso looked worried. He has put in the most for this guild and is the one who least wants the guild to disband. The biggest challenge of this mission is the last sentence. The chaotic burial mound will temporarily cancel the safe zone. Chen Shen sneered, good, there are always onlookers, we do the mission, they come for fun, then we kill them all. Although this class change mission carries great risks, Chen Shen can't imagine the terror his attacks will reach after this afternoon. Get everyone ready, no one can make mistakes, bring the flying bird and the electric motor to our group for buffs. Okay. After giving all the orders, Chen Shen went to the auction house. He mostly had white and bronze equipment on him. He had planned to change his equipment at level 20, but now it seems necessary. There are over 20,000 gold coins in his inventory, a set of level 15 gold equipment, which is enough for now. Level 20 is now the mainstream. From helmet to shoes, he changed everything to level 15 gold equipment. Chen Shen's defense increased by about 60 points. Boss, I'm here. In the team, Flying Bird cast several buffs with a wave of his hand. Darn it, that prince guy must still be sleeping on some woman's belly. Chen Shen cursed inwardly. He then pulled a warlock into the group to buff himself. While the Red Name Sect was busy preparing, other players also started to get busy. In Burt City Square, there were densely packed NPCs from the Bright faction wearing white and gold armor and robes. There were about 1,000 of them. The surrounding area was also filled with players. Damn, the Red Name Sect sure knows how to stir things up. Yeah, even the NPCs are going after them. Don't you know? I heard the rewards for this mission are very generous. You know nothing. I heard from the son of the uncle of a friend's sister's best friend's boyfriend that if the Red Name Church fails, the guild will be disbanded. The Limitless Guild will not let the Red Name Church succeed in missions. The Red Name Church has spies who naturally know about mission rewards, so the Limitless Guild will not allow the Red Name Church to grow. They are also gathering their forces. Of course, the Red Name Church has spies, and the Limitless Guild also has spies within. Information can be bought for 1 or 200 yuan. The Limitless Guild is also gathering in the city of Beert. They have assembled over 300 people, waiting for the members of the Bright Church to depart. The members of the Bright Church are mobilizing before the battle. The members of the Limitless Guild are also mobilizing before the battle. This time, it is still the Limitless Divine Mage leading the team. Brothers, the Red Name Church has gone too far, killing our people, stealing our bosses. If they succeed in completing the mission, the face of our Limitless Guild will be lost. Kill those bastards from the Red Name Church. Everyone can receive 100 gold coins worth of supplies, enough potions. Everything you loot belongs to you. Form your teams, buff up, and depart. As the Bright Church sets off in full force, the Limitless Guild follows closely behind. Countless players watching the spectacle have not learned from the first time and are eager to join the chaos. This is the second time the Limitless Guild has gone to the chaotic burial mound. The two guilds are at odds, and the heat is rising to the top of the server. Numerous people are live streaming and recording this battle. There are only 20 minutes left. The Red Name Church is ready for battle. The Bright Church has at least 1,000 people, all level 19 NPCs. The Red Name Church is doomed this time. Yeah, can't wait to see the fight. I really want to join in. It doesn't matter which side. Forget it, we're not qualified, just watch and maybe get lucky with some loot. Countless onlookers are live streaming on both sides. The Red Name Church is almost at full strength, even the NPCs are against them. The most excited are those watching the spectacle. They watch as the crowd enters the mining area. Chen Chen is in the chaotic burial mound, anxiously watching as there are only 10 minutes left. The enemy has entered the mining area. Everyone, get ready, shield warriors block the entrance to the chaotic burial mound. Make sure to protect the resurrection point. Healers, warlocks, check who needs buffs. In the grim chaotic burial mound, the atmosphere becomes extremely tense. Before them is the power of the Bright Church, and behind them are scattered tombstones. Chen Chen tightens the dagger in his hand, and at that moment, suddenly remembers something. Right, I almost forgot about this. Hurriedly opening his inventory, he finds a red seed lying quietly inside. With 8 minutes left until the arrival of the Bright Church, Chen Chen looks for a place to plant his seed. Cannot plant in this location. After searching around for an empty space, he finds that none are suitable. With 5 minutes left, the members of the guild are already boiling with excitement. Fatty Second Master, what are you doing over there? Come here. Time's up. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be planted at the guild headquarters? Useless. Chen Chen curses angrily, feeling played at such a critical moment. System, you. Damn it. The angrier he gets, the more he throws the seed of the ancient man-eating flower into the pile of graves. They're here. At the entrance of the chaotic burial mound, the Red Name Church is ready. Shield warriors line up, holding their shields to block the entrance. Chen Chen moves to a small slope on the side. Standing high and looking into the distance, he can already faintly see the large army of the Bright Church, followed by the onlookers, and finally the trailing members of the Limitless Guild. Chen Chen takes a deep breath. Here they come. In the mission log, there are only 3 minutes left. The atmosphere becomes increasingly tense, and there is no longer any chatter in the guild chat channel. Clang clang clang, the earth is trembling. The banner of the Church of Light slowly appeared in front of everyone. Although it was known early on that the Church of Light had more than 1,000 troops, seeing the mountains covered with bright armor still made people nervous. If the game had a sweating setting, the front row of shield warriors would have been sweating profusely. Whoosh! Halt! The army of the Church of Light stopped at the entrance of the Massgrave Hill, facing off against the nameless church 20 meters away. At the forefront of the Church of Light, a general rode a tall horse out of the army. He was fully armed, even wearing a helmet that covered his face, making his features invisible. But he was the only named NPC in the Church of Light attacking the Massgrave Hill. Burt City, Church of Light, Sanction Court Bright God Knight, Debdor. Level 25. Health, 250,000. Does this title have to be so long? Chen Chen was full of distress. It was just a boss with 1,000 minions attacking them. The eyes under Debdor's mask were full of indifference. The abandoned should live in darkness, surviving in misery. Swish! He drew a golden long sword from his waist, aiming at the Red Name Church. Since you have emerged from the darkness, do not blame the judgment of the gods for coming. Wow. It was quite tense. The people of the red-named church were speechless. This wasn't even a CG, so it couldn't be skipped. In the taskbar, there was 1 minute left before the army attacked. The red-named church and the onlookers, including the Infinite Guild, were all waiting. Are the game developers stupid? Who likes to watch this? Ugh, can't skip it, disgusting. A group of people watched the CG for a minute, thinking they were giving an impassioned speech. Debdor angrily shouted, kill all these filthy creatures. For the light! For the light! For the light! The army of the Church of Light shouted in unison. Chen Shan stood at the highest point of darkness. He shouted, damn, babbling for a minute, brothers, kill them, kill the bastards, kill them. The main thing is simplicity. The army of the Church of Light slowly started moving. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, they charged. For the light, kill. The sound of killing echoed through the mining area. The long-awaited war finally began. Apart from the players on the Massgrave Hill, more people were watching the live broadcast on the forum. In the footage, the army of the Church of Light quickly rushed to the entrance of the Massgrave Hill. Bang! They collided with the shield warriors. Spectacular numbers floated above their heads in rows. It started! It started! Damn! It's finally started! Oh my god, there are tens of thousands of people in my livestream. Too awesome, there are over 10,000 people in my livestream. Am I going to be famous? The people watching on the forum were more excited than Chen Chen. Golden horses and iron men, the battlefield was shrouded in corpses. Healers, heal. Ranged professions, attack. The battle began directly, the red-named church was well prepared, and the light of spells kept shining. The frontline warriors of the Church of Light fell in rows. But soon, the healing from the light priests arrived. All assassins, go invisible. Chen Chen was the guild leader and also the leader of the assassin group. At his command, more than 70 assassins from the red-named church all activated their invisibility skills and charged towards the Church of Light. Along the way, a flying bird conscientiously gave Chen Chen a resurrection skill. Target the light priest. Yes, boss. Just as Chen Chen led his people into the forces of light. Fatty sent a message, bad news, Lao Mo. The scout from the Infinite Guild reported that their people are ready to strike. Chen Chen frowned, this is bad. The Infinite Guild had fought the red-named church once before, so they were well aware of their tactics. The first wave would be invisible priests. The other side clearly anticipated this. Behind the Church of Light, the members of the Wuji Guild are all hiding behind the Bright Church. One reason is that there are many people in the Bright Church, blocking the entrance to the chaotic burial mound. Secondly, it is because the members of the Wuji Guild do not want to die. The Wuji Law God laughed loudly, brothers, prepare your spells, wait for a few of the nameless to appear, use your skills directly, and kill them. The Wuji Sword Saint also sneered, it's the same routine every time, they deserve to be disbanded. As expected by Chen Chen, they were waiting for the assassin to appear. But this is the simplest and most effective method, just didn't expect the Wuji Guild to interfere. Chen Chen led all the assassins to the position of the priests of the Bright Church. Boss, when do we attack? Boss, I'm ready. At this moment, Chen Chen hesitated. With 70 assassins, the Wuji Guild had at least 200 ranged professions. If they were unlucky and got killed instantly, the assassins would suffer heavy losses. As time passed, the front line of the red-named church kept falling, only to rush out from the resurrection point again. Although being killed by NPCs wouldn't result in a level drop, the formation became more and more chaotic. Boss, give the order. Boss, it's too late. Chen Chen looked towards the direction of the Wuji Guild. Gritting his teeth, he ordered, all of you, wait for my command, I will go kill the members of the Wuji Guild. What? Boss. You. No more nonsense, follow orders. Yes, boss. Chen Chen decisively crossed over the Bright Church army and entered the Wuji Guild army, looking at the relaxed Wuji Law God, Wuji Sword Saint, and a few others. This time, the battle began. The Wuji War God still did not appear. The Wuji Law God was in charge of commanding the ranged professions, while the Wuji Sword Saint was in charge of commanding the melee professions. Chen Chen's eyes revealed a killing intent. Backstab. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on the Wuji Law God. At the same time as the attack, he shouted on the guild channel, all assassins, attack. The Wuji Law God was still waiting, excitedly shouting, all ranged professions, remember, wait for my command, do not attack randomly, focus fire to kill. We must completely disband the Red Name Church, let the nameless know the consequences of offending our Wuji Guild. Yes, the Wuji Law God was only level 19 now, although he was still in the second transformation, he harbored a deep hatred towards Chen Chen. Nameless, I will make you regret offending us. His gaze was fixed on the priests of the Bright Church, waiting for the assassins to appear. Just then, countless figures suddenly appeared next to the bright church priests. The Wuji law god's eyes lit up, about to order an attack. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. I, nameless, will not regret it, not now, not tomorrow. Splurt. Critical hit plus weakness minus 6,950. A string of numbers floated above the Wuji law god's head. He was defeated. Congratulations on killing the player, Wuji law god. Sin value plus 1, sin value, 622. Trigger passive skill, gain plus 2 attack power, total plus 952 points. The lineup of the Bright Church became chaotic due to the sudden appearance of the assassins. The lineup of the Wuji Guild also fell into disarray. The boss has been killed. Damn, Nameless, why is he here? Wasn't he supposed to be inside the Bright Church? What do we do now? Kill Nameless or the assassins? The Wuji Sword Saint shouted helplessly, damn it, stop standing there, kill Nameless. The distribution of power was too great, which was already unfavorable for the guild battle. With the death of the Wuji law god, there was no one to command the ranged professions. Some dared not attack, some attacked Shen Shen, and some attacked the red-named church assassins. It was a mess, and they couldn't form an effective attack. All gamers know that using all skills at once, scattering them randomly, and attacking in small groups are all taboos in group battles. Apart from a few unlucky assassins being killed instantly, the rest of the red-named sect members were not in much trouble. Shen Shen took a few attacks, but his health was barely affected. With his current defense, he was even stronger than a typical tank. After drinking a bottle of health potion, Shen Shen charged towards the infinite white paper. His goal was clear, to take down the enemy commander. Kill, control the Nameless. The infinite sword saint was the first to strike. It's not your turn yet, get lost. Shen Shen endured all the attacks, almost immune to control under the protection skill of the Guardian's Ring, and arrived in front of the infinite white paper with half of his health remaining. The infinite white paper was directly frightened. You've killed me twice. Bastard. Trying to run with a frost shield activated. A fleeing elemental mage? Exposing weaknesses, yet slow in speed. Shen Shen sneered, someone like you can be in a high position, that's all the infinite guild is capable of. With 2 swift normal attacks, he killed the infinite white paper. At the same time, both ranged and melee attacks were directed at Shen Shen. His health instantly plummeted. The infinite sword saint quickly shouted, don't stop attacking, be careful, he has an invincible skill. After fighting Shen Shen for so long, they had some understanding of his skills. Suffering fatal damage, automatically triggers skill, erupting before death, attack power increased by 200%. Unfortunately, there was no prelude to the eruption before death. Shen Shen's health instantly recovered, and his attack power surged. This time, he killed the infinite sword saint in an instant. Despite the cooldown of the backstab skill, Shen Shen did not use it, but instead used normal attacks combined with the eruption before death to kill the infinite sword saint. Both sides had fought before and naturally remembered each other's skills. The infinite sword saint was a hidden class and couldn't be killed instantly. Indeed, the body of the infinite sword saint turned into melting ice, while his main body quickly fled. Trying to run. Backstab. The backstab skill was used at this moment. Critical hit plus weak point minus 21,421. Looking at that infuriatingly low health, everyone was stunned. Being killed instantly was not terrifying. What was terrifying was still owing so much health. The members of the Infinite Guild were stunned, and the spectators around were even more shocked. Is this the first on the attack ranking? The value of the only true god among all beings is too terrifying. Monster, he's simply a monster. Just as they were shocked, inside the Infinite Guild, the Infinite Archmage and the Infinite Sword Saint urgently shouted, I'm dead, don't let the Nameless escape. No matter the cost, we must kill the Nameless. Attack the Nameless with all our might, we have 5 minutes left. Plus 4,280. Eruption before death plus backstab skill. Shen Shen directly absorbed blood with his attacks. After taking a normal health potion, he ran towards the mining area. With members of the Bright Church in front and the Infinite Guild behind, Shen Shen had already reached his limit by killing 3 commanders instantly. He could only escape from the side. If there were a speed ranking, Shen Shen would definitely rank first. Damn, so fast, even his escape looks so cool. What's the use of being fast? Can you be faster than spells? Faster than arrows? Shen Shen didn't run far. Attacks rained down on him. This time, the attacks were dense and coordinated. Dozens of numbers floated above Shen Shen's head, his health instantly depleted, and he weakly lay on the ground. Is he dead? We finally killed the Nameless. Wait, look. Dark smoke enveloped Shen Shen. Character death, activate buff skill, Undead Resurrection. The Undead Resurrection of the Flying Bird. The next moment, Shen Shen returned with full health. Without any hesitation, he continued to run. Damn, can't he really be killed? Quick, the boss said, no matter what, we must kill him. I don't believe he can keep resurrecting endlessly. Swish. This time, the attacks came in groups, first the arrows. Chen Chen's health was directly reduced by 80%. Seeing the mages of the Infinite Guild starting to chant spells, Chen Chen took out a blue potion from his bag and drank it. The blood bar is full again. The blood potion restores health by percentage, unlike other blood potions that recover slowly. Currently the best potion can restore 50% of health at once, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. It costs 50 gold coins per bottle, quite expensive. Chen Chen prepared 20 bottles specifically for this major battle, costing a total of $1,000. Following closely, the mage's attack arrived. Because Chen Chen ran fast, about half of the skills were ineffective due to leaving the attack range. The remaining half fell on Chen Chen, only leaving him with a sliver of health. Watching Chen Chen with just a trace of health left, but he had already run out of everyone's attack range. This scene stunned everyone. Damn, he can escape from this. Even in the midst of 1,000 troops, it's just like this. Even with just a sliver of health left, those onlookers dared not stop him, and they all made way for him. Watching as he ran out of the mining area, Chen Chen quickly contacted Fatty. The enemy commander has 5 minutes left. In these 5 minutes, go all out. I'll be back soon. Fatty nodded heavily. Brothers, the boss has helped us secure a 5-minute opportunity. Fight, hold on, fight to the death. The boss is mighty. Fight, for the boss. For the Red Name sect. These 5 minutes are crucial for the Red Name sect. At least they won't be defeated in the first wave of attacks. But there are too many NPCs from the Church of Light. The large army pressed forward, and the nameless sect could only slowly retreat. Protect the resurrection point. Hold on. Don't retreat. Far away from the crowd's sight, Chen Chen summoned the Bone Dragon. Although the Bone Dragon is powerful, it requires a normal state summoning and cannot be interrupted. His town portal spell was ready, but just in case, he didn't use it and instead rode the Bone Dragon into the sky. From high above, he could see the chaos at the mass grave at this moment. All he could see was a scene of battle. Although the Infinite Guild had lost its commander, they were still attacking at will, causing a lot of trouble for the Red Name sect. The Church of Light had lost about 100 people, but with the help of the Infinite Guild, their attacks became even more fierce. The Red Name sect had been pushed to the entrance of the canyon at the mass grave. There were also fierce generals in the Red Name sect. A motorized pony was enveloped in a golden light, with a staff constantly shooting out lightning. The jumping lightning kept paralyzing the group of light knights. It was precisely because of his divine skill that they held on for so long. However, as time passed, the people of the Red Name sect were pushed too far back. If they couldn't hold the entrance, once they all rushed in, surrounded by enemies from all sides, with the resurrection point guarded, the Red Name sect would be finished. Fatty, you must hold the entrance. I'm on my way. Old Mo, find a way. We can't hold on like this much longer. All assassins, continue to stealthily kill the priests after death, kill the light mages, leave the front line to me. Chen Chen patted the Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon understood, flapped its wings, and dove towards the mass grave. At this moment, spells were flying everywhere, and no one noticed Chen Chen. At the resurrection point, shield warriors kept resurrecting. Those without potions, come to me for medicine. Those with broken equipment, come to me for replacements. Next to the resurrection point, a young man driving a train kept trading medicine and equipment with the deceased members. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. After landing, Chen Chen took out his dagger and rushed towards the entrance. Fei Niao, little motor, AY, give me buffs. A glowing buff appeared on him, and he rushed towards the front line of the Church of Light without hesitation. Seeing this scene, the morale of the Red Name sect soared. The boss is back. The boss is awesome. Let's kill him inside and out. Ha, the trash of the Infinite Guild. Fatty knew how to boost morale and shouted angrily, the boss has fought for us for 5 minutes. Brothers, follow the boss and kill them all. Follow me to kill. Chen Chen stabbed the front row of the Bright Knight. Congratulations on killing NPC, Bright Knight. Sin value +1, sin value, 625. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, totaling +958 points. Killing NPCs also adds passive skills, which is the most enjoyable for Chen Chen. But the risk is also extremely high. Just after killing one, a big sword came down from the side, and many spells fell on him. His health instantly dropped by half. Heal the boss. Chen Chen's head lit up with light. Combined with taking medicine, he directly restored full health. Behind him is the dark forces, the chaotic burial ridge, and also behind him are his brothers. Kill! The shouting was earth-shattering, making people's blood boil. Shin didn't know how many times he had struck, how many people he had killed. With the help of the electric motor's lightning paralysis skill, he managed to tear a wound. Boss is awesome. Charge out. Don't charge, to the valley mouth, hold the line. Shen's joining greatly reduced the pressure on the red name church. His attacks were just too strong, even the bright knight couldn't withstand 2 strikes. Shen was already numb, the system kept reminding him of passive attack boosts. In just 5 minutes, the bright church lost more than 100 people. Shen alone killed 50 people. Outside the chaotic Burial Ridge Valley, numerous players climbed the nearby trees and livestreamed towards the valley mouth. Seeing Shen, who seemed like a demon descending from the sky, they were all excited and roaring. Family, too powerful, nameless, the only true god. Indeed awesome, can't even defeat the NPCs of the Red Name Church. Did you see that? Not a single retreat from the Red Name Church, die and resurrect, die and resurrect. This is the cohesion of the Red Name Church. I really want to join. The ground was littered with medicines and equipment dropped by the Red Name Church, which was a lot of money. But at this moment, not a single member of the Red Name Church went to pick them up. Guarding and fighting became their main theme. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The Bright Church still had about 800 people, while the Nameless Guild had 300 people all present. The Nameless Divine Mage and the Nameless Sword Saint, each riding their mounts, returned to the mining area. The first step to arrive at the scene. The Nameless Divine Mage roared, "Everyone, stop attacking, listen to my command, focus fire in small teams. My team, focus fire with me to kill Nameless." The Nameless Sword Saint said, "Swordsmen, warriors, listen up, surround the Nameless Divine Mage and the high-level warrior mage. As soon as an assassin appears, kill them with random strikes." Yes, having a command and not having one are 2 different things. They had learned from the recent lesson and wouldn't give Shen any more opportunities. Strongest skill, first wave, release. As soon as the words fell, countless dazzling spells shot out from the Nameless Guild, falling towards the valley mouth. Boom! 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 Dazzling explosions burst open like fireworks, with numerous health deduction numbers floating up. Just this wave of attacks caused about half of the Red Name Church's front line to collapse. Already difficult to resist, now being focused on, they couldn't even replenish their health. When they resurrected, the front line had advanced forward by more than 10 meters. "Hold on, we must hold on." "Can't hold on, boss." "Bad news, boss, the second wave of attacks is coming." Fatty looked up at the sky, those brilliant spells drawing beautiful arcs, accompanied by the whistling of arrows. He muttered, "It's over." Sure enough, another wave of focused attacks, and the front line directly dispersed. Only one figure was still persevering. His back was pitch black, covered in blood, constantly waving the dagger in his hand. Shen seemed to have bloodshot eyes. Lao mo. Retreat. Quick, protect the boss and retreat. That figure, alone, or too much, he was just an assassin. Shen heard the sound and reacted, his crimson eyes looking around. All his companions had fallen. People from the Church of Light surrounded him. Betrayal. Shen quickly used a backstab to attack a nearby light knight, then escaped from the encirclement. With the healing from a few nurses, he narrowly escaped from the front lines. Brave, too brave, Shen alone had killed about 100 members of the Church of Light. Now the Church of Light had less than 700 people left, but without changing jobs, lacking skills, what use was bravery? Shen watched as people from the Church of Light poured in from the canyon entrance, gritting his teeth in frustration. "The entrance is breached, Fatty, set up the second line of defense." "Okay." Fatty quickly responded, "Shield warriors, form the first line of defense at the respawn point. Ranged classes, fall back." This command signaled the complete breach of the entrance to the Chaos Burial Mound. The Red Name Church, the darkest moment has arrived. The so-called second line of defense was the respawn point. This was the Red Name Church's last line of defense, different from the canyon entrance. The canyon entrance was only a dozen meters wide, easily defended by a few meat shields who could take turns. But the respawn point had no support, with only the mountain wall behind and the other 3 sides empty. The distribution of classes in the Red Name Church was uneven, lacking in meat shields, making it difficult to defend. But to give up now? Not a single player from the Red Name Church would agree, even if they were spies. Blood runs hot, the battle continues. The entrance to the Chaos Burial Mound. The Church of Light broke through the defense and flooded into the Chaos Burial Mound. The ranged classes of the Red Name Church fought and retreated. The Supreme Law God was overjoyed, laughing madly. "Brothers, the Red Name Church is finished, it's time for us to report back, loot the spoils." Kill the red dogs. Supreme Law is awesome. Awesome my foot. Onlookers couldn't help but sneer. If it weren't for the strength of the Church of Light, where would they stand? They really looked down on the behavior of the Supreme Law Guild. But disdain aside, might makes right. When the Church of Light entered the Chaos Burial Mound, the players who had been watching rushed out. Where the church passed, the ground was littered with spoils, all dropped by members of the Red Name Church. How could they miss such an opportunity? They all rushed to pick up equipment. The members of the Supreme Law Guild could only curse in anger, but they didn't dare to attack. Rumor has it that someone in this great battle, by picking up equipment, picking up potions, made over $10,000, showing how fierce the battle was. And because of these spoils, the Supreme Law Guild's attack pace was unexpectedly slowed down. Their people, along with the onlookers, all scrambled to pick up the spoils. Blocking the way into the Chaos Burial Mound inadvertently gave the Red Name Church a chance to catch their breath. The 700 Church of Light NPCs ignored these spoils. Commander Debdu raised his sword high. Believers of the light, we are in darkness, sheltered by the light, trampling the darkness, kill these forsaken heretics. His sword pointed directly at the respawn stone in the Chaos Burial Mound. As long as the respawn stone in the Chaos Burial Mound was destroyed, the Red Name Church would fail. Kill. Under his command, the 700 Church of Light NPCs surrounded the Red Name Church at the respawn point in the Chaos Burial Mound. They were surrounded on all sides, mercilessly trampling the graves of the Chaos Burial Mound. Watching the densely packed NPCs charging towards them, the frontline meat shields of the Red Name Church nervously gripped their shields, afraid they wouldn't be able to hold on. Can't hold on. But they must hold on. Chen Shen's hands trembled, whether from the excitement of the kills just now or from exhaustion, he didn't know. There was no fear on his face, only solemnity. The Red Name Church, who kill without mercy, have you had enough, brothers? Yes. Leader. Satisfying, follow me, kill. Kill. The mages began casting hidden spells, stacking buffs on themselves. Boom! A muffled sound as the front lines collided. Chen Shen took the lead, stepping on the shoulders of the front row meat shield and leaping into the NPC group. Warriors, assassins, swordsmen, follow-up, mages, archers, summoners, support attack. The battlefield, like a meat grinder, constantly reaping lives, everyone with a red name is fighting to the death. With no natural barrier at the entrance, shield warriors act as barriers, guarding the resurrection point without moving. Chen Shen led all melee professions to engage in close combat, and the real battle was just beginning. Everyone worked together, without the interference of the Infinite Guild, truly fearless of NPCs. In no time, about 100 members of the Church of Light were killed. Now, there were less than 600 people. Although the valley entrance was lost, the resurrection point of the Church of Light was closer, joining the battle upon death. Watching the enemies fall one by one, they were close to 500 people. But at that moment, Debdu slowly drew his sword, pierced the void, and angrily said, "Followers of the light protects you. God's guidance, descend." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds that had shrouded the cemetery of chaos for years dispersed in an instant. A beam of light fell, covering everyone in the Church of Light. Immediately, the health of all NPCs was restored in an instant. Their armor seemed to have an enchantment layer, shining brightly. Whether it was defense, attack power, or health, they all increased by about 50%. Even Chen Shen couldn't kill them without backstabbing. Damn it! I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Are they going berserk? Can't hold on, the attack power is too insane. Under the holy light, the strength of the Church of Light increased significantly, causing heavy losses to the church with red names, and the battle circle shrank again. Chen Shen retreated to the resurrection point with low health. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Damn it, this mission doesn't want us to have an easy time. Fei Niao, damn it, if it weren't for the members of the Infinite Guild, we could definitely hold the entrance and wouldn't be so passive." The fatty's originally solemn face suddenly changed dramatically. "Damn it, look at the entrance." Only to see a dense crowd of players rushing into the cemetery of chaos entrance. The high-level members of the church with red names all had their faces changed drastically. The Infinite Guild, the group of troublemakers who were watching the show, finally finished looting the entrance and rushed into the church with red names. "Damn it! Bastards! Hey, we're done for, can't beat them. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. Today, each of us is a protagonist. Even if the church with red names is destroyed, it will become a legendary existence." Chen Shen took a deep breath. "The church with red names will not be destroyed. I won't allow it, my brothers won't allow it. Continue. Let's go. Kill." At this moment, morale was the most important. The battle formation must not be disrupted. If it was, and the resurrection stone was destroyed by NPCs, then it would truly be over. The Infinite Mage and the Infinite Sword Saints saw the church with red names being forced into a corner, their eyes gleaming. Brothers, destroy the church with red names. The arrogant red dogs, you also have today. Kill the nameless, kill all the church with red names. They rushed into the cemetery of chaos like invaders entering a village, laughing wildly, charging towards the resurrection point. There were too many high-level players in the Infinite Guild. If their attacks arrived, the church with red names would truly be finished. At this point, no one was optimistic about the church with red names. Onlookers couldn't help but feel a sense of pity, as if a legend was about to disappear. Watching the church with red names retreat step by step, and seeing the Infinite Guild about to join the battle. But just then, Chen Chen's system prompt suddenly sounded. Player detected invading the guild headquarters, guild defense automatically activated. Chen Chen was stunned, the system's voice continued. Attacked by players from hostile guild, guild enters defense mode. Earth Dragon Hatchling, ancient man-eating flower joined the battle. As soon as the voice fell, the graves in the cemetery of chaos began to rumble. Amidst everyone's astonishment, skeletons with tattered clothes and severely corroded bones crawled out of the graves. Under their feet, each was connected to a green vine leading to the center of the mass grave, where a small ancient man-eating flower had appeared at some point. In other words, it was controlling these skeletons. All the skeletons were natives buried in the mass grave, with a level of 22. There were as many as 200 of them. As soon as they emerged from the graves, they started attacking the members of the Church of Light and the Infinite Guild. What are these things? Why are there monsters? Damn it, they're not monsters, they seem to be from the Red Name Church. The skeletons' attack power was not strong, their defense was not high, their only advantage was their thick blood. As soon as one died, a new one immediately emerged, aiming for no survivors. With the addition of this group of skeletons, the Infinite Guild was instantly held back. The members of the Infinite Guild may not have known yet that their arrival had triggered a counterattack from the Red Name Church. Ancient man-eating flower seeds. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. I knew you were really useful. Thanks a lot to the brothers of the Infinite Guild for sending the seeds. This is taking from the people and using it for the people. Thanks to the Infinite Guild. Thank you, you old mother. Infinite Guild, you old mother. The leader shouted, and the others followed suit, but it became more and more mysterious as it spread. It's not over yet. From the depths of the mass grave, a roar like a cow but not a cow suddenly sounded. Then, a cloud of dust rose up. A huge body the size of a house charged towards the resurrection point. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. Level 50, an unrestricted Earth Dragon hatchling with 500,000 health points. What a beatdown of primitive people. The rampaging Earth Dragon hatchling charged into the crowd of the Church of Light, instantly sending a group of people flying. The pressure on the Red Name Church suddenly decreased. The already out-of-control Church of Light had given them a headache. This mission was originally unable to trigger the guild's defense mechanism, but who knew that the members of the Infinite Guild were so loyal? Seizing this opportunity, Chen Chen stood on the resurrection stone and shouted, "Brothers, follow me and fight our way out." Fight! The turning point had arrived. The Red Name Church began to counterattack. Chen Chen took the lead and charged into the battle formation of the Church of Light, following the Earth Dragon hatchling. The Earth Dragon hatchling was incredibly fierce. Its impact could even make the rampaging Light Knights cold-blooded with just a scratch. Not to mention the Light Mages and Light Priests, who were dead at a touch. Chen Chen followed behind, picking off those who were not dead with a single blow. Instantly tearing open a gap, seeing the leader so brave, the members of the Red Name Church were also greatly encouraged and charged forward. Watching the Church of Light's formation being scattered, with more and more casualties. In no time, there were only over 200 people left. Everyone watching was shocked by this scene. How can they turn the tables like this? Is God blind? Oh my, has God abandoned his followers? The face under Debdu's armor twisted in extreme anger as he shouted, "Hold on. Light Priests, give me a boost. Light Mages, follow me and kill this beast." He finally made his move. His body kept shining with a golden light, radiating the aura of light, shining brightly. He was glowing. At that moment, he was the most handsome guy in the entire mass grave. Holding a large sword in both hands, he roared and charged towards the Earth Dragon hatchling. Everyone held their breath, reluctant to blink, afraid of missing this exciting scene. He finally reached the Earth Dragon hatchling. He was about to swing his sword. Smack! He was sent flying. Everyone. A fierce operation, but the result. Are you here to make fun of us? The Earth Dragon hatchling, already in existence beyond their level, was nothing compared to a 50th level boss. Like a ball, he was sent flying. Although not to the point of death, this guy is here to boost the morale of the Red Name Church. Chen Chen laughed and said, "Light? Ha, that's all, kill, kill." The shouts echoed throughout the valley. The Earth Dragon Cub may have been infected by the Red Name Church, or perhaps it was happy to bump into Debdoro, and it roared with its head up. Then its forelimbs rose high. It was its only skill, the pre-stomp. Bang! 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 3 loud noises, the earth rippled like water, and 3 visible ripples spread out from the earth dragon cub. -20,000, -20,000, -30,000. Numerous terrifying numbers emerged from the heads of the members of the Church of Light. It stunned all the onlookers. With just one skill, centered on the earth dragon cub, within a range of 100 meters, there was no one left standing. The Church of Light, completely wiped out. Only a pile of spoils remained, along with the disheveled Debdoro, who had less than half of his health left. The members of the Wuji Guild were lucky, being held back by the ancient man-eating flower and not entering the attack range. Am I dreaming? A skill has turned the tables. So powerful. The cemetery of chaos fell silent. Not to mention them, even Chen Chen was stunned for 3 seconds. Slowly, some people reacted. Whispering softly, "We won, we won." This whisper spread through the Red Name Church like a plague. We won, we won. Whoa, damn it, I'm a member of the Red Name Church. Killing without mercy, long live the Red Name Church. The voices grew louder one after another, one wave higher than the next. Countless people were in tears, countless people were red-faced and roaring in anger. Countless people felt their scalps tingle. In this fierce battle, they emerged victorious. Chen Chen's chest heaved violently as he shouted, "Red Name is invincible. Invincible. Brothers, it's not over yet. Kill Debdoro, kill all the members of the Wuji Guild. Kill." Yes, although they had already won, the mission was not complete. Debdoro was not dead. A Debdoro, with less than half health, couldn't withstand the attacks of the Red Name Church at all. In less than a minute, he left behind spoils and died in frustration. Perhaps his frustration was due to his hatred for the Wuji Guild. This battle perfectly illustrated the saying that one should not fear godlike opponents but fear pig-like teammates. How could this happen? Are the people of the Church of Light so weak? These idiotic NPCs have caused us trouble, brothers, let's go. The Wuji Divine Mage and the Wuji Sword Saint still didn't realize it was their fault. Seeing the members of the Red Name Church charging towards them, they quickly ordered a retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Chen took the lead. Wuji Guild, thank your ancestors. The Red Name Church surged forward like a torrent, rushing into the camp of the Wuji Guild. An eye for an eye, a grievance for a grievance. At this moment, the Red Name Church was invincible, especially considering the Wuji Guild was outnumbered by 100 people. The camp was directly scattered. The members of the Wuji Guild scattered and fled. Chen Chen expressed his thanks with his mouth, but he was the most ruthless when it came to killing people. One kill, no sound. The members of the Red Name Church didn't have such good manners. Damn it, may the beasts of the Wuji Guild die. Dare to plot against me, all of you will die. When you see me in the future, call me father. In no time, the members of the Wuji Guild were killed at the entrance of the Cemetery of Chaos. Chen Chen led the members of the Red Name Church in a continuous slaughter, without stopping, killing anyone they encountered. Everyone was so bloodthirsty that the rankings were constantly changing. Chen Chen was already numb, he only knew one thing, killing. When all the people were killed. Brothers, kill all those with white names. Yes, boss, kill. This time, the onlookers were unlucky again. From high above, one could see a large number of people surging out of the canyon mouth, with the red name chasing the white name, not even sparing the monsters on the road. The main focus is on the red names going out to battle, where not even a blade of grass grows. Congratulations, you have completed the mission, Bright Encirclement. Mission rewards, second transformation, please go to the NPC at the Chaotic Burial Mound. Mission rewards, 200,000 experience points, 400 gold coins. Choose any level 20 golden professional equipment. Chen Shen's arms were trembling slightly, still mechanically waving the dagger in his hand. Even the system's voice couldn't be bothered with the light shining from his body leveling up. Kill. Congratulations on killing player. I also love the rain. Sin value +1, sin value, 875. Trigger passive skill, gain +2 attack power, totaling +1,458 points. Seems like he killed something dirty. Chen Shen paused for a moment. Damn it, who cares who his mother marries? Kill. Curses, pleas for mercy, and shouts for killing echoed throughout the entire mining area. This day was the darkest moment for the Red Names cult. This day was also the day when the Red Names cult's cohesion was the strongest. On this day, the Red Names cult emerged from the darkness, killing anyone who dared to oppose them. Backed by darkness, unafraid of the light. The entrance to the Chaotic Burial Mound was a mess. Not a single white name could stand. Chen Shen looked at the distant sunset, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The people of the Red Names cult either sat paralyzed on the ground or lay flat on the ground. Ha ha. Then, they laughed in unison. They looked at each other, laughed together, and supported each other. Chen Shen slowly raised his hand. Brothers, let's go home. Go home. Regardless of the chaos outside or the arguments on the forums, the Red Names cult's time for reaping rewards had come. People who were resting began to pick up the spoils, with golden equipment and potions scattered everywhere. The members of the Bright Church were considered elite monsters, and they dropped a fair amount of equipment and gold coins. With over 400 people, it took a full 2 hours to collect all the spoils. Everyone was exhausted, not physically tired, but worn out from the long excitement. The fat man was still busy, calculating losses and gains. Chen Chen approached Toothless John. Old man, mission accomplished. Ha, you truly are something, to succeed in this. Where did you run off to just now? Let's not talk about that. Great Guardian, once again you have protected the abandoned's homeland. As a reward, this is the dark blessing we offer you. Toothless John handed over a bottle of dark liquid. This bottle of dark blessing can help you advance in your profession. It contains the essence of darkness, and... You drank it all? Chen Chen held the empty bottle, smacked his lips twice, quite bitter. Actually, you can use it externally too. Pouring it over your head adds a sense of ritual. But it doesn't matter, the effect is the same. Chen Chen felt like hitting someone. After drinking the potion, dark mist began to gather around him. To the astonishment of the Red Names cult members, Chen Chen's body slowly floated up. The darkness turned into armor, a helmet, and the power flowed into Chen Chen's body. It lasted for about a minute. Chen Chen's appearance underwent a huge change and slowly landed on the ground. Ding! Congratulations player, nameless, successfully advanced to the second profession. Advanced to, Dark Slayer. Acquired skill, Dark Descent, Level 1. Description, jump up, transform into darkness, slash out countless daggers, striking enemies in range, unable to dodge. Attack range, 5 meters. Attack power, 80%. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Finally, a group attack skill. Acquired skill, embrace and kill. Description, embrace the opponent from behind, jump up, slam the opponent's body on the ground, causing damage that restores own health. Attack power, 100%. Health restoration, 100% of damage dealt. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Only learn 2 skills, but each one is very practical. The assassin profession is inherently powerful in the later stages. Having an AoE skill is the best news for Chen Chen. All other skills have also been increased by 1 level. Backstab can cause 150% damage, guaranteed critical hit plus weak point attack. Passive lifesteal, acceleration, also reached 15%. Most importantly, his hidden profession passive skill. Professional skill, assassination, level 3. Assassination, increase attack power by 3 points for each player killed. Level 3, indeed adding 3 points of attack. The increase in strength is significant. The most abnormal thing is the attributes. After changing professions, the basic attributes of the profession are doubled. Name, nameless. Level, level 21. Profession, Dark Slayer. Health, 6159. Mana, 1216. Attack, 272. Slaughter passive plus 1538. Equipment plus 410, plus 40%, equals 3108. Defense, 146. Magic resistance, 158. Speed, 152 plus 60 is equal to 212. Sin value, 915. It can only be described as terrifying, and this is the data without wearing level 20 equipment. There are still 2 pieces of platinum equipment in the warehouse. After putting them on, and then switching to a set of level 20 equipment, the attack power can reach at least 4,000. Looking at the leaderboard, 3,000 is already more than twice the second-ranked infinite war god. A god should have a sense of mystery. Chen Chen quietly hides the attack number of the first place on the attack leaderboard, leaving only his name. With over 4,000 attacks, the snowball effect has already begun. For each kill in the future, add 3 points of attack. The attack is too terrifying. Who would dare to be your enemy? Infinite Guild, Celestial God Guild, I look forward to you coming to kill again. Chen Chen sighed contentedly. He couldn't help but mutter, and just as he finished speaking, the friends list started to jump. Player, Left Hand of God, has added you as a friend, do you accept? Accepting the friend request from the Left Hand of God, he is now your friend. Just accepted the friend verification. The Left Hand of God sent a message, meet at the mining area, coordinates. Chen Chen glanced at the busy graveyard. Some people had already gone offline to rest, the fatty was still busy, and since he was waiting anyway, it didn't matter to see what the Left Hand of God was up to. He went to the warehouse and took out the 2 platinum level equipment to equip. The godlike dagger, the ancient man-eating flower necklace. As soon as they were worn, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, the godlike dagger has successfully entered the equipment leaderboard, 98th place. Would you like to display it? Congratulations, the ancient man-eating flower necklace has successfully entered the equipment leaderboard, 4th place. Would you like to display it? The ancient man-eating flower necklace, with a 10% increase in attack power, this attribute alone crushes many same-level equipment. As usual, Chen Chen displayed the equipment and hid the attributes. There was also a golden equipment rewarded for the Bright Siege mission, and he chose the shoes. These 3 pieces of equipment provided the highest boost for Chen Chen. Ready for everything, he directly summoned the bone dragon and soared into the sky. Fatty, call me when it's ready. Then flew towards the coordinates. The mining area was a hillside with few trees, where only a few people could hide. There were only 12 people at the location of the coordinates. As Chen Chen assessed these 12 people, they were also assessing him. Is that the bone dragon, ranked first in the mount leaderboard? So cool. Yes, only mounts of epic quality or above have the ability. The bone dragon's ability is flight, a very domineering ability. The left hand of God's mouth curled up, indeed very cool, I like it. Under the setting sun, the dark and fierce figure in dark green swooped down, stirring up a strong wind that blew their clothes. With a swoosh, the bone dragon landed, and a dark mist suddenly appeared. The bone dragon stepped into the darkness and disappeared. Only Chen Chen's figure remained in place. His gaze swept over 11 people, the eyes under the black cloak narrowed. Among these 11 people, besides the left hand of God, there was also I Love to Dance in the Rain. The left hand of God, thinking himself handsome, smiled and said, "Hello, Nameless, I am the left hand of God of the Divine Council. Nice to meet you." Before he could finish speaking, Chen Chen turned around with a godlike dagger in his hand, like a cheetah pouncing, rushing towards I Love to Dance in the Rain. It was too sudden, there were no signs, no nonsense. Hold on, what do you want, Nameless? Don't move, we have something to discuss with you. Get ready. The 11 members of the Divine Council were shocked, their skills were not ready, and Chen Chen had already rushed to Songyu. Songyu retreated in fear, Nameless, I came to make peace, Nameless. Put. The godlike dagger pierced through his mouth, directly through his throat. A predictable one-hit kill. Useless, I wanted to stab you more. But who knew you couldn't even withstand a normal attack from me? Chen Chen stood up, stepping on his body and pulling out the dagger. Discuss things? We can only talk after he's dead. The remaining 10 members of the Divine Council held their weapons, watching him vigilantly. The guild chat was even more tense. He really is a lunatic. What should we do? The pressure is so strong. Should we fight? I'm only level 20. The left hand of God took a deep breath, clapped his hands, and said, "Indeed, Nameless is impressive, practicing the art of killing. Done in one go, well done. Enough with the nonsense, you have 3 minutes, after 3 minutes, you'll bear the consequences." The scene blurred before everyone's eyes. Chen Chen had already put away the dagger, crossed his arms, and lazily looked at them. There was a touch of showing off, but he was truly tired. The left hand of God sneered, "He's just a kid after all." Ahem! He habitually pushed his glasses, but he forgot he was in a game. The left hand of God smiled, 3 minutes is enough, I'll say 3 things. First, we, the Divine Council, did not participate in the previous battle, this is giving you face. The Red Name sect can win, you owe me a favor. I am generous, from now on, the Red Name sect and my Divine Alliance. Second, the person just now was my little brother. I heard you had a grudge with him, since he's already dead, I won't pursue it. Give me face, we'll be friends when we meet in the future. Third, I want to buy your ring and mount, name your price. Chen Chen looked at the left hand of God, his self-assured smile, and was stunned. Where does your confidence come from? Who gave it to you? The left hand of God smiled gently. In the world of adults, confidence comes from money. I have the power, 2 million for the ring, 2 million for the mount, how about it? Phew! Chen Chen let out a long breath. First, I welcome members of the Divine Council, it's a pity you didn't join the battle just now. Second, I love to dance in the rain, I will kill him in the newbie village. Whichever guild takes him in will be against me, Nameless, and the entire Red Name sect. Chen Chen's lips slowly curled up. Third, I'm not short of money, do you want it? Come and challenge me. Think carefully, for a million, some people can't earn that in a lifetime. 1 minute left. Nameless, are you sure you want to refuse me? Cooperation leads to mutual benefit, I'm not like those kids from the Infinite Guild, just playing around. Shoo! Chen Chen drew out the dagger, playing with it in his hand, and said coldly, 40 seconds left. You. Boss, let's go, there's no point in talking to a madman. Yeah, the 10 of us probably can't beat him. Not probably, it's definitely. 10 second-tier players? Chen Chen didn't mind adding 30 more points of attack, yawned, and lazily said, 20 seconds left. The bark of the tree, the name of the person, the name Nameless was full of oppression. 13 seconds. The left hand of the god said with a dark face, I can offer up to 5 million at most. Think it over and get back to me. Young man, don't be arrogant, don't mislead yourself. Let's go, use the town return spell. The light of 10 town return spells lit up simultaneously. The town return spell is the same for everyone, with a cooldown time of 1 hour and a chanting time of 10 seconds. Chen Shen looked at the time. Time's up. If the left hand of the god hadn't said the last sentence, they might have been able to leave. But with the final warning, he wasted 5 seconds. Darkness descends. Chen Shen murmured softly, his body instantly leaping up, enveloped in a thick fog of darkness. Coincidentally, several members of the Heavenly God Guild, fearing Chen Shen's sneak attack, had gathered together, all within range of his skills. Chen Shen's body turned into a remnant shadow, continuously slashing out beams of light within a 5-meter radius. The town return spell was instantly interrupted, and the bodies of the 10 people fell into a state of stiffness, with beams of light passing through their bodies and continuous blood loss information appearing above their heads. Nameless. Apart from angry shouts, they couldn't do anything. In the blink of an eye, 10 slashes were made, each with only 8% of the attack power, independently calculating critical hits and weak point attacks. After the darkness descended, only 1 second transformation escapist warrior with low health remained standing from the 10 members of the Heavenly God Guild. In the next moment, Chen Shen appeared in front of him. Passing by him, the dagger lightly grazed his neck. Leaving behind these words, go back and tell the left hand of the god, the gates of the mass grave are always open for you. The red name sect welcomes your revenge. A second transformation player? Heh, 1 skill can kill 9. Chen Shen put away the dagger, sneering, are you out of your mind, giving me 30 points of attack for free? The friend list was active, expecting a scolding from the left hand of the god, but it was actually from Fatty. Fatty Air, I've got it ready. Nameless, let's eat. Chen Shen took off his helmet, feeling exhausted. Damn, I'm starving. Yeah, although not very sleepy, I'm really tired. Let's go, freshen up a bit, we'll go eat something good, my treat. No need to freshen up, I've brought it for you already. Suddenly, the voice of the Crown Prince rang out. The Crown Prince was already sitting in the dormitory, with a table full of food beside him. Just by looking at the plastic bags, one could tell it was the stir-fried rice from the school gate, along with Schwe's lemonade. Not expensive, but delicious. When playing games before, it was perfect for a few bites and a short play. You beast, you actually came back. Inhuman. Fatty picked up a bowl, looking smug. It's a pity you missed such a cool battle, too bad. The Crown Prince pounded his chest with his fist, pointing at Chen Shen and Fatty. Well done, I watched your battle live, I'm with you. Fatty, munching on the stir-fried rice, suddenly froze. Weren't you busy with something? How did you find the time to watch? Chen Shen casually said, he can watch when he's busy, it's exciting and thrilling, isn't it? Fatty suddenly felt that the food in his hand wasn't appetizing. After a long time, he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, you animal. Chen Shen changed the subject. By the way, how much money did we lose in this battle? We didn't lose anything, we earned over 86,000, and there are still a lot of equipment left in the auction house, which should fetch another 30 to 40,000. Chen Shen widened his eyes, no loss? Really? So how much money do we have now? There's still 1.4 million in the guild, and I have around 300,000 on me. What? Where did all that money come from? What do you think I've been doing guarding the auction house every day? Buying low and selling high, seeking profit, that's how I earned it. Chen Shen, Fatty, you're really talented. The Crown Prince was even more excited, crossing his legs. I heard that the game Warehouse of All Beings is about to come out. 150,000, not expensive, how about each of us getting one? The fat man looked embarrassed. I can't make the decision, this is Laomo's money. Nonsense. The money earned in the game belongs to the 3 of us, you are in charge, we listen to you. Chen Shen scolded angrily, also, the money you earn from business is all yours. Prince, yes, Laomo is right. If you keep blabbering, I'll be angry and demand my meal money back. The fat man stared blankly at the 2 of them, with a lewd expression, and was somewhat touched. Don't look at us like that. We are about to graduate. You, as a fat man, can save us a lot of trouble. I need a rebel like you. The fat man took a deep breath. Forget about the prince. Your family is in the city center, wealthy. I'm curious, Laomo's money is 1.5 million, aren't you heartbroken? What does your family do? The prince also looked curiously at Chen Shen. 3 years together. The 3 of them went from being polite at the beginning to knowing each other's backgrounds now. The fat man's family runs a breakfast shop in a small county town. After graduation, either he stays here to work as a salaryman or goes home to inherit the breakfast shop. The prince's father is the boss of a construction company in the city center, with enough money to last him a lifetime. However, only Qin Shen has always been mysterious to them. In 3 years, except for the New Year, he has never returned home, and he doesn't have much living expenses, just like an ordinary student. Qin Shen casually said, don't worry, my old man is rich, but unfortunately, he doesn't intend to spend it on me. I have to rely on myself for everything. I eat my fill, and my family won't go hungry. Don't look at me like that. I really don't lack money, especially now. This 1.5 million will be our startup capital, and the money you earn, fat man, will be yours. Agreed. Then it's settled. No problem. Watching Chen Chen and the prince confirm such a big matter with each word, the fat man didn't speak, just kept stirring the fried rice. The prince patted the fat man's shoulder. I'll go to the game warehouse. Don't tire yourselves out, get some sleep. Okay, I remember, at level 25, the arena will open. Fat man, how much guild experience points do we have left to reach level 2 guild? The experience points are already there. Once online, we should be able to receive the level 2 guild upgrade task. Alright, I'll take a shower and go to bed first. After dinner, taking a quick shower, Chen Chen lay on the bed and browsed the forum for a while before falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already past 8 in the evening. The fat man was still asleep. Chen Chen casually put on his helmet, and the room was pitch black, slowly lighting up. Welcome player, Anonymous enters the game. The gentle voice of the system sounded. Chen Chen saw the scene of the chaotic burial mound in front of him. There were only a dozen people in the chaotic burial mound, and when they saw Chen Chen online, they greeted him one after another. Boss, you're here. Good evening, boss. Boss, do you know? There are 5 more guilds. Chen Chen was astonished, opened the guild list, and indeed there were 8 guilds. First place, Ruthless and Lawless Red Name Sect, level 1 guild, guild leader, Anonymous. Second place, Wuji, level 1 guild, guild leader, Wuji War God. Third place, God of Heaven, level 1 guild, guild leader, Left Hand of God. Fourth place, Black Club, level 1 guild, guild leader, Killer. Fifth place, Hidden Clan, level 1 guild, guild leader, Invincible Hidden Clan. Sixth place, Wuji Branch, level 1 guild, guild leader, Wuji Law God. Seventh place, Blue City, level 1 guild, guild leader, Justice Descends from Heaven. Eighth place, God of Heaven 2, level 1 guild, guild leader, I Love Rain 2, branch. Chen Chen sneered, can't win so resort to numbers? Let's see who has more people. He approached John the Toothless. Oh, dear. No more nonsense, mission. Okay. Accept guild upgrade mission, level 2. Prerequisite mission, 20 players at level 2. Required items, Goblin King's Horn, Undead Warhorse's Skull. Mission rewards, guild upgrade, 288 gold coins, 80,000 experience points. To upgrade to a level 2 guild, 20 level 2 professional players are needed, a requirement that the Red Name Church has already met. The Siege by the Church of Light provided 200,000 experience points, instantly maxing out the experience of many guild members at level 19. During Chen Chen's nap time, the guild already had 34 level 2 players. Finally, a large number of Red Name Church players appeared on the level ranking list, compensating for the shortcomings of the Red Name Church. Next is the Goblin King's Horn, can't escape the fate of going through the instance. A 6-player instance, still need to find 5 more people. Chen Chen shouted in the guild chat channel, who wants to go through the Goblin King's instance? Boss, me. Boss is finally online, I'll be there soon. Is the boss finally interested in setting a record for the instance? Why would the boss be interested in setting a record for the instance? There's no benefit, no money, no equipment. As soon as the message was sent out, the guild chat channel erupted, with countless people responding. Anonymous, don't get excited, only level 2 players can enter this instance, who has time to go with me? Reporting professions when going. Electric Motor, I have time. Thunder Battle Mage. Night Footsoak, I'm at the guild headquarters, take me. Sky Thunder Swordsman. Steel Titan, boss, I'm a shield armor warrior, +1 me. Sly Spicy Soup, group me, I also have a mission to go through the Goblin King, I'm a divine archer. After level 2, reaching level 20 brings more missions, and most of the online level 2 players are working on their own missions. These 5 players' professions match, and Chen Chen adds them to the team. Anonymous, we still need a healer, is Bird here? Bird Boss is not here. The healer is only 9.5, Bird Boss can only count as half. What's wrong? His healing isn't enough, count as half? He's the man who saved me. Bird's resurrection technique is very powerful, but it has its pros and cons, and his healing power is indeed insufficient. Chen Chen frowned slightly, do we have to go out into the world and shout? Just then, a player in the guild sent a message. Fish, can I join? I've changed professions to become a High Priest of Light. Just in time, there were exactly 6 people, a healer, DPS, tank, ranged attacker, all set. Big Sister Fish is here too. Why are you hiding? Exactly, the top healer has arrived. Watching the group of animals excitedly howling, Chen Chen curiously checked Fish's information. Name, Fish. Profession, High Priest of Light. Level, 21. At level 21, Fish ranks just behind Chen Chen on the level leaderboard. Chen Chen nudged Nightfoot Soak next to him. Who is Fish? Why don't I remember having this person in our guild? She just arrived not long ago. Our guild's top healer, Bird's girlfriend. Oh, no wonder she's so popular. Hee, boss, you're wrong. Fish isn't popular for that reason. Then why is she popular? Because she's fierce. Chen Chen was initially puzzled by what fierce meant until he saw Fish in person and was dumbfounded. Fish had a very pretty face, but her outfit was very punk, with a solemn priest robe tied in a bow, revealing a flawless waist. The most eye-catching feature was her white short hair, with a fringe covering half of her face. She carried the Staff of Light on her shoulder, with one hand on her hip. This was no High Priest of Light, but a tough big sister ready for a fight. Fish raised her eyebrows at Chen Chen. Boss, I'm here. Oh, we've arrived. Let's go then. Why isn't Fei Niao boss coming? Yeah, isn't he always around every day? The 5 people in the team suddenly became lively. He fell asleep without any fuss. Put. Cough, cough. Big sister, I'm still a student, so I'm full of curiosity about the world. Please tell me more. Get lost. Yu has a straightforward and even fierce personality, not avoiding the matters of the 2 people, and soon they got along well. Centered around Burt City. To the south is the mining area mountain range, the chaotic burial mound, and the rhinoceros forest. To the north is the undead starting point, the terrifying garden. To the east is the dock, a vast expanse of water that has not yet been opened. To the west is the swamp, dense forest, and the goblin great forest in that direction. The lowest level goblins are level 20, a place for second advancement players to level up and do tasks. In the entire Burt City area, there are only 200 to 300 second advancement players, rarely encountering other players. Chen Chen led the team to kill goblins all the way to the goblin camp. There are many types of goblins, just like players, mostly fast and high attack, but for the 6 of them, they are easy to deal with. They soon arrived at the goblin camp. Welcome to the goblin camp, where kind goblins have prepared a resting place for humans. The first time entering the goblin camp, a thin goblin will lead the player to familiarize themselves with the NPCs. The camp is the only safe zone in the goblin great forest. It is also the entrance to the Goblin King's dungeon. At this moment, there are already 20 to 30 players gathered in the camp. Seeing the arrival of the 6 people, all their eyes turned to Chen Chen. Look, it's the red-named church people, and the one leading the dragon is nameless. So arrogant, being red-named and still swaggering around outside. Aren't they afraid of being killed? What? You dare to kill the red-named church people? Our Celestial Guild is not afraid of the red-named church at all, unlike your Limitless Guild. Trash. Let Nameless stand in front of me. I'll kill him. You only dare to compare notes in the safe zone. Now that the red-named church people are leveling outside, who dares to touch them? This is all earned reputation through killing. Chen Chen's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd, and these players all turned their heads away, not daring to make eye contact. He didn't like trash talking. These people hiding in the safe zone, standing on a moral high ground, are just clowns. Ignoring them would satisfy their vanity instead. On the other hand, Yu didn't care, raised her wand, tilted her head, and a disdainful smile appeared on her face. Little brats, want to kill us? There are only 6 of us, and I remember the dungeon entrance is not in the safe zone. Do you have the guts? Come on, try to kill me. The crowd looked at her in shock. She's too fierce. But no one came out to refute her, because she was standing next to that man. Bah, a bunch of cowards. The 6 of them walked arrogantly past them, left the safe zone, and headed towards the dungeon entrance not far away. Indeed, not a single player dared to leave the safe zone. However, after Chen Chen and the others entered the cave, they all opened their contacts. Boss, Nameless and a team have entered the Goblin King's dungeon. Guild leader, the opportunity has come. Nameless only has 6 people. This is the best opportunity to kill Nameless. We can block the dungeon entrance, and he's doomed when he comes out. Chen Chen raised his thumb. Sister-in-law, you're really awesome. Fei Niao is the oldest in the entire red-named church. I'm arrogant because of you in the red-named church. Also, you're the first one to call me sister-in-law. Those little things all call me big sister. The 4 members of the electric motor were happy to be called little things. Yu is clear-minded, and Chen Chen also likes her straightforward personality. Couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What he fears most is that the wet nurse is too affected. When he sees the terrifying goblins in the instance, he will scream, act coquettishly, but won't heal. It's even more uncomfortable than killing Chen Chen. The camp is 3 minutes away from the entrance to the Goblin King instance. Chen Chen deliberately slows down, but those people are really timid and dare not go up. The 6 of them arrived at the instance without any surprises. The Goblin King instance is a downward cave. Entering the cave entrance, there is a huge stone stele. On the stele is the record leaderboard of the Goblin King instance, which can be clicked on. The first place is left by the Infinite War God. First place record, Infinite War God, Infinite Law God, Infinite Sword Saint, Infinite Arrow God, Infinite Rogue, Infinite Milk Bottle. Time, 31 minutes, 29 seconds. The record only shows 10 names. By the time they reached the 10th name, it was already an hour and a half. This record has been held for 2 days, and no one can break it. The Steel Titan has been to this instance and said with a bitter face, "We played for 3 hours as a wild team and were wiped out directly. Is it that difficult? The second transformation is just an introductory scroll. This instance is really difficult." Chen Chen fell silent for a moment. "I already know how to fight. I studied the tactics on the way here and should be able to break the record." "Ha!" Everyone looked at Chen Chen in surprise. "Boss, are you sure you can do it in such a short time? Even the Infinite War God in them, I heard it took them over a dozen times to get on the record. I'm not interested in breaking the record, I just want to suppress the Infinite Guild. Talent is important for everything. Chen Chen may not have other talents, but he's been playing games since he was a child. Chen Chen, buff up, get ready, I'll be the main tank before the boss." Steel Titan. Several rays of light fell on Chen Chen's head, and his attributes kept increasing. After the second transformation, the status skills also improved a lot. Chen Chen's health increased to a terrifying 8120. The Steel Titan looked at his 7,980 health points, hesitated for a long time, and sighed, "Boss, I'll switch to DPS." "No need to switch, you don't have much DPS anyway." Steel Titan. "Listen to my command when we go in later. Sister-in-law, give me a continuous healing buff, I'll pull the mobs, Mata and Paogio follow me." "Okay, boss." After the status was buffed, Chen Chen casually assigned tasks and headed towards the cave. There was a teleportation gate at the entrance, a vortex like the starry sky. Stepping into it would make them disappear. The other 5 quickly followed. Watching them disappear, a few people emerged from the nearby jungle. Nameless entered the instance. "I'll bring people over immediately. Don't let them leave." Nameless has been to the instance, killing members of the Red Name Church. "We've arrived at the chaotic burial mound, kill one as they come out." Nameless left. Even if it was only for an hour, half an hour, it was still an opportunity for the enemy. "Roar, despicable humans, dare to intrude into my territory, seeking death." As soon as Chen Chen entered the instance, an angry roar sounded. CG animation appeared in front of the 6 of them, a 5-meter-high Goblin King wielding a large green sword, roaring in anger. The scene quickly zoomed out, with a dozen elite guard goblins surrounding their king in the deepest part of the palace. Outside the palace was a complex underground labyrinth with countless traps, prerequisites, and powerful goblins all the way. Rampaging goblins, evil goblins, cunning goblins, each one was an elite monster. Until the scene zoomed back to the 6 of them, indicating that the countdown had begun. Automatically accept instance task, kill 30 rampaging goblins. Kill 30 evil goblins. Kill 30 cunning goblins. In the task list of the 6, a bunch of tasks to kill small monsters automatically appeared. Only by killing all the small monsters, the underground palace of the Goblin King at the deepest part of the instance will open its doors. It is also to prevent assassins from sneaking in other words, to prevent people like Chen Chen. Chen Chen said in a deep voice, "Follow me closely, sister-in-law, remember, when there are goblins following me, don't heal me, or it will draw aggro. Don't worry, I have both chest and brains. Ahem. Let's start. Xiaomata, don't lose track." "Got it, boss." Chen Chen held a dagger and rushed out directly. The first to face was the cunning goblin with a staff, raising the staff in his hand and casting a green magic ball towards Chen Chen. "You have been cursed by the cunning goblin, reducing your movement speed by 30%. The evil goblin raised his bow and arrow, and the berserk goblin charged at Chen Chen with a wooden hammer. -150, -230. Numbers kept floating above his head. Chen Chen's eyes were sharp, with over a dozen goblins behind him, but he showed no intention of stopping, counting in his mind, 15 meters for ranged attacks, 5 meters for melee. Then, he began to wander in the maze, taking strange routes and always maintaining the most accurate distance from the goblins. Before long, there were over 20 goblins following him, densely packed and terrifying. With his skillful positioning, Chen Chen only endured a few attacks. The other 5 were dumbfounded. Can he really do this? He managed to pull so many and only lost 1/3 of his health. Yes, the key is to prevent them from leaving combat. When the monsters in the instance move away, they will escape aggro, but the boss can accurately calculate the attack range of each goblin, not letting them escape. I thought the boss was only good at killing. Even the fish couldn't help but praise, truly a nameless man. Sister, you probably haven't watched historical dramas. When the number of goblins reached around 50, Chen Chen's movement speed noticeably slowed down, and the rate of losing health increased. After running around the group of monsters, taking some ranged attacks, he managed to gather the monsters together. Several goblins' bodies overlapped. Chen Chen shouted, "Now, Shalmata, Titan, use control skills. Paralysis chain. Shield bash." Blinding lightning flashed, all goblins were briefly paralyzed, some even missed, but were stunned by the shield bash from the Iron Titan. Group attack, smash. Lightning strike. Falling stars. Darkness descends. Chen Chen instantly turned into a shadow, enveloping the goblins within a 5-meter radius. Watching the dense health bars floating up, the fish excitedly exclaimed, "Awesome, little brothers." Ah! The goblins kept screaming. After the wave of attacks, only a few berserk goblins were left standing in place. Chen Chen dealt with them with a few normal attacks. Congratulations on killing the elite monster, gaining 550 experience points. Even with 6 people sharing the experience of over 50 elite monsters, they still gained over 20,000. Boss, you're amazing. This speed is definitely breaking records. Boss, those moves you just made were so cool. Shalmata and the others flattered, and the fish's healing arrived. 2 healing spells filled Chen Chen's health bar, showing their ample healing power. Shall we continue? Chen Chen stood up. Yes, let's continue. Is the next one the twin passage? Yes, this level is the hardest. Boss, check the guild channel. There's a fight going on. Damn it, those bastards. While we were in the instance, they surrounded the cemetery hill. Boss, should we go back? Chen Chen played with the dagger in his hand and smiled. Go back for what? The red name sect today is no longer the same as it used to be. They are blocking our safe zone, which is simply outrageous behavior. Finally, Chen Chen said, if the other side acts even more outrageously, they will definitely block the entrance to our instance. Ha, there can't be people that foolish, right? Who knows, maybe there are some that foolish. Wanna bet? I don't think there are people that foolish in the world. As they spoke, several people stood at a 3-way intersection, with one road leading to the outside of the Goblin Palace, and 2 other roads on the left and right, both dark and mysterious. The most difficult part of the Goblin King's instance is actually here. The central passage is blocked by mechanisms, and to enter, one can only trigger the switches on the left and right sides, with the time interval in the middle not exceeding 5 minutes. However, in these 2 side passages, there are numerous traps and goblin guards, making it impossible for the usual team of 2 or 3 people to reach the depths of the passage. Except for the top-ranked players like Wuji, others on the leaderboard use a dead-end method, forming 2 healers, 2 tanks, and splitting into 2 groups to slowly advance. Even if they can pass the instance, the speed is astonishingly slow. Chen Chen directly said, "You 5 go left, I'll go right alone." Ah, boss, are you sure? Don't ask every time, okay? Finish quickly and return to the guild. Ah, didn't you say they can handle it? They can handle it, but I can't stand it and want to kill someone. Stop talking and hurry up. Chen Chen entered the passage on the right alone, where he was met with a space no more than 2 meters wide and 5 to 6 meters high. Looking around, there were visible traps and small caves on the walls and floor. According to the strategy, these traps include poison, slowdown, dizziness, some of which can be avoided, while others must be endured. In the small caves, there are monsters called goblin traps that will attack by poking their heads out, causing trouble. Hiss! Chen Chen slightly parted his lips and took a deep breath. With his heels raised high, he rushed out with a swoosh. His dark figure swiftly shuttled through the narrow cave, his head still, but his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. His eyes saw, his body reacted, with extraordinary agility matching his speed, he dashed out tens of meters in an instant. Even the traps on the ground that couldn't be avoided, he quickly passed through. Caught in a trap, fell into a daze. Dizziness time, 5 seconds. The moment he stepped on the trap, several small, sneaky goblins emerged from the nearby holes, wielding special spiked equipment to attack him. -365, -404, -410. You are in a bleeding state, losing 5% of health per second. 3 numbers directly appeared above his head, his health dropping by over 1,000 points. The output of the trap goblins was indeed high. If it were another team, the tanks would definitely be in front, while the backline would start killing the trap goblins. But not for Chen Chen. Passive skill, Guardian. A soft light flashed on his body, instantly recovering from dizziness and bleeding. The trap goblins were not part of the instance mission, so not killing them had no impact. Chen Shen did not attack them, continued to rush out, instantly out of their attack range, swiftly advancing while drinking a health potion to replenish his health. With the guardian skill, Chen Shen was not afraid of these controls, and his speed was even faster than the other side. When he was about a kilometer into the passage, the scene suddenly opened up before him. At the end of the passage appeared a small cave. In the cave were 10 patrolling goblins, each accompanied by a rat the size of a dog. Red-eyed goblin. Level 20. Elite monster. Health 30,000. Underground rat. Level 20. Elite monster. Health 40,000. In total, there were 20 monsters guarding the mechanisms on the deepest wall of the cave, which was the switch to open the central passage. Chen Shen stopped in his tracks and said in the team voice chat, "Have you arrived? Boss, almost there, didn't expect this Hula Tang guy to attack so aggressively." Yeah, the sharpshooter is not to be underestimated, took down the mechanical goblin in 3 shots. "Boss, don't worry, we'll wait for you." "Okay, I'll pull the mobs now." "What do you mean? Have you already arrived, boss?" Chen Shen turned off the voice chat. During battles, he needed to focus. It was quite challenging to solo 20 monsters at once. Clang! He used his dagger to strike the wall next to him. Even though there was a distance of over 10 meters, it seemed like the monsters couldn't see Chen Shen. Ah, stupid game design. In gaming, cursing the game designers was a tradition, no matter the reason, just wanted to curse. Chen Shen slowly approached the nearest red-eyed goblin, with the enemy's aggro range only 5 meters. At the moment he attracted 1 goblin, 4 other goblins and 4 dungeon rats rushed towards him. Chen Shen quickly retreated to a corner of the cave, instantly surrounded by 10 monsters. If he couldn't defeat them, he would undoubtedly die. Just as the 10 monsters were about to strike him, backstab. His body instantly appeared behind the outermost goblin, dodging the attack and continuing to use skills. Darkness descends. The blade in the darkness kept flashing. Critical hits, weak point attacks, continuously displaying a dense stream of damage numbers. The group of monsters instantly lost half of their health, and the backstab goblin was directly killed. However, without control skills, their attacks landed on Chen Shen. After 1 attack, even though Chen Shen's defense was astonishing, he was instantly at half health. While taking a health potion, he used a skill on the nearest dungeon rat. Thorn kill. Bang! While killing the rat, Chen Shen's health was instantly restored to full. The health restoration from Thorn kill was actually 100%. It was insane, meaning that for every output Chen Shen dealt, he could regain the same amount of health. The only drawback was probably the long cooldown. The remaining monsters became easier to kill, and he used the same method to wipe out the other 10 monsters. At the same time, only a few monsters were left on the other side. "Boss, they're all dead." "Good, activate the mechanism." The moment the switch was pressed, the entire dungeon trembled. "The Goblin Palace's gate is open. Humans, I will tear you apart." The roar of the Goblin King echoed throughout the palace. After overcoming the most difficult and time-consuming mechanism, the next challenge was the Goblin King's palace. The 6 of them gathered at the entrance of the palace, looking at the densely packed guards inside. "Nightfoot Soakfeet, boss, it's been 18 minutes. Chen Shen tightened the dagger in his hand. 10 minutes to break through the Goblin Palace should be enough. Next is a head-on confrontation. Brothers, don't be stingy with your skills, use them early to cool down early. Charge." The group rushed into the Goblin King's palace, not afraid of pulling aggro. The Iron Titan finally fulfilled his wish to be the tank, tears welling up in his eyes. "I will become your most solid shield." With a sense of existence at its peak, to stand out, he rushed to the center of the palace with his shield. Little did he know, the Goblin King's aggro range was 30 meters away. Seeing the provocation from the Iron Titan, the Goblin King stood up from his throne, drew a green greatsword, and pointed it at the 6 of them. "Fellow goblins, kill these humans." In the next moment, the entire palace, 20 goblin guards, plus the Goblin King, all charged towards the Titan. "Damn it, Titan, activate the group wipe. Our buffs aren't fully replenished yet." The Iron Titan admitted that he was panicking at that moment. Whether he was tough elsewhere, he didn't know, but his mouth was definitely tough. Trembling, he said, "Don't worry, I can hold them off." War roar! Only to see him roar, all goblins, including the Goblin King, had mocking marks floating above their heads. "Heal him, brothers, clear the small monsters first." As soon as Chen Shen finished speaking, he rushed out, and others also launched group attacks one after another. The boss was not difficult at all, and the Goblin King's skills were quite ordinary. He had a horn hanging from his waist. As soon as his health dropped by about 10%, he would blow the horn once, summoning 5 goblin guards around him. After about 10 minutes of fighting, the Goblin King let out a reluctant howl. Ding! Congratulations to the players: Nameless, Electric Motor, Late Night Footsoak, Steel Titan, Sly and Spicy Hotpot, Swimming Fish. In 28 minutes, became the first in the dungeon record. While defeating the Goblin King, the system of the 6 people rang simultaneously. Besides showing off, there were no substantial rewards in the dungeon record. They thought the dungeon had ended like this. The Goblin King lay among a pile of loot, on the verge of death, weakly saying, "Is this the strength of humans? This king's life was worth it." Electric Motor: why isn't he dead yet? Steel Titan: I don't know, no health, never heard of this before. Late Night Footsoak: when I read the strategy, it said he dies when he dies. Could it be because of my mission? Chen Chen was also full of doubts. Under their gaze, the Goblin King propped up his body with a large green sword, slowly sat up, and weakly leaned against the steps on the side. Memories flashed in his weary eyes. "Humans, I think I can still save myself. Of course, you must not be willing. Just, this king recalls that summer, it was the youth this king lost." Electric Motor nudged Steel Titan: "Look, a conspicuous package. I'm dying, I entrust my youth to you, I hope you can preserve it well. If one day, you meet her, can you take care of her for me?" The Goblin King took out the horn from his waist, tremblingly handed it to Chen Chen, looking at him with hopeful eyes. The horn under the setting sun. In the moment of receiving the horn, Chen Chen's system sound rang. "Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the task item, Goblin King's Horn. Trigger hidden task, Goblin King's Youth. Task content: blow the Goblin King's horn 30 times to summon the Goblin King's youth and slay her. Task reward? Chen Chen, do you hate your first love so much? This plan is really dog. Ah, my youth." The Goblin King tilted his head and fell silent. His horn lay quietly in the package, and later people who passed the dungeon would not notice, and the Goblin King's horn was gone from then on. This summer, he gave his youth to an executioner named Nameless. Truly conspicuous package. "It's over, let's go." Town portal. 5 town portals lit up simultaneously, and the 5 people returned directly to the graveyard of chaos. Outside the dungeon, more than 20 people gathered. They saw the record change and instantly became nervous. "The record is broken, they are coming out. Are we really going to kill Nameless? It seems we have no grudge." "Kill, of course we have to kill Nameless, and we will be invincible by creating a guild directly." "You're right, guild badges are not expensive now. Why haven't they come out yet?" In a corner, a female priestess weakly said, "I've been wanting to say for a long time, is it possible that they have town portal? Everyone? Ahem, let's spare Nameless for today. I also think the weather is nice, let's go through the dungeon too." Awkward, right? These are solo players, and players from other major guilds only have 1 or 2 people here to scout. In their eyes, those who boast of killing Nameless are all jesters. The moment the rankings changed, the person who was out for a walk started sending messages. "Boss, Nameless has already passed the dungeon, probably used the town return spell to go back." "Got it. Understood. Guild leader, retreat. Nameless is back." At the same time they were sending messages, those who were gathering outside the chaotic burial mound, showing off their prowess in killing members of the Red Name cult, began to leave one after another. "Let's go, there's nothing interesting here anymore. Let's do some quests." Just as those people were about to disperse at the entrance of the dungeon, suddenly ripples appeared in the formation at the entrance of the dungeon. An assassin dressed in black appeared in front of everyone. Chen Chen looked at the 20 or so people at the entrance of the dungeon, his mouth curling up. "Just this few people, want to kill me?" "No, Nameless." Everyone was stunned on the spot. Some of the major guilds who were out spreading the news reacted quickly and directly fled. "Trying to run? Ask my dagger first." Chen Chen grinned, holding the dagger and rushing into the crowd. Like a wolf among sheep. It was more exciting to kill people than to pass through the dungeon. Chen Chen, with full buffs, was unstoppable. Those who had threatened to kill him ran faster than anyone else. Chen Chen turned into a shadow and chased after them. "Where are you running? It's faster to die and go back." 20 or so people. Chen Chen killed 13 of them, a few escaped, which was expected. Looking around, there was no one in sight, not even monsters. He took out a mask from his bag, put it on, and headed towards the goblin camp. The shadow mask was very powerful. Not only could it conceal Chen Chen's name, but it could also change his clothing, allowing him to choose outfits from all professions. It was like a fashion item, with no attributes, just to deceive others. Chen Chen usually liked to change into a priest's outfit, so that no one would suspect that he was Nameless. After the Goblin King dungeon ended, the 5 members of the fish team used the town return spell to return to the chaotic burial mound. Chen Shen was about to take on the next quest, the head of the undead warhorse. The location of the undead warhorse was not far away, just across the goblin great forest where it lived. It wasn't a boss, but an elite monster, with a rare quantity that one person could handle. Chen Shen was thinking of taking a chance to see if there were people at the entrance of the dungeon, and unexpectedly found a group of fools waiting, which was a pleasant surprise. Passing by the goblin camp, those dozen or so players resurrected there, cursing Chen Shen. He ignored them and went to the herb merchant and weapon shop, replenished his potions, repaired his equipment, made all necessary preparations, and quietly left through the jungle on one side. It was as if he had never appeared. After leaving the goblin camp, Chen Shen took off his mask. Along the way, he encountered several players leveling up, and without any surprise, he stabbed them a few times and sent them back to town. He was truly a great person who enjoyed helping others. After delving into the goblin great forest for about 10 minutes, the ground finally changed from hard mud to a watery swamp, indicating that he had reached the death swamp where the undead warhorse resided. The death swamp was similar to the undead starting area, but the monsters here were of a higher level and more diverse. The characteristic was the high density of monsters, with more than half of them being ranged attackers, making leveling up difficult. There were even 2 level 100 stone gargoyles patrolling overhead. There were few people changing professions, and even fewer coming here to level up. In the central area of the death swamp, there were 2 red-named players, one named Qingfeng and the other named Manhwa, one with black hair and the other with white hair. They were obviously friends, but both chose the assassin profession. The 3 words red name cult were also behind their names. At this moment, they were surrounded by 6 players. Run? Ha, can you escape? Qingfeng and Manhwa's faces were ugly. You killed 4 members of our red name cult, you're dead. Dead? Ha, is our divine guild afraid of your red name cult? Blame your red name cult for being too arrogant. Our divine guild has already declared war on you. The Tianshan guild is led by a female player named Orange, who is also a rare female martial artist in the game. She holds a high position in the Tianshan temple as the vice president. Those familiar with her know that Orange is the assistant to the guild leader, earning his trust. Orange holds a shield and looks up and down at Qingfeng and Manhwa. The red name sect is an enemy to the entire region and is destined to perish. I see potential in you too. I'll give you a chance. How about joining our Tianshan guild? Her voice is gentle, but one can faintly sense her domineering side, perhaps accustomed to being superior in real life. Qingfeng and Manhwa look at Orange as if she were a fool. Join your guild? Are you kidding? Just based on your Tianshan sect? No, you misunderstand me. Orange waves her hand, a slight smile on her lips. What I mean is, you stay in the red name sect. Spy. The words flashed in Qingfeng and Manhwa's minds. Of course, rest assured, you will be paid 5,000 each month, plus bonuses. Oh, and don't forget the social security benefits. Who would have thought that playing a game could lead to a job? Orange is full of confidence, as if no one could refuse her terms. Smiling, she says, you can still stay in the red name sect as usual, enjoying benefits from both sides. Your job is simple. Send me information about the red name sect. For example, you'll earn 200 for each message about a boss battle. How about it? Young men, playing games is useless. Having a job is the right thing to do. You can play games and work at the same time, surpassing 99.9% of players. Orange's voice is soft and enticing. It must be said that these terms are indeed tempting. Just like before, when there is any action in the red name sect, send a private message. Easy money of 5,000. Plus social security benefits. Orange is confident that the 2 in front of her won't refuse. Qingfeng and Manhwa exchange glances and suddenly burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Woman, where did you get your confidence? Ha, I heard your guild leader is also known for being eccentric. Yes, the leader posted that video, truly unbelievable confidence. Both of them can't stop laughing. Orange squints her eyes and sneers, so, you're refusing? Woman, you really don't understand what a game is. Although a bit childish, we brothers have never been traitors. Orange's lips curl up. Actually, you can pretend to agree. At least you can cheat my money and lose a level. But it doesn't matter. With these conditions, I won't have trouble finding people. I thought you were smart, but it turns out you're just as foolish. Foolish? Ha, woman, you know nothing. You too, deal with them. Okay, Orange boss. 2 of the 6 step forward, both warrior class professions, their eyes full of mockery. Assassins are weak in the early stages, so they can only bully ranged professions. With a healer behind them, it's clear they intend to humiliate the 2. Qingfeng, brother, let's focus on one and take them down separately. Manhwa, got it. Earth Spike. Backstab. Just as the two were about to attack, the opponents couldn't help but taunt. No control over the initiative, just acting like rogues. Roar. The two initially planned to focus fire on one opponent. However, as soon as they used their skills, the female martial artist outside used a taunt skill, forcibly redirecting their attacks. Bang! 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 The two melee professions were subjected to a series of normal attacks. They are so fragile. Don't kill them, or we won't have any fun. Make him dizzy. I want to step on him. Let me, I want to sit on his head. 5 people controlled, a nanny with milk blood, Qingfeng Mingyue. Even if their skills are strong, they can only be manipulated by them and cannot die. Kill me, damn it, have the guts to kill me. I'll *CK your ancestors. I remember your name, I'll kill you in the future. Qingfeng Mingyue roared in anger, but the other side was too despicable to kill them. Orange looked coldly at the two being tortured. In her view, those who reject her are not worthy of sympathy. This is just a game, no matter how much they are tortured. But she forgot that this game has physical sensations, emotions, and many things she doesn't understand. For a man, being stepped on, being sat on, is a disgrace. Killing without batting an eye. Vicious woman, have you heard that a man's anger can cause blood to splatter 5 steps away? Suddenly, an ice-cold voice rang in Orange's ear. The ice-cold dagger appeared slowly against her throat. This was the closest Orange had ever felt to death. That voice, as cold as the scythe of death, the dagger against her skin, pores contracting one by one, scalp tingling. Since playing the game, this was the first time she felt so real. Is it psychological? Why can't I move? I seem unable to speak, my feet won't obey. Orange wanted to call for help, to escape, but she could only stand there with wide eyes. The dagger as the center. A dark figure slowly appeared behind Orange. One hand holding the dagger, the other grabbing the top of Orange's head. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. Celestial Guild, you're seeking death. Chen Shen leaned close to Orange's ear, his voice low. Orange could feel the hot breath. This position might be a bit ambiguous. The next moment, the dagger swiftly cut across Orange's neck. You have been attacked by the player Nameless. As the system's voice fell, a string of terrifying numbers appeared above Orange's head. Critical hit plus weakness plus armor break minus 16,874. A second tier, top-level escapist warrior, couldn't even withstand a normal attack. Orange was slashed at the neck, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Nameless, it's Nameless. How did he appear here? Damn it, Nameless killed Orange boss. Don't be afraid, we have 5 second tiers, we can beat him. He even one-shot Orange boss. Can we really fight him? The members of the Celestial Guild looked at Chen Chen in horror. Chen Chen did not retaliate, standing in front of Orange's body. As a female escapist warrior, Orange had a unique style even in her shielded clothing, lying on her side with a deep and soft chest. The silent Orange was still quite beautiful, but the next moment, Chen Chen stepped on Orange's head mercilessly, trampling the body ruthlessly into the mud. Don't want to leave? Don't want to revive? Do you enjoy being humiliated so much? Chen Shen's voice remained cold, the dagger slowly sliding under his arm. Beast! You're disgusting, how dare you step on a woman? Are you even a man? Get down, or we'll kill you. The Infinite Guild knew of Chen Shen's strength, but the Celestial Guild had not experienced it firsthand. However, the bark of a tree, the name of a person, they dared not be the first to act. Chen Shen turned slightly. Hey, Qingfeng Mingyue, how long are you two going to sleep? Be boss. I've embarrassed boss. Qingfeng Mingyue's face turned terrifyingly dark. Men, what's the shame in embarrassment? What's the harm in being humiliated in the mud? Stand up, fight back. Yes, boss. Attack. The two angry faces were ferocious, like mad demons, charging towards the other's nanny. In a team battle, you can lose, but the nanny must die. Damn it, still dare to fight back, seeking death. You two losers also want to fight back? First kill them, then kill the Nameless. Kill? Do you think you can kill me with just you guys? As soon as the close combat Grand Mage finished speaking, Shin Shin appeared behind him. Anyone who dares to mess with my red name sect must be prepared to die. You! Even the second turn escaping armor martial artists were killed instantly by normal attacks, let alone the close combat Grand Mage. Another one was killed by a backstab. Although Qingfeng and Mingyue were not very strong masters, they were not inferior to the opponent in one-on-one situations. The dignity of men, the humiliation under their feet, does not allow them to lose. Even when controlled, those crimson eyes could tear the opponent apart. The healer was afraid. The strongest attacker in the Celestial God Guild was the Flame Sword Master, who had transferred from a fire swordsman. Named Tingyu, ranked 31st on the attack list, very powerful, and the most threatening to the two. But just as he was about to act, Chen Shen's voice came leisurely, "If you don't want to be killed instantly, don't move." Ting Yu abruptly stopped, looking at Chen Shen with fear. "This is their battle, I won't interfere, and you can't either." After killing 2 people, Chen Shen sat on a nearby rock and left the battlefield to Qingfeng and Manhwa. Ting Yu's expression changed unpredictably, coldly snorting, 2 assassins, even if they are strong, how could they win in a 2v3 situation? Chen Shen said nothing, not even looking at him, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. With the leader present, 3 of the most threatening professions were killed instantly. Qingfeng and Manhwa had no reservations, only wanting to avenge their previous defeat. They took out many potions from their bags and drank them one by one. Ting Yu's face turned ugly. Damn, they're really rich. All the potions were for attack, health, and status boosts, with the cheapest costing more than $10 and the most expensive even $50. After this meal, they spent hundreds of dollars, which ordinary players wouldn't buy or couldn't bear to consume. "If we don't kill you, I won't be able to hold my head up for the rest of my life. Manhwa, I'll hold them off. You kill the healer. Kill." Although there were only 2 of them, fueled by anger and potions, they advanced relentlessly. A man's anger can cause blood to splatter 5 steps away, especially when it's 2 angry men with knives. Their desperate attacks made the 3 celestial gods retreat. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 used their backstab skills to instantly kill the opponent's High Priest of Light. Kill. Their eyes remained bloodshot. Stabbing with daggers, biting with teeth, even if no blood was shed, they had to vent their anger. In no time, the 2 stood there with little health left, while the 3 who had insulted them had become corpses. Ting Yu looked stunned, lost. How is that possible? Leader! Leader! Qingfeng and Manhwa, with their chests heaving, came to Chen Shen's side with their heads down. Chen Shen slowly raised his eyes to look at Ting Yu. "Give him a message for me. The celestial gods have insulted my brothers, this matter will not be forgotten. From today on, I, Nameless, will use all means to destroy the celestial gods and restore my brother's dignity." "Ridiculous, Nameless, you're still just a child. Even if you're strong, so what? We, the celestial gods, have money, what about you?" "You, asterisk splat." Asterisk before he could finish, Chen Shen disappeared before his eyes, and his health instantly dropped to 0. "I don't know what I'll do, but you all better be prepared to face the wrath of the Red Name sect, otherwise, it'll be boring." Watching the celestial gods resurrect and disappear, Qingfeng and Manhwa kept their heads down, silent and sullen. "What? A little setback and you're all down? Are you not men? Leader, we've disgraced the Red Name sect." "Sorry, disgrace? Stop being sentimental. That's not how we do things here. As I said before, kill them all. I've put down my harsh words, so you better be reliable." Chen Shen crossed his arms behind his neck and walked deeper into the swamp. The gentle breeze and bright moon nodded heavily. "Boss, rest assured, I'll definitely kill them. Yeah, I really didn't expect to be controlled and still be able to do such things. Yes, I also didn't expect that if controlling a woman, then isn't that, he. It's useless, I tried, and I got a system warning." Chen Shen and Manhwa stared at Qingfeng with wide eyes. "Pervert. Let me tell you, you shouldn't touch certain private parts, I've researched it. Remember when flirting with girls, you'll get kicked offline by the system. Beast." Chen Shen and Manhwa quickened their pace, ignoring Qingfeng. "Boss, where are we going?" "To kill elite monsters, undead warhorses." Undead warhorses are elite monsters, easy to kill, but the trouble is, they are few in number, their spawn points are not fixed, and they move around. Chen Shen had no choice but to level up with the 2 while looking for undead warhorses in the Death Swamp. During the process, they found 2 undead warhorses, but none dropped the quest items. After an hour of fighting, they couldn't find the 3rd one, but the system suddenly sounded. "Congratulations player, God of War, level reached 25, successfully unlocked, arena. Reward, arena sword. The arena will be divided into solo, trio, and 6-member groups. Participate actively in the arena to earn arena points, enter the leaderboard, and receive justice value rewards." Justice value, the most mysterious attribute. Anyway, all the Red Name cults have this option. Without this number, God of War levels up really fast. He should also be a hidden class, probably related to leveling speed. "Boss, are you going to participate in the arena?" "No, it's boring, wasting time in the arena. Better to kill one more person." Chen Shen indeed had no interest in the arena, just pointing to the end. "Can't kill people, just for fun." Level 25 opens the arena, level 30 opens the guild headquarters. Damn it, the God of War guild better not open a headquarters by then. Manhwa cursed fiercely. "Qingfeng, damn, horse. Chen Shen had come to understand the personalities of the 2. These 2, Qingfeng was foul-mouthed and behaved like a beast. Mingyue was stable but lacked restraint. Qingfeng anxiously pointed not far away. No, undead warhorses, too. Sure enough, not far away, there were 2 undead warhorses with full bone bodies, leisurely strolling. The 2 horses were quite intimate, constantly rubbing their heads against each other's necks. Showing affection? Little ones, stab them to death. Kill them. This time they were lucky. The 2 undead warhorses dropped the quest item on the first try. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully collected the quest item, Undead Warhorse's head. All quest items have been collected. Finally collected all the quest items. Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief, staying up all night for this task. I'm going back first, you guys do as you please. We're going back too, without the boss. It's too slow for the 2 of us to kill monsters. We just finished our task. The 3 used the town portal in the swamp. Instantly back to the graveyard of chaos. Near 4 or 5 in the morning, when the player count was at its lowest, there were only a dozen players in the graveyard of chaos, half of them leaning on tombstones asleep. The other half squeezed into the graves and fell asleep. In the quiet and eerie scene, only the faint chirping of insects accompanied them. Chen Shan brought all the quest items to Toothless John. Old man, turn in the quest. Oh, dear guardian. Skip. Congratulations on completing the task. The ruthless and lawless Red Name Cult has been promoted to a level 2 guild. A message echoed in the ears of all Red Name Cult players simultaneously. Xingfeng, boss, we're awesome. They all need to reach level 30 to upgrade the guild headquarters, and we're already at level 2. Mingyue, yes, I saw the official post too. A level 2 guild can have 1,000 members. A level 3 guild can have 2,000 members. Currently, the highest is level 3. I wonder if there will be further development in the future. We can have 1,000 members, we're thriving. These little guys, all bow down to me. Chen Shen couldn't help but smile with satisfaction on his face. Indeed, we are 1 step ahead. He then sent a message. Anonymous, Fatty, recruit another 500 people, good job. Little did he know, Fatty replied with a speechless expression. No, Lao Mo, are you kidding me? Look at the guild members, it's still 500. Chen Shen furrowed his brows and opened the guild interface. Member count, 499/500. Indeed, the limit was only 500 members. What's going on? Could it be because it hasn't refreshed? After fiddling for a moment, Chen Shen logged off and back on, only to find that the number of members was still 500. He shouted angrily, Old Toothless, did you deceive me? Where's the level 2 guild? Why do we only have 500 members? Toothless John patted the fist clutching his collar. Don't be angry, our guild is different from others, please check the VC. Please check the introduction. This guild is a special guild. At level 2, the guild cannot increase the member limit and instead focuses on developing guild skills. Chen Shen was still unsatisfied. Guild skills? Other guilds have that too. Toothless John tried to please him. Guardian, don't hit me first, take a look at the skill introduction. Our guild skills are unique. Above John's head, a few small words appeared. Guild skill learning. An option for guild skill learning also appeared in the dialog box. With a puzzled expression, Chen Shen clicked on it. He was dumbfounded instantly. Boss, what's wrong? Is there a problem with the guild skills? Let me see. Oh my god. Fatty also curiously walked over. I'm going. We're thriving. How is this possible? It's too abnormal. Shoo, keep your voice down. Fatty suddenly turned serious. Xingfeng, Mingyue, don't say anything for now. Lao Mo, what do you think of this skill? Chen Shen took a deep breath. In the guild skills section, there were 3 skills available for learning. However, only one could be chosen. They were Slaughter, Vidra, and Blood Bull. Slaughter level 1, killing a player increases attack by 0.5 points. Vidra level 1, killing a player increases defense by 0.1 points. Blood Bull level 1, killing a player increases health by 5 points. There were a few more lines below. Abandon strong ones, kill for glory, for dignity, for strength, kill. Note, skills are passive, trigger only once within 24 hours on the same person. Leaving the guild will automatically revoke the skill and all attributes gained from the skill. Since obtaining the guild token, the Red Name sect has been different from other guilds, with restrictions on joining, only allowing Red Name players. In simple terms, this guild is the exclusive guild for Chen Shan's hidden profession. Unexpectedly, after reaching level 2, the guild also involved killing and gaining attributes. Every time Chen Shun changes professions, the skill level increases by 1. At level 20 now, killing a person adds +3 attack. Without surprise, at level 100, killing a person will add +11 points. For guild members to gain 11 points, they have to kill 22 players. The disparity is evident, and he can also choose one of these 3 skills. For him, these 3 guild skills may seem somewhat mediocre. However, for the entire guild, they are simply divine skills. It seems like the system wants to cultivate a group of demons who kill for the sake of killing, not letting the players rest in the game. Chen Chen muttered to himself. The cool breeze and bright moon were excited. Great, with more people killed in the future, aren't we invincible? But the fat man shook his head. This is probably not good. Vice President, what do you mean? Fatso, elaborate. The fat man's face turned serious. Our guild probably has quite a few spies, right? Conservatively estimated, there should be 5 or 6, maybe even more, possibly a dozen or more people. Chen Chen instantly understood what the fat man meant. Smiling, he said, actually, there's no need to worry. Although these 3 skills are suitable for our red name sect, it's not as much as you think. Killing 500 people only adds 250 points of attack. It takes time to accumulate to be powerful. And, most importantly, once you leave the guild, it disappears, so there's no need to worry about spies or anything. That's right, the boss is right. The more people we kill, the more we add, the less likely we are to leave the guild. Killing 500 people is not enough, then kill 1,000 people, 10,000 people, as long as we can add, we will eventually be invincible. For Chen Chen, it may be less, but for others, it's a divine skill. The longer you play, the more powerful you become. Imagine, after a month of killing people in the red name sect, each member has 1 to 2 more pieces of equipment than ordinary players, making each member a top expert. What about half a year later, a year later? Don't forget, among players, there are many alternate characters besides players of the same level and strength. It can be foreseen that members of the red name sect will be slaughtering newcomers in the newbie village. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Qingfeng Minghua didn't hesitate at all and directly selected the slaughter skill. Fatso, it's okay, I'll take care of it tomorrow. Choose a skill. What else can I choose? I'll definitely choose defense. When it was Chen Chen's turn to choose, he hesitated. He definitely wouldn't choose attack, it was too little for him, the benefits were not high. Defense and HP were his dilemma. In theory, HP should be better, but defense is also good. My defense is the lowest. Chen Chen's defense was his weak point. The defense added by the assassin's equipment was the least. With higher HP, the attack's life-stealing attribute could be maximized. But just then, Toothless John suddenly said, "What's the dilemma? As a guardian, the guild is all yours. Having some privileges is reasonable, you can choose too." Ha! There's such an operation? Chen Chen widened his eyes and clicked to learn Vidraw. Sure enough, the learning buttons for Slaughter and Blood Bowl skills were still lit. He directly chose the Blood Bowl skill, and the learning button for Slaughter dimmed. It's a bit less, but it's better than nothing. Only Chen Chen thought so. The other members didn't think so. As time passed, several members came online, and some who were sleeping in the graves also woke up. They gathered in front of Toothless John, and when they saw the 3 guild skills, the heavy atmosphere instantly exploded. Damn, is this for real? No mistake, killing people adds attributes? Hit me, see if I'm dreaming. I've been dreaming about our guild a lot recently. Excitedly, they learned the skills, and after learning, they wanted to go kill people. In the past, killing was to maintain the red name. Some members of the red name sect would only kill a few people a day. But starting today, they were working for themselves, and their enthusiasm for killing surged. As time passed, more and more brothers came online to learn skills. Laughter and playful noises echoed throughout the chaotic burial mound. This place hadn't been so lively in a long time. These beasts were almost dancing on the graves. The more lively it got, the tighter the fat man's brow furrowed. He whispered, "Lao Mo, other guilds should know about our skills. Your killing to add attack should have been exposed." Chen Chen disdainfully smiled. Hasn't it been predicted online long ago? They say I kill and attack. The second artifact kills and attacks. The call is the loudest, since I know. I'm not afraid of exposure. Fatty, don't worry. Then he sent a message. Anonymous, brothers who have mastered skills, don't leave yet. I have something to say. More and more people gathered at the resurrection point. 499 people, only 50 people were not online. Most people have arrived. Chen Chen smiled and said, Guild Level 2, you have seen the benefits. Next I will talk about 2 things, delaying everyone for 2 minutes. Boss, don't be so serious. Exactly, everyone is so happy, killing me to liven things up for everyone. Shut up, listen to the boss. Seeing them quiet down, Chen Chen cleared his throat. First, I declare that the Heavenly God Guild, Heavenly God Branch, is listed as the #1 enemy guild. In the future, kill on sight, show no mercy, kill them until they retreat from the game. This first point puzzled the people below. Isn't their opponent the Limitless Guild? The Limitless Guild is an opponent, but the Heavenly God Guild is a mortal enemy, understand? Understood, boss. The second thing, I know that there are spies from other guilds among you. Chen Shen's gaze swept over everyone. Some were angry, clamoring to find spies, some were silent. It's difficult to find a spy, let alone eliminate them. It's simply impossible. Don't be angry, don't be furious, this is normal. I just want to say a word to the spy brothers. You can get high rewards, which means you have utility value, and it also means that our red name church is powerful. I believe you are not fools. You should know that only when the red name church is stronger, you will be more valuable and get greater rewards. Being able to deceive the other party's money and contribute to the strength of the red name church is the real skill. If anyone wants to confess, they can also chat with me afterwards. Alright, for the strength of the red name church, kill. As long as they have a white name, kill them thoroughly. Remember, the red name church is backing you up behind the scenes. Oh, kill! On this day, the people of the red name church were like fierce beasts released. On this day, the game's situation would change completely. In the chaotic era of all beings, the curtain rises. In no time, the lively chaotic burial mound became cold and deserted. Fatty sighed, these beasts, I'm afraid they will turn the whole world upside down. Let them make a fuss, it's more fun when they do. The more chaotic the game is, the more fun it is. Chen Shen smiled as he approached Toothless John. Old man, I want to use the Goblin King's horn. Are you sure you want to blow the Goblin King's horn? Note, can only be used once a day. Confirmed. Please enter what you want to say, or enter voice. In less than half a month after the opening of the game, the heat not only did not decrease, but because of the beautiful scenery of all beings, the sensory experience of the characters was excellent, and the immersive game mode made all beings go crazy. More and more new players entered the game, and more merchants emerged. From the newbie village to the main city, all were players. The equipment in the game, instead of dropping for low-level players, increased a lot. Those who were slashing slimes in the newbie village, being chased by wolves on the grassland, all enjoyed it. Just when everyone was immersed in the game, suddenly, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Hey, are you recording now? Hello, little brats, I'm anonymous. Hearing this voice, the people in the game were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Even the monster slayers stopped and looked blankly at the sky. Ahem, on behalf of the Red Name Church, I declare war on the Heavenly God Guild. From today, regardless of gender or age, the Heavenly God Guild will be exterminated until the Heavenly God dissolves. Chen Shen's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Yes, the Goblin King's horn, once blown, could announce to the entire region, very cool. I go, is this person a GM? You don't even know the nameless? Oh, no wonder, you're not even level 10 yet. What? Is he very powerful? Hee, newbie, don't you know? He is the god of our city, the god of killing. Is the Red Name Church his guild? It feels very powerful. Them? They are a group of lunatics. Those newcomers who have just entered the game remember the name Nameless, and soon after, they are killed and will also remember the name of the Red Name Church. Some people are shocked and admire the power of Nameless, determined to join the Red Name Church, while others curse Nameless, even with bitter curses. This announcement had a huge impact shortly after it was released. In a house in Burt City, the president of the Celestial Guild, the Left Hand of God, had a gloomy expression. Assistant Orange stood respectfully on the side, reporting carefully, Boss, in just an hour, our guild lost more than 20 people, and over 100 people left the branch of Songyu. Over 100? How many exactly? The voice of the Left Hand of God remained low. Orange lowered his head and said softly, many, exactly 90. Bang! The Left Hand of God's palm slammed heavily on the table. This is too much. This is too much. These turncoats. Boss, the branch does not have the benefits of our main guild. Now the guild has gained more than a dozen new members. Song family's young master is not high level, not strong enough, and it's normal that he can't control them. When the company was facing bankruptcy, the Left Hand of God was not so angry. Orange quickly shifted the blame to Songyu. The Left Hand of God habitually pushed his glasses and took a deep breath. Forget it. We should thank him for helping us get rid of disloyal employees. By the way, did you accomplish what I asked you to do? Orange's heart skipped a beat, his eyes flickering. Boss, I tried, but they don't want to be spies. They don't want to? I offered them 20,000 yuan a month for nothing, and they refused? The Left Hand of God stared incredulously at Orange. Yes, boss, I'm also surprised. I made it clear, 20,000 a month, no need for them to do anything, just gather information, but they refused. The Red Name Church is indeed a group of lunatics. They don't even want money, idiots, fools, ungrateful people. Watching the Left Hand of God angrily scold, Orange breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was the only one here, otherwise, the matter of taking kickbacks would not be kept secret. Just then, another person entered the room. Boss, the Infinite Guild, the Black Club, and the Blue City, a total of 10 guild leaders have arrived. The Left Hand of God nodded. Please let them in. The 10 guild leaders entered one after another, each one a hero in the game, without speaking, just sizing each other up. As the host, the left hand of God was not polite and directly said, I invited you all here today for one thing, to destroy the Red Name Church. In the corner, the leader of the Black Club, the murderer, with his face covered, a cool assassin, said, sorry, I'm not interested in this matter. After speaking, he got up and left directly. The leader of Blue City, the Justice from Heaven, shrugged, I'm not interested in the Red Name Church either. I'm quite busy, just passing by. I have to go to the auction house, so I won't disturb you. He also left. The left hand of God's face was not pleasant to look at. He had finally invited 10 guild leaders, and 2 were driven away with just one sentence. No, it was 5. The 9th and 10th guilds, the 9th, Merchant Alliance, and the 10th, Hall of Sin, respectively. The leader of the Merchant Alliance, Riches of the World, and the leader of the Hall of Sin, Midnight, almost simultaneously got up. Riches of the World, hee, our Merchant Alliance is absolutely neutral, so we won't participate. Midnight, regarding the matters of your grand guild, don't involve our small guild. With that, he left. The leader of the Hidden Clan, Invincible of the Hidden Clan, didn't say a word and directly got up to leave. As he reached the door, a faint voice came, Idiot! The left hand of God. You are the idiots. Doesn't the Red Name Sect spare those not killing you? His roar echoed in the courtyard. The indifferent voice of the infinite law God sounded, Ignore them. The 6 guilds we have are completely sufficient. As allies, we should stand together against the enemy. Those allies who cannot be single-minded are useless even if we keep them. Left hand of God, you better think carefully. If you become the guild leader, our daily expenses won't be low. Yes, you also heard that Nameless declared to wipe you out in the entire server. We are helping you. Except for the 5 guilds that left, the intentions of people from other guilds are not pure, as can be heard from their tone. The expenses of a guild are significant. It's not just about opening a few branches. During battles, the money for potions alone is an extraordinary expense that ordinary people cannot bear. In a fight, each person would need at least $10 to $20. If equipment breaks, even the cheap ones would cost tens or hundreds to replace. Otherwise, they would only collect high-level ones, losing levels upon death. Who would fight for you then? Perhaps this is the brilliance of sentient beings, shifting conflicts between players, which is the most profitable. The left hand of God sat calmly, smiling, of course, no problem. It's just money, right? I'll cover all your potion expenses as long as we can wipe out the Red Name Sect. Good, deal. Then it's settled. Starting today, our infinite guild will patrol in groups of 6, continuously killing members of the Red Name Sect. Us too. As soon as the money is received, everything is negotiable. The Red Name Sect has been arrogant for too long. It's time to make them fall off the cliff. Just as they were colluding, Orange hurriedly entered and whispered, Boss, the Red Name Sect has gone crazy. Quickly check the posts online. Hearing this, the other guild leaders curiously opened the internal forum. Looking at a whole page of posts cursing the Red Name Sect, everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be the Red Name Sect has violated the rules? Are they digging their own grave? On the forum, in the daily section of the World of Sentient Beings, hundreds of posts with red fonts cursing the Red Name Sect densely filled the page. This game is not fun. I'm level 1 and have been killed 30 times. Are the people of the Red Name Sect crazy? Live recording, 25th Novice Village, high-level Red Name Sect players taking turns killing newbies. Damn it, can't people even play the game anymore? I finally leveled up all night, only to be killed back to level 1 in an hour. The Red Name Sect, full of evil, war correspondents risking their lives, hiding in the Novice Village to live broadcast for you. Such posts were everywhere. Clicking into the most crowded live broadcast room, leading the siege of the Novice Village was actually Chen Chen. Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. Everyone's minds are indeed sharp. As long as killing adds attributes, all sorts of bizarre methods can be devised. Especially the method of Fei Niao, surrounding the city of the Novice Village, named Fei Niao Plan. It's too vicious. Chen Chen held a dagger, standing at the entrance of Novice Village No. 25 with 11 people, shouting to the players in the safe zone, Brothers, don't be afraid. We are not bad people. As long as you line up and let me kill one by one, each person killed 12 times, you can go out to level up, okay? Rest assured, we of the Red Name Sect are professionals in killing. His voice was very gentle. Looking at the new players in the safe zone, they were like family. But the players in the Novice Village were furious. You guys are too much. Just now, a group of Red Name Sect members said the same thing. Exactly, I've been killed 6 times just now, I haven't recovered yet. Wah, can't you let us rest for a bit? Keep dying, it's too damn tiring. Same here, is this game in black and white? I spend more time dead than playing the game. Isn't there anyone to control you bastards? Begging for mercy? Complaining? Sorry, in the face of attributes, it's not allowed. Fei Niao's method is both poisonous and effective. Chen Chen has already killed 50 people so far, including the time on the road. It's been less than an hour. With 5 points of sin, his guardian ring can be upgraded to level 5. How could he let go of these lovely players? His gaze swept over all the newcomers. His face gradually turned cold. I don't care if others kill you, but I haven't killed you today. Line up and come out, otherwise, we'll leave only 2 ranged players, and you'll be killed when you leave the village. Let's see how you play the game. You. Damn it, you're too much. I'm not playing anymore. Several players logged off directly, some abandoned the game, while others wanted to come back later, but what they didn't know was that 24 hours later, new red name sect members would block the entrance again. In the 25th newbie village, half of the players chose to stay. After all, helmets are expensive, and death is also an experience. Where there's a leader, there's a follower. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Take a deep breath, it won't hurt, fainting is normal. You'll get used to dying a few more times. 1 knife, 1 child, 1 kill, no sound. There are others registering names and IDs nearby. This is what you call professionalism. Congratulations on killing player. Infinite terror. Sin value +1, sin value, 1000, trigger passive skill assassination, gain +3 attack power, total +1780 points, trigger passive skill diamond body, gain +0, 1 defense, total +5. 5 points, trigger passive skill blood bull, gain +5 vitality, total +250 points. Congratulations, successfully upgraded guardian ring to level 5 attributes, all attributes increased by 50%. Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fei Niao's method is ruthless, no need to spend money on medical expenses, each member is enthusiastic and organized spontaneously. How long has it been? Just an hour. Although half logged off, there were still dozens of people left. Everyone was excited to see their attributes slowly improving. Boss, let's kill them for 24 hours today, and then again tomorrow, then we'll be invincible. Yeah, that's great. Fei Niao boss is truly ruthless, trained by the gamefish big sister, so vicious. Fei Niao, you go register. Don't let you be killed, damn it. The happier the red name sect members were, the more frustrated the newcomers became. Especially when they heard them say, kill for a full 24 hours, and come back tomorrow. What kind of place is the newbie village? It's just too much bullying. Finally, one person died 12 times. Chen Chen patted his shoulder. Little brother, level up more. Once you leave the newbie village, don't come back. Be a good person in the future. The first few were the luckiest. They didn't come back after leaving the newbie village, but the later ones were unfortunate because before Chen Chen finished killing the 12 people, another group of red names arrived. Oh, boss, you guys are here too. Let's kill together. Ha, Fei Niao boss is here too. Brothers of the newbie village, endure a bit, add 6 more times to each person. Seeing them warmly greet each other, laughing happily, the newcomers logged off angrily. For the red name sect, it was truly a feast, but for all the players in the newbie village, it was a disaster. The left hand of God excitedly said, alright, this is how we play, right? Everyone, this is our chance. Let's go to the newbie village and hunt down the red name sect. Yes, if they don't mess with the burial mound, how can they fight us? We outnumber them. The members of the 6th Union quickly reacted and began to gather their forces. At the first moment of their gathering, Fatty received the news and urgently sent it to Chen Chen. Fatty Air, Lao Mo, it's not good. The members of the Heavenly God Association, together with 5 other associations led by the Infinite Association, are planning to ambush the people in our newbie village. Nameless, they really know when to strike. We didn't look for them, but they came to us, then let's fight. At the same time, in the real world, in the top floor office of the Sentient Group, technical personnel hurriedly reported, the offline rate is abnormal, the return rate of stores under the door is abnormal, mostly concentrated in the newbie village area of levels 15 to 25. Yang combed his big back head, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, meticulously combed temples, and a serious frown. His fingers rhythmically tapped the table, and he said in a deep voice, have you found out the reason? We found out. The Observer reported that it was done by the ruthless and lawless Red Name Church. They blocked the newbie village and killed. Those newbies couldn't even play the game. The technical staff looked puzzled. They couldn't understand why the Red Name Church would slaughter the newbie village, and in just one morning. Yang was equally puzzled. Why? I don't know, maybe it's a mission, or maybe just a hobby. The guild leader Nameless has been killing since entering the game. His sin value has reached over 1,000 points. Why don't you know anything? How do you work? We can't help it. Ever since the game started running, everything is controlled by the main brain. The main brain is controlled by the headquarters, we have no authority other than submitting bug fix suggestions. Yi Yang was also furious. The biggest selling point of the sentient beings is the control of the main brain. Without human factors, most technical staff are only responsible for maintenance, which has always been one of their selling points. As a result, the currency in the game has always been strong. Seeing Yi Yang lost in thought, a technical staff member whispered, we just calculated, if this continues, the sales performance of our branch may drop by about 50%. So much? Yi Yang's face looked even worse. He was just the head of a branch, he might not understand the game, but knowing that a 50% drop in performance meant he could be fired. Find a solution, we can't let the situation escalate. There are only two ways, one is to contact Nameless and ask him to stop this crazy behavior. Hearing this, Yi Yang sighed, forget about you, I don't even have the authority to view customer information. The technical staff were not surprised. Customer information is too important to the sentient beings. With iris scans, if it can be obtained at will, the sentient beings would be on the verge of collapse. The technical staff gritted their teeth. The second way is urgent repair. Submit a bug fix to the main brain. After fixing level 10, players can enter and exit the newbie village. After all, this does affect game balance. I believe the headquarters will agree to it. Yi Yang unconsciously nodded. Okay, let's use this method. What are you waiting for? Go and do it, quickly. Yes, If this is the responsibility of a game bug, then Yi Yang's risk of responsibility is reduced, so he naturally agrees. Perhaps because this itself is unreasonable, for the sake of operational balance, and of course, to make more money. Within half an hour of submitting the information, the headquarters replied. 2 words, agreed. Half an hour later, the main brain will use the excuse of daily maintenance optimization to shut down for 2 minutes. Emergency addition of settings, players above level 10 will no longer be able to use the teleportation array in the newbie village, and all high-level players already in the newbie village will be transported out for free. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This is indeed a good solution. The beginner village and the main map in the game of sentient beings are different spaces. After all players reach level 10, they will be teleported to the main city. However, they can still teleport back to the beginner village. There are not many changes, just that after reaching level 10, they can no longer use the teleportation array in the beginner village, which is also the reason why the headquarters agreed so quickly. In the game of sentient beings, beginner village on the 20th. The atmosphere was unusually tense, and all the beginners in the village dared not go out. They looked at the more than 300 red-named players gathered outside the beginner village. Chen Chen gathered all the red-named players outside the 20th beginner village. Fatty, are you sure that the God of Heaven is in charge of the 20th beginner village? Fatty Air, yes, the scout reported that they have about 200 people, and they will be here soon. Chen Chen nodded, immediately came up with a plan in his mind, and looked around at all the red-named players of the sect. Brothers, hide in the safe zone, leave 40 melee professions outside the safe zone to wait for them. Yes, boss. 300 members of the red-named sect were killing in the beginner village, and at this moment, they were all gathered at the 20th beginner village. Chen Chen was never afraid of fighting, the only thing that worried him was the spies. If the spies reveal their whereabouts, the other 5 guilds will soon arrive. In the safe zone, inside the pharmacy of the beginner village, one of the red-named players, named Sweet and Sour Spareribs, stared at Chen Chen's back outside the safe zone, his eyes flickering. Spareribs, what are you thinking? Nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Killing is the simplest. Exactly. Sweet and Sour Spareribs smiled awkwardly. My sister is due to give birth today, I'm a bit nervous. You're invincible, bro. If your sister knew that you were killing people while she was giving birth, I wonder what she would think. Don't let worldly matters affect our killing. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became livelier. Sweet and Sour Spareribs became even more worried. What he was truly worried about were the private messages. Nameless Sword Saint, are you not willing to do it anymore? What's the reaction of the red-named sect? Tell me. Damn, where are you? Don't play dead, don't you want money anymore? That's right, Sweet and Sour Spareribs was one of the spies. Just then, another private message came in. Nameless, say that I'm in the 20th beginner village, just say it. Sweet and Sour Spareribs, boss. Do you really want me to say it? Nameless, it's okay, say it. If you don't sell some real intelligence to others, how can you continue to be a spy? How can you get money? Sweet and Sour Spareribs fell silent for a moment. Boss, I'm sorry. Nameless, there's nothing to be sorry about. You are now useful to them. To me, that's all. Take their money with peace of mind. If one day you are no longer useful to them, they will abandon you, and so will I. He was the second person to confess his spy identity. Spies are despicable, but Chen Shen had no intention of kicking him out. Kicking out one sweet and sour spare ribs would only lead to another. Instead of focusing on preventing spies, it's better to turn them around. For example, this time, if they win, sweet and sour spare ribs would play the biggest role. Sweet and sour spare ribs no longer hesitated, and directly sent a private message to the other party. Nameless is in the 20th beginner village. Nameless Sword Saint received the information with great joy. The 20th beginner village is under the control of the God of Heaven Guild. Let's go, everyone follow us to the 20th beginner village. I feel that sweet and sour spare ribs is a bit wavering. Give him $500, let him know the benefits of following us. Okay. However, the Nameless Guild was a bit far from the 20th beginner village. It would take more than 10 minutes to get there. Meanwhile, the people of the God of Heaven Guild had already appeared in their field of vision. It's Nameless. Brothers, they are few in number. Kill Nameless. The left hand of the god shone with light. Whoever kills Nameless today, I will reward 50,000 yuan. Kill Nameless. Under the heavy reward, there must be brave men. The people of the Heavenly God Guild roared excitedly towards the newbie village. This was the first time the newbie village players had seen Group PK. They were not afraid, standing behind the fence, curiously watching the hundreds rushing over. Finally, the game masters have come to help us. Yes, I've been playing all morning. I feel like I've been raised by the red name cult. Here they come, here they come. The people of the Heavenly God Guild surrounded from all directions. Orange worriedly said, "Boss, something's not right, they all seem to be melee players, should we notify the other guilds?" Facing the red name cult alone, maybe. Maybe what? They only have so few people. This is the best chance to kill Nameless. Whoever kills Nameless will become famous, and if the Heavenly God Guild can kill Nameless, they will surely surpass the Infinite Guild. The left hand of the god will not miss such an opportunity. Brothers, kill Nameless, don't let him escape into the safe zone. Kill. In the midst of the conversation, the front lines of the Heavenly God Guild finally clashed with the front lines of the red name cult. Bang! Shields collided, making a fierce impact sound, and the battle cries rose to the sky. The long-range players of the Heavenly God Guild also began to draw bows and swords, chanting spells. After the first round of attacks, the health of the front lines of the red name cult quickly decreased. People of the red name cult, going crazy? Trying to destroy us, the Heavenly God? Do you have what it takes? Nameless, prepare to die. I challenge you to a duel. Kill Nameless. Seeing the red name cult being suppressed, the people of the Heavenly God Guild became even more excited. Chen Shen, however, smiled. All assassins, attack. The next moment, numerous red names appeared in the rear of the Heavenly God Guild, interrupting the spell casting of the Methodists. The rear players were suddenly in chaos. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many more people? It's the Assassin Legion of the red name cult. Not good. Look. In newbie village no. 20, on both sides behind the fence, red names kept rushing out, killing their way into the Heavenly God Guild camp. The face of the left hand of the god changed drastically. How is this possible? Why are there suddenly so many more people? At the same time, Chen Shen laughed, holding a dagger and charging towards the enemy camp. I'm right here. Let's see if you have the guts to kill me. Killing the front lines and killing the rear lines made no difference to him, as they were all one-hit kills. The situation on the battlefield changed instantly. Originally, the Heavenly God Guild had 200 people besieging 40 people, but now, it had directly turned into more than 300 people waiting to besiege 200 people. Brothers, don't steal kills, these are all attributes. Mine, they're all mine. The people of the Heavenly God Guild panicked, while the people of the red name cult were like hungry wolves with red eyes. Their eyes were like those looking at a thinly dressed beauty. They are indeed all crazy. Damn it, I heard they gain attributes by killing people. Can they not be crazy? Then what should we do? They gain attributes by killing people. What do we gain by killing people? In just one charge, over 40 people from the Heavenly God Guild died. The red name cult only lost a few people. Others began to retreat. Those with higher levels were more afraid of losing levels and turned to run. The left hand of the god was furious. Why are you running? Hold your ground. Chen Shen wiped out a mage's neck. His gaze fell on the left hand of the god, shouting, Brothers, don't let the people of the Heavenly God Guild escape. Kill them all. Kill. The red name cult surged forward, but Chen Shen retreated to the crowd, waiting to disengage from the battle, activating his stealth skill and sneaking towards the left hand of the god. Watching his heavenly god in such a sorry state, the left hand of God's face was extremely ugly, and he finally realized the powerlessness of the Infinite Guild. He had always thought that the Infinite Guild was too trashy, but now he realized that he was even more trashy than them. The left hand of God couldn't admit it or accept it. Orange, call the members of the Alliance. Let them all come over. Boss. You. Nameless. What nameless? While God's left hand was in a daze, a dagger was pressed against his neck. Kill me? Your abilities are too disappointing. Next time all 6 guilds will attack together. Put. Chen Chen's dagger cut across God's left hand, instantly killing him. Congratulations on killing player. God's left hand, sin value +1, sin value, 1035, trigger passive skill assassination, gain +3 attack power, total +1885 points, trigger passive skill diamond, gain +0, 1 defense, total +9 points, trigger passive skill blood bull, gain +5 vitality, total +425 points, dare to kill my boss, I'll kill you. The boss didn't resurrect, still watching, Orange gritted his teeth, raised his shield and charged towards Chen Chen. Backstab. Chen Chen's body disappeared in an instant, reappearing behind Orange. After killing Orange in one hit, he disdainfully said, "Trash, even half of the Infinite Guild can't compare to the Celestial Church." After this battle, the gap between the Celestial Church and the Infinite Guild was evident, whether it was high-level players, commanding abilities, or equipment attributes, the Celestial Church was a level above the Infinite Guild. The Celestial Guild had no command at all, God's left hand only knew how to shout and kill, and was like loose sand on the battlefield. The front line didn't protect the back line, the back line only knew how to run away. Nameless had killed more than a dozen people and was already in a bad state. The opponent still had about 100 people, making it a hopeless situation. People in the newbie village watched this scene with speechless expressions. I thought it was experts coming to help, but it turned out to be a bunch of trash. They shattered with just one touch. Why do I feel like it's easier to kill them than for them to kill us? Celestial Church? What a ridiculous name. Just as they were speechless, suddenly there were shouts of killing. Brothers, kill, help the Celestial Church. Kill all the members of the Red Name Church. Countless players surrounded from all directions, a large number of them from the Infinite Guild and 4 other guilds. They appeared like a beam of light, and the newbies in the village once again believed in hope. Chen Chen frowned slightly. I didn't expect the Infinite Guild to bring all the other guilds. This is troublesome. God's left hand was selfish and his goals were not the same as the Infinite Guilds. The Infinite Guild just wanted to weaken the strength of the Red Name Church. Fatty Air, Lao Mo, retreat to the safe zone? Let's all return to the city. Nameless, it's too late, spread out the front line. If we run away, at least half of our brothers will die. We can't panic, reorganize, and fight them. All captains, reorganize the formation. The various professional captains of the Red Name Church quickly issued orders. Kill, this is the best opportunity, brothers, avenge our grievances. Kill the Red Name, loot equipment, kill. Seeing thousands of players charging towards them, all members of the Red Name Church looked serious. They knew that a tough battle was about to begin, gripping their weapons tightly in tension. But just then, a sudden system announcement sounded. The first daily maintenance optimization of all beings. The game will be offline for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Please prepare to avoid losses. Please prepare to log off. Update log. After maintenance, players above level 10 will not be able to enter the newbie village area and will be automatically transferred to the nearest safe zone. The sudden system announcement caught everyone off guard. Outside newbie village No. 20, the group of people who were just fighting looked at each other. The newbies in the newbie village were stunned for a moment, then burst into cheers. Level 10 can't come in. You scoundrels, I've had enough of your suffering. Just kill me, right? You weren't that brave just now. Finally, I can level up properly. Beginners are the happiest, of course. There are also those who curse the game, especially those who are fighting monsters, especially the bosses. The face of the infinite law god looked bad, looking at Chen Chen from a distance. You're really lucky. You can't even die like this. Both sides stopped, facing each other tens of meters apart. There is half a minute left before the server shuts down, and there is no need to fight anymore. Chen Chen played with the dagger in his hand, his mouth curled up. I've always been lucky, you're not bad either, no need to die. Infinite sword god, you're tough. Do you really think you're invincible? Tough talk, Nameless, you escaped this time, you won't be so lucky next time. Chen Chen looked at the speaker with a surprised expression. Isn't this the rain lover I also love to rain? Why did you change your name? Lord you? Damn, disgusting. By the way, a few of us are talking, do you have the right to interrupt? Song Yu's face was extremely ugly, compared to other guild leaders. He was indeed not worth much, at level 18, with no good equipment, a lackey under the left hand of the god. He spent over 5,000 yuan to change his name, but he couldn't hide his decline. Chen Chen ignored this jumping clown and scanned the leaders of the 6 major guilds. Infinite Branch, God of Heaven 2, Sky City, and Ink Jade Tower. Yes, that's how it should be. The alliance of your 6 guilds is interesting. We will be together for a long time in the future. Hope you don't get knocked down. The boss is right, you trash, don't get knocked down. First destroy the god of heaven, then kill the infinite, exterminate the 6 guilds, invincible beings. Brother, that rhymes nicely. First destroy the god of heaven, then kill the infinite, exterminate the 6 guilds, invincible beings. Some people joined in the shouting, facing people 3 or 4 times their own number, without fear. Although the beginners hated the red name sect to the bone, seeing this scene, they couldn't help but envy the people of the red name sect. Too much talk is nonsense, let's see the real deal. At this moment, a countdown appeared in the center of everyone's screen. 10, 9, 8. The killing intent disappeared with the screen going dark. Chen Shen's vision turned pitch black, with a soft light on the screen, showing a countdown. 1 minute 58 seconds. Phew! Chen Shen took a deep breath, took off his helmet and stretched his neck. The fatty also took off his helmet. We're really lucky, otherwise it would have been a tough battle. The worst result should have been everyone dying once. Lao Mo, this routine maintenance is obviously targeting us. We won't have the chance to kill newbies in the future. Chen Shen waved his hand indifferently. If we don't kill newbies, then we won't. There are so many people from the 6 major guilds waiting for us to kill. That's true. Just as the two were chatting, the door of the dorm suddenly opened. The prince pushed the door open. Oh, you two ancestors, are you up? Oh, isn't this the Prince of Revelry? The prince's face was flushed, with a smile on his lips. Just as he took a step, there was a clatter. Looking at the scattered beverage bottles on the floor, the thick clothes piled on the back of the chair, and the unwashed socks hanging on the metal ladder of the upper bunk, the prince pretended to frown. I actually lived in such a dog's den for 3 years, it's really unbelievable. I don't know what got into this guy. The fatty pointed to the corner under the prince's bunk. You wear a new pair of underwear every day, never washed, and you dare to say that to us? Shameless. The prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. Shallow, no one has known my sorrow for eternity. However, this situation is about to end. I declare that starting from today, the 3 of us will move out of here and go to a new battlefield. The emperor is officially returning to the world. What does that mean? Why do we have to move? Everyone here is talented and speaks so nicely. I really like it here. Chen Shen suddenly widened his eyes. Prince, did you get the game warehouse? The chubby guy finally reacted. Really got it? Wasn't it supposed to be released in a few days? Hee, don't you guys see who I am? The prince looked smug. Not only did I buy 3 game warehouses, but also a place to stay, right next to the school. The game warehouse was really too big, equivalent to a single bed in the dormitory, and couldn't fit it all. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yeah, this helmet is giving me neck pain. Don't rush, tidy up a bit, and move. Blankets and everything are already there, just pack some valuables and clothes. Alright. The 3 of them started packing their luggage. The so-called packing was just stuffing things into the suitcase as quickly as possible. After packing casually, the 3 of them went downstairs with their suitcases. Hey, Xiaochen, are you guys going for an internship? The dormitory aunt leaned against the window, munching on melon seeds and greeting them. Yes, Auntie, we might not come here often. Come fill out a form. Auntie, this is the instant noodles I have left, a gift for you. Ah, when you 3 leave, the dormitory will be much quieter, especially with some new students. Their quality is too poor. It was clear that the relationship between the 3 of them and the dormitory aunt was good. Curiously asked, what's wrong? Who has poor quality? Auntie, tell me, I'll teach him a lesson for you. I don't know either. Some bastard put a hot pot full of beverage bottles in the corner of the water room. If it hadn't gone moldy and smelly, no one would have found it. I had a hard time cleaning it up. Let me find out who did it. I will make them regret it. The aunt's eyes were sharp, her tone teasing. Chen Shen's face didn't change, and he said firmly, indeed, lacking in quality, despicable, beastly. Auntie, I won't say more. We have to catch a plane, goodbye. After filling out the form, the 3 of them left as if fleeing. Just as they left the dormitory building, they saw a group of people taking pictures around a car. Oh my, Kalinin looks handsome. It's my first time seeing the real car. Indeed handsome, I wonder whose car it is. It's from room 402, the prince. I just saw him driving in. I knew he was rich before, but I didn't expect him to be this rich. He can actually drive a Kalinin. Yeah, I only realized how handsome he is when I'm about to graduate. I heard he's a bit of a playboy, just my type. Some girls started to swoon. Not to mention them, even the chubby guy was swooning from a distance. Smacking his lips, he said, so handsome. The prince put his arm around his shoulder and laughed. Hee, I'm just a spendthrift, nothing special. Chubby, you'll have it in the future, all 3 of us will. Seeing Chen Shen and the others coming over, the crowd involuntarily dispersed. Each person's eyes were different, some were playing, some envious, some jealous. After the internship, everyone will be pulled back to reality, stepping out of the ivory tower of the school and entering society, discovering that people are different. Some people study to change their fate, one question after another, one book after another, one exam paper after another, will eventually take them to farther places to see broader scenery. And some people, born standing in the light, need no effort, no struggle, no need to be caught up in competition, they enjoy life from birth. Chen Chen and the others rudely threw their suitcases into the car. Everyone remained silent, some looked heartbroken, as if the car belonged to them. This car is so practical, and it can fit a lot. Chubby, you sit in the front. Hee hee, I'm a bit chubby, please forgive me. The chubby guy happily sat in the front passenger seat. Wait, just as the three were about to get in the car, a woman suddenly walked out of the crowd. Hey, isn't that Lin Yu, the class flower of class 3? What is she up to? Tisk, women, so realistic. I heard that she was flirting with Song Yu some time ago, and now she wants to flirt with the prince? Someone recognized the woman's identity, looking disdainful. Lin Yu had a good reputation during her 3 years at school, with many pursuers. But ever since she broke up with Chun Shan, her reputation plummeted. Song Yu's reputation was excellent, unlike Lin Yu's. From the first year, he was either cheating or on the path to cheating, a typical unfaithful man. Despite breaking up, he never slandered his ex-girlfriends, maintaining a good reputation. Lin Yu, on the other hand, despite her good reputation, was now being humiliated. She was expected to go find the prince, but instead, she approached Chen Shen. Lin Yu looked aggrieved, with tears in her eyes, and said softly, Chen Shen, I'm sorry, I was confused. Can you forgive me? Chen Shen looked disgusted, stepping back. Don't come near me, I have mysophobia. Miss, we are not familiar, please stay away from me, okay? Lin Yu stared at Chen Shen with teary eyes. No, Chen Shen, listen to my explanation. Sob. Oh my, crying. Are you pretending to be a victim? Hey, classmates, you saw it, I didn't touch her, she's pretending. Will you testify for me? Ha ha, I saw it too, she's quite the actress. Besides gaming, Chen Shen was also skilled in sarcasm, and the students around laughed heartily. Lin Yu blushed, tears in her eyes, gritting her teeth, glaring at Chen Shen. She couldn't understand why her grandfather insisted on her apologizing to Chen Shen and even trying to get him back when she didn't even like him. She felt like she was being humiliated in public and couldn't back down. To Chen Shen, she was a stranger. Ignoring her grievances, Chen Shen got into the car and closed the door with a bang. The engine roared, and they drove off. Less than 10 minutes later, they arrived at an apartment building. The apartment was not large but was decorated luxuriously, with a view of the school from the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 16th floor. Upon entering, they saw 3 white gaming consoles in the living room. Wow, are we going to live here in the future? Prince, did you rent this place? How much does it cost? Hee hee, relax, it's free. This apartment was originally for me when I was studying, but I prefer the dorm. Now, the dorm can't fit the gaming consoles. The chubby guy marveled at the gaming consoles, such a high-end feel. I heard that Zhongxing Group has started developing nutrient solution that can be used with these gaming consoles. In the future, we won't need to eat, and the consoles can filter dirty water and even help with going to the bathroom. That's amazing. Indeed, it's awesome. While we may not feel much playing games, these consoles are a blessing for those with mobility issues. They can stand up again and enjoy battles, starting a new life in Zhongxing. But the appearance of these consoles, I can't help but think they look like coffins. Who designed this? Lao Mo, what's wrong with you? Only then did they notice that Chen Shen had been silent since seeing the gaming consoles, especially when he heard the prince say they looked like coffins. He touched the Zhongxing logo, lost in thought. Lao Mo? After calling him a couple more times, Chen Shen finally snapped out of it. Nothing, let's go online and kill. Let's give it a try. I can't wait. Finally, I can play games with peace of mind. Pressing the button, the transparent cover on the game compartment slowly lifts up. Please lie down in the designated position. Automatically match body shape. Detect player's physical condition. Heart rate, normal. Blood pressure, normal. The sound of the game compartment rings out. In order to prevent players from getting hurt in the game, after lying down, the compartment will automatically adjust to the user's body shape, adjusting the gaps in it, so that even long gaming sessions will not cause any fatigue. In the past, lying in bed with one pillow after another would make your neck sore after a long time, but now there are no such concerns at all. Adjustment successful, starting the game. As soon as the voice of the game compartment falls, Chen Shen and the other two are plunged into darkness. Welcome to the game of life. Opening their eyes again, they find themselves in the familiar chaotic burial mound, indeed being sent back here. Boss, you're here. As soon as he appears, many members of the guild gather around in the chaotic burial mound. Chen Chen laughs and scolds, "What do you mean here? You make it sound like I crawled out of a grave." "Hey, boss, I just tried it, and you really can't go to the newbie village." "If we can't go to the newbie village, so be it. There are plenty of people, endless killing to be done, and we can't slack off on levels." Next, each group leader will arrange 6 people per group, leveling up on one side and killing on the other. "Yes, boss." After Chen Chen arranges everything, he goes to the Toothless John, who hadn't even accepted a mission in order to kill in the newbie village. "Old man, take the mission." Toothless John is familiar with Chen Chen's routine, so he doesn't say anything and goes straight to the mission. Level 23 Series Mission, Totem, Mission 1, go to the Goblin Great Forest, coordinates 227,879 in the southeast, find the Wandering Merchant, and obtain the secret of the totem from him. Mission Reward, 100,000 experience, 128 gold coins. Mission Reward, Totem, another series of missions? Since changing jobs, Chen Chen has been doing hidden job tasks, and he can't take normal tasks. Although the rewards are generous, most of the series missions are very difficult. "Fatty, I'm going to do the mission." I also want to change jobs." "The Emperor, what about me? Can't anyone take me along? I'm only level 16. "Find a team to join yourself, let them help you kill the mission monsters, it'll be quick." The prince couldn't help but sigh, people, you gain something, you lose something. I gained happiness, I paid with happiness, it's balanced." Chen Chen ignored this lascivious wet person and summoned the bone dragon, flying towards the Goblin Great Jungle. The handsome bone dragon arrogantly soared through the sky. He is fearless now, even if he is discovered by others, it doesn't matter. Usually, a dozen people are not enough to kill him, dozens of people can still fight, and if hundreds of people are mobilized, he can get the news in advance. Want to kill him? Not possible. Soaring in the sky, Chen Chen sat cross-legged on the bone dragon, boredly opening the leaderboard. The first place is still the level 27 Infinite War God. This guy is really leveling up fast. The second place has just reached level 25. He should be some kind of hidden job. There hasn't been much change in the other rankings. The top 100 of the wanted list are all members of the Red Name Church. The biggest change is in the arena rankings. The Infinite War God opened the arena at level 25, and every player can enter the arena through an NPC. When he saw that the first place in the solo arena, 3-person arena, and 6-person arena was the same person, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's him. The Assassin, a rare class. First place, Killer, class, Master of Poison, level 24, the leader of the 4th Guild, the Black Club. Assassin second class, Master of Poison, is already a niche class with few players, and he's probably the only one who stands out. Chen Chen is not interested in the competitive rankings, but he has to admit that whoever can rank first on the competitive rankings must have excellent PK skills. Find an opportunity, kill once and see. How good is the skill? This glance made Chen Chen remember this name. However, soon his words would come true. The bone dragon's speed was very fast, and soon it hovered over the Goblin Great Jungle. According to the coordinates given by the mission, he arrived at a mountain village. Wino Village, the largest safe zone in the Goblin Great Jungle. The coordinates given by the mission, the wandering merchants were roaming around. With the surge of players changing professions now, many players gathered in Wino Village, and there were many players killing goblins around the village. From a distance, they saw a handsome bone dragon flying in the sky. "It's Nameless, Nameless is here. Run quickly, what are you waiting for? Go back to the safe zone. Why are you still fighting monsters? Do you want to die? That's not a person, it's a wandering boss." One by one, players visibly fled back to Wino Village. Chen Chen helplessly said, "Still need to keep a low profile." He chose a place not far from Wino Village to landed on the ground, put on a face mask directly, transformed into a priest, leaning on a staff, pretending to be tired as he walked towards Wino Village. "Hey, priest, why don't you run faster? Nameless is here." "What does it matter to you? We don't need to run faster than Nameless, as long as someone runs slower than us, we win." "Oh, sir, you are really talented. May I know your name?" "You flatter me, I am Tai Zhu, a professional mage." Chen Chen really wanted to stab these two guys to death. They were already in the safe zone, and they were still joking around? Everyone has their own way of enjoying the game. Shaking his head, he pretended to be tired and asked, "Have you two seen the Wandering Merchant?" The Wandering Merchant was set to keep moving in this area, without a pattern or destination, so it was quite difficult to find him at the moment. "I saw the Wandering Merchant half an hour ago. What do you want with him? He's a swindler. A bottle of potion is twice as expensive as here. Why don't you ask them?" These two probably didn't know. Chen Chen walked into the safe zone, near the teleport NPC, where many players were setting up stalls. Many of the stall owners were from a guild called the Merchant Alliance. They should be professional merchants, thriving in the chaos of the world. It was fine to buy things from them, but asking about the wandering merchant was a different story. Instead, the group of levelers might know, and Chen Chen walked towards them. From a distance, he heard them discussing themselves. This nameless is despicable. Why is he killing us? If he dares, he should go kill the 6 union members. Isn't it spreading now? Red name cult kills people and gains attributes. It's jealousy. Why does he gain attributes? What does it have to do with us? Kill me? I'll curse him. I'll ask him if he's afraid. Afraid? Chen Chen almost laughed out loud, sneaked into the crowd quietly, and shouted, yes, curse him to death, bastard, beast. Next time we see him, not only will we curse him, we will also unite to kill him. Don't be afraid, there are so many of us. When people get fierce, they even curse themselves. This brother makes a lot of sense. It makes me angry. Chen Chen said solemnly, yes, brothers, I heard he's near the wandering merchant. He's probably on a mission. With so many of us sniping him, killing him, we can also create a guild, invincible. Yes, kill him, what's there to be afraid of? But, can we beat him? One sentence, the blood that had just boiled up cooled down again. Chen Chen said in a deep voice, he has a sub-god artifact on him, don't you want it? Even if you get killed, you only drop 1 level. The crowd was moved again. Yes, a sub-god artifact. It was said that someone offered 3 million for it. Judging from their expressions, Chen Chen decided to use words that men couldn't resist. The nobles and officials are nothing special, why fear them? Kill the nameless. Yes, let's go, brothers, let's team up to kill the nameless. I know where the wandering merchant is, let's go, deal with the nameless. Even if I lose a level, I don't care. In reality, I am submissive, but online, I will strike with full force. Unexpectedly smooth, the almighty internet, full of impulsive and passionate people. These players are all at the 2nd level, close to 30 people, most of them are not in a guild. Let them lead to the wandering merchant, then kill them, gain 100 attack points, perfect. Just as everyone was teaming up, under the temptation of the nameless to kill the nameless, suddenly someone shouted, brothers, look, someone is fighting. Just outside the safe zone. It seems to be an assassin. Could it be the nameless? Let's go check it out. Chen Chen? The emotions that were finally stirred up, the mobilized crowd, all went to another place in such a grand manner to watch the excitement? Chen Chen gritted his teeth for a moment. Let me see, which bastard is ruining my good time? Following the crowd, they arrived at the exit of the safe zone. Sure enough, not far outside, there was a red name, facing off against 3 members of the Sky City Guild. When Chen Chen saw the red name, he was stunned for a moment. The murderer? It's him! The leader of the Black Club. There is a wanted list on the forum. The first assassin is nameless, the second assassin is him. How did he end up fighting with the Sky City people? I heard that during the Death Swamp, the Sky City people snatched the Black Club's monster spawn point. This game is not just about the red name sect. Conflicts occur in every corner. Some people naturally enjoy killing and causing trouble in games. Some people kill monsters, snatch equipment, and kill people. The leader of Sky City saw more and more people gathering in the safe zone. His face turned ugly. Murderer, don't be too arrogant. You only killed a few of us, right? You also killed. Let's call it even. The murderer's face was cold. Kill them all. His words were brief, his voice icy, like a demon from hell. Do you really want to be enemies with our 6 guild alliance? Think carefully, the Black Club wants to be enemies with the entire server like the Red Name sect? Idiot. One-on-one. Group battle. You choose. The murderer's voice was indifferent, pausing after every few words. This way of speaking, seemingly aloof, made it difficult for the listeners. Chen Chen felt uncomfortable, frowned, showing a puzzled expression. This way of speaking, why does it sound so familiar? Could it be him? It shouldn't be, he's not in the country. As he pondered, the 2 sides broke off, and the 3 people from Sky City rushed towards the murderer. 3 against 1, the murderer remained unusually calm, raising his hand high, releasing a large cloud of poison mist. In an instant, the 3 were covered in green light, poisoned, with green damage numbers floating above their heads. As they retreated, their daggers shimmered with a green light. Poison blade, swift, toxic trap. As the murderer retreated, his skills kept activating. Do you really think you're nameless? 1 person against the 3 of us? Go to hell. Shield charge. Just as the shield was less than a centimeter away from the murderer, seemingly about to strike, he leaned back slightly, as if about to fall. Backstab. The next moment, his body disappeared from the original spot, reappearing behind the melee mage. The dagger skillfully pierced into the neck. Poison burst. Bang! A muffled sound. Green poison mist burst from the melee mage's neck. Poison Burst is the signature skill of the Toxic Master, launched against poison targets, increasing attack power by 300%. Critical hit plus weak point attack plus poison explosion skill bonus, actually directly hit a high attack of -6000. Killed the melee Grand Mage in seconds. The opponent didn't even have time to activate the life-saving skill Magic Shield. Damn, so strong. Such a terrifying attack. His dagger, ranked 6th on the equipment list, has a very high attack. They only saw the killer's well-equipped side. But Chen Chen was different, squinting his eyes, secretly surprised. The killer's understanding of skills, ability to control to the extreme, how to deal with the opponent's attacks, when to strike, when to cool down, he knew it all. Then, a scene that shocked Chen Chen even more appeared. The killer actually used the opponent's attack to move, dodging another attack. Is this person a machine in human form? 3 players of the same level, under his control, were all killed instantly. All the players at the entrance of the safe zone were stunned. How can someone play the game like this? Are we playing the same game as him? Yeah, he dodged all the attacks that could be dodged. His skill combos are smoother than my skin. I can't do it anymore, sob. This was a female player, stars in her eyes. Elegant, truly elegant. No one had ever thought that someone could play the game so skillfully. The people of Sky City were not convinced. After healing in the safe zone, a group of 6 people buffed up and charged out of the safe zone for another battle. 3 people were not opponents, but 6 people should be enough, right? But the fact proved that there was no difference between 3 and 6, just a bit more trouble. The killer still cleanly killed all 6 people, while only losing 70% of his health. One person against a whole team. In an instant, cheers erupted in the safe zone. So, the game can be played like this. Boss, awesome. Boss, teach me how to fight. I want to join the guild. The killer fought alone against a group from Sky City and won. This news would soon hit the trending topics on the forums. The people of Sky City were utterly humiliated, and they did not dare to leave the safe zone again. In the crowd, someone saw Chen Chen's hands trembling and said with a smile, "Brother, we are in the safe zone. He is not unknown. What are you afraid of?" Chen Chen ignored him. His hands were indeed trembling with excitement, unconscious trembling. "Are you also tempted?" The killer's cold gaze swept over the crowd, cheers, flattery. He ignored them all. He defeated the people of Sky City without boasting, and turned to leave. Hold on. Suddenly a voice rang out. The killer turned slowly, and everyone's gaze fell on Chen Chen. Chen Chen took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with fiery determination, walked out of the safe zone towards the killer. What does he want to do? Probably admires him and wants to join the guild. Chen Chen and the killer were 3 meters apart, with an excited smile on his face. The killer asked, "What's up?" Chen Chen said softly, "I want to kill you. Let's have a fight." His excitement was a joy of the hunt, a battle intent, determining life and death. He said something that left everyone stunned. Is he crazy? What is this idiot saying? A priest? Is he seeking death? Maybe he's too excited, thinking he can do it. Come back quickly, you're giving away a free kill. Are you an idiot? The killer frowned. Are you sure? Don't worry, I'll let you. Wait for me. I'll take off a few pieces of equipment first. Chen Chen's words drove everyone crazy. Is he okay? Is this person here to joke around? Seeking attention, many streamers are like this. Does he think he's unknown? Hey, don't embarrass yourself, the boss is quite busy. If you want to die, go find someone from the red name sect. Huh, why can't I see his name? Chen Chen ignored their clamor, silently took off his ring, necklace, and exchanged his weapon for a level 15 white equipment. Smirking, he said, "Sorry for the wait. I was afraid I might accidentally kill you. That wouldn't be fun." Oh my, taking off equipment? I can't even listen anymore. How arrogant can this person be? Don't hold me back. No need for the killer to come out. I'll go take him down. Where's my knife? The people in the safe zone were going crazy. The killer furrowed his brows slightly. Boring. Ha, you better be careful. Chen Chen's body slightly crouched, his eyes sharp, his breath stopped. At that moment, the killer's eyes suddenly paused. His demeanor underwent a drastic change. While the people in the safe zone continued to clamor for Chen Chen's death, the killer murmured softly, "A master." Chen Chen's shoes dug deep into the mud, his body leaning at a 45-degree angle. A strange sound rang out, the sound of air being sucked into the body through the teeth. Here it comes. The killer tightened the dagger in his hand. Chen Chen shot out like an arrow released from a bow. So fast. The killer was greatly surprised, instinctively taking a step back. But in the blink of an eye, the mere 3-meter distance was closed. Ding! The 2 daggers clashed. Block -57, block -225. 2 numbers appeared above their heads simultaneously. Blocking, in a 1v1 battle, is relatively easy to trigger, especially for a skilled martial artist. You hit his shield, it's basically a block. With Chun Shen's attack speed, coupled with the 50% bonus from the Guardian Ring, so far, no one had been able to block his attacks. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Are the numbers reversed? Quick, look, that priest, he's changed. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the priest's robe on Chen Shen slowly faded away like flowing water, revealing a black tight-fitting suit. And that crimson name like blood. No name? Heavens, how could it be him? The killer was also stunned. No name. In battle, you still get distracted? You disappoint me. Once Chen Shen was in battle, he would be completely focused. Nothing could distract him, a feat unmatched by anyone. He would seize every opportunity, his dagger brushing against the opponents, sparking friction, and then swiping towards the killer's neck. The killer reacted swiftly, tilting his head back to dodge. But Chen Shen's speed, strength, and attack were beyond comparison to any enemy he had faced before. Faster than your dodge speed, whoosh. The dagger instantly pierced the killer's shoulder. Minus 2,430 of terrifying health points floated up. A normal attack had directly taken half of the killer's health. The killer widened his eyes, backstab. Such terrifying attack power, he dared not be the slightest bit negligent. Chen Shen silently counted in his mind, 0. 5 seconds. He turned around, the dagger piercing into the killer's chest. Critical hit plus weak spot minus 3,149. Terrifying numbers also floated above their heads, their health points equal. However, as Chen Shen turned around, he shouted, "Embrace the stab." At the moment the dagger pierced the killer's chest, he activated the Embrace the Stab skill. It was too fast, for a skill he excelled in, he could execute it flawlessly. During the moment of the backstab, there was a 0.5 second invincibility period, allowing him to evade other skill attacks. Chen Shen had calculated this 0.5 second window, and as the killer appeared in before he could react, he leaped high, embracing his body. Surprisingly, the killer's speed was not inferior to Chen Shen's. Knowing there was no escape, he swallowed a bottle of instant healing potion, plus 3,000. The next moment, his body spun wildly. Bang! A loud noise, the ground cracked. Critical hit, 4719. Another terrifying number floated up. The killer once again left bloodstains. Poison blade. Poison explosion. Darkness descends. Chen Shen's body turned into a remnant. When he reappeared, the killer was already lying on the ground, with more than half of his health remaining. Phew, that was close. Wait until you reach level 25, and we'll fight again. The killer did not respond, his body turned into light spots and disappeared. Too fast. It's a long story, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. The people in the safe zone were stunned, their heads swaying back and forth. The battle was over? What just happened? I don't know. Was the killer killed in seconds? With just one strike? I remember it took 2 hits. Chen Shen looked at his palm, his expression serious. It should have been 4 strikes. Moreover, he had the upper hand in the battle just now. However, he also noticed a problem. The game warehouse had a delay of about 1 millisecond less than the game helmet. No, it should be 2 milliseconds. For an ordinary person, this slight delay would make no difference, but in a showdown between experts, victory or defeat often comes in an instant. Not to mention 2 milliseconds, even 1 millisecond is a huge gap. Player, the killer has added you as a friend. Do you agree? Agree. Killer, let's fight again next time. Anonymous, you're welcome anytime. We can go to the arena. Facing such opponents is such a delightful thing. Chen Shen wanted to become stronger, otherwise, if he were killed a few more times and dropped to level 19, he wouldn't be able to wear level 20 equipment, then it wouldn't be meaningful. He closed the chat window, smiling at the safe zone. His gaze swept over the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Let's disperse, there's nothing interesting to see. Exactly, why not go level up? I'm logging off, I'm feeling a bit unwell. It's jealousy, pure jealousy. If you only look at the battle between Chen Shen and the killer, you might not see anything special. But the killer just single-handedly wiped out a group of people from the Sky City. And Anonymous, this man, took off his ring, switched to a trash weapon, and killed the killer in seconds? With the same helmet, the same game, how could the gap between people be so huge, making anyone feel uncomfortable? Chen Shen raised his hand and beckoned to one of the IDs named Yellow Big Hammer, a heavy hammer warrior. Me? Yes, come over. No, Anonymous, I didn't offend you. The only thing I did wrong was not letting you kill me. Yellow Big Hammer was in the safe zone but still tried to please, saying, yes, not letting you kill me was my mistake, I admit that, but I have something to do first. You can kill me next time, consider it a favor to me. Oh, I remember now, he cursed Anonymous the most just now. Yes, it was him, it's none of my business, I was just passing by. The people around dispersed in an uproar. Yellow Big Hammer's face looked ugly. Gnashing his teeth, these people just said they would unite to deal with Anonymous, and now the bastard is right in front of them. With a tearful voice, he said, Anonymous, I was emotionally influenced by you, how would I know you were that priest? Chen Chen was speechless. Come out, I won't kill you. Really? Do you know the location of the wandering merchant? I knew it just now, but now, not necessarily. Lead the way. You really won't kill me? Are you coming out or not? I'm coming, Anonymous, I'll store all my equipment first, then I'll come out. Watching Chen Chen and Yellow Big Hammer leave, the others breathed a sigh of relief, discussing the battle just now with lingering fear. What they didn't notice was that in the corner, two identical characters stood together, both of them girls. They looked exactly the same, dressed the same, and were the same height. The only difference was their size. The smaller one is called French fries, and the larger one is called potato chips. They looked at Chen Chen's back with enthusiasm. Interesting. The Nameless actually managed to easily defeat that piece of wood. Indeed interesting, want to give it a try? Sure, let's give it a try. The two slowly retreated into the darkness and disappeared. Huang Dachui felt that he must have not checked the almanac today, playing games with superstition rather than science. How could he encounter this jinx while leveling up so well, and be led by this jinx? Huang Dachui, is the wandering merchant here? He was just here, boss Nameless, listen to me, don't kill me first. Huang Dachui said seriously, according to the wandering merchant's habits, when I met him, he was walking in this direction, and it's only been 10 minutes, so he shouldn't have gone far. Either find the wandering merchant, or you die. Yes. Huang Dachui wiped his sweat, praying for the wandering merchant to appear quickly. His luck was still good overall. In no time, he really saw a strangely dressed NPC riding a green elephant appear in the jungle. Excitedly shouted, Boss Nameless, it's the wandering merchant, found him. After speaking, he ran towards the wandering merchant. Chen Chen seemed to sense something wrong, didn't say anything, stood still, and watched Huang Dachui run towards the wandering merchant. Before Huang Dachui could take a few steps, a thunderous sound suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Crack! The thunder struck Huang Dachui's head, paralyzing him. What is this? Before he could react, bang bang bang! Something suddenly exploded on the ground, and small thumb-thick spikes shot out from the ground. Huang Dachui was shot into a hornet's nest, his health quickly dropping, and he was bleeding and poisoned. Damn! What is this thing? Huang Dachui was at a loss for words for a moment. He thought he was doomed to die following Nameless. When he left the safe zone, he deliberately stored all the equipment and medicines in his inventory. Watching his health reach the bottom, the next poison damage would kill him. Boss Nameless, save me! Chen Chen quickly came to him, and with a swift stroke, slashed his neck. He smiled, don't waste it, being killed by someone is not a waste. Congratulations on killing player, Huang Dachui, sin value +1, sin value, 1039, trigger passive skill assassination, gain +3 attack power, total +1897 points, trigger passive skill diamond, gain +0, 1 defense, total +9, 5 points, trigger passive skill blood bull, gain +5 vitality, total +470 points. After killing Huang Dachui, Chen Chen glanced into the darkness. Without a word, he climbed up a tree, leaped like a monkey, moving among the trees, and in a few flashes, he arrived in front of the wandering merchant. Wandering merchant, dear warrior, do you want to buy my goods? They are very expensive. Each NPC has its own lines. Chen Chen, mission. Directly triggered the mission content. The wandering merchant's smile disappeared, and he became unusually serious. Are you the guardian of the abandoned? It's an honor to meet you here. I was entrusted by John to search for the traces of the totems on the mainland, and finally found something. But, level 23 series mission, totem, mission update. Since the abandoned were defeated by the Church of Light, their totems sank into the sea at the east pier of the city. You can go there to search. Totems should be something that enhances the overall strength of the guild. In the game of sentient beings, new content is unlocked every 5 levels. At level 30, the guild headquarters function will be opened. By then, the strength of the 6 guild alliance will greatly increase. It is not difficult to guess that they will take action against the Red Name Church after level 30. Chen Chen must try to improve his own strength and the guild's strength before that. East pier of the city? Just as he was about to take on the task, 2 people walked out of the darkness beside him. It's a pity. Those traps were originally prepared for you. Who would have thought that fool became your scapegoat? Wuming, you're lucky, and your strength is not bad. It's worth the 2 of us making a move. Chen Chen curiously looked at the 2 people, unable to hide his astonishment. Identical? Twins? Say they are the same, but also a bit different. Potato chips, French fries. Ordinary names, potato chips have an impressive figure, while French fries have a touching figure. Yes, it's easy to tell, neither of them belongs to a guild. What's wrong with being twins? Do you look down on women? The two of us are definitely stronger than murderers. Are you ready to die? Chen Chen remained silent, put on the ring, took the dagger, and equipped himself with the best gear. When fighting a woman, one must strike hard. Poochie! Without saying a word, he rushed out, quickly closing the distance. Potato chips were not in a hurry. Restore the traps. French fries instantly disappeared, only to see the leaves nearby shaking, followed by 3 arrows shooting out. At the same time, the traps trampled by Huang Dachui on the ground unexpectedly returned to their original state. Hidden professions. Chen Chen's heart sank. If he guessed correctly, both of them had hidden professions. Trap restoration? It seemed like the hidden profession of a trap master, while invisible archery should be the hidden profession of an archer. Chen Chen did not stop, stepping directly on the trap. Thunder, ground spikes, simultaneously attacking. Ha, Woming, you're not that great either. You knew there were traps and still came, you deserve it. But the next moment, a gentle light flashed on Chen Chen's body, passively removing negative effects. Backstab, thorn kill. Ah, respawn point. French fries and potato chips unwillingly respawned. We definitely didn't coordinate well. You should have led with your left foot. You're the same, drawing the bow with your left hand? Don't think you look cool, right? The two of them started arguing as soon as they respawned. Shut up! Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. It was the murderer sitting on a nearby rock, giving them a cold glance. Huh, were you waiting for us, you blockhead? How did you know we would come? Expected. The murderer turned and left, saying lightly, Boss. Got it, summon the boss. Just as Chen Chen was leaving, he had no idea that the strongest level 25 boss was being summoned in the Goblin Great Jungle. Players had to complete tasks here until level 25. Most players were already at level 20, making the Goblin Great Jungle lively, with people leveling up frequently. Behind the Death Swamp was the Sunset Mountains, rolling hills with no trees, bare and desolate. There were few monsters and even fewer people nearby. In the central area of the Sunset Mountains, there was an ancient and mysterious stone altar surrounded by prayer flags, now eroded to a dark red color by time. The area was also filled with hanging cow skull decorations, forming a hexagram, clearly prepared for a sinister ritual. The murderer led hundreds of members of the Black Club to the altar outside the Sunset Mountains. Is this the place? In the team, French fries and potato chips looked around. Half of the men from the Black Club Guild had their eyes on them. I like French fries, petite and cute. Hee hee, young man, you don't understand. Potato chips are the real deal. Who are these two? They just joined the guild and seem very familiar with the leader. I heard they've been following the boss for over 10 years. They're good friends of the boss. Good friends? Hee hee, those who know. Just as a few high-ranking members were gossiping about their boss, the cold voice of the murderer rang out. Complete the task. All right. Only 6 high-level figures appeared in the 6 directions of the altar, each taking out a task item. These 6 task items are the drops from the 6 mini-bosses in the Goblin Jungle. It is written on them, used to summon the Goblin God. It was precisely for these 6 boss items that the Black Club and Sky City fought, leading to the scene outside the Vena village just now. Summon! The 6 items lit up the 6-pointed star, shining in the desolate Twilight Mountains. Boom! A bright blue pillar of light suddenly fell from the sky, hitting the altar directly. In the center of the altar, at the center of the 6-pointed star, a crack slowly opened. The purple crack was over 3 meters high, resembling a fierce monster's mouth. Peering inside, one could vaguely see heads moving and demons dancing within the crack. Who dares to disturb the great goblin's slumber? Suddenly, an angry voice resounded, almost echoing throughout the Goblin Jungle. The killer furrowed his brows slightly. So noisy. French fries said, What a commotion, Wood, this is not good. Potato chips added, It doesn't matter, there are over 100 of us, the boss will be dealt with quickly. They soon found themselves unable to say such words. Greedy humans, you will pay with your lives. Goblins, fight for your god. Another roar sounded, and no one knew what the Goblin God boss had done. Almost simultaneously, the members of the Black Club received a system message. Major event, summoning the dormant Golden Goblin Army, inciting a goblin riot. In 5 minutes, the altar will fully activate. Please prepare. As soon as the system announcement ended, the entire Goblin Jungle descended into chaos. Boss, it's bad, all the wild monsters in the Goblin Jungle have gone mad. The monsters are all coming towards us. A member guarding at the foot of the Sunset Mountains shouted anxiously. Without needing to be told, looking down from the direction of the mountains, one could see a dense horde of monsters running towards them. Their intentions were clear: to eliminate them. Potato Chips quickly gave orders. Wood, I'll take a few people to guard, you take the others and focus on fighting the boss. The Black Club members looked at the killer with puzzled expressions at the sudden arrival of the beautiful woman. Listen to her. The killer simply said 3 words. Sis, bring more people, I feel like it might not be enough. French Fry's expression grew more serious. Countless monsters continued to pour in. How could a few people be enough when there were so many goblins in the jungle? The killer nodded. Half. Alright, brothers, let's move out. Quick, groups 5 to 10, all follow the leader to guard against the monsters. Leader? What leader? Ahem, the older ones. Twins? How can you tell their age? Hee, men, still joking around at a time like this. The members of the Black Club were more well-trained than imagined, and in no time, they rushed towards the foot of the mountain. This half of the members cooperated seamlessly, with good professional coordination. They joined the members who were already at the foot of the mountain, formed their formation, and prepared to face the horde of monsters. Just as they were getting ready, the system's voice rang out again. 5 minutes, the altar is opening, the Golden Goblin army is coming. Sizzle! A harsh friction sound suddenly came from the altar, the crack growing larger and larger, finally revealing the scene inside to the members of the Black Club. The number was astonishing, a large number of golden goblins that made one's scalp tingle. Golden Goblin. Elite Monster. Level, 25. 25th level elite monsters, their numbers rivaling those of the goblins in the jungle below. When the members of the Black Club saw these golden goblins, their faces all changed drastically. They had underestimated the situation after all. Thinking that there were only a few elite monsters and a boss, I didn't expect there were so many. These golden goblins were all wearing golden armor. In the deepest part of the crack, at the end of the goblins, there was a huge black shadow sitting on a mount, roaring with a big sword raised. My goblin army, kill them for me. Kill all humans. With the order given, the golden goblins rushed out of the crack. Outside the altar, the innermost circle was shield warriors, interspersed with many soldiers and swordsmen. Attack! With the order given by the killer, long-range attacks kept coming down. The battle in the Sunset Mountains began at that moment. Golden goblins, thick blood, high defense, high attack, almost impeccable except for the lack of long-range attacks. There was no time to kill at all. In no time, the altar was filled with golden goblins. Slowly killing them shouldn't be a problem. But the problem was, they couldn't slow down. The real threat came from the goblin jungle. With so many wild monsters coming from all directions, relying solely on 50 people couldn't hold out for long. Oh no, it's going to take a long time. Hurry, call people from the guild. Call more people to come. Everyone drop what you're doing and come to the goblin jungle. Our guild is already short on people. At most we can bring another 100 people. It's probably still not enough. Even if it's not enough, there's no other way. Focus on killing the boss. As each golden goblin fell, their loot dropped to the ground, mostly golden equipment, all level 25 equipment. If elite monsters dropped golden equipment, what about the boss? The members of the Black Club were all excited. No way? Kill them all even if it costs our lives. We're going to be rich, brothers, as long as we kill all these elite monsters, we'll all have golden equipment. Several high-ranking members boosted morale excitedly. However, the commotion caused by the Black Club naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The Infinite Guild. There seems to be a big boss in the Sunset Mountains next to the Goblin Jungle. Those who are free, gather all goblins. The Celestial Guild. Boss, something's happening in the Goblin Jungle, it's spectacular. Call people. The Ink Jade Tower. Boss, let's go. Almost all the guild's members came, including those from the Red Name Church. It was a major event, even ordinary players wanted to join in the fun. More and more players arrived at the Goblin Jungle. As they stepped out of the teleportation array, they saw countless goblins running towards the Sunset Mountains. Some goblins, after being killed, would respawn and head in that direction. It was truly a massive monster invasion. Damn, so many wild monsters? Quick, use AoE skills. Why aren't they attacking us even though we've pulled aggro? Great, kill them quickly. It was also a paradise for casual players. Normally, it took a long time to kill a goblin, fearing to aggro too many, but now they could kill freely. Sunset Mountains. Although the killer's face remained calm, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Those who knew him well understood that this leader was a stoic person who never showed emotions beyond indifference. Because the situation was not looking good for the Black Club. Despite obtaining many golden equipment drops, the number of goblins in the altar remained countless. Boss, it's not good, the people from Sky City are here. The killer quickly looked towards the foot of the mountain. Indeed, there was a group of players bypassing the wild monsters, rushing from another direction towards them, and there were quite a few of them, at least around 100. They must be here for revenge. Damn, coming at this time, boss, what should we do? The killer furrowed his brows slightly, despicable. Boss, why are you so civilized? Yeah, these bastards, taking advantage of the situation. Boss, I'll take people to intercept them. The murderer shook his head, retreat. Ha? Just like that? Boss, we worked so hard to collect all 6 quest items, and now we're giving them up? No more nonsense, follow the boss's orders. The boss must have his reasons. Although unwilling, if they were surrounded by the golden goblins and the Sky City, they would be doomed. Everyone retreat, slowly move down and regroup with the other brothers. In order to prevent the people of Sky City from taking advantage, the Black Club slowly withdrew from the altar position. Originally, they blocked the exit of the altar, and the golden goblins came out slowly, but as soon as they retreated, countless golden goblins rushed out of the altar, causing chaos for a while. This was probably the event with the most participants since the game started. And Chen Chen missed it perfectly. Built City, East Pier. The pier was not open yet. Besides the busy NPCs and a few players sightseeing, there were hardly any people around. Chen Chen rode on a bone dragon and dived straight down from the sky towards the sea. Splash! A large splash of water erupted. Ding! Unable to enter the environment, the bone dragon automatically returns to the pet space. This was Chen Chen's first time underwater in the game. It felt very real. The sense of floating and suffocation made him feel like he was really there. In the corner of his vision, a blue health bar appeared. While underwater, the blue health bar slowly decreased, indicating it was related to oxygen or something similar. If he stayed underwater for too long, he would drown, a game mechanic Chen Chen was familiar with. Judging from the speed of the health bar decreasing, he estimated that he couldn't stay underwater for more than 5 minutes. He needed to find the totem quickly. He scanned the bottom of the water. The underwater world was even more beautiful than he had imagined, with fish swimming everywhere. Not far from the pier, there was a coral reef. Countless underwater creatures were playing in the coral reef. In the center of the coral reef, there was an old treasure chest with an exclamation mark on it, indicating it was Chen Chen's quest item. Is it that simple? Chen Chen quickly swam towards the treasure chest. His speed was about half of what it would be on land. The swimming speed was also a fixed attribute, and the most amazing thing about the Guardian Ring was that it could increase these fixed attributes by 50%. In no time, he reached near the coral. Just as he was about to land in the coral reef, suddenly, a water ball exploded on him. Bang! Minus 459. Chen Chen was shocked. Damn, that's a high attack. You are being attacked by the coral nymph. Not far away, there was a mermaid? Facing him and playing with water balls, she was about 15 meters away. Coral nymph, untamable, level 30, no wonder, it was a level 30 wild monster. If it were on land, 15 meters wouldn't be much, but underwater, it was a different story. Chen Chen gritted his teeth, ignored her attack, and continued swimming towards the treasure chest. However, to his surprise, 2 more coral nymphs appeared along the way. These nymphs looked beautiful. How could they hide and ambush people like this? I'm not in the mood today. You trying to seduce me like this? I will definitely kill you in the future. Chen Chen cursed inwardly, drank a few bottles of diluted potions, and swam towards the 3 coral nymphs. He was about to reach the treasure chest soon. Suddenly, he saw another blue coral nymph wandering near the treasure chest. Coral Nymph Queen, Elite Monster, level 32. Behind her, there were 2 more coral nymphs. Damn it! Chen Chen gritted his teeth. You forced me. He turned around and swam towards the coral nymphs behind him. It seemed like he had to clear them one by one, otherwise, with each water ball dealing close to 500 damage, even with his over 7,000 health points, he wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks from these nymphs. As he approached one of the coral nymphs, something even more unexpected happened. The coral, which obviously belongs to the mage class of ranged professions. Although the monsters are stupid, there is a setting for ranged monsters that when players approach, they will flee 5 meters away. Watching the coral witch run away, Chen Chen scolded the planner again, and 3 minutes had already passed. Helplessly, he can only surface to escape the monster's attack range and return to the pier. Phew! Planner, you did a good job, don't do it next time. Chen Chen grumbled as he opened the guild chat channel. Anonymous, need a few ranged professions to help me with the task. But as soon as he sent it out, his words were drowned out by others. The guild chat channel was bustling. Boss, what task are you doing? Come quickly to the goblin jungle. Exciting, so exciting, killing people and monsters, we want all the red names. Boss, I know you're in a hurry, don't worry, we'll come to help you first. Chen Chen looked puzzled. Are they all crazy? What goblins? What's going on? The boy driving the train, boss, I'm in Built City. I'll be there soon. With that, he sent a team request. Agreed to join the team. Chen Chen was stunned when he entered the team, as there were quite a few people. The team leader was the boy driving the train, and the members were Bird, Fish, Electric Motor, and the Supreme Emperor, totaling 5 people, plus him made a complete team. Anonymous, oh, quite a few, come to me. The boy driving the train, hee, just helped me clear the job change instance. The Supreme Emperor is here to leech experience. Leveling up with someone does indeed go faster, and in no time, they leveled up. The 5 of them quickly arrived at the eastern pier of the city. Old M.O., what are you doing here? Why not go to the goblin jungle? It's said to be very lively there. Yeah, boss, we were just about to rush over. Chen Chen pointed helplessly underwater. Stop talking nonsense, help me with the task, and then we'll go together. With a splash, the 6 of them went underwater together. After diving, the 4 men stared at Fish, not expecting the game to be so realistic. Damn! This game is so lifelike. Bird, hey, what are you guys looking at? Damn, wife, hurry up and turn off the fashion. Fish, it doesn't matter, they are all our brothers. It's just a bikini, haven't you been to the beach? If I have it, I should show it off. Woo woo, good people. No, it affects the battle, get back up. Finally, under Bird's insistence, Fish reluctantly returned to the pier. There were 2 healers in the team, and although Bird's healing power was not very strong, it should be no problem to deal with a few small monsters. Except for Chen Chen, everyone else was ranged attackers, killing the 3 coral witches in front of them as if playing. The only difficulty was the coral witch queen. Let me pull the boss. The boy driving the train took the initiative. After the archer changed to a sharpshooter, his attack power increased significantly. He pulled the bowstring, and the surrounding water slowly condensed into an arrow made of water. The sharpshooter's skill, arrow of water. Swoosh! The arrow of water traveled at extreme speed underwater, instantly hitting the coral witch queen. Minus 479, the number floated above the coral witch queen's head. Hiss! The coral witch queen suddenly turned her head, her gaze fierce as she looked at the boy. Brothers, attack, get her. The hatred was on the boy, and the others, as if skills were free, threw them at her. It was only at this moment that Chen Chen reached the attack range. Backstab. Critical hit plus weakness minus 12,580. The coral witch queen's health dropped significantly. TSK, every time I see the boss's attack, it's so satisfying. Stop flattering, the woman is escaping. Elite monsters all have their unique settings. With only 20% of her health left, the coral witch queen turned and ran directly. Underwater, her speed was extremely fast, and the 5 of them couldn't catch up at all. She was seen swinging her tail, escaping to hide under the coral bushes, while a green light lit up on her body. She's regenerating. Don't let her recover. Can't hit her, she's stuck in the terrain, out of attack range. Dive down. This was the first time Chen Chen encountered a monster that could get stuck in terrain, hiding under the coral bushes, avoiding attacks, and regenerating health. Quite impressive. She's regenerating so fast? Use area of effect skills. As soon as the electric motor spoke, electric lights began to flicker on his body. On his body, between his clothes, electric lights kept flashing. Thunderous curse, thunderous strikes. Crack, rumble. In an instant, the entire coral bushes were filled with thunder and lightning. Dozens of lightning bolts fell, illuminating the entire seabed. The electric motor, like a thunder god descending from the sky, was awe-inspiring, with the scattered electric lights visible even on the sea surface. The surrounding monsters had decreasing health numbers above their heads, with an attack range reaching about 30 meters, and their attack power was quite strong. Truly worthy of being a hidden class for melee mages. Wow! So cool! Why haven't I seen you use this skill before? How's the succubus queen doing? Everyone's attention was drawn, and at that moment, they were reminded to look towards the direction of the succubus queen. The succubus queen was at the center of the thunderstorm, with most of the lightning striking above her head, but she was under the coral bushes, and the coral above her head blocked all the lightning. No effect? Her line of sight is really good. Hey, look at this. Everyone followed the young man's pointing finger. The succubus queen was on a protruding coral rock, and because of the electric motor's attacks, the coral rock was somehow shaken to the point of collapse. With a crisp cracking sound, the house-sized coral rock finally couldn't bear its own weight and broke off. Coincidentally, the succubus queen was right underneath. What followed was a shocking scene that left everyone stunned. The succubus queen was crushed to death. Yes, she struggled a bit, then ran out of health. She died just like that? Can it happen like this? The five of them looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. After playing games for so long, he didn't know about terrain kills. If it weren't for being in the water, he wouldn't have noticed. Boss, it seems we've discovered a new mechanism. It has that feel, but it should be difficult to achieve on land. As long as you're clearing your mind, remember to keep an eye out in the future. I'll go get the quest item. Chen Chen swam towards the treasure chest. The chest was very old, covered with moss. The moment he interacted with the chest, the system voice popped up. Seems like a very ancient chest. The lock is already broken, can be easily opened. Opening the chest, the interior was small, with only a bronze plate the size of a fist. Even after a long time, you could still see a fierce monster carved on it. Quest item, Totem. Introduction, a totem that can be used as the guild's base. This totem is exclusive to the Alliance of the Abandoned. Level 1. Non-tradable, non-discardable. Success. Chen Chen was delighted, put it in his inventory, and swam towards the surface of the water. Boss, how was it? Are you done? Hurry up, boss, let's go to the goblin jungle. It's so lively over there. Chen Chen smiled. You guys go first, I'll go back to the guild to turn in the quest and then come over. Okay, boss, take care. It's getting late, I'm leaving the group first. Leaving the team, everyone went to the teleporter. The five of them went to the goblin jungle, while Chen Chen teleported back to the grave mound. Players with red names didn't have many restrictions on teleportation. As long as they had been to a place and opened a teleport point, they could teleport. However, there was only one respawn point at the grave mound. When Chen Chen returned, he saw several people resurrecting, and he hurriedly ran to the teleporter. There were a few more people who had just resurrected. Chen Chen said in confusion, "Who killed you in the big jungle?" "It wasn't the boss, I was killed by wild monsters. I was killed by someone from the Infinite Guild, I went to the wrong place. I can't explain it clearly, boss, it feels great, come quickly." Even though they died, they were excited and teleported away after speaking. Chen Chen scratched his head, how great is it? He became more and more curious about the battles in the goblin jungle. He quickly ran to Toothless John. "No more nonsense, hand in the quest." "I haven't said anything yet." Toothless John took the totem helplessly and said wearily, "Guardian, you are amazing, we succeeded, our totem is back." It was clear that he was not enthusiastic about his work. As soon as he finished speaking, the bronze totem in his hand slowly floated up and, attracted by some kind of power, landed in the slot at the top of the resurrection stone. It fit perfectly, seamless. Congratulations on completing level 23 series quest, Totem. Rewards, Totem, rewards, 100,000 experience points, 128 gold coins, guild notice, Totem function activated, the system announcement rang in the ears of all red-named players. Guild notice, guild totem function activated, guild totem, provides each guild player with a totem skill, which will disappear automatically when leaving the guild. Note, totem skill, skills provided by the totem vary depending on the totem level and quality. Members of the red name sect opened their skill bar and found a new totem skill. Skill, Fury of the Abandoned, Level 1, Description, Blessed by the Undead. Players of the Abandoned Alliance can transform into undead when they die, rejoin the battle with perfect attribute inheritance, cannot be targeted, invincible state, automatically die after the effect ends. Duration, 5s, cooldown, 24h. The players of the red name sect were all dumbfounded. What's going on? A sudden skill upgrade? So, after death, there's 5 seconds of invincibility? Too bad, it can only be used once a day, if only the cooldown were 5 seconds. I think you make a good point, don't say it next time. Having such a skill as an individual was already abnormal, similar to Chen Shen's outburst before death but without invincibility and being untargetable. However, if the entire guild had such a skill, that would be too abnormal. While other guilds didn't even have a base, the red name sect already had totems, and Toothless John had a dim above his head. The next task was called Battle Flag. Obviously, it was also a series quest that could only be accepted at level 25. Chen Chen was only at level 23, at 56%, so he would have to wait. Finally, his curiosity could be satisfied. Anonymous, I'm here, brothers. He quickly ran to the teleporter. In the goblin jungle, he had only opened 2 teleport points, the goblin camp and the Wayno village. With a flash of light, after deducting a gold coin for the teleport fee, Chen Chen disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was back in Wayno village. Before the scene fully appeared, there were noisy voices around. Damn it, the red name sect people are causing trouble, not only killing monsters but also killing people. The red name sect is in the east, brothers, it's better not to go there. Several guilds are all the same, the 6-guild alliance is not much better, they have taken the best position in the West. I can't afford to buy medicine, but the level is increasing so fast. Anonymous. He finally arrived. The scene gradually became clear. He stared blankly at his surroundings. The village was bustling with people, there were 10,000 people in Wano village, not kidding. The last time Chen Shen saw so many people was the last time. So many people? Mostly solo players. Looking outside the safe zone, people are running past non-stop, some riding mounts, all heading towards the direction of the Sunset Mountains. Even the wild monsters are running around as if they've gone mad. Chen Shen couldn't help but murmur, "What's happening?" Without needing to ask the guild members, the people nearby directly answered Chen Shen's confusion. "Don't you know, nameless boss? Oh my, it's a big event, the goblins are going crazy, the altar in the Sunset Mountains has been opened, and countless elite monsters are rushing out. This is like a monster siege, you know, nameless boss, I'm telling you, can you not kill me later? I heard there's a big boss inside, very powerful, but it's surrounded by a big guild, so we can't get in." Big boss? Chen Shen's eyes lit up, clasping his hands together. "Thank you, brother, I'll go easy on you next time." Bone Dragon. As soon as the words fell, darkness surrounded the void. The handsome bone dragon soared into the sky amidst the envious gazes of countless people, flying towards the Sunset Mountains. Sitting on the bone dragon, overlooking the entire land, one could see the dense jungle where numerous wild monsters gathered, and countless players reveling. Guild channel. Nameless, where are you guys? Boss, you're here? We're on the east side of the Sunset Mountains, we've cleared the area around, so you can level up safely. Boss, you missed out on 1,000,000,000, I've already leveled up. The bone dragon's speed was fast, and it didn't take long to arrive above the Sunset Mountains, where there were indeed many people and even more monsters. On a platform halfway up the mountains, the altar continuously spewed out golden goblins, turning into a golden torrent, forcing players to retreat one after another, with some players attempting to charge up only to be instantly killed. They could only resist in formation, using long-range attacks to draw aggro and kill the golden goblins. Indeed, it's a monster siege, humans can't win. One might not feel it from below, but Chen Shen could see clearly from the sky. It was so spectacular, with wild monsters and players as far as the eye could see. This was the prosperous era Chen Shen had wished for. Just as he was about to fly down after patting the bone dragon's neck, at that moment, an arrogant voice rang out. "Lowly humans, my army will crush you, I shall rule this land, I am the goblin god, the king of the earth." Inside the altar, the massive figure was getting closer to the exit. Thump thump thump. The rhythmic footsteps echoed throughout the mountains, causing countless players to look up at the mountain. Finally, the boss appeared. Chen Shen looked at it in shock. Goblin Emperor, boss, level 25, a huge shadow covered a large area, also a goblin. This goblin was over 10 meters tall. Its muscles were well defined, exuding explosive power. The most obvious feature was the pair of red horns on its head, with sharp teeth filling its mouth. Roar! My subjects, kill all humans, flatten the city. Ding! Goblin Emperor activates skill, Battle Roar. All wild monsters, elite monsters, plus 15% attack power, attack speed, movement speed, all players, summon creatures, minus 15% attack power, attack speed, movement speed. The Goblin Emperor's appearance intimidated all players, with a 30% difference in attributes. The players' pressure increased significantly. At the same time, a -1 health debuff appeared above all players' heads. Its war roar even had a health deduction effect. Ding, your pet has been knocked down, automatically returning to the pet space. Chen Shen's system also sounded. The bone dragon was interrupted by the war roar and fell from the sky. Damn, is this even possible? Chen Shen cursed and tumbled to a high point in the mountains. Fortunately, the Sunset Mountains were high enough, and he only fell a dozen meters, losing a few hundred health points. Kill, for the Goblin Empire. Kill the humans. Several golden goblins entered the aggro range and attacked Chen Shen without hesitation. Ha, look, that idiot unnamed is being surrounded by himself. Let him pretend, serves him right, idiot. I'm laughing so hard, this guy's brain is really not working. Chen Shen's bone dragon was originally cool, with people from various major guilds watching him. Being surrounded by golden goblins, it was beyond frustrating. Brothers, charge up and save the leader. It's not working, can't break through, too many wild monsters, their movement speed has greatly increased, we can't get up there. The wild monsters suddenly became fierce and unstoppable. Several players rushed into the monster pile and were instantly killed. Chen Shen quickly said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine." In front of him were 3 golden goblins, which he could easily handle. But in the distance, more than 10 golden goblins were rushing over. Helpless, Chen fought while retreating, heading towards a higher mountain top. Congratulations on killing the Golden Goblin. Experience points plus 4,500. Finally killing a Golden Goblin gave unexpectedly high experience points. Chen was dumbfounded. What is this? He was currently at level 23, needing 230,000 experience points to level up. He had already gained around 130,000, needing only 100,000 more to level up. Killing 2 goblins would give 9,000 experience. In other words, killing 23 golden goblins would allow him to level up. No wonder so many people are going crazy. Who wouldn't? Chen suddenly felt that falling down was quite good. There were so many people fighting a monster at the foot of the mountain, it was too crowded to get in. Killing monsters here was better. More than 10 golden goblins rushed over. Chen fought and retreated, killing one after another, quickly killing over a dozen. Awesome, really awesome. The experience visibly increased, and the equipment dropped by these golden goblins was very good. This event was a feast for the players, including the Red Name sect. Apart from killing players who intruded into their camp, they were also desperately leveling up. Almost everyone had leveled up by 1 level. How long had it been? However, some people were still uneasy. Infinite Law God, too bad, War God is doing a dungeon run, otherwise, he would level up super fast. Infinite Sword Saint, let's not worry about the leader for now, I feel like this is a good opportunity. Left Hand of God, yes, Unnamed is being held back on the mountaintop, all the Red Name sect members are here. Sky Knight, yes, the Red Name sect is a guild, occupying the leveling spots of 2 guilds. The battle line is stretched very long. MOU, that's right, our 6 guilds, as long as each guild sends 50 people, and sandwich the monsters from both sides, we can completely wipe out the Red Name sect. Just do it, this was a great opportunity. With Chen above, so many people watching, he couldn't come down. As long as 50 people, all in teams, not affecting the leveling speed, and able to wipe out the Red Name sect, why not? Just do it. The response speed of the 6 guild alliance was very fast. With one command, the 50 most elite members of each guild were selected, a total of 300 people. After communicating with each other, they left the crowd and headed towards the Red Name sect. They assembled in 5 minutes, quite fast. 2 minutes earlier, Fatty received the news and quickly posted in the guild chat, not good, the 6 guild alliance is up to something. About 300 people are coming around behind us. Damn, these bastards really know how to pick their timing. Fatty, what should we do? We'll follow your lead. What to do? Fight. Kill these lackeys. The group was passionate, not letting others level up. It was like an irreconcilable blood feud. Chen naturally noticed the information in the group, standing on the peak of the Sunset Mountains overlooking the foot of the mountain. He could vaguely see a large group of people circling around. Although the journey was quite far, in order to avoid attracting the attention of the Red Name sect, they deliberately took a big detour and slowly surrounded the Red Name sect from behind. Chen frowned deeply. Trouble. Wu Ming, don't fight, retreat, or you will all be killed. Ha! Boss, how can we boost their morale? We are not afraid. That's right, boss, don't worry, we can win. We VE fought them many times, they are not our match at all. Seeing their relaxed demeanor, Chen expression became even more serious. Wu Ming, shut up. In an instant, there was silence in the guild. Wu Ming, it's not a matter of winning or losing, they are surrounding you, with wild monsters in front, the 6 Union Alliance behind, and a large number of solo players on the left. If you fight, you will lose for sure. Wu Ming, next, I will take command. He noticed that after several major battles, the people of the Red Name sect were becoming arrogant. Looking down from the high mountain, Chen had a god's eye view and could see that the Red Name sect was destined to lose. Now it was a matter of minimizing the losses. Dealing with the Golden Goblin on one side, he looked towards the foot of the mountain. Wu Ming, they are behind you, all dismounted, forming a formation, you will see them in about 5 minutes. Wu Ming, frontline tanks, move half of them to the back, shorten the battle line, leave the wild monsters to those solo players. His orders were issued one by one. Visibly, the people of the Red Name sect moved like ants following his commands. It's not working, boss, too many wild monsters, if we open a gap, they will rush in. Yeah, ranged classes can't hold on. Wu Ming, all team leaders, manage your team members well, change formation immediately, if you don't change, you're dead. Don't worry about those wild monsters, kill if you can, if not, tank them. There was no way to stop the wild monsters from rushing in, the people of the 6 Union Alliance arrived too quickly, there was simply no time to prepare for them. Greedy for experience and not wanting to be killed by the monsters, if no one wanted to die, then they would all die together. Despite the easygoing appearance of the fat man, the management of the Red Name sect had always been strict. Just as Chen finished speaking, the formation began to slowly change. Although a few ranged classes were killed by the monsters, at least half of the situation had changed. Wu Ming, here they come, switch the front line with the back line, quickly get out of the range of the wild monsters' attacks. From the mountaintop, a group of red names could be seen moving slowly. As long as they left the range of the wild monsters' attacks, the red name sect could turn the tide. But at that moment, a sudden surge of golden light appeared. Chen Chen's pupils constricted. An anxious voice rang out in the guild. Bad news, the golden goblins are charging in. Boss, we can't hold on. The elite monsters are too strong. With so few tanks, we can't stop them. Boss, it's bad. The 6 Union Alliance has started to attack. Damn, they dare to attack even the solo players? What the hell? Come back to me, don't mind the solo players, defend your positions. The threefold siege that Chen Chen feared the most finally happened. The speed and attacks of the golden goblins were incomparable to ordinary goblins. Half of the red name sect's tanks were defending against the 6 Union Alliance from the rear. The front line couldn't withstand the golden goblins at all. Visibly, the golden surge rushed into the ant nest. Chen Chen kept retreating, already backing up to the highest point of the Sunset Mountains. Standing on a huge rock, with a cliff behind him, facing a dozen or so golden goblins. In the golden surge, one or two would often run towards Chen Chen, making it impossible for him to escape. Fatty Air, old Mo, what should we do now? There are casualties already, enemies to the west, south, and north. Boss, should we retreat to the east? Wu Ming's eyes were filled with worry. This was a dead end. Even he didn't know how to solve it. Wu Ming, the east is a cliff. If we retreat there, we won't be able to escape. Enemies from 3 directions, retreat back to the old alley. Everyone has to die once. For the red name sect, it is a heavy blow. He was contemplating, but the enemies wouldn't wait for him to finish thinking. Brothers, it seems like the red name sect is in trouble. Damn them, always hiding every day. I've had enough. Ha, red name sect, what's wrong with you? Why are you running away? The most despicable are those solo players. Just now, when nothing was happening, they acted like grandchildren, not daring to approach the red name sect, killing the least amount of wild monsters, holding in their anger. Now, watching the red name sect retreat in defeat, they began to attack the members of the red name sect. Killing wild monsters, losing experience, a small amount of equipment, killing the red name sect, that means dropping a lot of equipment. Who wouldn't be tempted? On the side of the 6 Union Alliance, the offensive was fierce. The left hand of God, the infinite law god, several leaders personally led the team. Left hand of God, today, all the red name sect members will die for me. Infinite law god, block them, don't let them break through. Long range attacks, use skills towards their camp. MOU, the most famous thing about the red name sect is the Assassin Legion. Now they are all in combat mode and unable to hide. Let's see if you can survive. Golden Goblin became their assistants. Rushing into the red name sect's camp, magical arrows kept falling from above. Large numbers of health points deducted floated above their heads. Boss, what should we do? Can't hold them back. Can't hold them back at all. Damn it, the bastards of the 6 Union Alliance, I'll fight you to the end. The red name sect has no softies, we must kill them even if we die. A deadlock that couldn't be resolved. The people of the red name sect began to go crazy, roaring towards the 6 Union Alliance. 1, 2, 3, all fell on the way of the charge. Red name sect, you also have today. Trash red name sect, our infinite guild will crush you like dogs. Let you be arrogant, idiots, go to hell. The 6 Union Alliance had never been so relieved as today, but gradually, they realized something was wrong. After the people of the red name sect died, green flames would appear on their bodies, turning them into undead in an invincible state that couldn't be targeted. They rushed into the camp like madmen, attacking the members of the 6 Union Alliance frantically. What's going on? What is this red name sect? Damn it, so brutal, how did they do it? Guild skills, it must be guild skills, don't be afraid, it's only a few seconds. After the shock, the people of the 6 Union Alliance quickly stabilized their attack rhythm. Although there were casualties, the situation was ultimately in their favor. Watching the red name sect being forced to the cliff on the east side. In just 10 minutes, over 100 players from the red name sect had died. Over 200 people remained. Nameless, those who died, gather at the Wainu village, don't leave the safe zone. Boss, there are members of the 6 Union Alliance outside the safe zone, we can't get out. Chen Chen watched as the players of the red name sect fell one by one, their loot scattered on the ground, grinding his teeth. Now, all strategies were useless. Even if Chen Chen rushed over, it would be too late to turn the tide. The excitement of the solo players, the taunts of the opponents, the humiliation of the 6 Union Alliance. All of this stimulated the people of the red name sect. The more chaotic it got, the faster they died. Chen Shen's mind was racing, still thinking of a way. But just then, a golden hammer flew towards him. In a moment of carelessness, he was directly knocked away by the golden goblin. Critical hit plus weakness minus 2580. Bang! Chen Shen tried to stop his steps, but it was too late. The force of the impact knocked him off the cliff. Damn it! In the chaos, the dagger got stuck in a crevice, saving him from falling down the cliff. Just falling a dozen meters from the bone dragon would deduct hundreds of health points. Falling down would mean certain death. On the top of the boulder, several golden goblins lingered on the rocks, not leaving. Phew, should I just die like this? Dead, no experience loss, but several pieces of golden equipment in the bag, a bunch of potions are all gone. The current red name sect needs him. Chen Shen just wanted to let go. Just at this moment, a huge rock rumbled, trembled, and dropped a few small stones. Because there were too many golden goblins gathered above. It actually caused the giant rock to loosen. Chen Shen suddenly brightened his eyes. Could it be? Rustle rustle. Gravel kept falling. It should be possible. Let's try it. Terrain kill. The move that killed the Coral Witch Queen. The rock happened to be in the eastern area, able to kill monsters, should also be able to kill players. Chen Shen gritted his teeth. Since there was no chance anyway, let's give it a try. The large rock in front of him, over 10 meters wide, 7 meters high, oval-shaped, not round. Just now, in order not to be surrounded by golden goblins, he climbed up here. If it could roll down, maybe it could solve the crisis of the red name sect. Just do it. Anonymous, brothers, hold on, you must hold on, your leader is figuring out a way. Although he said that, he really didn't dare to hold too much hope. This rock is really too big, how to get it down? Chen Shen was stuck on the rock, jumped to the corner next to it with inertia, which was the bottom of the rock. There happened to be a place to stand, only one person could stand, not even squatting. It was less than 7 meters to the top. The hatred of the golden goblins had not disappeared, and they kept gathering on top. Backstab. Suddenly launched a backstab out of nowhere. Goodness, he hit the rock, the dagger stabbed in the wrong direction, almost falling off the cliff. Phew, scared me. It seems I can only try with normal attacks. Just do it. Chen Shen kept attacking the point where the rock and the soil met. Normal attacks on terrain were not very effective. Each time only a little damage was done. This was completely different from what Chen Shen had expected. Chen Shen breathed a sigh of relief and shook his hand. Is it really not working? Several golden goblins had already moved away from the rock due to their position, running to the side and getting stuck on the terrain. Without their weight support, the rock remained motionless. Several golden goblins even left because they hadn't hit anything for too long. Could it be that these golden goblins are not heavy enough? He suddenly remembered that immensely huge figure. If it was that one, the weight should be enough, right? Goblin Emperor? The rock. Use the Pythagorean theorem. It shouldn't have anything to do with that. What theorem was it? Who cares about the theorem? Chen Shen came up with a brilliant bad idea again, using the backstab skill on the nearest golden goblin, instantly moving behind it, back to the top of the peak. The golden goblin regained its attack target and rushed madly towards Chen Shen. Instead of attacking it, Chen Shen ran down the hillside, aiming for the Goblin Emperor blocked on the altar. It's anonymous, what is he doing? The red name sect is under attack, he must be in a hurry to come help. Attention, attention, Anonymous is coming. Leader, command, watch out for safety. The members of the Six Meetings Alliance urgently informed their respective leaders. Chen Shen's most impressive record was sneaking into the enemy camp, killing the enemy's high-level commanders, going in and out 7 times, becoming the dreaded Anonymous. The left hand of God disdainfully said, he is in a combat state now, unable to activate the stealth skill at all. What's there to fear? The Supreme Law God said, even if it's him, what if a god comes? Mayu said, but we can't underestimate him, be prepared for his movements at any time. He's almost at the boss. He's gone back again. He came, he went back, and took away a big guy. This tricky operation left everyone puzzled. When did he come? When did he leave? Speak human language. Boss, listen to me, here's what happened. He came down, then took away the boss, along with dozens of golden goblins. What does he want to do? Solo the boss? Joke, if he can solo this boss, I'll quit the game directly. Apart from the Six Union Alliance, other guilds, solo players, all watched as Chun Chin dashed and leaped on the Sunset Mountains. No matter how others looked at it, or what they thought, his goal was achieved anyway. Dragging the Goblin Emperor and dozens of golden goblins, he successfully returned to the position of the big rock. Whether it works or not, it's up to you, guys, don't let me down. Chen Shen circled around, finally putting the Goblin Emperor at the forefront, even taking a hit from the Goblin Emperor. minus 1,570 health points. The attack was really high. Enduring a wave of attacks, Chen returned to the giant rock, followed closely by the Goblin Emperor. The huge body made a thumping sound as it walked, coupled with the weight of the nearby golden goblins, making the giant rock sway even more violently. Chen exclaimed joyfully, "Looks like it's possible. Come on, green-skinned little guy, try to kill me." Perhaps understanding his words, the Goblin Emperor roared in anger, "Roar, despicable human, die, the wrath of the Earth King." Boss, the Goblin Emperor activates the skill, Wrath of the Earth King. The system's voice sounded, the sharp claws of the Goblin Emperor whistling through the air towards Chen. "I won't be knocked away, right?" Gritting his teeth, Chen bent down, stabbed his dagger into the ground to increase friction, preparing to withstand this claw attack. Bang! A loud noise was heard. In an instant, his head buzzed. Ding! Entered a dazed state. Minus 100 million. A terrifying number floated above Chen's head, stunning him. Triggered passive skill, temporary counterattack, attack power plus 300%. Triggered passive skill, protection, automatically removes negative buffs. He didn't get knocked away or die. A glow passed over him, removing the negative status. Before he could react, the Goblin Emperor launched another regular attack, seemingly able to instantly follow up with a normal attack after using his skill. Chen couldn't do anything, only seeing the giant claw approaching. It's over. Minus 980. The health deduction information appeared above his head. He fell to the ground. Items from his inventory scattered all over, potions, equipment he had looted, even his shirt dropped. You were killed by the boss Goblin Emperor. Automatically activates the totem skill, Fury of the Abandoned. As the words fell, Chen stood up again, his surroundings hazy. Is this the undead form? Because he was in an invincible state, the Goblin Emperor didn't attack again but still held Chen's hatred. Just 1 second had passed, he didn't have time to experience the feeling of being undead, nor to waste time, he leaped off the cliff. Sizzle, sizzle. Sparks flew as the dagger scraped against the stone. Taking a second, he landed where he remembered the stone and ground met. Go down! Chen gritted his teeth and launched a regular attack. A dull sound erupted, kicking up a large cloud of dust, and in 3 seconds, he exploded before dying. The giant rock swayed twice but surprisingly stabilized again. How is this possible? Chen smiled bitterly. Go down. Another regular attack. Without the explosion before death, he didn't know what would happen, but this was his final blow. Then, his totem skills time was up. The undead dispersed, Chen died again. Helplessly clicking on the resurrection, he fell into endless darkness. The screen lit up again, and Chen had respawned at the resurrection point in the graveyard of chaos. Boss, how did you die? There were quite a few people in the graveyard of chaos, at least around 100. The safety zone of the Wino village has been surrounded. Boss Pang asked us to gather here. Boss, what do you say? Just give the order, we'll kill them. That's right, kill them. Now there is no guild base, that's the problem. If you reach level 30 and the other side has a guild base, the red name sect can immediately go to the opponent's base. Chen nodded with a dark face. Wait, ask about the situation over there, we'll teleport together. Okay, boss. Just as he was about to open the chat interface, he suddenly saw rows of system messages. Congratulations on killing the Golden Goblin, experience plus 4,500. Congratulations on killing the Golden Goblin, experience plus 4,500. Congratulations on killing the Golden Goblin. Chen was dumbfounded as the system's voice kept ringing. Then, the guild members were surprised to find that their leader had leveled up. Congratulations, your level has increased to 24. What's going on? Leveled up? Boss, did you do something? This is a bit too much. I always thought there was something wrong with you, boss. Boss, let's be more restrained. It's okay to be killed. I don't think my life is that important. Don't joke around, boss is not that kind of person. How could he cheat? The crowd was mostly joking. But before they could finish speaking, Chen started to emit a leveling light. It's impossible to explain now. Leveled up again? Boss. He has already leveled up 3 times. Bang. Another level? Can't stop? In their shocked eyes, Chen kept shining with the light of leveling up. This is crazy. In the desolate cemetery, Chen became the most eye-catching. Even he was stunned. With too much experience, the system notifications kept refreshing. Did it work? Chen muttered, unable to stop, and directly leveled up by 7 levels. While everyone was still in shock, a system announcement sounded. Congratulations to player, Nameless, for reaching level 30, unlocking new gameplay, guild base function. Guild base, each guild can apply for a guild base from the main city's guild base NPC. Constructing a base will grant guild skills, guild bonuses, guild tasks, and other benefits. As the system announcement ended, Shin Chen leveled up again, reaching level 31. Congratulations on being the first to reach level 30. Receive a self-selected gift pack of level 30 golden equipment for your class. When the equipment popped up, Shin Chen was still dazed and randomly chose a pair of pants, because his pants had just broken. In the desolate cemetery, both those present and absent were dumbfounded. Nameless was indeed impressive, but his level had always fluctuated on the edge. The first place, the Infinite War God, had almost dominated the leaderboard since the server opened, but today he was overtaken by Chen Chen. The current leaderboard. First place, Nameless, 31st level, Red Name Sect. Second place, Infinite War God, 27th level, Infinite. Third place, Justice Descends, 26th level, Blue City. Fourth place, Invincible Hidden Clan, 26th level, Hidden Clan. Fifth place, Electric Motor, 26th level, Red Name Sect. Sixth place, Infinite Arrow God, 26th level, Infinite. Seventh place, Laughing Skyward, 26th level, Inkjade Tower. 8th place, Swimming Fish, 26th level, Red Name Sect. 9th place, Flying Bird, 26th level, Red Name Sect. 10th place, Tai-Bai Sword Immortal, 26th level, Blue City. The leaderboard mostly consisted of familiar faces. Others were shocked by Chen Chen's sudden surge in experience and the reshuffling of the level leaderboard. But Chen Chen himself had something even more shocking. Level 31, did you think it would end like this? The experience stopped, but the system notifications didn't. Congratulations on killing the player, Amao Go. Congratulations on killing the player, Lu Renjia. Congratulations on killing the player, Qingfeng. Congratulations on killing the player, Tai Shanghuang. Congratulations on killing the player, Steel Titan. Congratulations on killing the player, Infinite Law God. Congratulations on killing the player, Left Hand of God. Sin value +1, sin value, 1209. Trigger passive skill assassination, gain +3 attack power, total +2407 points. Trigger passive skill diamond, gain +0, 1 defense power, total +26. 5 points. Trigger passive skill Blood Bowl, gain +5 vitality, total +1325 points. Asterisk hashtag killed 171 players. About 20 of them are members of the Red Name cult. Chen Chen's face was dull, recalling a saying from ancient times. Teammates sacrifice to the heavens, endless magic power. Who understands the value of this sentence? So, terrain kills ignore attack patterns? Attack power surged by about 360 points. Equivalent to a platinum-level weapon. Abnormal. Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Leader, are you okay? Why aren't you speaking? Did you get banned? The surroundings suddenly became noisy. The Crown Prince's cursing voice rang out. Where did this big rock come from? It scared the crap out of me. Yeah, I was about to use a skill, and I got flattened in an instant. It's probably that boss's skill, so abnormal. It doesn't look like it. Was it done by some bastard? Cough. Someone looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen recovered from the shock and quickly said, brothers, don't worry about these details. How's the situation over there? The situation is not bad. Most of the people crushed by the stone are solo players and members of the 6 Union Alliance. We managed to hide under the cliff and survive. Only a few unlucky ones like us were killed instantly. It seems the position wasn't aligned. There are about 150 people here at the Mass Grave Hill, which means the Red Name cult lost half of its members, and the other half are in the Sunset Mountains. 6 Union Alliance, solo players, Goblin Emperor, I want them all. This battle has just begun. Chen Chen's eyes turned cold. Brothers, it's time for us to counterattack. Everyone teleport to the Wano village. Let them know the consequences of provoking the Red Name cult. Let's go, screw them. The teleportation light kept flashing, and the players of the Red Name cult were teleported in no time. Asterisk Wano village. The small village's safety zone was crowded with people. Dozens of members of the 6 Union Alliance were blocking outside the safety zone. After the resurrection of the Left Hand of God, Infinite Law God, and the main force, they all summoned their mounts and hurriedly left, leaving them in charge of intercepting the Red Name cult members. It's too terrifying. I was underneath when the stone rolled down. The Red Name cult members are really lucky. They managed to escape. Escape? Dream on. Our people have all resurrected and rushed over. This time we must kill all of them. I don't think the Red Name cult dares to come. While they were chatting, the teleporter's side kept lighting up. The Red Name cult members are here. Get ready to kill them as soon as they leave the safety zone. Gradually, they realized something was wrong. There were too many people, and the teleportation light didn't stop. A bunch of red names crowded together, not knowing who was who. The members of the 6 Union Alliance became nervous and quickly formed their formation, ready for battle. want to block us? Bring in 10 times more people, assassin group, all go invisible. At Chen Chen's command, more than 30 assassins disappeared without a trace. Darkness descends. One of Chen Chen's skills opened the slaughter. Kill. Slaughter these bastards. A group of assassins suddenly appeared in the 6 Union Alliance's camp. Not good. It's nameless. Quick, protect the ranged professions in close combat. Can't hold on, call for backup quickly. The terrifying Red Name assassin group, all because of Chen Chen's greatness. Chen Chen's body turned into a shadow, constantly moving among the crowd. Blades and sword shadows flashed by. 8 players were instantly killed. Before they could react, the Red Name Assassin Legion appeared one after another in the crowd. Players from the safe zone also rushed out. The Red Name players, with the passive skills of their guild, were all elites. How could these players guarding the safe zone resist them? In just a few minutes, the 6 Union players were slaughtered. Even those who revived dared not come out of the safe zone. Brothers, mount up, our destination is the Sunset Mountains. Yes, boss. Over 100 members of the Red Name group summoned their mounts and galloped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Solo players who witnessed this scene couldn't help but swallow nervously. Today, I've truly witnessed it. Indeed, I've only seen it in videos before. The combat power of the Red Name group is indeed strong. The 6 Union couldn't even put up a decent resistance. Well, you don't know this, commanders are now the most sought after. Several guilds are offering high salaries for commanders. I heard that the Sky God Guild is offering 50,000 a month. After the Red Name group disappeared, solo players and members of the 6 Union cautiously stepped out of the safe zone. At the foot of the Sunset Mountains, chaos. Even more chaotic than before. Countless people were engaged in a chaotic battle, with the massive body of the Goblin Emperor standing out in the middle of the mountain base. At some point, it had acquired a golden wolf fawn club in its hand. Just one spike of that club was larger than their bodies. A single strike could kill a person instantly. To the east, over 100 remaining members of the Red Name group were crowded under the cliff, still defending against the attacks of the 6 Union. The Infinite Law God, brothers, trapped the Red Name group, the boss is ours. The left hand of God, all the Red Name group members must die. Suddenly, someone shouted in the chat box. Nameless is leading the Red Name group here. What are you afraid of? Send 200 people to stop Nameless, have the revived brothers flank them from both sides, and wipe out the Red Name group. Not long ago, a giant rock fell, killing many people and a large number of monsters, especially the Golden Goblin. Many of the Golden Goblin guards blocking the Goblin Emperor died. The Goblin Emperor finally broke free from being blocked and charged to the foot of the mountain. Now the Goblin Emperor and the Red Name group were actually working together, otherwise, it would be really difficult to stop them with just the Red Name group. The defensive circle of the Red Name group was getting smaller and smaller, backed against the cliff, struggling to resist. Pangair, brothers, hold on a little longer, the boss will be here soon. Don't be stingy with your potions, take all the attribute enhancing and buff potions, we must hold on. We can't afford to lose face for the Red Name group. Bosses, rest assured, I will never let the Red Name group down. Killing one is not a loss, killing 2 breaks even, kill. Just then, the sound of battle cries came from the periphery. Brothers, we're here. Support has arrived, start counterattacking, use your big skills, brothers. Seeing the Red Name group reinforcements arrive, the Infinite Law God smirked. The Red Name group is too naive. Listen up, let the Red Name group reinforcements come in slowly, wait until they gather, then we'll surround them. The left hand of God nodded approvingly. Good idea, Law God brother, the Red Name group is doomed. In the sky, a bone dragon roared past. Chen Chen looked solemnly at the battlefield. Although he had brought reinforcements and boosted morale, the situation was still far from optimistic. Whatever the opponent could think of, how could he not anticipate it? Even if supporting to rush into the cliff on the east side can indeed solve the temporary trouble, the outcome, at most, is to fight with the brothers and be worn out alive. After all, the other side has about 1,500 people. This won't work. This is a dead end, a trap. His gaze quickly scanned the entire battlefield, suddenly thinking of something. Damn it, attack is the best defense. Let's do it. Nameless, Assassin Legion, disengage, be prepared. Xingfeng, boss, we are ready to charge at any time. Mingyue, boss, we are on the periphery, we can rescue our brothers immediately. Chenshin shook his head, we don't save people, we only kill. Boss, what do you mean? Whatever it means, we all listen to the boss. Nameless, yes, wait for my command. As he spoke, Chen Chen controlled the bone dragon to land in a corner and directly activated the invisibility skill. Nameless, assassin group, go invisible. At the next moment, more than 70 red-named assassins all went invisible. After the second transformation, the movement speed will increase while invisible. Chen Shen looked at the Goblin Emperor, his mouth slowly curling up. Assassin group, kill their healer. Nameless marked the coordinates. The coordinates he marked were exactly where the 6 Union Alliance was killing the boss. Around the Goblin Emperor, all were members of the 6 Union Alliance. If it weren't for killing the boss, they would have wiped out the red-named cult long ago by freeing up half of their people. The Goblin Emperor was indeed powerful, killing a child with one slash. However, just now, when the rocks rolled down, he took the brunt of it and lost half of his health. Now, after being besieged for so long, with the 6 Union Alliance sacrificing their lives, his health was down to 1/5. The Peerless Sword Saint was very excited. Brothers, put in more effort, kill the boss first and then support the brothers over there to kill the red-named cult. Moyu, that's right, after the loot, we can also get the equipment of the red-named cult. Sky Knight, all healers, keep healing, don't stop. Everything was developing as expected by the 6 Union Alliance. Watching the Goblin Emperor's health getting lower and lower, everyone was looking forward to what equipment the level 25 strongest boss would drop. But just then, suddenly more than 70 assassins emerged from the last healer camp. Chen Chen immediately used Dark Descent, killing 5 healers and a mage. The other assassins also attacked, and the healers of the 6 Union Alliance kept falling. Not good, it's Nameless. Nameless brought the Assassin Legion in. What? How is that possible? Aren't they not saving people? The Peerless Sword Saint quickly shouted, don't panic, keep the formation steady. Moyu, kill these assassins. Boss, it's not good, the Golden Goblin is coming in. The Goblin Emperor had single target attacks, and bosses with such attacks were the easiest to deal with, but he had a group of Golden Goblin soldiers. Even though many were crushed by boulders, there were still hundreds left. The healers were responsible for giving the tanks blocking the Golden Goblins extra health. Now that the healers were dead, those tanks naturally couldn't hold on, falling one after another, and the Golden Goblins rushed into the formation. Sky Knight, damn it, warriors, swordsmen, step up, block the Golden Goblins. Moyu, don't command randomly, the melee fighters are gone, who will block the assassins of the red-named cult. Peerless Sword Saint gritted his teeth. What time is it? Why argue now? Gonzi Ryu, what the hell are you doing? Running away? You are really useless. Songyu's face turned ugly. He was one of the leaders of the 6 Union Alliance. It was reasonable for Nameless to appear next to him and run. Left Hand of God scolded him, but what was the Peerless Sword Saint? Damn your grandma, you are the useless one, go block Nameless. Peerless Sword Saint, lowest output, loudest voice, what use are you? Watch me. All melee, ranged, follow me and let's take down Nameless. Each one is the boss, each one is a domineering rich second generation in reality. Being scolded in the game, who doesn't have a temper? Even playing games in the dormitory, those with a hot temper, who love to curse in the game, mostly end up quarreling. Such things are commonplace. There are so many people in the 6 Associations Alliance. If everything goes smoothly, everyone calls each other brothers. But once a little trouble arises, who will they listen to? The most feared thing is not commanding garbage, but having multiple commanders. The warriors of Sky City, the swordsmen go to block the Golden Goblin, but with insufficient numbers, they can't hold them back. And those from Mayu Tower go to kill the Nameless, but because of the lack of numbers, they cannot effectively kill them instantly, instead giving Nameless a chance to catch their breath. The battlefield instantly becomes chaotic. The Golden Goblin, Goblin Emperor, 6 Associations Alliance, and the Red Name Assassin Group all fight separately. The Sword Saint of Wuji led a dozen or so players to surround Chen Shen. Nameless, you dare to come, seeking death. Today I will kill you back to level 20. Brothers, the first on the level ranking list will always be our boss. Kill Nameless. Seeing their momentum, killing Nameless seems more important than this battle. Chen Shen glanced at the Sword Saint of Wuji. With too many enemies around and the Sword Saint of Wuji being a hidden class, not so easy to kill, he would be immobilized in a while. Even with protection, he would die. No lingering in battle. Thinking of this, Chen Shen's mouth curled up. Underlings, want to kill me? Come on. After speaking, he rushed towards the direction of the Goblin Emperor. Don't run! Stop him! Seeing the chaos on the battlefield, the shortcomings of the 6 Associations Alliance were completely exposed. Chen Shen moved quickly in the crowd. Not only did he not come under attack, but because of fear, many people made way for him. The Sword Saint of Wuji was furious. Sky Knight, manage your people. Stop Nameless. Sky Knight, what a joke. Why don't your people stop him? Didn't you see my people blocking the Golden Goblin? Mayu's face turned ugly. Damn, didn't you see it? The boss is almost dead. Whatever they do, kill the boss first. The goals of each guild are different. Sky City wants to level up. Mayu Tower's people want to snatch the boss, and the people of Wuji Guild want to kill Nameless. When interests conflict, weaknesses will inevitably arise. Chen Shen, with a sneer, was about 50 meters away from the boss, starting to roam in the crowd, casually killing a few people. The Sword Saint of Wuji led people in a frenzy to chase after him, but their speed was not enough, and they were blocked by their own people, unable to catch up with Chen Shen. Nameless, assassin group, don't linger in battle, escape alive, wait for the stealth skill to be ready, then launch another sneak attack. Brothers who died, resurrect and help at the cliff. Yes, boss. Boss, the boss is almost done, about 6% of its health left. Chen Shen was not in a hurry to approach the boss. Such a big boss would definitely have a big skill, usually at a distance of 50 meters. Sure enough, when the health of the Goblin Emperor was only 5%, he slammed the wolf's fangs heavily on the ground. He pounded his chest with both hands, roaring upwards. Damn humans, is this all you've got? Under the protection of the Earth God, I am invincible. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Ding, Boss Goblin Emperor summons the golden armor, entering a frenzy state. Attack plus 50%, defense plus 100%, attacks have splash effect. A beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, turning into a golden armor. The Goblin Emperor roared and picked up the wolf's fangs to strike down. Bang! The huge wolf's fangs stirred up a large cloud of dust. In an instant, the shield warrior who blocked him died in large numbers. It's not good, the boss is in a frenzy. What to fear? Long-range output, keep up, and kill the Goblin Emperor. Nameless is with me, kill him. Watching the boss go berserk, with attacks splashing around, his health reaching the bottom, if not killed, the Six Union will be in trouble. Moyu, why bother killing the unnamed? Let him kill a few people, it doesn't matter, the boss is the most important. Sky Knight, that's right, what's wrong with a few deaths? Infinite Sword Saint, why are you still chasing? Hurry up and output, kill the boss and then deal with the unnamed. With too many people, members of various major guilds mixed together, it became difficult to command after the chaos. There was simply no way to threaten Chen Shen. With Chen Shen at full strength, close to 10,000 health points, over 350 defense, even tougher than the most resilient shield warrior. Those scattered attacks fell on him like scratching an itch. Just by using the most common health potion, he could recover. Everyone, attack the boss, don't mind the red-named people. Ranged attacks, focus on the boss. Infinite Sword Saint gritted his teeth. A wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. Fools, all fools, you kill your people, we chase the unnamed. The members of the Infinite Guild were really persistent. Fireballs, ice swords, thunderbolts, explosions, constantly bursting on the Goblin Emperor. Watching the boss's health slowly decline, Chen Shen became anxious. There are too many people, we can't kill them all. He knew that as long as the boss died, his own death would not be far off. After calculating everything, thinking that the Goblin Emperor's berserk skill was like that of the Earth Dragon Hatchling, a 50-meter range AoE attack, but it turned out to be a splash attack, which was too exaggerated. Kill as many as we can, enough to break even. Chen Shen completely calmed his mind, evading the pursuit of the Infinite Guild, and retreated towards the boss. Just like the boss, he killed one child with each strike, using skills whenever available. Until he reached the side of the boss, he had killed a total of 63 people. If it weren't for the need to escape, the number would have been even higher. As he saw the Infinite Sword Saint getting closer and closer, Chen Shen had already retreated to the side of the boss, with no way to escape. At the same time, the boss finally couldn't hold on any longer. Humans, I will definitely come back for revenge, ah. Then, the huge body collapsed with a loud bang, dropping a large amount of loot. The members of the Six Union were overjoyed. Quick, quick, see what equipment it is. Don't snatch, let the leader distribute the equipment. To hell with that, there are actually 2 guild badges, we're going to be rich. Damn, look at this, a red glow, is it a divine artifact? Everyone went crazy. At this moment, no one cared about the leader anymore. Finding a divine artifact meant getting rich directly. Who needs a guild? They started frantically looting. The Six Union was already fragile. Now with the boss losing a lot of blood, seeing a ground full of top-notch items, even the worst were golden equipment, worth thousands of dollars. If you could grab it, it would be yours. Who still cared about the guild? Players nearby reached out to grab. Ding, this item does not belong to you, you cannot pick it up temporarily. But what awaited them was not good equipment, but the merciless sound of the system. What's going on? Why isn't it ours? Yeah, we all formed a group, how could it not be ours? Me too. Helplessly watching the red glow equipment that they couldn't pick up. How desperate a situation it was. It's okay, there must be a bug, it will be ours in a minute, wait. But at that moment, a shadow ran past, and the treasures on the ground disappeared from under their noses. Damn it! F***K. Everyone couldn't help but curse out loud. Who's the bastard? Their angry eyes turned to the shadow. If not unnamed, then who? Infinite Sword Saint was furious. Idiots. Why didn't you stop unnamed? The boss belongs to him. Ha! How could it be his? You're really an idiot. If he can pick it up, then whose is it if not his? After fighting the boss for so long, it was ultimately snatched away by someone else. No one was happy about it. The Sword Saint of Wuji was furious, his veins bulging as he chased after Qinshen while sending a message to the law god of Wuji. Those idiots actually let the boss go, and everything was taken by the Nameless. The law god of Wuji, what? How is that possible? He was still enjoying watching the members of the Red Name cult fall into despair when he suddenly received the shocking news. The Sword Saint of Wuji gritted his teeth, saying, "There are 2 items emitting a red light, at least dark gold tier equipment, possibly even artifacts. There are also guild tokens, and I saw books among them, many treasures." With each item he reported, the law god of Wuji's heart clenched. It's all because of the other 5 trash guilds. They didn't kill the Nameless. It infuriates me. Not only did they not kill him, but the 5 guilds also blocked their way. He's running towards the mountain now. If he escapes, we'll lose all face. Besides the major guilds, countless solo players were watching the scene unfold. The law god of Wuji gritted his teeth. "Stop chasing." The Sword Saint of Wuji asked in disbelief, "Stop chasing? Are you kidding?" The law god of Wuji replied, "Can you catch up to the Nameless? Once he leaves combat, he'll fly away on his mount. Do you have a way to stop him? Since we've lost the opportunity, we can't lose our dignity." He was right. In this game, unless Qinshen was surrounded by a crowd, no one could kill him. If they didn't retrieve the items, the members of the Red Name cult would seek revenge. The Sword Saint of Wuji fell silent, his steps slowing down. "Sword Saint, what's wrong? Aren't you going to chase?" "No, let's go kill the members of the Red Name cult." With over 700 people now free from fighting the boss, it wouldn't be difficult to slaughter the Red Name cult members. Qinshen saw his pursuers leaving and shouted from the hill, "Hey, Sword Saint of Wuji, why aren't you chasing?" The Sword Saint of Wuji, with a dark expression, turned away from him. "Thanks for helping kill the boss. So many items, do you want them? I can sell them to you." Unable to bear it, the Sword Saint of Wuji turned around and roared, "Nameless, don't be arrogant. You'll pay for this in the future." Qinshen revealed an equipment emitting a red light. "Looks like I'll dominate the top 3 in the equipment rankings again. Let's go." The Sword Saint of Wuji trembled with anger and left. Qinshen shrugged, feeling smug. Even he didn't expect the boss to belong to him. The wild monsters, the boss, the ownership judgment, whoever dealt the most damage would claim it. What Qinshen didn't know was that the Goblin Emperor helped him push down the boulder, and as it was on the rock, it took the brunt of the impact. The boss had high health and defense, enduring several hits and losing half its health, or else it wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Because Qinshen initiated the attack that caused the boulder to fall, everything was attributed to his attack, inadvertently benefiting him. "You guys are really good people, 6 Guild Alliance. You guys are awesome." Qinshen shouted halfway up the mountain, met with a chorus of curses. Amidst the insults, he excitedly opened the loot bag and began inspecting a pile of spoils. Damn, so many drops. Just in gold coins, he looted thousands, which amounted to a significant sum. The first slot in the bag contained 2 guild creation tokens. Currently not very valuable, they were worth around 8,000 each, totaling 16,000. Slots 2 to 13 were filled with golden equipment. Out of the 12 pieces, 5 were dropped by the boss, all level 30 golden equipment, while the goblin dropped 7 pieces, level 25. Altogether, they were worth around 40 to 50,000. Qinshen wasn't too concerned about these items and planned to distribute them among the guild members. What he was most looking forward to were 2 pieces of equipment emitting a red light, along with a book, 2 scrolls, a piece of wood, and a crystal. Behind the golden equipment were the red ones. Dirge of the Goblin Emperor, Holy Artifact Grade, Necklace, Required Level, Level 30, Attributes, Attack Power plus 1200, Critical Hit Damage plus 25%, Critical Hit Rate plus 25%, Attack Interval minus 0.1 seconds, Attack Power plus 15%, Skill, Splash, Passive, Splash, 50% chance of splash effect on attack. Wow, these attributes are amazing. Qinshen is currently wearing an Ancient Man-Eating Flower Necklace, which is of Platinum Grade. Ancient Man-Eating Flower Necklace, Platinum Grade, Required Level, Level 20, Attributes, Attack Power plus 300, Attack plus 10%, Critical Hit Damage plus 20%, Skill, Poisoning, 2, Poisoning. Normal attacks inflict poison status on the opponent. By comparison, the difference is huge. The Ancient Man-Eating Flower Necklace has dropped in rank, but it is still the 11th ranked equipment on the equipment list. Compared to the dirge of the Goblin Emperor, it falls short. Hey, good stuff. Without hesitation, Chen Chen put it on, along with the Guardian Ring's 50% boost, increasing his attack power by over 1,000. Critical hit probability and damage are maxed out. Ding, your Earth necklace has successfully ranked second on the equipment list. Would you like to display the name, ownership, and attributes? Show everything, let the members of the 6th Union also be happy. The red light is the light of the holy artifact, and the second item is also a holy artifact. Golden Emperor's Heavy Hammer, Holy Artifact Grade, Weapon, Equipment Level, Level 30, Attributes, Attack Power plus 2000, Defense plus 20%, Attack Speed 20%, Movement Speed 10%, Skill, War Roar, Active, War Roar, Attacks add 100% Hatred, Reduce Opponent's Defense, lasts 10 seconds, another good item. The Heavy Hammer is classified for Heavy Hammer Warriors and Barbarian Warriors. The Heavy Hammer's attack power is already high, especially as a holy artifact, but the attributes are just average, probably ranking behind the necklace. After looking at the two holy artifacts, there are the two scrolls, which were initially thought to be quest items or something similar. But when Chen Chen saw the names of the scrolls, he was stunned. Hidden Class Scroll. Using this item allows you to change to a hidden class, Earth Warrior, applicable classes, Heavy Hammer Warrior, Barbarian Warrior, usage, hand over to the class change NPC when changing classes, hidden class, Earth Mage, applicable classes, Elemental Mage, Melee Mage, usage, hand over to the class change NPC when changing classes. Seeing the attributes of these two scrolls, Chen Chen was stunned for 1 minute and 3 seconds. Oh my, is this for real? 2 hidden classes, what a surprise. As the game progresses, there is more and more content, such as hidden classes, which are divided into innate and acquired hidden classes. There is no difference, except that innate hidden classes will have an advantage, just like Chen Chen, who started as a hidden class and had a head start. The Peerless War God is probably also a hidden class, which is why he is so far ahead in levels. Compared to hidden classes, regular classes also have their advantages. The advantage of ranged classes is that they can learn skills from books, which hidden classes cannot. Among the spoils in Chen Chen's inventory is a book. Skill, Goblin King's Roar, Learned Class, Shield Warrior, Description, trigger a roar that increases the entire team's movement speed by 15%, attack speed by 15%, and attack power by 15%, duration, 10 minutes, cooldown, 30 minutes, another extraordinary item, it's actually a buff skill. It should be the skill that the Goblin Emperor made all the monsters go berserk, which can only be described as abnormal. Chen Chen took a deep breath. The Goblin Emperor is truly worthy of being the strongest level 25 boss. The loot is really good. And there's more, a piece of wood and a crystal. The wood is indeed a material. Material, natural wood, description, it's not clear what its purpose is, but the elven race should need this piece of wood. Can't see its use, let's put it aside for now. And the final crystal. Chen Chen also thought it was some precious material, but it turned out to be a disposable item. When he saw the attributes, he blurted out, no way. Energy Crystal, Wrath of the Gods, disposable item, how to use, crush the crystal to use in a specific area, can unleash the Wrath of the Gods, powerful, originally used by humans to deal with the Golden Goblin Army, but snatched by the Goblin Emperor. Note, when activated by players, unable to distinguish friend from foe, unable to trigger passive skills, ineffective against monsters, what great luck. Isn't this a perfect Kasha firepower coverage? Ha, thanks for the big rocket from the 6th Union Alliance. The red-named cult is in danger at this moment, except for being killed once, Chen Chen has no way out. He quickly clicked to use it, and the map automatically expanded in front of him, with a large selection area, a radius of 1 kilometer, all within the range of the attack. Chen Chen quickly sent a message, Fatty, send me your coordinates. Fatty Air, Lao Mo, what's up? Did you escape? Damn it, we can't hold on. His voice was very anxious, but he still sent the coordinates. Nameless, hee, tell the brothers, support is on the way. Fatty Air, support? Forget it, there are too many enemies, coming over would be useless, just die once. Nameless, you just watch. Just as Chen Chen was about to activate the crystal, suddenly footsteps sounded. Chen Chen alertly closed the map, holding a dagger and looking towards the nearby area. Don't be nervous. In front of him appeared none other than the killers, the French fry and potato chip twins. They stopped a dozen meters away from the attack range. Chen Chen smiled, what, do you think you can chase and kill me? The killer said, buying something. Potato Chip added, let me explain, we saw you pick up the Goblin Emperor's item, not sure if there's a piece of wood inside, we want to buy it. Chen Chen's gaze slightly narrowed, scanning the three of them. He probably guessed that they triggered this event, and knowing that there must be that piece of wood, it was obviously their mission item. This was an opportunity to take advantage. You guys step back 10 meters, yes, stand there and don't move. Potato Chip impatiently said, what do you want? We really want to buy it. Shen Shen mysteriously smiled, don't worry, if you want to buy something, you are my esteemed guests, I'll treat you to a fireworks show. With that, he directly clicked to use the crystal. Ding, crystal usage successful, please evacuate the area, or you will also be attacked. As soon as the system's voice fell, a large number of thunderflowers floated around Chen Shen, and he raised an arm, the crystal turning into a beam of light soaring into the sky. In no time, dark clouds began to cover the mountains to the east. Cliff to the east of the Sunset Mountains. The majority of the 6 Union Alliance's forces finally gathered together. Brothers, kill all the red-named cultists. Damn it, today I was killed by monsters 10 times, and the final boss was stolen? Those bastards from the red-named cult, even if I die, I will take you with me. Although the red-named cult was powerful, their numbers were still their disadvantage, with less than 150 remaining. Facing nearly 10 times their enemies, it was already very difficult for them to hold on until now. The god of infinite law stood at the highest point and said to the people beside him, have we been live streaming all this time? Yes, boss, there are already over 100,000 people in the live broadcast room. Well, this time we wiped out the Red Name sect, we can also hold our heads high. The Red Name sect cooperated very well, even though they fought fewer battles, they killed many people from the 6 Union Alliance. But what can they do? The 6 Union Alliance has a large number of people, they can afford to lose some lives. The Nameless Sword Saint sighed, what a pity, Nameless ran away, the boss is lost. At this point, the Nameless Law God also had a gloomy face, humph, after we go back, the War God boss will scold both of us again, all the people from the Red Name sect must be killed. Otherwise, there will be no way to explain it. The left hand of God said, don't worry, the scum of the Red Name sect can't escape this time, there is no way they can get away, unless God helps them. Some people may appear to be group bosses, guild leaders, but in reality, they are fortune tellers. As soon as he finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Thunder in the sky moved like snakes in the dark clouds, flashing back and forth. Everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. The left hand of God said, is it going to rain? The Nameless Law God said, the sky is like my mood, it changes when it wants to. The Nameless Sword Saint said, this game is really realistic. They didn't know what they were going to face, yet they were still chatting as if slaughtering the people of the Red Name sect was already a done deal. The anger, roar, and desperate struggle of the Red Name sect were seen as futile in their eyes. Chen Shen said lightly, it's raining, the 6 Union Alliance is in trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderbolt suddenly struck down, lightning as thick as a water bucket struck instantly, hitting 2 people, an assassin and a mage, causing their health to drop by minus 1,120 and minus 1,078. Oh my, struck by lightning? What's going on? Brothers, what dirty things did you two do? At this moment, they still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation until the thunder resounded through the sky. Boom! Following that, a sky full of lightning struck down, the scene was spectacular. In the shocked eyes of the Nameless Law God and others, lightning covered all the people of the 6 Union Alliance. The lightning struck like it was free, each strike could take away over 1,000 health points, which is 20%. Health deduction information kept appearing above their heads. Damn, run. God, what did I do wrong? At Dashed Mom, I can't keep up with healing at all. 20% health may not seem like much, but with 2 strikes per second, not even Chun Shen could withstand it. The lightning also had the function of interrupting spellcasting, so besides running away, there was no way to heal. Get out of the way, you useless people from the Ink Jade Tower, don't block me. Go die on your own, don't block me. Under the thunder, people from the 6 Union Alliance ran frantically, with people constantly falling in the crowded group. What formation, what alliance, at this moment, they were all so fragile. Don't run! What the hell are you running for? Charge into the Red Name sect's area, there's no lightning there. The Nameless Law God shouted anxiously, but the scene was chaotic, and no one listened to them. Those who were close to the edge of the lightning escaped. Those who were caught inside kept dying. Watching the chaos in front of them, the people from the Red Name sect were dumbfounded. The thunder was just 1 meter away from them, and a tank had taken 2 hits because he stood too close, losing half his health instantly. Ahead was hell, taking lives like cutting grass, without distinguishing between friend or foe. Fatty said, is this what old MO calls support? Night Owl said, boss, keep a low profile. It's no big deal if we die once. The young man driving the train said, I thought I was holding onto a big shot. I was too naive. Xingfeng said, luckily this game doesn't have a reporting channel. Fish said, TSK, truly a fascinating man. Bird said, asterisk 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 asterisk. The people from the red name sect stood still, with hell just a meter away from them, not daring to speak loudly, until Chen Shen's voice sounded in the guild channel. Nameless, everyone returned to the city after withdrawing from the battle. Boss, I got it. Boss, I have doubted your orders before, I was wrong, I deserve to die, please don't ban my account. Follow the boss's orders, immediately. Chen Shen didn't know why this group of brats suddenly became so obedient. Under his command, members of the red name sect began to use the return to city spell one after another. On the Sunset Mountains, the murderer, French fries, and potato chips stared blankly at the apocalyptic sky. Looking down from the mountains, everything was in ruins. French fries and potato chips looked dazed. Under the thunder, countless players from the Six Guilds Alliance turned into light and died. This is what you call fireworks? Is this how your fireworks look like at home? The murderer maintained his usual indifference. Talk about the price. Yes, we've seen the fireworks, can we discuss the price now? We are very sincere, you see, our guild members are all down there and haven't caught up. Chen Shen looked at the three of them, nodded and smiled. I showed you the fireworks for free, you set the price, I'm easy to talk to. French fries and potato chips looked at each other and said in unison, 10,000. Chen Shen immediately rolled his eyes. Murder? I won't do business with you, get lost. You. 10,000 is enough, it's already a lot, don't forget, this incident was triggered by us. These two women either had no concept of prices in the game or no concept of men's intelligence. It's your business to call the boss out, if you can't get it, whose fault is it? Chen Shen ignored the two of them and looked at the murderer. Would, make an offer. The murderer, 30,000. Chen Shen still shook his head. 40,000. Shake head. 50,000. Turn around. 55,000. Leave. Your turn. Chen Shen impatiently said, are you made of toothpaste? I'll say a number. 1 million. Potato chips exclaimed, are you crazy? For a piece of wood, you want 1 million? Chen Shen ignored them and looked at the murderer, smiling, you put in so much effort just for this piece of wood. If I'm not mistaken, this is your key mission item, right? If it's just an ordinary task, you could easily give it up. Since you came to me, it means you can't give up, which means this task is not simple. If you miss it, it's gone. So I guess it can help you change to a hidden profession. He spoke confidently, and the two sisters of French fries were stunned and blurted out, how does he know? He, as expected. Murderer, you are skilled, next time remember not to bring these two women to negotiate. You. The murderer raised his hand to stop French fries and potato chips. 200,000. I'm not negotiating with you, I don't lack money, what I lack is your attitude. This sentence. Why does it sound so familiar? The murderer fell silent for a moment. Fine. Great, haha, money in one hand, goods in the other. Chen Shen didn't expect that the 1 million offer would actually be accepted. In fact, the other party could have negotiated further. After all, in business, you have to discuss the price. His psychological price was 500,000, but he didn't expect the other party to be so generous. The murderer, wait. Chen Shen, what's wrong? Regretting? If you regret, I'll have to kill you. The murderer, top up. Topping up in person, it took a full 10 minutes. The boss is generous. People are still not generous enough, each time the top-up limit is only 10,000. Until Chen Shen and the murderer successfully completed the transaction. Looking at 1.05 million gold coins in the package, Chen Shen smiled brightly, grudge. No, murderer, if you have business next time, come find me again. No next time. The murderer turned and left, his expression never changing from start to finish. How generous. Bill City. Inside the tavern private room, 6 leaders of the Six Union Alliance gathered, each with a gloomy face. The infinite law god slammed the table fiercely. Are you all useless? How could the red-named church escape? Especially you, young Master Ryu, are you useless? Young Master Ryu's face looked ugly. He was already the lowest in status, and now he was being scolded by someone. He gritted his teeth and said, don't call me useless. Are you so great? Just a bunch of losers under the red-named church. Funny, what kind of person are you, young Master Ryu? In the entire Heavenly God 2 Union, how many listen to you? Just a bunch of riffraff. Even dogs need to look at their owners. Law God, who are you scolding? And you, is level so important? Can't you wait to kill the boss without killing the nameless first? Who knows the boss is nameless? Damn, who are you scolding? I'm not your subordinate. Damn it, I can't stand this nonsense anymore. I'm quitting this garbage alliance. Then quit, get out. The room erupted into an argument. Seeing the Six Union Alliance on the verge of disbanding, at that moment, the door of the room suddenly pushed open. Who the hell are you, didn't you see we're having a meeting? The leaders turned around and saw a man with a bow and arrow walking into the room. Above his head was the name of the infinite arrow god, and the whole room fell silent in an instant. The infinite arrow god ranked 6th on the level list, his bow and arrow ranked 4th on the equipment list, and 4th on the attack list. A true big shot among big shots. The people of the 6 Union Alliance knew that the infinite war god had his own fixed team, and the infinite arrow god was one of them. Of course, others might not have any idea. Let's put it this way, the infinite law god and the infinite sword saint were once part of the infinite war god's fixed team, but they were eliminated due to their lack of skills and became responsible for the guild. Several leaders knew about this, so naturally they looked up to the infinite arrow god. Arrow god, why are you here? What's the matter that you have to come in person? You could have just sent a message. The infinite law god and the infinite sword saint quickly got up to greet him. The infinite arrow god, without any nonsense, sat down and handed out a scroll. He said, I only have 3 minutes. Listen to me. This is a newly released guild battle scroll. The function of the scroll is simple. It can seal the opponent's guardian beast once in a guild battle. The 6 of you, hurry up and set up the guild headquarters. Once it's done, launch a guild battle against the red name church at the same time. The others looked surprised. There was actually something like this? What the red name church feared most was the earth dragon hatchling. Without it, the people of the 6 Union Alliance were not afraid. Chen Shen, at level 30, successfully unlocked the guild headquarters function, benefiting the 6 Union Alliance as well. After speaking, the infinite arrow god got up and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, the war god's intention is clear, kill Nameless twice, defeat the red name church, and the 6 Union Alliance will disband smoothly. This is a matter of face. If the 6 Union Alliance loses, they will never be able to lift their heads again. As they watched him leave, the others remained silent for a long time. Alright, let's cooperate one last time. Gather all our strength, settle grievances, and seek revenge. The story goes in 2 directions, and the 6 Union Alliance is holding back the last big move. Shen Shen used the town portal to return to the chaotic burial hill. The people in the guild were still there. The boss is back. Boss, things have escalated. Do you want to log off and hide for a few days? Boss, you've been reported on the forum. There were too many things that couldn't be explained clearly, with the sudden increase in levels, ownership of bosses, and thunderstorms everywhere. Shen Shen didn't care, he smiled and said, brothers, you've worked hard this time. I'll give the loot to Fatty Air and you can split it. Speaking, directly handed over the guild token, equipment, hidden profession scroll, 1 million gold coins, holy artifact hammer, all in one go to the fat guy. The fat guy was dumbfounded at the time. So much? It's fine, can it make up for the loss? Too generous. Yeah, keep the hidden profession scroll and holy artifact hammer, don't use them. These 2 things are too precious, worth a lot now. Giving them to one person, others will definitely not accept it, not easy to divide. The fat guy nodded, I know, hey, where are you going? After trading the items with him, Chen Shen walked towards Toothless John. What else can be done? Change jobs, upgrade the guild. At level 31, members of the 6 Guild Alliance can benefit, and Chen Shen will naturally gain more. At level 30, the 3rd job change task can be accepted, and the guild upgrade task can also be accepted, both are the most important tasks. Chen Shen walked up to Toothless John whom he was familiar with. No nonsense, take the task. At least let me say a few words. Your teeth are leaking air, I don't want to talk to you. Task. Toothless John pursed his lips and handed out 3 tasks. 3rd job task, promotion of the Dark Slayer, series task content, go to the undead start, find the undead high priest, halls, and inquire about the way of promotion. Task reward, 3rd job, experience points, 120,000, level 30 golden equipment optional gift pack, level 25 task, guild battle flag, task content, go to the Death God Canyon, the border point of the 2 countries, find the lost battle flag, and repair it. Task reward, level 1 battle flag, experience points, 80,000, guild upgrade task, establishment of the abandoned shelter, series task content, go to the deepest part of the undead start, eliminate the Lighttown Suppression Legion. Task reward, guild level upgrade, note, completion of prerequisite task, guild battle flag. After leveling up to level 7, there were more tasks, unexpectedly 3 at once. Fortunately, both the job change and guild upgrade are in the undead start. Logically, it would be better to do the job change first, but Chen Shen was afraid of wasting time running back and forth, so he decided to do the battle flag task first. He took some medicine from the guild warehouse, brought a lot of consumables, and then teleported away alone. The Death God Canyon is not far from the undead start, located in the Plateau Mountains. It's not very far, probably a dozen minutes. The Bone Dragon is even faster. The canyon is quite spectacular. It's as if the earth has cracked open a gap. According to the background story, the armies of two countries fought here and accidentally triggered divine punishment. The gods sent down divine punishment, causing the earth to crack open and swallow all the armies. The monsters in the canyon are all influenced by the undead start, resurrected skeleton legion, which are the corpses of the armies of the two countries. The level is around 25. There are still many players leveling up and doing tasks below the canyon. Chen Shan soared over the canyon on the bone dragon. Frowning, the border point of the two countries? Where is it? Forget it, find it slowly, go down first and kill a few people to warm up. Patting the bone dragon, he dove towards the Death God Canyon. It's nameless. How did he come here? Wasn't he in the goblin jungle? That area has long ended, didn't you check the forum? It's already this late, who cares if it's over or not, run. Even if there is a group of 6 people leveling up, they will run when they see Chen Shan, who isn't afraid of him now. Chen Shan hadn't landed yet, and the players scattered like birds and beasts. He was also helpless. Landing in the canyon. Oh, spare me, spare me. Chen Shan was still wondering where the voice was coming from. Unexpectedly, there was a greenhorn who didn't know where to run, ran blankly under the bone dragon, and was directly pressed down by the bone dragon. Chen Shan was speechless. There was such a sand sculpture. The other party was a bright high priest, level 23, male, named Deadly Poison Milk. What was strange was that the other party was actually a red name. Deadly Poison Milk's anxious and flickering eyes didn't know how to run, and he awkwardly smiled. Isn't this the boss of the Nameless? What a coincidence. Are you here to level up too? Hee hee, why else? Come to take a dump? Ha, speaking of taking a dump, I actually have the urge to go. I'll take my leave first, see you in the future. I have a question. What is it, you say? Deadly Poison Milk immediately stood up straight. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. Chen Shan raised his hand to pat his shoulder. Deadly Poison Milk quickly raised his hand, lowered his head, and begged frantically, don't kill me, Boss Nameless, I am your idol. No, I am your fan, I admire you the most. And, I am just a milkmaid, I work diligently, burying myself and leveling every day. You can't kill me. Just wanted to pat your shoulder to be more friendly, didn't expect the kid to be almost scared silly. Ahem, I just wanted to ask, how did a milkmaid like you become a red name? Deadly Poison Milk finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the Nameless wasn't as scary as he had imagined, and his voice was quite gentle. Thinking like this in his heart, he spoke without reservation. Hey, don't mention it, I really admire you. I also wanted to join your red name sect back then, guess what happened? Guess my ass, kid, guess. Chen Shan couldn't help but roll his eyes. How many players wanted to join the red name sect in the lively forum back then was unknown, but it had been many days since then, and many people who hadn't joined had already returned to white names. He was still red. How many people did he have to kill? I thought the red name sect was based on the number of kills to enter. Look, the top 100 of the sin list are all from your red name sect, so I killed a lot of people. Being a red name is really difficult, can't team up, and being chased every day. Do you know how I survived all these days? Why was this kid crying while talking? Woo woo, do you know how hard it is for a milkmaid to kill people? Do you know how hard it is to level up? I stayed up all night here for 2 nights, leveled up to 23, can you not kill me? He sounded pitiful, but Chen Shan was surprised. Level 23 was where most experts were at, and being a red name, a milkmaid at that, trying to prevent being killed while keeping up with the levels of the experts was indeed quite difficult. Chen Shan patted his shoulder and said sympathetically, you've worked hard. Woo woo, it's all in the past, it's all in the past, I'm fine now, so you'll spare me, right? It's impossible to spare you. Ha! So, since you've stayed up all night here for 2 nights, you should know where the border between the two countries is, right? Oh, I know, there's a big tattered flag stuck in the ground, and there are 2 wild bosses fighting there. Chen Shan's eyes lit up. Yes, that's the place, take me there. No problem, Boss Nameless, you don't really need to take me there. Everyone leveling up in the Death God Canyon knows that place, it's quite famous, you can just ask around. Stop talking nonsense. Now he wanted to leave, of course, Shin knew that people leveling up here knew, but look, besides this clueless kid, who else was in the canyon now? After walking for 10 minutes and leaving that area, more people were leveling up again. The wild monsters here were more densely packed than in the undead starting area, making it a good place to level up. Along the way, they encountered several leveling groups. Without exception, they were all physically purified by Chen Shan. Seeing the bravery of the Nameless, Deadly Poison Milk dared not run anymore. The canyon was vast, looking down from the sky, it was as intricate as a spider web. If it weren't for Deadly Poison Milk leading the way, Chen Shan estimated that it would take a lot of time. It was precisely because of this that Chen Chen could tolerate this guy's incessant chatter. They walked forward for about half an hour. Chen Chen killed 25 people. They finally arrived at a wide area. Nameless boss, look in that direction. Is that the place you mentioned? Take a look and see if that's it. Following the direction pointed by the deadly milk, indeed, under the open canyon, there was a platform paved with rocks. The platform looked like a command platform, with a 5-meter-high flagpole inserted in the center of the platform, and a tattered dark red flag fluttering in the wind at the top of the flagpole. There were really two bosses fighting on the platform. The boss on the left was called Liar. The boss on the right was called Arist. Both of them looked like skeletons, wearing completely different armor, fighting back and forth fiercely. Some moves even Chen Chen couldn't pull off. Watching the fierce moves, but seeing the health bar decrease. -1, -1. It seemed like they were regenerating health faster than they were losing it. No wonder they could fight for so long. Nameless boss, is your mission to kill these two bosses? These two bosses are very difficult to kill. They have been fighting here for who knows how many days. I saw them fighting when I first came, and they are still fighting now. They are in an invincible state. To kill them, you have to step onto the arena and defeat them in their moves at the same time. Chen Chen ignored him, staring blankly at the two bosses. Nameless boss, what's wrong? Shoo, haven't you noticed? They keep using only two moves in their fight? Ha? No, I think it's normal. The game animations are well done. No, it's not normal. Both bosses were wielding swords, yet they were very close, constantly fighting with swordsmanship, looking dazzling, but in reality, they were just using two moves back and forth. Chen Chen watched several times, his eyes gradually focused, and his hands slowly started to move along. The images of the two bosses in his mind slowly analyzed, breaking down into countless images, just like frames. Chen Chen's head was like a supercomputer, analyzing frame by frame. Sword clash, stab. The actions of both sides were fancy, with many feints, but the core was just these two. Sword clash, stab, sword clash, stab. The actions were different, but the core remained the same. Others might be more concerned about why they were here, rather than why they fought like this. Chen Chen's hands gradually began to gesture, his gaze unfocused. The movements of his hands became faster and faster. Deadly Milk curiously watched Chen Chen. Is he learning from them? It doesn't seem like it. Hey, nameless boss, someone's coming. But Chen Chen seemed to be disconnected. No matter how Deadly Milk called him, he didn't respond. Deadly Milk became more anxious. Nameless boss, wake up quickly, it's the people from the God of Heaven too. Hurry, if you don't wake up, people will die. Not far away, 6 people were indeed approaching. The leader was none other than, named, Gongzi Ruyu. Boss, those two bosses over there are very strange, in an invincible state. To kill them, you have to defeat them on the arena first. Gongzi Ruyu frowned. Your words are contradictory. To kill them, you have to defeat them. How does that work? The system seems to mean that by knocking down their swords, you can defeat them. At the beginning, there were many people, they all tried to go up, but in the end, they all failed. The people from the God of Heaven too were obviously here for these two bosses. They had just walked to a place not far from the command platform. Hey, look, there are 2 red names. Songyu saw the names of the red names, his pupils contracted. Damn nameless, run. Deadly Milk then saw a scene that left him speechless. The people from the God of Heaven too, upon seeing Nameless, ran away in a panic. Deadly Milk, nameless boss, you don't need to wake up, you scared off the enemy. Song Yu and his group ran to the corner. The henchman said, boss, it seems like we didn't catch up. No, boss, they have 2 people, why are we running with 6 people? You're new here, I don't blame you. Song Yu quietly lay on the rocks, watching Chen Chen in the distance. Strangely said, really, something's not right. He used to get so excited when he saw me, like he saw a beauty. Boss, come on, he would just kill you with one blow. Damn it, you talk too much. You, go up and attack him from a distance. Ha? What ha? Go over there. Song Yu kicked the archer in the butt. The archer was kicked out, sneaking to the attack range, trembling as he raised his bow and arrow. Swoosh! The arrow cut through the sky. In the tense gaze of Song Yu and the others, with a thud, it pierced Chen Chen's head. Weakness plus critical hit -687. Seeing this scene, the archer was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, I hit the nameless for 1000 health. Yes, rounded off, 1000 health, approximately equal to killing him in one hit. Am I the gun god of Wan Chai? Ha, it must be. Song Yu's eyes lit up, no response. Did he disconnect? Does this game have disconnections? Boss, is it possible that the other party fell asleep? Yes, that's possible, I fell asleep last time. Song Yu was extremely excited, an opportunity, a rare opportunity. Ha, kill him, I can finally avenge myself. Brothers, get him. Seeing Chen Chen not moving, his mind became active, carefully walking around the corner, getting closer to Chen Chen. The deadly poison milk saw the opponent attacking, even more anxious. Nameless boss, big brother, you should move. There's an arrow sticking out of your head, and it's still wobbling. Chen Chen still ignored him, his expression dull, his hands constantly gesturing, and he was saying things that the deadly poison milk couldn't understand. No, that's not right. It should be like this. No, it will be blocked. What should I do? Like this? What's wrong with that? Seeing the opponent getting closer, several more arrows fell, and the mage's attacks from the elemental grand magician kept exploding on Chen Chen. Chen Chen's health slowly decreased. He didn't move at all, even if his defense was strong. He couldn't withstand this kind of harassment. His health quickly dropped by 1/3. The deadly poison milk gritted his teeth. Boss, you're killing me. With that, he raised his hand and healed Chen Chen. A soft light flashed, plus 1,500 health, continuous plus 200 health. He's really in trouble, brothers. Let's kill that healer first. Song Yu saw the healing, not surprised but delighted, waved his hand, and several people surrounded the deadly poison milk. Kid, you're not from the Red Name Church, right? It doesn't matter, kill him. The deadly poison milk nervously held his staff, trembling as he said, Sir Ryu, think it over, he's the Nameless. We're killing the Nameless. Cut him down. 2 melee fighters came over and started attacking the deadly poison milk. The deadly poison milk was beaten and could only keep healing himself, shouting, Nameless boss, wake up quickly, sob, if you don't wake up soon, I'm going to die. No one paid attention to him. Song Yu looked at Chen Chen with fiery eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, Nameless, you've ruined my Destiny Guild, killed me so many times since the game started, now it's your turn, brothers, kill the Nameless, make a name for ourselves. We're going to be famous. The remaining 4 of Song Yu's group began to unleash their skills on Chen Chen. Bang bang bang! Skills kept exploding on him. The enemy assassin kept stabbing Chen Chen with his dagger. Truly a humanoid boss, even with this kind of attack, his health was decreasing slowly. Chen Chen stood still, his health gradually dropping to half. He didn't move. 1/3 of blood, 1/4 of blood, 1/5 of blood. His blood volume is less than 1/10, which is about 500 blood left. Song Yu quickly shouted, Don't move, start recording, let me make the final blow. Okay, boss. Several subordinates were somewhat unhappy. Song Yu's excited face twisted. The Nameless, a name that has been deified, is already synonymous with God. Today will end in his hands. Killing the Nameless and rebuilding the Destiny Guild has always been his dream. Thinking of this, he couldn't contain his excitement, raised his staff, and began to chant spells. He wanted to give the Nameless the heaviest blow. Watching the spell slowly take shape, Chen Chen still didn't move, his eyes suddenly widened. Yes, this time it's right. It should be like this, using the defense mechanism of all living beings. Yes, that's it. I figured it out, it's like this. Ding, congratulations on comprehending the passive skill, parry counterattack. Parry counterattack, after each parry, you can instantly counterattack the opponent, causing 150% attack damage and restoring 20% of the damage dealt. Achievement unlocked, become the first player to comprehend a passive skill on your own. Reward title, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. 4 golden characters of martial arts Grandmaster appeared directly above Chen Chen's head. Song Yu was stunned to see the title suddenly appear, but quickly ignored it. Die. With resentment, excitement, and anticipation for the future, the strongest single target spell, Crimson Flame Blade, shot towards Chen Chen. Just as the Crimson Flame Blade was about to hit, suddenly, Chen Chen instinctively raised the dagger in his hand. With a sound, the dagger passed through the exact center of the Crimson Flame Blade, splitting it in half, turning into 2 flames that brushed past him and heavily smashed into the ground. Damn! How is this possible? Did you just see that? He cut the spell. Are you kidding me? There's such an operation. Triggered passive skill, parry successful, counterattack failed, unable to find a target for counterattack. The system's voice sounded, it was the parry counterattack skill that Chen Chen had just comprehended. However, the opponent released a spell, which was too far away to trigger the counterattack function. Song Yu stared blankly at Chen Chen, then looked at his own staff. This shouldn't be, there's no problem. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. His mind shrank for a moment, unable to understand the scene before him. Chen Chen looked at Song Yu, his eyes narrowed. You've been hiding from me for so many days, and finally you dare to show up? Son thief, want to kill me? Just you? Song Yu met Chen Chen's gaze, shuddered all over, and quickly shouted, kill him quickly, he still has 500 blood, kill him, stop standing there, kill him. The other 5 quickly reacted and launched attacks on Chen Chen. 2 melee, 1 healer, 3 ranged, all attacking at the same time. Although he only had 500 blood left, Chen Shen was not flustered at all. He took a health potion and quickly raised his health to over 2000. Enduring the attacks of 3 ranged enemies, he focused on the melee attacks. Parrying should be the trigger condition. He didn't even care about these people. In the Myth 2 guild, there were no experts, and most of them were around level 20. Chen Shen wanted to use them as test subjects, and at the moment when the opponent's flame swordsman's sword slashed in front of him, his dagger struck first, stabbing the swordsman's shoulder, and the swordsman was surprised to find that his attack trajectory had changed, unable to exert force. Parry successful, triggering passive, parry counterattack. The dagger in Chen Shen's hand involuntarily stabbed towards the swordsman's chest. In fact, everything happened in an instant. Others could only see a trail of afterimages. Just heard a ding, the swordsman was killed instantly, and Chen Shen's blood volume instantly returned to full. Critical hit 9820. This attack, as always, is abnormal, with the attack after parrying and counterattacking reaching 150%. Even more abnormal is the subsequent healing. The skill's healing effect, combined with Chen Shen's own attack healing, reaches a terrifying 60%. Of course, these are not the most abnormal. The most abnormal thing is that this skill has no cooldown. The only drawback should be that it can only parry and counterattack against one person. Those who have played Gods 2 are dumbfounded. While Chen Shen was killing the swordsman, he also triggered the splash effect of the Goblin Emperor's Requiem. The heavy hammer warrior next to the swordsman hadn't even approached yet, and he lost 5,000 health directly, leaving him with residual health. Damn! What to do? How can this be fought? There is simply no way to fight. Too abnormal. Killing one instantly fills up his own health. Even the healer feels useless. The attacks of the 3 ranged professions are no different from scratching an itch. Unparalleled attack, astonishing defense, more health than a tank. How to deal with such an assassin? Chen Shen has roughly figured out his don't move skill. There is no need to leave these few people behind. Including Song Yu, he killed them all with one slash. Idiot. The current Song Xiao is just a pushover to him, on a different level, not even worth talking to. Watching the 6 bodies disappear. The deadly poison milk was shocked and swallowed hard. Chen Shen glanced at him. Deadly poison milk, you're not bad. When the red name sect has a position available, come and report. Ignoring the excited youth, Chen Shen stepped towards the platform. Enter the platform area, forming a single player instance. As soon as the voice fell, the platform was shrouded in a transparent barrier, preventing other players from climbing up. The 2 bosses stopped attacking at the same time, their sharp eyes fixed on Chen Shen. Without further ado, Chen Shen, holding a dagger, rushed forward and engaged the 2 bosses in battle. Others couldn't pass this boss because they couldn't master the parrying ability. These 2 bosses forced each other to lose 1 health with each attack, killing players without a sound. After Chen Shen went up, he fought the 2 bosses alone. Carelessly failing to parry, he was hit by a sword, losing 5,000 health directly. Only the parry and counterattack skill could deal with these 2 bosses. In short, the purpose of this platform's existence is to let players understand parrying and counterattacking. Chen Shen became more and more proficient in parrying, eventually killing the 2 bosses and dropping a pile of equipment. Unfortunately, there was nothing good. He didn't come for these 2 bosses. When the bosses died, the barrier disappeared. Deadly poison milk, these equipment are for you. For me? I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. Consider this your reward for bringing me here. Thank you, boss. The loot from these 2 bosses was nothing to Chen Shen, but at least they could be sold for a few $100, a reward for the deadly poison milk. Chen Shen slowly walked to the center of the platform under the flag. The tattered flag was stained with congealed blood. There was a sense of desolation in the falling curtain, the tragic feeling of soldiers dying. Chen Shen reached out towards the flagpole, and there was an interaction prompt. Would you like to take the flag? Take it. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the quest item, battle flag, quest updated, repair the battle flag, place it at the highest point of the chaotic burial mound, and release the imprisoned spirits of the unjustly dead. Quest reward, battle flag function. Chen Shen was not happy, but frowned instead. I have to go back to the chaotic burial mound? It would have been better to complete it directly, saving time running back and forth. Unfortunately, the prerequisite task for the guild upgrade mission is to complete the battle flag task. He doesn't blame the system for arranging it this way. After all, Chen Shen leveled up too quickly. Deadly poison milk, I'm going back. I'll message you when I finish the task. Okay, boss, I'll wait for you. Definitely won't go offline. Chen Shen nodded and activated the teleportation spell on the spot. The next moment, his body disappeared into the Grand Canyon. The scene reappeared, and he was back at the chaotic burial mound. Boss, good morning. Ah, is it already morning? Chen Shen greeted the members of the Red Name sect as he walked towards the resurrection point. The highest point of the chaotic burial mound was the resurrection point. At that moment, Fatty approached. Lao Mo, you're back? There's something I need to discuss with you. Ha? You decide. I'll follow your lead. No, this matter is important. I think we should discuss it together. It's about the job change scroll and the sacred artifact. The spiritual pillar of the Red Name sect was Chen Shen, and the god was nameless. But everyone in the sect knew that Fatty Air was in charge of management. From the distribution of potions to the guild's finances, he could handle everything. Fatty approached Chen Shen with a serious expression, indicating something uncertain. Curious, Chen Shen asked, what's wrong? Weren't we supposed to leave those two things aside for now? Fatty replied, no, here's the thing. Just now, a player named Rich and Powerful approached me, saying he couldn't find you and wanted to discuss business. Rich and Powerful? Is he the leader of the Merchant Alliance? Yes, it's him. He wants to help us sell things. Chen Shen was speechless. Help us sell things? Is he out of his mind? I don't need his help to sell things. He had plenty of valuable items to sell, and with the Goblin King's horn at the chaotic burial mound, he could make announcements daily. Chen Shen had been bored these days, sending a blessing message every day, aiming to trigger a hidden mission by sending 30 messages. Fatty shook his head. His offer is very tempting. He wants us to meet at the tavern in Built City to discuss. Chen Shen scoffed. How tempting could it be? Not only will he help us sell without charging a fee, but he will also give us a 20% commission. Chen Shen paused, somewhat stunned. That generous? Yes, think about it. Our items are worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. A 20% commission is a lot for us. Chen Shen took out the battle flag and said, he probably wants to use our reputation to promote his brand. Exactly, it's a win-win situation. Should we meet them? Yes, why not? Tell him that if he wants to do business with me, he needs to show sincerity and come to our territory. I'll be here for 10 minutes. Alright, your word is enough. Fatty went to handle the matter. Chen Shen began to set up the flag, placing it on the resurrection stone, and the system prompted, do you want to place the flag in this location? Note, once placed, the position cannot be changed, and the coverage area is limited. Confirm. Task completed, flag placement finished, starting flag restoration. The resurrection stone was at the center of the chaotic burial mound, the highest point, the best location. After Chen Shen clicked confirm, the flag automatically floated up. In an instant, the entire chaotic burial mound became restless. This commotion alerted the members of the Red Name sect in the mound. What's happening again? Boss, please don't do this again. Are you trying to destroy everyone? Chen Chen. Shut up. Then, the ground began to tremble, and the sound of bones cracking was incessant. Skeleton arms kept emerging from the graves, with skeletons crawling out, their hollow eyes fixed on the flag. Like wandering ghosts, they converged towards the flag. This eerie scene silenced all players of the Red Name sect, watching as the skeletons gathered under the resurrection stone. The skeletons actually built a ladder for each other, allowing the later skeletons to walk up to the resurrection stone and come under the battle flag. Devoutly raised the battle flag. The skeleton closest to the battle flag began to dismantle its own body. No way, are they going to use their bodies as flagpoles? It's so spectacular, the dignity of the undead. What's even more exaggerated is that more than a dozen NPCs in the mass grave all devoutly half-kneel on the ground, murmuring words in their mouths. The belonging of the abandoned, the unprotected living beings, and the warriors fighting for dignity. Roar! With the efforts of the skeletons, the bone flagpole took shape and was fiercely inserted into the resurrection stone. Bang! Visible ripples spread out towards the surroundings, passing over the bodies of all players and NPCs, covering almost the entire mass grave. This is the range of the battle flag. As the ripples swept over their bodies, the players didn't feel much, but the NPCs all boiled up. Excited shouts. For the deceased! For the deceased! Roar! It's as if they understood the NPCs' shouts. All the skeletons roared to the sky, their voices filled with relief, and then their bodies turned into powder, dissipating in the mass grave. The blood and bones of our ancestors forged the spirit of war. Farewell to the ancestors. Farewell to the ancestors. The damaged blood-red battle flag fluttered on the resurrection stone. Congratulations on completing the mission. Repair the battle flag. Mission reward. Guild battle flag. As the voice of Chen Shen's system completion sounded, the system sounds of all Red Name players in the Red Name sect also sounded simultaneously. Congratulations, the Red Name sect, notorious for its rampant killings, has successfully activated the battle flag function. Battle flag, level 2 provides battle flag attributes to guild members within the range, all attributes plus 20%, Note, the level of the battle flag will increase with the guild level, triggering new attributes at the top level. The introduction of the battle flag function is simple but bewildering to all members of the red name sect. All attributes plus 20%, level 2, what concept is this? Isn't this a group guardian ring? Does everyone have a sub-artifact? However, unfortunately, it is difficult to raise the level of the battle flag, and the maximum level is only 3, after all, the guild level is capped at 3. The range can only be used in the mass grave area. Invincible, who can defeat us in the mass grave in the future? Yeah, not only is the boss cheating, but he's also helping all of us cheat. Boss is mighty. I've been saying that the boss is busy every day for nothing. It's my shallowness. Brothers, kill me to liven up the boss. Chen was also pleased. The stronger the guild, the more relaxed they will be facing the 6 Union Alliance next. The guild headquarters of the 6 Union Alliance should be about the same. The guild headquarters must be built, otherwise the guild cannot level up. By then, the guild battle will also enter the second phase. Just as the players of the red name sect were cheering, a player arrived at the entrance of the mass grave. The mass grave doesn't seem as lifeless as it said online, quite lively. The player was a white name, named Fu Jia Tianxia. With a white name entering the mass grave, all the members of the red name sect turned their eyes to him. The crimson name, the bloodthirsty gaze, the excited face, the oppressive feeling, looking at Fu Jia Tianxia was like looking at a delicious piece of meat. Brothers, a fat piece of meat delivered to us. Hey, who dares to come to the mass grave looking for death these days? It's like a demon's dance hall. Fu Jia Tianxia was afraid that he would be chopped to death by a random knife in the next moment, so he quickly raised his hand. Brothers, fellow comrades, I'm here to discuss business, no ill intentions. Let him in. Shen's voice rang out. The group of players, who looked like evil spirits, obediently stepped aside. Fu Jia Tianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the eerie atmosphere of the mass grave, dozens of red-named players' eyes were all on him, not a sound was heard, and the crowd automatically parted, leading to a huge black rock. Sitting at the top of the rock was a black-clothed player, none other than Nameless. Rich and Powerful felt like he had entered another game, where each of these players was like a man-eating demon, their crimson eyes seeming like they could devour him at any moment. Swallowing nervously, he pretended to be calm as he approached the resurrection stone. Chen squatted on the resurrection stone, looking down at Rich and Powerful. I heard you want to buy our stuff? Rich and Powerful squeezed out a smile. No, sir, I'm here to help you sell stuff. How do you know I have good stuff? Do you have a spy in my guild? Several dozen players around glared at Rich and Powerful simultaneously. Rich and Powerful felt a tightness in his chest and quickly waved his hands. No, you've misunderstood. Don't you remember? You got the loot from the Goblin Emperor. There was a lot of it, many people saw it. The necklace that's second on the equipment leaderboard came from there, right? So what? Stop beating around the bush, state your purpose directly. I've already talked to the boss, Fatso, about it. I'll be responsible for auctioning off the treasures you provide. I'll return 20% of the auction proceeds to you. It really was such a good deal. Chen knew that the other party might want to use his name to do business, and although the 20% was tempting, there would definitely be conditions later on. Changing his posture, leaning against the resurrection stone, he slowly spoke. Tell me what I don't know. The conditions. Rich and Powerful nodded. Since Nameless is straightforward, I won't beat around the bush either. This time's auction items, I'll give you 120%, but in the future, all of the Red Name Church's items, including equipment transactions, elixirs, will be handled by us, and we guarantee not to charge any fees, not higher than market prices. A private message from Fatso came through. Old MO, the conditions aren't bad. Anyway, we all need to buy and sell equipment and elixirs. With so many killings, there were also many equipment pieces, and many members of the Red Name Church would directly throw them to the auction house. The auction house also charged a 5% handling fee. The Red Name Church players around couldn't help but nod. Rich and Powerful's suggestion would help the Red Name Church a lot. However, Chen shook his head. Offering 20% of the auction price, and you want us, the Red Name Church, to be your image spokesperson? Dream on. Don't say that. From another perspective, it seems like that's the case. Yeah, it seems like 20% is a lot, but in reality, it's not that much money, right? Tens of thousands of dollars, and in the future, the other party can always use the Red Name Church's name to buy and sell things. Nonsense, almost got tricked by this scoundrel, asking us to be image spokespersons for such a small amount of money? Dream on. Get rid of him. Rich and Powerful was at a loss for words. Why were the people of the Red Name Church so fierce? Always wanting to kill him at the drop of a hat, he hurriedly explained, no. No, brothers of the red name church, listen to me, I'm just making a small profit, the profit margin is very low. It's too late to say anything now, almost got fooled by this cunning guy. Kill him, I say, every time we see him in the future, we kill him. Chen Shan raised his hand, and the chaotic graveyard quieted down. He then spoke, rich and powerful, I have a proposal for you to consider. Go ahead. The previous conditions remain unchanged. My red name church has a system announcement item once a day. You can use this item, and each time it will cost you 12,345. Of course, whether you use it or not, you still have to pay. Consider it as an endorsement fee. Ha! Why is there a zero in the middle and at the end? Agreed, discuss it with Fatso. If you disagree, we'll send you back to the city. Alright, that's the decision. I'm leaving. Chen Shen didn't give Rich and Powerful any chance. He jumped directly off the resurrection stone and teleported away. Merchant Alliance, Red Name Sect, jointly launched an auction event, which will be held at 10 p.m. tonight at the Billard City Tavern. The first auction, free admission, welcome players to participate. Oh, forgot to mention, there are hidden job change scrolls. When Chen Shen just arrived at the beginning of the Undead, the announcement sounded. The announcement stayed at the top of the chat box for a full minute. The publicity effect was great. In no time, the whole game became lively. The Merchant Alliance was considered to have boarded a pirate ship, with a fixed income of 12,345 from the Red Name Sect, a monthly pure income of 370,000, making a fortune. Anyway, the Goblin Horn had to be blown every day. With this stable income, the fatty no longer needed to think about finding a job. There are 2 hidden job change scrolls, one for the Earth Warrior and one for the Earth Mage. The fatty is a shield armor warrior, and the prince changed jobs to become a spirit summoner. They are not suitable for use, so they will auction them for money, with a 120% profit, and then buy a suitable hidden job change for them, which would be even better. Chen Shen did not pay attention to the auction, as he trusted the fatty. His main tasks were still to improve his strength and the guild's strength. The job change tasks, guild upgrade tasks, all took place at the beginning of the Undead. 3RD job task, promotion of the Dark Slayer series task content, go to the Undead start, find the Undead High Priest, halls, and inquire about the path of promotion. Task reward, 3rd job experience points, 120,000 level 30 golden equipment optional gift pack. The beginning of the Undead was really huge. Chen Shen searched for a long time before finding the location of the Undead High Priest halls. Sitting on a bone dragon, the fierce wind howled around. Chen Shen did not stop along the way and went directly to a place called Despair Village. Outside the village, the vast and mighty Legion of Light was stationed, ready to suppress the undead of despair, the abandoned ones. Oh, am I triggering 2 tasks in a row? Chen Shan was a little dazed. Halls is the High Priest of Despair Village. Finding him completes the 3rd job change. The village was besieged by the light, solving the troubles of the Church of Light, which was a guild upgrade task. It's convenient, no need to run back and forth. The bone dragon circled in the sky for a while before descending towards Despair Village. Inside the camp of the Church of Light, a knight in golden armor saw the bone dragon land, and the resolute eyes hidden in the helmet narrowed slightly. It's him, he actually came. The nearby NPC curiously asked, Infinite Knight, do you know that dragon? Before the knight in golden armor could speak, the NPC on the other side said, Bone dragon, high-level undead, this is troublesome. Infinite Knight, do you have any good ideas? The golden-armored knight nodded, yes, cut off their water and food, set fire to the village, then send a team to sneak around to the back mountain of Despair Village, and when attacking, roll down giant rocks. Oh, that's a good idea. Exactly, all of Despair Village are abandoned, there's no need to talk about morality with them, the gods will understand us. Good, people, prepare to burn the village as instructed by the Infinite Knight. Send a team to the mountain. Yes. The people of the Church of Light began to prepare incendiary materials to burn the village. Watching the busy NPCs, the knight in golden armor smiled, nameless, didn't expect to meet you here, interesting. Crash! Chen Shan landed in the center of the village. Before he could retrieve the bone dragon, a little girl ran out of the village. Wow, such a handsome dragon. Can I ride on it, big brother? Chen Shan looked around the village. The few scattered NPCs in the village were all as thin as skeletons, with hollow eyes. Even though they saw the bone dragon land, they were only slightly surprised before returning to silence. Only this little girl in front of him, although she looked thin and weak, was not afraid of the bone dragon at all, her eyes shining brightly. The cute little hand was holding the bone dragon's wing. Standing on tiptoe, trying hard to climb onto the bone dragon. The little girl's name is Xiao Xingyun, a very cute name, looking like she's only 3 or 4 years old, and also the most active NPC in the entire Despair Village. Chen Shen showed a kind smile. Little one, do you know where Halls is? Xiao Xingyun pursed her lips, staring with a pair of cute big eyes, and said in a childish voice, why are you looking for my grandpa? Oh, the High Priest Halls is your grandpa? Can you take me to see him? Big brother, if I take you, can you let me ride the dragon? Do you like dragons so much? Yes, my grandpa says dragons are the best. It's easy to forget that her grandpa is the undead high priest, who, in the setting of sentient beings, has the ability to summon undead creatures for battle, and the bone dragon is one of the powerful undead creatures. Big brother, please. Xiao Xingyun tugged at Chen Shen's trouser leg, her eyes full of hope. Being stared at by those watery eyes, it touched the heart of this killer. Oh, damn this girlish heart of mine. Chen Shen squatted down, patted Xiao Xingyun's head, and said helplessly, little one, I'm sorry, the bone dragon can't carry two people. Hearing Chen Shen's words, Xiao Xingyun's face immediately fell, her mouth pouting, tears swirling in her watery eyes. Okay then, can I help you find my grandpa, and then can the dragon take me flying? There are NPCs with such settings, insisting on doing something, maybe there's a quest involved. Chen Shen curiously asked, why does Xiao Xingyun want to ride the bone dragon? Because my grandpa says dragons can take us to lucky places, where there's food, toys, companions, no hunger, no cold. Xiao Xingyun muttered the reason. Chen Shen was stunned, with no reason, just a simple longing. Looking at the aggrieved Xiao Xingyun, Chen Shen suddenly felt that this game was really well done. In this fast game, in every corner, there are NPCs with flesh and blood, with expectations, with helplessness. From the little boy waiting for his mother in the panic village to the little girl in the despair village hoping to leave. Scanning around. The oppressive atmosphere made people uncomfortable. Those NPCs are all hopeless, desperate zombies. Holding Xiao Xingyun's hand, they walked towards the deepest cliff in the despair village. Along the way, Xiao Xingyun kept muttering, and Chen Shen listened. Xiao Xingyun was born here, without color, a place where everything is gray, and the people in the village don't like to talk. She talks to the little gray stones and gray grass in the village, naming all the weeds and stones in the village. Like little gray, little black, little gray gray. The childish voice carried a hint of mischief. Chen Shen felt more and more uncomfortable as he listened. This was not an NPC, but a dead silence, a small life yearning to escape from the mud pile, from the depths of despair. Chen Shen didn't know what he was thinking, he remained silent. Until Xiao Xingyun brought him to the cave at the bottom of the cliff. My grandpa is inside, big brother, my grandpa is very fierce, he doesn't let Xiao Xingyun play in the cave, you go in by yourself, don't say it was me who told you. Xiao Xingyun was mischievously cute. After bringing Chen Shen there, she ran to the side to play with stones. You've come, guardian. Suddenly, an old voice came from the cave. Come in. Chen Shen glanced at Xiao Xingyun, who kept stealing glances at him. With a slight smile, he nodded at Xiao Xingyun before stepping into the cave. The cave was not very big, just the size of a room. There were stone beds, stone tables, and chairs. The stone table was full of bottles and jars, and there were many skulls on the ground. It was quite in line with the character of the undead high priest. Sitting cross-legged on a stone bed was an old man in a gray robe. The gray robe was patched and looked very worn. His hair was all white, his body was as thin as a skeleton, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken, making him look like a skull from a distance. There was a line of words on the old man's head. Despair Village, the great priest of the undead, Hars. He was the career transition person that Chen Shen was looking for. Guardian, welcome to your arrival. Hars nodded slightly in a show of respect. Chen Shen didn't waste any words and said, Great priest, I am here to transition. Guardian, you are late. What do you mean? Hars sighed helplessly. I did have a scroll to help you transition, but unfortunately, my old rival found my location, sent someone to steal the transition scroll, and now the Church of Light is besieging us. We may not be able to hold on. The Church of Light will slaughter us in the name of purification. Ding, mission overlap. Ding, third turn mission, guild upgrade mission merged into a special mission. Special mission, retrieve the transition scroll and eliminate the besieging Church of Light. Mission 1, tell Hars, help them, and get help from Despair Village. Mission rewards, third turn, guild upgrade, 200,000 experience points, level 30 platinum equipment optional gift pack. Chen Shen didn't expect the two missions to be merged. The mission rewards changed from a gold optional gift pack to a platinum optional gift pack. Don't worry, since I'm here, I won't stand by and watch my compatriots be destroyed. I will help you. Hars didn't seem too happy with Chen Shen's words. Instead, he said, Guardian, you are the last hope of the Forsaken. You better leave soon. Chen Shen sneered, do you know why I'm called a guardian? Stop talking nonsense, I'll help with this favor. Hars was slightly stunned, a hint of strangeness in his deep eyes, the guardian with the guardian's ring, the choice of the Forsaken, indeed not wrong. I believe in you. Despair Village will do everything possible to help you. Mission status update. Gather all the strength of Despair Village. Meanwhile, at the Church of Light camp dozens of miles away, the task of the Golden Armored Knight also changed. Task update. Kill the Great Priest of the Undead Hars. Capture NPC, Little Lucky, Guardian. Thank you. I will go gather the warriors in the village. Chen Chen nodded. Quickly, the enemy won't wait for us. I'll handle it, you can rest assured. We still have a few masters, all elites among elites. Hars promised earnestly. The speed was indeed fast, and they gathered in less than 10 minutes. Chen Chen looked at the gathered group at the village entrance, 5 ragtag individuals, and fell silent. You call this warriors? And, is your granddaughter joining in the fun too? Does she count as one? Little Lucky pouted, holding her cute little fists. Big brother, I'm very powerful. Give me a break. Aren't those villagers wandering around the village just background? Let a 3 or 4-year-old child go to the battlefield. Hars sighed, death is a relief for them. Since our god disappeared, our souls have disappeared with it. Guardian, rest assured, although we only have 5 people, each of us is a valiant warrior. That's right, if there was no one to lead us, we wouldn't be so despondent. Hars nodded in agreement. Guardian, what he said makes sense. With you leading us, we are very confident. Since you haven't given up on us, we won't let you down. The words were beautiful, but Chen Chen still looked skeptical. 5 people? No, excluding Little Lucky, there were only 4 people. The old man with thin legs and bones NPC was named Shadowy Warlord. Missing an arm, Soul Archer. Leading a bone horse. No, a bone donkey, Death Knight. Carrying a burden, with hair as dry as grass, the old lady, Enchanting Witch. Among these 4 NPCs, they are known as the elite of the elite. If we count in halls, the High Priest, along with Chen Chen, the lineup is complete. They might not even be opponents for Slimes. Sensing Chen Chen's distrust, Halls cleared his throat. Death Knight, show the Guardian what you've got. Oh, can he really show off? Chen Chen looked at the Death Knight, only to see him slowly raise his head. In his malnourished eye sockets, those lifeless eyes suddenly burst with brilliance. A master. Chen Chen was shocked. It seems he underestimated them. Perhaps it was intentionally designed by the designer. Are these 4 really extraordinary people? In his expectant gaze, I'll show you my skills. The Death Knight climbed onto the warhorse unsteadily. The moment he mounted the horse, the aura of a strong warrior emerged. Oh, huff. The Death Knight suddenly pulled the reins. Ha ha ha, Guardian, how about that? The warhorse stood up on its hind legs, emitting a melodious neigh, truly giving off the feeling of a master. Crack! Suddenly, the horse's hind legs broke. With a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground, its lower body falling apart, crushing the Death Knight underneath. Chen Chen stared blankly at the scene. The Death Knight seems to be dead. They really made a fool of themselves. Chen Chen felt he had overthought it. The designer didn't think that much. The battle didn't even start, and on his side, the formidable warrior -1. Alas! Old buddy, you can't die. Quick, perform CPR. Stop, he's dead. Chen Chen took a deep breath, his face full of seriousness. High Priest, I think I should go alone. I believe I can do it. Halls was about to say something, but at that moment, a shout rang out. Something's wrong. The Church of Light has launched an attack. Villagers came running, panting. The wandering villagers looked up at them, then ignored them and continued wandering. Despair, numbness, even walking towards the Church of Light, seeking death sooner. Bang! Suddenly, strange muffled sounds were heard. White light balls streaked across the dim sky, rushing towards the village at high speed. Chen Chen watched as the light balls exploded in the village, blooming like colorful fireworks. The light balls scattered into countless points of light, touching the thatched houses, causing the villagers' bodies to ignite instantly. In an instant, flames began to rage, engulfing everything. The villagers' cries of agony filled the air. Their bodies burning, perhaps experiencing the warmest moment of their lives, instinct drove them to struggle and escape, longing for death. But when faced with death, they panicked, desperately trying to flee the fire in the village. Ah! I don't want to burn to death, save me. Run, get out of the village. It's bad, the outside is all on fire. Members of the Church of Light had placed a large amount of hay around the village the day before, encircling the village. After being ignited by the light balls, 3-meter-high flames erupted, the scorching air twisting and distorting, making it impossible to escape. Chen Chen looked at the village, resembling a hell on earth. With a helpless expression, do you have to make it so realistic? I can't do anything about it. Just him alone? The other side is not playing fair, using long-range attacks from such a distance. Ding, mission status updated. Mission content, siege battle begins, mission progress, 7 versus 1000. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. Are you serious about posting the progress? Which 7 is this? Even the slightest luck is counted. This is the poorest battle Chen Shen has ever fought. Wait, damn it, didn't the Death Knight die? You're tricking me, all living beings, you're cheating me. Who the hell wrote this plot? I want to complain. At the same time, countless huge rocks suddenly rolled down the cliff behind. Guardians, be careful, quickly retreat to the cave. Halls acted quickly, pulling Chen Shen into the cave, followed by his temporary small team, missing a Death Knight. Bang bang bang. In no time, the cave entrance was securely blocked by the huge rocks. Chen Shen looked grim. If this continued, the mission would definitely fail. There was no way out of the cave. Once the members of the Church of Light surrounded this cave, they would be doomed. This was his class change and guild upgrade mission. Even if new tasks were reassigned, the red-named church couldn't wait. In a deep voice, he said, "We can't just sit and wait to die. We must try to break out no matter what." The commotion outside gradually subsided. Apparently all the villagers were dead, and the rock attacks stopped. Since the system did not determine Chen Shen's failure, he still had a chance. The ultimate goal of the mission was to retrieve the class change scroll and eliminate the Church of Light. Halls couldn't die, but it shouldn't matter if the others did. Guardians, I'll follow your lead. Wait, I forgot something. Halls searched on his stone bed for a moment, only to find out in astonishment that his important item was missing. How could this happen? I clearly left it here. The soul shooter lay on the rocks blocking the exit, his face changing drastically. High Priest, Guardian, it's bad news. The people from the Church of Light are getting closer. If we don't leave now, we won't have a chance. Let's go. Halls said, "No, I can't leave without finding the item." Chen Shen frowned slightly. What's more important than life? Let's leave first. Yes, High Priest, the Guardian is right. Let's leave first. But Halls seemed possessed, not listening to advice, frantically searching. The commotion outside grew louder. Even Chen Shen could hear the orderly footsteps. My bead. Who saw my bead? At this moment, little Lucky was a bit awkward, her eyes wandering, afraid to look at her grandfather. Children indeed couldn't hide their thoughts. Her abnormality was captured in an instant. Halls asked anxiously, "Lucky, did you take it?" Little Lucky mumbled something, not clear. Halls became even more anxious. "Lucky, tell me quickly, did you take it? Where did you put it?" Her grandfather had never been angry with her before. This was the first time. Little Lucky's eyes were a little red, choking back tears. She said, "Yes, is it that bead?" "Yes, it's that glass bead with something black inside." "Tell me, where is it?" I played house last time and gave it to Little Black." Halls became excited, his face flushed. "Who is Little Black? Where is it?" Little Lucky stubbornly didn't cry. With a trembling voice, she pointed to the mountain. "Little Black is a black grass. It's on the back mountain." Back mountain? Halls was stunned for a moment, then said blankly, "It's over, huh? Everything is over. You child, why are you so mischievous?" The back mountain had already been occupied by the Church of Light. It was no longer possible to go up. Hall's voice grew louder. Little Lucky's body couldn't stop trembling, obviously on the verge of tears. Chen Shen sighed, "Forget it, you can't find it. It's set by the system, don't blame Little Lucky." "Ah, system? It's a stupid designer, blame him. By the way, what exactly is that thing?" "Ah, that's a divine essence. Our dark deity's divine essence." Halls sat down in a daze. "What? Divine essence?" Chen Shen widened his eyes, his gaze fiery, and suddenly looked at Little Lucky. Where did Little Lucky go? Originally, they wanted to name themselves gods, because the entire game was set in a world created by various gods. Many people speculated online that in the end, there must be gods. For example, behind the Church of Light, there is a god, which is also the force closest to God. Many people like to do missions at the Church of Light, eager for a chance to trigger some hidden tasks. But so far, there is no information about God. Chen Shen also did not expect to encounter a god here. Hall shook his head helplessly. "We were originally a dark camp, but later, all the gods of the dark camp disappeared, so we are called the Abandoned, meaning abandoned by the gods and abandoned by the world." "Alright, no more nonsense, let's go to the back mountain." Chen Shen didn't want to explain too much, and directly launched an attack on the rocks. No matter what mission, what class change, the godhead is not important. The dagger fiercely stabbed towards the rock. Ding! The rock was shattered, but unfortunately, Chen Shen's dagger was too short, only able to break a little, still far from breaking the stone. Damn it! Chen Shen cursed under his breath, unable to break it, only waiting to die. "Guardian, let me do it." Just then, the enchanting witch suddenly said with her mouth full of missing teeth, "I am the most capable of such things." Chen Shen looked at her strangely. The demonstration of the Death Knight just now had already opened his eyes. Would this also fail? If it fails again, Chen Shen will directly return to the city. The enchanting witch was very confident, raising her staff covered with spider webs. Giant rock impact. Outside the cave. The people of the Church of Light had already entered the village. Report to the Grand Knight, Despair Village has been taken. Report to the Grand Knight, 76 lowly villagers have been killed. According to observations, 6 people have hidden in the cave. May I ask the Grand Knight, should we launch an attack on the cave? The Grand Knight of the Church of Light, satisfied, nodded. You have done well. Attack the cave, kill everyone except one called Little Lucky. Yes, Grand Knight. The Grand Knight of the Church of Light is not a profession, but a title in the Church of Light. 1,000-strong army of the Church of Light is led by a Grand Priest of Light and a Grand Knight of Light. The Grand Knight of Light has command authority, and the Grand Priest of Light has supervisory authority. And above the head of this Grand Knight of Light, the player's name is prominently displayed, Infinite War God. Under his command, the army of the Church of Light slowly surrounded the entrance of the cave. Grand Knight Infinite orders, capture Little Lucky alive. Light mages prepare. Light knights prepare. The people of the Church of Light surrounded the entrance of the cave. The commander dropped a golden and white battle flag. All the light mages began chanting spells at the same time. But at that moment, suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out. Hey, what's that sound? Did you see that? The rock seemed to move. Then, with a sudden loud bang, the huge rock shattered instantly, turning into countless sharp stone spikes, spreading out like bullets in all directions. Things happened too suddenly. The people of the Church of Light were caught off guard, unable to react in time, and were directly pierced by the stone spikes amidst screams. The Grand Knight of Light was fine, tough-skinned, but the light mages were in a sorry state. If hit by 2 stone spikes, or by one in the head, heart, neck, and other weak points, they would be instantly killed. The sudden turn of events made the Infinite War God frown. Stones flew, dust filled the air. After the dust settled, Chen was also shocked. Damn! Is this so powerful? That spell just now actually killed 19 people directly. To fight 100 with one, is it really in existence that can fight 100 with one? Designer, damn you! With this, he gained confidence, but before he could recover from his shock, the Infinite War God narrowed his eyes, drew his great sword of light from his hand. Messengers of the Light God, fight for the light of the world, kill everyone except Little Lucky. His voice echoed throughout the entire Despair Village. Chen also noticed his presence, and when he saw the name, he was also stunned. God of Endless War? It's you! Although never masked, both were godlike figures, who in the entire built city did not know them. One was the god of assassins, the god of killing. One was the god of leveling up, the leader of Endless, full of mystery, and apart from his fixed team, no one had ever seen him. Chen was the most talked about, while the god of Endless War was the most speculated about. Just didn't expect to see him here. The god of Endless War laughed heartily. Yes, Nameless, I didn't expect to see you here either. It's really a coincidence. The Red Name Church and Endless are hostile, and we are actually in 2 different camps for missions. This time, you can't escape. Let me break your myth. Chen's mouth slightly curved. Myth? You're flattering me. I've died a few times too, but this time I won't die. After speaking, he said to the people next to him, High Priest, you protect your granddaughter, break through towards the back mountain direction, don't let that guy catch her, this is his task. Halls nodded solemnly. Guardian, rest assured, she is my granddaughter, I won't let anything happen to her. Little Lucky stared with a pair of determined eyes. Big brother, rest assured, Little Lucky is a warrior, even if I die, I won't let him catch me. Really obedient. If you're caught, remember to commit suicide. Okay. Little Lucky nodded heavily. Halls looked strange, with an indescribable feeling, praising people in a unique way. Don't praise next time. The main goal was to prevent the god of Endless War from completing the mission. Chen licked his dry tongue. I've wanted to kill you for a long time, God of Endless War. Charge! Then, his body slowly disappeared. Halls led a few oddballs along the stone wall towards the back mountain. Seeing this scene, the people of the Church of Light hurriedly shouted, Quick, protect the Great Knight of Endless. The God of Endless War snorted coldly. Who allowed you to give orders? Listen to me, all mages, use all spells to attack the people around you. Upon hearing this command, all the mages of the Church of Light were stunned. Obey the command. Yes. The mages of the Church of Light began to ignore the attack pattern and attack the people around them, with health deduction information constantly floating out. The priests of light kept healing. Chen saw this scene while invisible and sighed sincerely, really playing well, but unfortunately, you guessed wrong. He said he wanted to kill the god of Endless War, but in reality, the target of his attack was the Light Knight on the side. Darkness descends. With a loud shout, a 5-meter range was shrouded in dark blade aura. All 5 Light Knights within the range were instantly killed. Chen gained 15 attack points. Quick, Go, up the mountain. A gap was opened in the encirclement of the light knights. Chen Shen and Halls ran swiftly towards the mountain with 5 others. The god of endless war's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Is he trying to commit suicide? Great night, great news, they are actually running towards the mountain. There are still many of our people on the mountain, and apart from the 2 paths down the mountain, the entire mountain is cliffs and precipices. It's really a trap. The god of endless war glanced at the NPC. I know. Can you stop the nonsense? Everyone, stop them, capture Little Lucky alive, kill Nameless, and I will reward heavily. Yes, great knight of endless. Under his command, the people of the Church of Light surged towards Chen Chen. They're catching up. Guardian, High Priest, you go first, I'll stop them. The emaciated ghostly warlord suddenly stopped. Don't worry about me. Don't mourn for me, remember my loyalty. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Chen and a few others had already gone far. Hold them off a little longer. Chen Chen's voice came from afar. The ghostly warrior smiled awkwardly. Actually, I just can't run anymore. My knees are bad. Ah, is no one listening? So lonely. Slowly turning around, a large group of knights in shining armor approached. The ghostly warrior smiled brightly, raising the wooden stick in his hand. For darkness, for freedom, kill. Humph, the old undead is seeking death. Lowly and evil ants, kneel before me. The knights in shining armor clearly did not take the ghostly warrior seriously. The ghostly warrior took a deep breath. The power of the underworld, return to me, let me fight one last time. As his words fell, the surrounding air chilled slightly, these icy powers invisible and intangible, all surging into the ghostly warrior's body. The once emaciated old man suddenly grew a head taller, his body began to swell, and his tattered clothes made a crackling sound as they burst. The terrifying muscles directly tore through his clothes. In just a moment, the ghostly warrior transformed into a devilish muscular figure. The exaggerated muscles were terrifying, harder than steel. Suddenly changed, he charged at the knights in shining armor in front of him, leaving them stunned on the spot. Ah, you youngsters, when I was galloping on the battlefield back then, you were still in diapers. Come here. With hands as big as sandbags, he grabbed a knight in shining armor as if picking up a small chicken, and with a pff sound, tore the knight into 2 halves barehanded, instantly staining the ghostly warrior's body with blood. The ghostly warrior closed his eyes in enjoyment. Ah, how many years has it been since I smelled the scent of blood? Ah, today I will have a good fight. Holding the 2 halves of the knight's body as weapons, he swept them around, and in an instant, the narrow mountain path echoed with the screams of the knights in shining armor, falling off the cliff one after another. Quite an imposing scene of one man holding off 1,000. Chen Shen, watching from afar, couldn't help but exclaim, the Death Knight misled me, this is clearly a big boss. If you were this strong from the beginning, Chen Shen would have the confidence to eliminate the Church of Light. However, after hearing about the divine status, what he wanted now was to obtain the divine status and then consider other matters. Halls, are you all so twisted? Guardians, we each have our own quirks, but those were things of our youth. Now we're just old undead struggling to survive. What do you mean? Our battle mode can't last much longer. When the time comes, it will be our return to darkness. Chen Shen was shocked. So these experts are all one-time use cards? Just used once and gone? Just then, many more knights in shining armor suddenly appeared on the mountain path. They were the ones pushing stones down the mountain. Quick, stop them. Trying to run? Today is your death day. I represent the light to purify you. Obediently accept death. Chen Shen didn't have time to think. He grabbed a dagger and was about to charge, but was stopped by the soul archer. There's no need for the guardians to intervene now. Watch me. A one-armed marksman, although a hidden profession, Chen Shen couldn't figure out how he could shoot arrows. The enchanting witch, the ghostly warrior Zhuyu in front, this guy might also have some incredible skills? Chen Shen nodded, stepping back behind him, curiously watching. The soul archer's gaze swept over the knights in shining armor charging down the mountain. 1, 2, 25. He didn't act immediately, but counted the opponent's numbers. Mind you, he was counting with his eyes closed. It wasn't until the opponents reached him that he slowly opened his eyes. Chen Shen behind him heard him whispering softly, your souls have been locked by me, soul-breaking arrow. As he chanted, Chen Shen was shocked to see that behind the soul shooter, a fierce ghostly shadow faintly appeared. The soul shooter held a bow with one hand, while the ghost pulled the bowstring. On the string without arrows, a dark and transparent arrow slowly appeared. Pooh Chi! Buzz! The transparent arrow shot out like thunder, while the bowstring continued to buzz. The arrow had already reached the nearest bright knight. Pooh! Too fast! The arrow flashed past and entered the body of the bright knight. Strangely, the arrow did not leave any wounds on the armor but instantly entered his body. The bright knight was knocked down as if hit by something, screamed and flew out. At the same time, 2 transparent arrows suddenly shot out from his back, rushing towards the other two bright knights behind him. In a long story short, in an instant, arrows hit, hit and split. In the blink of an eye, 25 bright knights were directly killed. One arrow, 25 deaths. With such a record, Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn! You guys are really acting like me." 7 versus 1,000 people, in just over 10 minutes, 1,000 people had already lost 100. The number was always recorded in Chen Chen's mission system. Looking at the current comparison of numbers, 7 versus 907 people. That's not right, wasn't the Death Knight killed a long time ago? Does he count? Didn't he die? Just as Chen Chen was puzzled, Hal's anxious voice came, "Guardian, let's go quickly, the underworld warlord can't hold on any longer." Indeed, at the entrance of the mountain path, the underworld warlord was already in a retreat. After the bright mage and bright priest joined the battle, he couldn't hold on anymore. And on the mountaintop, more bright knights were charging down. They had their faith and were fearless of death. "No!" the enchanting succubus shouted in horror, "no!" It turned out that the underworld warlord was pierced in the abdomen by the opponent's sword, gradually unable to support himself, and the health deduction information above his head kept appearing. Full of anxiety, Guardian, escorted by the soul shooter, "I will go help the underworld warlord." Without waiting for approval, she hurriedly turned and left. I hope the two of them are okay. It turned out they were a couple, no wonder they were so anxious. "Guardian, rest assured, I am willing to cut through the thorns for the Guardian." The soul shooter kept shooting arrows, harvesting lives in front of him. Chen Chen, Hals, and Little Lucky followed closely behind. Although the process was difficult, they finally reached the mountain and arrived at the location Little Lucky mentioned. It was a place halfway up the mountain, with a protruding rock below which was a cliff. On the rock, there was actually a purple-black grass growing, its leaves reflecting a purple and beautiful color under the moonlight. The small grass overlooked the entire desperate mountain village from a high vantage point. "Found it, oh my god. It's actually hell black scale grass," Hals exclaimed when he saw the small grass. Chen Chen also noticed something was wrong. The small grass had interactive functionality. It could be picked, but it was not a mission item, so he didn't have permission. Hell black scale grass requires gathering skill level 18 to pick. Isn't this ridiculous? The game has only been open for a short time, and the highest gathering skill level is probably only 3 to 4. Level 18 is required to pick it. What kind of divine material is this? If the level is not reached, forcibly picking it will result in a direct pick failure and the herb cannot be obtained. "Grandpa, the little bead is buried next to Little Black." "Grandpa, I'm sorry," Shin Shin quickly said. "Don't apologize, Hals, take it out quickly." "Yes, Guardian." The soul shooter guarded the entrance of the rock. More and more bright knights rushed up, his arrows became weaker, and the number of split arrows decreased. The situation was urgent, not a time to talk nonsense. Hals quickly squatted down and carefully pulled out the hell black scale grass. Seeing this scene, Shin Shen's eyes lit up. "Do you have the skill of picking?" Yes, I have a gathering skill at level 18. As an abandoned one, gathering herbs is an essential skill. What a coincidence. It seems to be arranged. Bring it here. Hals handed it over directly. Shin Shen quickly opened the package, very curious about the properties of the level 18 herb. Item, Hell Black Scale Grass, Introduction, a precious herb from hell, a treasure coveted even by gods. All the scales on the leaves point to the land of luck, can be taken directly, permanent plus 500 luck points, 500 points? Shen Shen's face was somewhat conflicted. It adds a lot, but how can luck be increased? There are many attributes in all living beings, and no one has figured out the reason. There is righteousness value in front, and luck value in the back. Luck value has always been a mystery attribute, with all players having a unified luck value of 100 points, and it is known as the most difficult attribute to increase. There are very few equipment items that increase luck value, and even if there are, it's only by plus 2 or plus 3 points, so not many people use them, because luck value has no effect. Instead, it occupies an attribute. Some strategy guides, anchors, and content creators have researched luck value, using various means to acquire equipment that increases luck. They raised luck value to 150 points. They found it to be useless, whether in PvP or PvE, luck points do not affect critical hits or weak point attacks, and it occupies an attribute, making the equipment lose one attribute, which is not worth it. Therefore, luck value is considered the most useless attribute, along with mana recovery attribute, known as the two major waste attributes. Equipment with these two attributes is unlikely to be very expensive. Forget it, don't waste it. A change in quantity may lead to a change in quality, plus 500 points, very brutal, eat it first, in case you die later, it would be a pity if it explodes. Without thinking, Shen Shen stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. Ding, congratulations, luck value plus 500 points. In the attribute page, luck value indeed reached 600 points. Young man, how could you? How could you eat Little Black? Are you really that hungry? Nonsense. Chen Shen rolled his eyes, just about to speak, when he heard Halsey's excited voice from beside him. Found it, finally found it. The old man's eyes were teary, holding a glass bead in his hand, carefully wiping off the dirt on it. Chen Shen was impatient. Hals, give it to me. Hals glanced at Chen Shen, then at the bead, his face full of reluctance. Guardian, you must protect it at all costs. It was saved by my son and daughter-in-law from the battlefield. For it, they both laughed. As he spoke, he tremblingly handed over the bead. All right, skip the background story. At this moment, Chen Shen was not in the mood to be polite. He directly took the black glass bead. The glass bead was not very big, about the size of half a thumb, cold to the touch, with black liquid flowing inside. Task item. Catastrophe Divine Rank 2, Broken, Introduction, Level 2 Deity. The divine rank of the god of catastrophe has lost its divinity, looks no different from an ordinary bead. Perhaps the Undertaker at the Abyss Crossing knows its purpose. Not discardable, not tradable. Seeing the item introduction, Chen Shen was greatly disappointed. It turned out to be a task item. Why couldn't it be like Little Black, directly eaten to become a god? What a pity. Moreover, the Abyss Crossing, this map, he had never heard of it, and didn't know at what level it opens. Helpless, Chen Shen could only place the broken divine rank in the corner of his package. After everything was done, Chen Shen stood on a rock overlooking the entire mountain peak. The mountain peak was not very high, now covered with the white and golden armor of the Church of Light everywhere. The Shadow Warlord and the Enchanting Witch helped each other, but they couldn't stop so many people, retreating step by step, about to retreat to their side soon. Chen Shen raised his head again to observe the entire mountain, hoping to find some rocks like those on the Sunset Mountain range. Unfortunately, it was bare, not to mention huge rocks. Even fist-sized small stones were hard to find. Hals, Guardian, what should we do now? Chen Shen's eyes were firm and he gritted his teeth, saying, what should we do? Of course, we fight. It's just 7 versus 900, we can handle it. At least this mountain could serve as cover, preventing them from being surrounded by the people of the Church of Light, giving them some chance. Just then, a bright light suddenly appeared, and with a whooshing sound, a golden warhorse with wings on its back soared into the sky not far from Chen Shen. Seated on the warhorse was the infinite war god. The golden warhorse should be his mount, the second-ranked bright Pegasus on the mount leaderboard. The deep voice of the infinite war god resounded, Nameless, I thought you had the sense to return to the city, are you still struggling? Infinite war god, come down and fight me one-on-one. Chen Shen looked disdainful, with your level, even 10 of you are not my match. One-on-one? There will be a chance, but not this time. Is that so? What a pity then. Chen Shen suddenly smirked, rest assured, I won't let you have any luck. If I fail the mission, I will not hesitate to kill the lucky one. The infinite war god snorted coldly, if you kill the lucky one, I will kill Eileen. Eileen, the high priest of light on the other side, was also the NPC of Chen Shen's mission, the one who took away his job change scroll. The two were purely threatening each other. Chen Shen yawned nonchalantly, it's just a mission failure, we can fail together. I'm level 31, you're level 28, how can you compare with me? Faced with his insolent words, the infinite war god was also helpless. He furrowed his brows under the mask, took a deep breath, and said, it's all for the mission. We both have our reputations, there's no need to be stubborn. Chen Shen teased, oh, so you give in so quickly? The infinite war god fell silent for a moment, how about we make a bet? Oh, what kind of bet? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. 7 versus 900. If you win, I'll fight you one-on-one. If you win the one-on-one, I'll personally give you 1 million gold coins. Of course, you must guarantee not to kill the lucky one during this time. What do you say? If you agree, I'll start the live broadcast, no turning back. Chen Shen stared at the infinite war god, the two facing each other behind their golden masks. Alright, you have my word. Good, I'll start the live broadcast. The infinite war god wasted no time and started the live broadcast in front of Chen Shen. Alright, you can check the forum. Chen Shen opened the embedded forum and indeed, a live broadcast room instantly topped the first place. Infinite war god versus Nameless, the name of the live broadcast room was simple, and the host was the infinite war god himself. Below was an introduction, I, the infinite war god, clashed with Nameless during a mission. All netizens bear witness, this is our bet. Following was the agreement between the infinite war god and Chen Shen. There was no ambiguity, showing that he was a man who kept his promises, perhaps to prevent the lucky one from being harmed. The live broadcast showed what the infinite war god was seeing. Within just 1 minute, a large number of players flooded in. Wow, is it really the mysterious infinite war god? It's been verified, brothers, it's real. The Red Name Church and the Merchant Alliance's auction is about to begin, and Nameless is causing trouble in the undead starting area again? So looking forward to it, infinite war god in Nameless. Boss, go for it. Nameless boss is the best. F***ck off, our war god boss is the best. Don't agree? Let's PK. Dare or not, I'm in the bamboo forest, come for a fight. Infinite boss, enable the voting function. Those who paid attention to this battle unexpectedly reached tens of thousands directly, and this number is still increasing at a terrifying rate. Shen closed the live broadcast room and nodded. Great, since you've started, then I'll start too. Of course. Shen didn't waste any words and activated the live broadcast function. The title was very simple, Annihilating the God of War Without Limits, host, Anonymous. I hope you can live up to your words. The God of War Without Limits was obviously dissatisfied with this title, but didn't say much, pulled the reins, and flew down the mountain. As soon as Shen started the live broadcast, there weren't many people at first, but when he announced in the God of War Without Limits live broadcast room that he was going to start a live broadcast, countless people flooded in. Boss, we're here to cheer you on. Boss, where are you? We'll come help you right away. Anonymous, you idiot, start the damn live broadcast. Get lost, God of War Without Limits. God of War Without Limits, get lost, the Red Name Sect's live broadcast room doesn't welcome you. Shen smiled and said, brothers, it's too late, I can't teleport to your location, so I'll turn off the barrage next. You'll see me, the boss, dominating the scene. Okay, boss. Boss, this is all my pocket money, I've spent it all on you. The people from the Red Name Sect were very active, showering Shen with gifts. Unexpectedly, within just 1 minute of starting the broadcast, he had received gifts worth thousands. It's really profitable to be famous. Shen smiled bitterly and shrank the live broadcast to a corner. This farce had already alarmed the entire internet, and it was no longer just his business, but also involved the God of War Without Limits Guild and the Red Name Sect. Shen said to Hars in a deep voice, High Priest, change of strategy. Guardian, please speak. Let's break out together and kill all the members of the Church of Light. Ha? Hars stared at Shen blankly. Kill them all? Are you sure? What? Are you afraid? No, I'm not afraid. It's either kill or be killed. There's nothing to be afraid of as long as the Guardian isn't afraid, then we're not afraid. Hars' expression also became serious. Since the Guardian wants to kill, then we'll accompany you. Then, he began chanting spells and shouted, Brothers, change of strategy, the Guardian says to kill all these scoundrels. Ah, good, I was thinking the same. Wait for me, I'll be right there. This spell was quite interesting, it was basically a team chat. Shen could also hear their voices, as if Hars had pulled them all into a group chat using magic at all times. This spell was quite skillful. Suddenly, a stone flew in from the sky. It was a stone controlled by the enchantress flying with magic, with the weakened Spectre Warlord sitting on top. The battle at the mountain pass was fierce, the Spectre Warlord had lost an arm, and the enchantress was covered in blood. The rocks were continuously attacked by the light mages below. Quick, come over here, I'll cover you. Shen wasn't in a hurry, his team only had a few people, and none of them could die. With the cover of the Soul Archer, the rock staggered and landed on the ground. Shen looked at their health bars and felt half of his heart turn cold. How are we going to fight this? Hars, should I just change my mind and strangle your granddaughter to death right now? Hars didn't say anything, and the people in the live broadcast room were instantly speechless. He's tearing up the ticket before the fight even starts? Damn! Truly my boss, awesome. He's really shameless. What? You don't agree? That's how we are in the Red Name Sect. If you don't agree, we'll settle it one-on-one. Betting against our Red Name Sect isn't about whether you're right or wrong, it's about our boss's mood. Only Shen would openly talk about tearing up the ticket in front of everyone, doing and saying whatever he pleased. The people in the live broadcast room cursed him for being shameless, but the Red Name Sect took pride in it. Shen didn't pay attention to the curses in the live broadcast room. Instead, he was thinking about how to win this battle. Hals quickly stepped forward, only to see two black dark balls glowing in his hands, slowly advancing towards the bodies of the Shadow Warlord and the Enchantress. Their visible blood volume increased. Oh, I forgot, you're the healer. Shen's eyes lit up at the scene. The undead high priest, isn't that the promoted profession of Fei Niao? With this support, the grasp of this battle has improved a lot. Thank you, high priest, we are much better now. Phew, I thought this old bone would be left here. Thank you, high priest. Are you guys okay? I can't hold on much longer. Just then, the Soul Archer urgently shouted. In front of him were all the bright knights, about to close in. Chen Shen raised the dagger in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Alright, our team is formed. Get ready to fight, Shadow Warlord, let's go together." "Okay, Guardian." The Shadow Warlord shouted, fists colliding, his face full of excitement. "I'm not killing enough." Chen Shen and the Shadow Warlord charged forward at the same time. In a moment, they passed by the Soul Archer. Kill these hypocrites. When it comes to people and things, Chen Shen does as he pleases, acting according to his own preferences, but there is only one thing: he is serious. When facing a battle, he will abandon all distractions and go all out. The two live streams became more lively. Chen Shen's live stream had over 100,000 viewers, with barrage comments constantly floating below. "It's starting. Finally, it's starting. Boss, go for it, kill these losers. Nameless, do you really think you're invincible? Last time, it was the red name sect that helped you, and you could only win on their home turf. I don't believe you can win this time. Get out, the boss will win. Nameless will win." Amid their arguments, Chen Shen had already rushed out of the rocks and reached the side of the Bright Knights, officially starting the battle. "Guardian, I'll protect you, go all out with your output." The Shadow Warlord lagged behind Chen Shen by a few meters, pounding his chest and roaring, "Shadow Sanctuary." Ding, the Shadow Warlord has cast Shadow Sanctuary on you, increasing damage reduction by plus 20%, and he will share 50% of the damage with you. What a divine skill. Chen Shen's Guardian Ring also activated instantly, increasing the 20% by 50%, meaning Chen Shen had a 30% damage reduction. Good. Follow me in the charge. Darkness descends. This is Chen Shen's only AoE skill. The Bright Knights blocked the mountain path, gathering together, giving him the perfect opportunity. Using Darkness Descends was a must. Where the Dark Blade passed, the Bright Knights were instantly killed. This one skill actually instantly killed 12 Bright Knights. Congratulations on killing player. Bright Knight Sin value +1, Sin value, 1251 trigger passive skill assassination, gain +3 attack power, total +2533 points trigger passive skill diamond body, gain +0.1 defense, total +31. 7 points trigger passive skill blood bull, gain +5 vitality, total +1535 points. Truly a guardian, make way. Chen Shen leaped high. The Shadow Warlord passed directly under him, charging towards the Bright Knights like a raging bull. Like bowling pins, amidst the screams of the Bright Knights, the Shadow Warlord directly broke through the opponent's formation. Many Bright Knights were thrown down the mountain peak. The Soul Archer and the Enchantress acted at the same time, using earth-based spells, transparent arrows exploding in the crowd. With just one attack, the Church of Light actually lost nearly 100 people. The live stream exploded. Damn, that's amazing. Yeah, 7 versus 1000, it's just the beginning, and it's already down to 800. Originally thought that Nameless was one person against 1000, but now it seems that in the dark camp, Nameless is actually the weakest. Wasn't it said to be 7 versus 1000? How come I look and count, including that little girl, there are only 6 people. Sure enough, the boss, this time we have one. Nameless boss is invincible. Indeed very powerful. Chen Shen looked at the mission system, 7 versus 789, with greatly increased confidence. The 3 ghostly war generals also had greatly increased confidence. Guardians, let's charge out. No, let's just guard this exit, it's narrow here, it's easier for us to heal. Great Priest, enhance the blood of the ghostly war generals, let's continue. Chen Shen is not a fool, with the back against the rocks here, only need to guard one entrance, slowly killing them will ensure victory. Watching the continuous killing of the Bright Knights, the following Bright Mages also followed suit. Chen Shen kept hiding, going out to deal with the mages, dealing with the priests. In no time, 600 people from the Church of Light were dead. Each of them, Chen Shen and his team, were strong enough to take on 100, and together they were invincible. The live broadcast room was boiling. The outcome is already decided. Nameless is indeed nameless, so amazing. I just counted, Nameless alone killed about 150 people, 1/ per person, not bad. Enjoy it, although I am not a member of the Red Name Church. But watching Nameless kill, I always enjoy it. Although the Red Name Church is arrogant and tyrannical, killing innocent people indiscriminately, Chen Shen still has many fans. At the foot of the mountain, the god of war, Wuji, calmly watched the scene. His live broadcast room was even more anxious. Boss, we need to figure out a way. We can't let Nameless kill like this. Yes, there are only 400 people left. If Nameless wins, the Red Name Church will be even more arrogant. Wait, something's not right, haven't you noticed? The numbers are off. Upstairs. What's wrong? Count the people on the mountain, it seems like there are not as many from the Church of Light as 400. At his reminder, some people actually started counting the heads on the mountain. The bright knights were at the forefront, almost all of them were already dead. The remaining ones were just the bright mages and bright priests, scattered on the mountain, gathering towards the rocky slope halfway up the mountain. Someone counted, the mages and priests, together there were about 250 people. Adding the 50 bright knights standing guard at the foot of the mountain, there were a total of 300 people. I knew it, indeed 100 people are missing. Nameless team is also missing one person, and Wuji's team is missing 100 people. This is too weak. Who knows, maybe it's a system error. Wuji looked at these barrage comments, his expression indifferent. He lightly tapped his armor with his fingers, making a clanging sound. Nameless, you are indeed powerful, but unfortunately, you have to stand against me. He had no reaction at all, not even a follow-up action. He watched as Chen Shen killed each person on the mountain one by one. Great Knight Wuji, let me go up. If we don't go up now, all our people will die. The team leader of the 50 bright knights left at the foot of the mountain looked anxious. Wuji said indifferently, go up for what? To die? They are guarding such a narrow mountain path, the more we send up, the more we'll die. Then let them come down. Heh, they can't come down now, it's fine, let them die, give Nameless a little taste. Wuji's mouth curled up, they will eventually come down, when they do, it will be their death sentence. On the mountain, Chen Chen gradually cleared out all the people from the Church of Light. The emotions in the live broadcast room were high. Too awesome, I really can't believe we actually won. What's so awesome about it? Isn't this just being sneaky? The NPCs in Nameless team are all powerful, while the people from the Church of Light are all trash. How can they fight? Heh, are you an idiot? They are trash for the Nameless, but for you, can you defeat one? Originally, from Chun Chen's perspective, this battle was definitely won by them. The people of the Bright Church were no match. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Boss, I am undercover in that live broadcast room. I have seen it. The other side definitely has a backhand. Yes, be careful. Boss, look at the private chat. There is a backhand. Chen Chen took a deep breath, stood on the mountainside overlooking the foot of the mountain, and said in a deep voice, even if there is a backhand, we must go up. Some paths must be taken. Some people must be killed. Chen Chen, with 5 NPCs, returned to the desperate village at the foot of the mountain. The god of war Wujin was still sitting on the flying horse, clapping his hands. Good, well done, Nameless, you did not disappoint me. Damn it, this person is too pretentious, right? Can't stand it. I'm willing to call him a bumpkin. I can't stand it. Boss, take him out. Chen Shen played with the dagger in his hand and smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me when we fight one-on-one later. It's not time yet. Do you think the Bright Church rules the world with just this strength? Come on, show me what you've got. I'll be waiting here. Chen Chen discreetly led the 5 NPCs back to the entrance, where Halls was sleeping. This was a cave with no way out, but at the same time, the entrance was narrow, suitable for one man to guard. If they were outside and surrounded, it would be a different story. The god of war Wujin seemed unaware of Chen Shen's intentions, while the remaining 50 bright knights slowly surrounded them. Kill! Kill! With a command, the 50 bright knights charged forward. It seemed like they were waiting for Chen Chen and his group to prepare for defense. Oh my, I thought there was a backhand. Is this it? Isn't this just boosting our boss's attack? Shoo, don't speak, they don't know yet. Are you kidding me? Doesn't the whole world know that your red-named church kills people and boosts attacks? Yes, they know, but they don't know that Chen Shen has a unique skill that boosts attacks significantly, and they mistakenly attribute it to Chen Shen's guardian ring. Chen Shen also couldn't understand what the god of war Wujin meant. If 1,000 people couldn't break through, let alone these 50. The god of war Wujin remained calm, watching as each knight was killed instantly, showing no signs of pity. Instead, he was calculating something. Group attack skill, cooldown time of 3 minutes. Assassination skill, 5 minutes, terrifying attack power, plus equipment estimated at 5,000 points. He really is a formidable guy. He was calculating everything about Chen Shen, his fighting habits, even though he had watched Chen Shen's videos countless times. He had to admit that watching Chen Shen kill was a kind of enjoyment. At the same time, he was observing the few NPCs around Chen Shen. If those NPCs had unlimited health and mana, it would be a different story. But based on his observations, that was not the case. The health bars of those NPCs were normal, but below the health bars, there was a row of blue bars. Players also had them. Those were mana bars for casting skills, which many people tended to overlook. After observing for a long time, the god of war Wujin noticed the differences between them and players. The blue bars of these NPCs couldn't be increased, and the lower the blue bar, the weaker they became. Every time they were injured, not only would they lose health, but they would also lose mana. The NPC named Halls would help them restore health each time, but the mana bar would only recover a little. Halls kept hiding in the back, unable to recover his mana, his face growing paler. The god of war Wujin sensed that something was wrong. Until the bloodthirsty warlord's health was still healthy, but with low mana, he gasped for breath and exhaustedly retreated into the cave, his face full of pain. Seeing this scene, the god of war Wujin's mouth slightly curved up. So that's not mana, that's life. 900 lives for this information, enough. 50 bright nights, solved in just a few minutes. Chen Shen stood proudly at the entrance of the cave. Hey, pretty boy, can you reveal your cards now? The infinite war god chuckled lightly. Nameless, can't you see the people behind you? Are you getting slow? Chen Shen didn't say anything. If the infinite war god could find out, how could he not? Clap, clap. The infinite war god also remained silent, clapping his hands. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of hooves rang out. Not far away, dust flew up, and in no time, 100 knights arrived at the village of despair. Few the 100 knights stopped steadily behind the infinite war god. Seeing them, Chen Shen unconsciously frowned. These knights were very different from the bright knights just now. If the previous ones were ordinary soldiers, then these were the imperial guards. Their armor was much more beautiful than the bright knights, and their levels were generally 2 levels higher, reaching level 31. This level had a saying, equivalent to Chen Shen's level, meaning they were at least 3rd tier. The names above their heads read, Royal Cavalry. Is this the infinite war god's secret weapon? 100 3rd tier NPCs, indeed troublesome. Even Chen Shen was only 2nd tier. The infinite war god smirked. Nameless, these 100 men are my personal guards, the most elite in my knight order. Each one, remember, each one is equivalent to the NPCs behind you. What do you have to fight me with? Chen Shen's serious gaze slowly relaxed. The shadow warlord sneered. You'll know after you fight. It's just the royal guards? When I was young, I could easily defeat thousands of royal guards. The soul archer said, ha, I could handle 10,000. The enchanting witch said, you guys are holding back. I usually only fight battles with 100,000 people. Hall said, that's right, we have protectors. Even if it's your bright knights from the Church of Light, we're not afraid. Chen, can you guys brag without dragging me into it? The infinite war god couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Heard it. The royal guards let out a deafening cheer. Each of them had a mocking look on their faces, clearly not taking Chen Shen and the others seriously. You all saw the battle just now. Now, kill these 6 for me. Charge freely. Slaughter all evil. Slaughter all evil. As soon as the words fell, the 100 royal guards tightened their reins and charged forward. Chen Shen tightened the dagger in his hand and said in a deep voice, here they come, get ready, get into position. Various auras kept flashing on him, various status enhancements. Whether it was health, attack, or defense, they were all greatly boosted. The 6 of them were already prepared. But just then, a mage among the royal guards raised his staff. Purify. In an instant, a light enveloped Chen Shen. All the buffs on him were instantly removed. Chen Shen was shocked. How is this possible? That's so sneaky. Is this the power of the 3rd tier? Before he could reapply his buffs, he suddenly sensed something amiss in the space around him. Chen Shen widened his eyes and loudly warned, watch out for the assassin. Yes, the opponent's camp had a more diverse range of professions. Before everyone could react, a fully armored assassin appeared in the cave, his broken sword piercing through Hall's back and out of his chest. High priest! Damn it, save him. It was too sudden, too powerful, there was no time to react. The shadow warlord and the others shouted in shock and anger, wanting to rescue Halls. Chen Shen gritted his teeth, don't break formation. Shadow warlord, block the entrance, you 2 attack, I'll kill the assassin. Battle, the moment it changes, just different, just contact. The strength of the guards gave Chen Shen a strong drink. In the live broadcast room, everyone's hearts are tied together. The real battle has just begun. Chen Shen's group, not optimistic. Hee, want to kill me? Nameless, let you know what an assassin is. The bright assassin stabbed Halls, pulled out the broken sword, stepped back, and then disappeared again. From appearing to disappearing, it only took a moment. Chen Shen angrily said, damn, can the TM combat state be invisible? This may be the guards of the Bright Church, all hidden professionals. Chen Shen ran to Halls and asked worriedly, how are you? Are you okay? At the same time, his attention was highly focused, guarding against the bright assassin's second ambush. Halls gasped, no, I'm fine. Just a little tired. Whoa, Grandpa, you must not die. Little Lucky cried sadly. It's okay, you rest and recover. Do you have any medicine? Players' herbs cannot be used by NPCs, Halls can only rely on himself. At this moment, the battle at the entrance of the cave has already begun. Without Hall's help, the underworld warlord obviously cannot hold on. Guardian, rest assured, I can still fight. Halls gritted his teeth, slowly got up with his staff. Chen Chen nodded solemnly. Don't die, after this battle, I will take you home. Haha, home? I really look forward to it. Halls grinned, showing a mouthful of bloody teeth. Little Lucky sobbed and said stubbornly, Guardian brother, rest assured, I will definitely protect my grandfather. Chen Chen said nothing, patted her head. Turning around and walking towards the entrance of the cave, Underworld Warlord, I'll help you. You can't give up the defense of the cave because of a bright assassin, being led by the opponent, will undoubtedly lose. If the other party has already escaped from the cave, what else is there to defend? The God of War looked from afar. Just now the bright assassin's sword directly reduced Hall's mana by half. Originally, after the battle just now, Halls had about half left. Now with just one stab, he was left with nothing. Good, very good. Next is to test whether my guess is correct. Kill that undead high priest. He muttered. The bright assassin did not leave, just hiding on the side. The moment the God of War gave the order, he revealed himself and wanted to launch a final attack on Halls. Seeing victory in sight, Chen Chen shouted, I've been waiting for you, backstab. He seemed to have walked away, his attention all on Halls, while maintaining the best distance for a backstab. The moment the bright assassin appeared, he moved even faster, appearing behind the bright assassin, and a dagger wiped the opponent's neck. Critical hit plus weak point attack plus armor break minus 39,867, a terrifying number, directly killing the bright assassin. Since the beginning of this battle, Chen Chen noticed that his armor break probability had increased a lot. In the past, he couldn't achieve it, but now it often appeared. The bright assassin was killed, but not completely, before he could react. Another bright assassin appeared in front of Halls, the broken sword stabbing directly at Hall's chest. The God of War, nameless, can you defend against this? The backstab has been used, the skill has a momentary pause, unable to follow up with a backstab, and your normal attack distance is not enough. This was the conclusion drawn by the God of War. Chen Chen really had no way, staring wide-eyed as the broken sword stabbed towards Halls. F***K. Is Halls going to die? If he dies, the mission will fail, no one will help him change jobs, and this battle will be lost. Many people are clear about this, the God of War is clear, everyone in the live broadcast room is clear, the importance of the healer goes without saying. Just when everyone, including Chen Chen, thought Hars was doomed, suddenly, a small figure emerged, with a lovely face, determined eyes, and hands stretched out in front of Hars. It was Hars' granddaughter, Little Lucky. With a tearful voice, she shouted, Don't hurt my grandpa. The war god of infinity's face changed drastically. Stop. Don't kill her. Unfortunately, it was too late, the dagger pierced out, unable to retract. Watching Little Lucky about to fall. However, somehow, a powerful and professional light stimulated, accidentally stepping on a stone on the ground. Oops. Limping. The dagger tilted, barely grazing Little Lucky's clothes, falling to the ground. Sometimes, it's quite a coincidence, the light assassin instinctively used his hand to support the ground. Hey, the dagger accidentally pointed towards himself. And then, with a sound, it pierced his neck, and he killed himself. Chen Chen? War god of infinity? Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he commit suicide? If I didn't see it wrong, it seems so. The little girl is so cute, she should be steamed, not sashimi, see, retribution, right? This assassin is also called the Royal Guard? I'm going to vomit, he deserved it. The shame of the light assassin was born today. The war god of infinity's face looked ugly. The assassin profession is rare in the Church of Light. In his Royal Guard, there were only two, thinking that with both of them acting together, they could kill the opponent's high priest and win. But who would have thought of this outcome? Chen Chen asked in a deep voice, Hars, can you still fight? Hars covered his wound, nodded laboriously, give me 5 minutes, I can recover quite a bit. Okay, 5 minutes, Little Lucky, take care of your grandpa. Chen Chen didn't waste any words, picked up the dagger and rushed towards the cave entrance. Nameless, you're really lucky. The war god of infinity gritted his teeth. Royal Guard, demon-destroying formation, the enemy's healer is severely injured, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Yes, the underworld warlord blocked the entrance alone. Chen Chen had just run to the side of the underworld warlord. Suddenly, a light rose on him. Chen Chen was shocked, not dispelled again, right? But this time the light was different from before. Before he could react, there was a sudden flash in front of him, and his body disappeared in the cave instantly. When Chen Chen reappeared, he was already outside the cave. Under his feet was a magic array, surrounded by 20 mages, 20 priests, maintaining the formation. Ding, you have been hit by the demon-dispelling formation, unable to attack, unable to use any items. Seeing the system prompt, Chen Chen was dumbfounded. Teleportation? He was in the formation, trapped in the enemy's camp, unable to move. Is there such a bugged skill? However, the good news was that he was invincible, and the opponent couldn't attack him either. The war god of infinity was not far away, smiling. Nameless, I'll disable you first, although it's a bit wasteful to use 40 royal guards to trap you, but with 60 royal guards killing your 4 NPCs, it's still easy, just watch. Chen Chen was like a statue. Besides watching, he had no other choice. Losing him as a meat shield, the main output, the 4 NPCs were in a sorry state. Despicable, too despicable. War god of infinity, have the guts to let go of my big brother and fight him one-on-one. Just relying on NPCs? Trash. War god of infinity, so shameful. In the live broadcast room, the members of the Red Name Church cursed loudly, indignant but helpless. They followed Chen Chen's perspective and looked towards the cave entrance. The battle there was intense. Up to now, with the royal guard and 2 assassins, they had only lost 10 people. The strong body of the ghostly warrior was covered with wounds. Without Harza's help, his blue bar kept decreasing, leaving less than 1/10. Various skill attacks landed on him, only to hear him grit his teeth and shout, "Can't hold on anymore." Ah, bang! Suddenly, a huge hammer smashed on his head, sending him flying into the cave. His blue bar emptied, panting heavily, unable to get up again. The enchantress was shocked. "Old man, you better worry about yourself. Just now, it was you who attacked us the most fiercely. Go to hell." The defense was broken, the entrance was wide open, and several guards rushed in directly. Among them, a bright sword knight took the opportunity to stab the enchantress with a sword. "No!" The soul shooter shouted in despair. Without thinking, he pushed the enchantress away, and the sword pierced his chest. The enchantress fell to the ground in a sorry state, watching the long sword enter her chest, her pupils trembling. No, 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 no. The soul shooter's health dropped by half, and his blue bar was also about to run out. The bright sword knight sneered, "Since we're all going to die, I've never seen someone so eager to die." The soul shooter gritted his teeth, grabbed the long sword, and shouted hoarsely, "Bright bastards, I'll fight you to the end." His soul visibly drilled out of his body, his face contorted in pain. Shouting with all his strength, "Soul shooter, fire the arrow!" Bang! The soul actually exploded directly, turning into countless arrows shooting towards the enemy's bodies. "No! No!" 2 desperate shouts rang out. The enchantress, Hars, tears in their eyes, trembling in despair, only they knew what the soul shooter's fire the arrow meant. Using his own soul as an arrow, anger as the string, death as the bow, to perish with the opponent. The tearing pain of the soul was unimaginable to ordinary people. The soul shooter, however, without hesitation, turned into arrows and shot towards the enemy. Ah! A series of screams rang out. The 8 guards closest to him were instantly killed. When the arrows rushed out of the cave, they were blocked by a bright shield master holding a shield at the entrance. The soul arrows roared, carrying unwillingness, anger, despair, constantly striking the shield. The clanging sound was the soul shooter's final song, but he only killed 8 people. "Priest, guardian, old man, I'll go first." The body of the soul arrows lay straight down, health bar emptied, blue bar emptied, he died. "No! I'll fight you to the end." Hars desperately reached out his hand. "Don't." The enchantress rushed out excitedly. She was a mage. Just as she appeared at the entrance, a bright spell hit her body. Faced with the attack of light, the darkness behind was left to Hars. The enchantress endured all the attacks, her blue and health bars quickly depleting. Seeing several guards surrounding her, she tiredly gritted her teeth and sang softly, "Come with me, to hell." Rock collapse. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain shook. Countless rocks rolled down from the peak, aiming at her. "Be careful. Quick, get out of the way." 5 guards were directly hit and killed by the rocks. However, the enchantress was also buried under the rocks, health bar emptied, blue bar emptied. Chen Chen stared blankly at the scene. In the live broadcast room, from anger, to roaring, to silence, watching the NPCs kill with their own lives shook their hearts. "Getting old, can't watch this, keep it up. Damn it, I'm here. Red Name Church, keep it up. Nameless, keep it up." Chen Chen looked at the mission bar, from 7 vs 1000 to 5 vs 77. Soul shooter, enchantress, dead. Hars severely injured, ghostly warrior unconscious. Is this battle going to end like this? The god of war is very satisfied and said to Chen Chen beside him, "It seems that I have won in the end. A battle will never end until the last moment." That's right, the boss is right. The battle will never end until the last moment. The people of the Red Name sect never give up. Never give up. Everyone in the live broadcast room silently shouted. Although they are not here, they all feel uneasy. The journey of the Red Name sect has been like this. That's right. The Guardian is right. The battle will never end until the last moment. Hall slowly stood up. 5 minutes have passed. His blue bar has recovered to about 1/4. The god of war looked disdainfully at him. Just you? A priest? Heh, what can a healer do? Slaughter him for me. Hall slowly pushed away Little Lucky and gripped the staff in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he said, I am not a priest, let alone a healer, I am the great undead priest. Holding the staff in both hands, he firmly inserted it into the soil in front of him. Departed ancestors, sleeping demons, I, Halls, call upon you with my life. Awaken, rise from the eternal tomb. Undead, come forth. With a trembling voice and a determined look on his aged face, a circular hexagram array spread out from him, directly covering the entire Despair village. His health and mana were instantly depleted. Then, the whole earth began to tremble, and the sound of cracking continued. Everyone witnessed a horrifying scene. Countless skeletal hands emerged from the ground, the roar of giant beasts resounded, and the piercing screams of the undead echoed. Skeleton warriors, bone horses, bone dragons emerged from the dark soil, numbering in the hundreds, all bodies buried here. With Hall's expectations, despair, resentment, and anger, they returned to the world. Guardian, I can't go back. Take Little Lucky. Home %. Hall struggled to say a word, then lay down, his health and mana bars disappearing simultaneously. He died. Little Lucky cried on her grandfather's body, heartbroken. Too far away to hear. Chen Shen sat in the center of the array, silently watching the scene. In the taskbar, the number decreased again, becoming 3 vs 77. Did they lose? Perhaps. For the departed. Just then, an angry voice suddenly rang out. In the center of the village, a figure riding a green bone donkey appeared. It was the Death Knight who had been belching and farting during the demonstration. He had never died and had been in the 7-person group in the taskbar. His face was full of anger and hatred, and he raised a single-handed hammer high. Dare to kill my companion? I'll make you pay with your life. Undead army, heed my command, charge. With a command, hundreds of silent skeletons in the village roared and charged towards the royal guards. The god of war frowned slightly. What a nuisance, kill, kill. The two legions, gold and gray, clashed quickly, resulting in casualties instantly. These skeletons were just summons, appearing in large numbers, but after a wave of collisions, the weakest skeletons were crushed. Nearly half of them were gone. Less than 200 elite skeletons remained, capable of matching the royal guards. The Death Knight on the bone donkey led the charge, more ferocious than some wild beasts. Kill, kill, save Little Lucky. The god of war frowned slightly and quickly gave the order, capture that girl, do not harm her, capture her at all costs. Chen Shen had his own task, and his most important task was Little Lucky. 40 royal guards were responsible for trapping Chen Shen. The other 35 people fought the undead army while heading towards the cave. The Death Knight suddenly pulled the reins, and the bone donkey instantly changed direction, charging towards Chen Shen. Follow me to save the Guardian. Who would have thought that the NPC would use such a strategy? Clearly saying to save Little Lucky. When the guards of the Pro Guard went to catch Little Lucky, Chen Shen's side relaxed their guard. He decisively changed direction and charged towards the formation. The god of war was caught off guard by the cunning NPC. Oh no! The bone donkey fiercely impacted the shield of the formation. Behind him, several fierce beast skeletons followed, attacking the people maintaining the formation with great power. Crack! Cracks appeared in Chen Shen's formation instantly. Restore action points. Chen Shen stared at the god of war with a murderous look, his body slowly disappearing into the formation. The god of war gritted his teeth and slowly retreated. U40, protect me. The killer appeared. Even the god of war was full of fear. Sir, we haven't caught Little Lucky yet. How is that possible? The god of war frowned and looked towards the cave entrance, his eyes somewhat strange. The guards were indeed trying to catch Little Lucky, but they always fell short. One person was about to catch Little Lucky, but for some reason, he suddenly stepped on Harza's corpse, fell down, and accidentally stabbed the person behind him in the buttocks with his sword. The person behind him hit the wall in pain, and a rock suddenly fell from somewhere, almost killing another person who was about to catch Little Lucky. It was always so close, always feeling like they were about to catch him, but various accidents always happened, preventing them from succeeding. The god of war looked more and more puzzled. What's going on? Why is this happening? Trying to catch a child, but losing 5 people. What kind of situation is this? Do I have to go catch him myself? Just as he was contemplating, Chen Shen suddenly appeared at the village entrance and instantly killed 5 guards. Damn it! What kind of player has what kind of NPC? The god of war cursed in anger. It seemed like Chen Shen was going to deal with him, but he turned around and went back into the cave. Trying to save Little Lucky? Trying to break free and prevent him from completing the mission? The god of war said in a deep voice, "Release the spell for me, kill that bastard." "Yes, sir." Priesthood, Mage Core, Supersized Spell, Demon Slaughter Absolute Stand, prepare. The 40 guards released the spell, chanting simultaneously, and the dim and desperate village was illuminated by a dazzling golden light. A powerful aura extinguished everything around them. Before the spell was even cast, the blinding golden light emanating from them turned several nearby skeleton monsters into ashes. Without looking, it was clear they were charging up a powerful spell. Chen Chen glanced around during the battle. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Damn it." There were still at least 20 guards around him, and he didn't expect the god of war to ruthlessly target them. "Ha, nameless, as long as you die, everything is worth it. Let's see if you have what it takes." Chen Chen quickly moved through the crowd, enduring their attacks, and ran into the cave. The Death Knight shouted, "Quick, protect the Guardian." The skeletons summoned by Hars ran to the cave entrance to defend. At the same time, the spell took shape. Demon Slaughter. Absolute Stand. Amidst the roar, the golden light turned into a huge sword and shot out from the team of mages and priests. The giant sword was hundreds of meters long, 10 meters wide at the hilt, destructive, and aimed straight at the crowd. The first to die were the melee guards. Their bodies were instantly engulfed by the scorching light, followed by the undead army summoned by Hars, who were also turned to ashes by the golden light without any surprises. The speed of the giant sword was very fast. Chen Chen only felt the scorching breath sweeping through the entire cave. It was too powerful, not something human strength could resist. Even if the giant sword destroyed the royal guard and the skeleton army, it only made it smaller, continuing to stab towards Chen Chen. Super Spell, Demon Slaughter Absolute Stand. As the name suggests, it destroys everything in its path, whether it's darkness or light. Disobedience only leads to death. Everyone in the live broadcast room stared blankly as the light sword pierced into the cave. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. The entire mountain peak collapsed, the cave was leveled, and the earth shook. Smoke filled the entire cave, making it impossible to see the scene inside for a while. Is he dead? How is that possible? Our leader will never die. Ha, you think Nameless is a god? He's just a lucky bastard. Damn it, if my leader is dead, I'll kill you all. Look, the smoke is dispersing. I can't see clearly. What's going on? The cave is gone? Look, it seems like someone is still standing. Not only was the cave gone, but a crater was blasted out of the mountain. Dust slowly settled from the sky. Finally, the scene inside could be vaguely seen. Two figures stood amidst the dust. As the dust settled, the two figures appeared in the sight of all the audience in the live broadcast room. It seems to be Nameless NPC. Yes, it's the Shadow Warlord and the Death Knight. Everything else was destroyed, leaving only two figures. Yes, the two standing people were indeed the Shadow Warlord and the Death Knight. Behind them were Chin Chen and Little Lucky, who were not dead. At a critical moment, the Shadow Warlord and the Death Knight stood in front of Chin Chen and Little Lucky. They spread their arms, blocking everything. The health and mana bars above their heads had disappeared. Their bodies were colorless ashes, burned by the Demon Slaughter Absolute Stand, using their last breath to protect Chen Chen. The two ash-covered skulls slowly turned their heads, as if using all their strength. They looked at Chen Chen, grinned, half of their faces turning into ashes, and laboriously uttered a sentence. "Guardian, go home, take Little Lucky home." As soon as the words fell, with a bang, their bodies turned into ashes and disappeared completely. "Whoa, Grandpa Shadow, Grandpa Death." Little Lucky cried, her eyes swollen, constantly digging through their ashes in the dust. Kneeling on the ground, she looked up and cried out, "Ah, since childhood, he had no one but these grandpas as his family, and now they were gone, all gone, gone." Suddenly, a warm hand touched her head. Little Lucky sobbed and looked up. "Big brother, I have no grandpas anymore." Chin Shen's calm voice sounded, "I'm still here. Wait for me, I'll take you home." Crack, crack. After speaking, he walked away. The ground was covered in ashes, making a cracking sound as he stepped on them. He squatted down, picked up a handful of ashes, and let them slip through his fingers, disappearing. He murmured, "Shadow Warlord, Enchantress, Death Knight, Soul Archer, Undead High Priest, I can't take you home, I can only send them to meet you." Chen Shen slowly stood up, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the royal guard in front of him. The infinite war god lazily leaned on his mount. Nameless, you are really hard to kill, but you have no NPCs left, you lose. Until the end, there is no victory or defeat. That's right, until the end, never give up. Leader, come on, kill the infinite war god. Kill them all." Chen Chen repeated these words. His feet slowly started moving, getting faster and faster. The infinite war god sneered, "Just you? I'll kill him in seconds." There were still 40 members of the royal guard, 20 mages, and 20 priests, a round of spells enough to kill Chen Chen instantly. Chen Shen dashed out like a cheetah, holding the best medicine in his hand. But he underestimated the power of the third-turn light mage. The impact of light, the light of the moon, the flickering light, various advanced skills, exploded on Chen Shen like bullets. Bang bang bang. Chen Shen's head kept showing decreasing health information. In almost an instant, his health was almost depleted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Shen cursed under his breath, quickly took a one-time healing potion, fully restoring his health. However, in the next round, numerous attacks fell again, leaving him with low health once more. Risking his life, he finally approached the distance of the royal guard, ready to launch the backstab skill. The mocking voice of the infinite war god sounded, resist the aura, push him away. At his command, the light mage's third-turn skill, resist aura, was instantly activated. Chen Shen felt an irresistible force coming, pushing his body dozens of meters away. The infinite war god laughed, nameless, I admit you are strong, but so what? I am in the light, I control the light, I am on the side of justice, I have many skilled subordinates. What are you? 20 light mages. As soon as Chen Shen approached, they released a resist aura. Even though the cooldown time was long, they took turns releasing it, giving time for cooldown. You, nameless, don't even have the qualification to approach me. Phew, comfortable, you nameless have oppressed me for so long. Today let everyone know who the real king is. I, the infinite war god, am the eternal god. You nameless are destined to be forever under my feet. With victory in hand, the infinite war god felt extremely relieved, humiliating nameless in front of the whole network. Only he knew the resentment in his heart, investing so much money, so much effort, always being overshadowed by Chen Shen. Can he not resent? In reality, he was a person that everyone flattered. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, don't hold me back, I'll kill this bumpkin. Just a passerby, I also think it's too much, just a mission, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk, don't let me encounter anyone from the Infinite Guild in the future, or I'll his. Chen Shen took a deep breath, said nothing, and continued to charge forward. The infinite war god's eyes lit up. Tisk tsk, nameless, not running? Be a man, come with me, be my dog, I'll give you an annual salary of 5 million. Bang bang bang. Spells exploded on Chen Shen one after another. The infinite war god just didn't want Chen Shen to die so quickly. Chen Shen remained silent. Every time he ran out of health, he healed, continued, pushed by the aura, continued. He had a black face throughout. No one knew what he was thinking. Boss, how about we give up? Yeah, it's just a mission, if we fail, we start over. Boss, it's okay, just dying once, we'll come back and destroy the Infinite Guild. We'll definitely destroy them, it depends on what the boss says. Members of the Red Name Church felt heartbroken watching, leaving messages one after another. Chen Shen didn't look at the barrage, his eyes firm, murmuring, never give up until the last moment. Persist in what? What's worth persisting for? Just a mission, right? Is he crazy? Chen Shen didn't know either. Maybe this sentence touched him, or maybe it was the deaths of Halls and the soul shooter that touched him. Perhaps it was a man's promise to take that girl home. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe he's just being stubborn, because he's been stubborn since he was a child. Little Lucky sat paralyzed behind Chen Shen. Her eyes, red from crying, watched as Chen Shen was constantly hit. She cried out, Big brother, I don't want it, don't seek revenge, please come back, sob, please don't die. I don't want it, I don't want anything, please. But at this moment, the battlefield was so chaotic, who would care about a little girl? Little Lucky staggered to her feet, step by step towards Chen Shen. Don't die, you can't die, it's all Little Lucky's fault. Suddenly, two members of the Light Church sneaked over. They grabbed her. Ah, let me go, let me go. Zaya Oxinjian struggled frantically. A 3 or 4-year-old girl, lively like a rabbit. Ah, finally caught you. This time the credit is ours. But somehow, there was a sudden slip, and the struggling little one kicked one of the mage's vital points. Ah. NPCs also have unforgettable pain in their lives, instinctively bent over, hitting their heads on their companion's nose. That's it. Zaya Oxinjian escaped. She ran towards Chen Shen with all her might. In Chen Shen's astonished gaze, Zaya Oxinjian stood in front of him without hesitation. With eyes closed, she shouted loudly, You are not allowed to hurt my little brother. Zaya Oxinjian. Chen Shen, the god of war, was shocked. Unfortunately, it was too late, the spell arrived instantly. Bang bang bang. It exploded directly on the small body. This time Zaya Oxinjian had no luck. Her small body collided with Chen Shen. Both of them were sent flying. In midair, Zaya Oxinjian's eyes were white, and her body was disintegrating. Dead? The only hope left by the NPCs, dead? To take her home, back to the promise of the chaotic burial mound, dead. Damn it! Chen Shen roared in anger, shaking with anger at this moment. Holding Xiao Xinjian's body, he slammed it heavily on the ground. He quickly checked Xiao Xinjian's status. Sure enough, the health bar was empty, the mana bar was empty. What are you blocking? What are you blocking? Do I want you to block? Get up! Xiao Xinjian's body disintegrated, but her eyes slowly opened, looking at Chen Chen. Big brother, I'm going to die. It's all Xiao Xinjian's fault. I shouldn't have played around. I caused trouble. Don't worry, I will follow your orders. I'm going to die. A tear fell slowly, and Xiao Xinjian's body dissipated in Chen Chen's arms like a light spot. In Chen Chen's taskbar, it changed to 1 versus 41. Damn it, didn't I tell you to stop? Damn it! The furious roar of the god of war resounded. Without her, how can I explain to the high priest? Idiot, bastard. Chen Chen didn't say a word, his fists slowly clenched. He only had one thought now. Kill, either kill or be killed. The Infinite Guild, the 6 Guilds Alliance, all of them must be killed. But no one noticed that Xiao Xinjian's light gathered on Chen Chen, enveloping his body. Task trigger detected. Goddess of Luck Reincarnation Death, Divine Nature, broken, automatically activated. In Chen Chen's astonished gaze, the divine nature in his package actually floated up automatically and floated above his head. Bang! The damaged divine nature directly shattered. What's going on? Goddess of Luck Reincarnation? The divine nature shattered like this? What about the task rewards? Although the divine nature is written as broken and unusable, it is still a powerful item. How could it just disappear like this, along with Xiao Xinjian? Just as Chen Chen was stunned. Suddenly, the system voice sounded again. Goddess of Luck Reincarnation, task completed. Task rewards, Soul Archer, 3rd Transformation Scroll, Shadow Warrior, 3rd Transformation Scroll, Enchanting Witch, Level 3 Scroll, Death Knight, 3rd Transformation Scroll, Undead High Priest, 3rd Transformation Scroll. After a series of system sounds, 5 transformation scrolls appeared directly in Chen Chen's package. They were the transformation scrolls of the NPCs who had died. The divine nature cannot be used, but it had to wait until Xiao Xinjian's death to trigger directly, giving a total of 5 hidden job scrolls. Who could have expected this? Just as Chen Chen was astonished. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Guardian! Ah! Damn it! Chen Chen turned around and was directly startled. Behind him, 6 ghosts were floating. It's you! These 6 ghosts are his NPC companions, Halls, the 6 Little Fortunes. Guardian, we won't blame you, please take our hopes and break out. Yes, my job change scroll, please find me my awesome little guy. Guardian, don't be sad, death is our destiny, we can go home now. Little brother, you must do your best. We will always fight alongside you. The 6 spirits smiled and bid farewell to Chen Chen. Perhaps it was the power of the divine that allowed their souls to reappear. Their souls all entered Chen Chen's body. Received buff, Blessing of the Undead High Priest, resurrect once. Received buff, Blessing of the Soul Archer, plus 100% speed. Received buff, Blessing of the Shadow Warlord, plus 100% HP. Received buff, Blessing of the Death Knight, plus 100% attack power. Received buff, Blessing of the Enchanting Witch, plus 100% defense. Received buff, Blessing of the Goddess of Luck, luck value x10. Received buff, Blessing of the God of Calamity. Mission buff. The 6 Little Fortunes, truly the Goddess of Luck. Chen Chen's luck value directly reached a terrifying 6,000 points. All attributes doubled, all were terrifying numbers. As for what the Blessing of the God of Calamity is, there was no hint. Chen Chen tightened his fist. Thank you all, rest assured, I will send the bright souls to atone for you. Slowly standing up, he looked towards the camp of light. The infinite war god still didn't know what was happening, angrily scolding his subordinates. Trash, all trash, my mission has failed, damn it. The great knight, the Nameless is here again. Nameless? Damn it, kill him for me, if it weren't for him, my mission wouldn't have failed. Before the words fell, the light of the light magic lit up. The magic swept through the arc and smashed towards Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen didn't dodge, the surroundings were empty, anyway, there was no escape. His eyes were firm, instead he met the magic head-on. The infinite war god grumbled, this lunatic, go to hell, let you know the consequences of offending me. But something strange happened. The spell that should have hit Chen Chen for sure, actually collided in mid-air, exploding. Yes, either blown off course by a sudden gust of wind, or cancelled each other out. Anyway, they all missed. The man walked out of the flames unscathed, step by step, each step as steady as Mount Tai. The infinite war god widened his eyes. How is this possible? The people in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Damn, so cool, there's a sense of a real man never looking back. The boss's first-person view, third-person view are both awesome. Right, I'm also watching 2 live streams at the same time. Is the boss going to fight back? Boss, kill the infinite war god. Ha, he's just lucky, he can't even get close to our boss, don't forget about the royal guard. But before the words fell, Chen Shen turned into a shadow directly. The infinite war god took a cold breath, the command at his mouth was directly withdrawn, and he anxiously shouted, "Quick, use the resistance aura." It was too fast for anyone to catch. Chen Shen, with anger and the blessings of the six, counterattacked. The infinite war god was shocked. "Quick, don't let him get close, use the resistance aura." Too slow. But before he finished speaking, Chen Shen was already among the group of mages, his body turning into swift black blades, darkness descending, mass slaughter. Within a 5-meter radius, 12 mages died instantly. How is this possible? Why did he suddenly become so much stronger? Too strong, even if the spells hit him at close range, they only deducted 50 health points? The infinite war god was directly stunned. You should know that the Imperial Guards are all third-job professions. What's even more terrifying is that Chen Shen's speed is extremely fast, whether it's movement speed or attack speed. His health directly reaches 20,000, is he still human? Watching Chen Shen getting closer and closer. Don't let him get close. Quick, stop him. The god of war helplessly arranged for his men to stop Chen Shen, then directly pulled the reins and tried to escape. Little Lucky is already dead, the strength of the Nameless has increased dramatically. If he doesn't escape now, it will be a loss. The people in the live broadcast room saw the shamelessness of the god of war and mocked him one after another. Damn, our boss is furious, charging. Oh, are you going to run now? Exactly, just now you said our boss wasn't qualified to fight you one-on-one. Hey, start the live broadcast, didn't you say there was a bet? Are you backing out now? I thought the god of war was so awesome, turns out he's just a despicable person. What bet? What 1 million? In the eyes of the god of war, his level is more important than all of that. But his attempt to escape with a turn of his body made him lose face in front of 1 million viewers. Damn, you guys don't know anything. In a fit of anger, the god of war got angry for a moment and casually turned off the live broadcast. But he forgot that Chen Shen's live broadcast was still on, and those people all rushed into Chen Shen's live broadcast room. Boss, the god of war is about to run away. He's about to take off, he's going to fly away. He humiliates my boss and then runs away? You scum! Chen Shen coldly said, he can't run away. Then he turned into a shadow and caught up with the god of war before the Imperial Guards could react. At this moment, the bright flying horse flapped its wings and was about to fly away. You want to run? The grudge is not settled, stay here for me. Assassinate! Chen Shen suddenly jumped up high, directly grabbed the god of war, and with his head down, smashed him heavily towards the ground. Ding, you are under attack. The mount automatically returns to the mount space. The god of war was shocked, he had no chance to react, and felt dizzy. Bang! His body heavily hit the ground. Received fatal damage, activating passive skill, protection of the bright god. Critical hit, 2590. Chen Shen looked at the damage being deducted and couldn't help but frown. Truly a hidden profession, he can't be killed instantly. The god of war took some medicine and kept retreating. Nameless, there's no need for this, I'll give you 1 million, consider yourself the winner. Chen Shen stood still, not pursuing. The god of war thought the other party was tempted and said with a smile, we have no grievances, the Red Name sect and the god of war guild are in fair competition, we can be friends, right? I admit defeat, the 1 million is yours. Oh my, where's your backbone? Exactly, this god of war, I thought he was a big shot, turns out he's just like this. What's wrong? Our boss is just rich, 1 million is nothing to him. Exactly, just 1 million, can't win now, but our boss will still be awesome in the future. Don't the people from the God of War Guild feel ashamed? If I were you, I'd shut up and leave the guild. The God of War didn't realize how far-reaching his plea for mercy was. If he knew, he would probably learn from Xiangyu. Though I die, I am still the hegemon of Western Shu. Unfortunately, there aren't that many hegemons. Chen Shen walked step by step towards the God of War. Money? I'm not lacking, you made me very angry. You won't die, I won't be happy. From childhood to adulthood, anyone who made Chen Shen unhappy, he would come back for them. And this time was no exception. The god of war gritted his teeth and said angrily, Are you really going to turn against me? Think it over. You are not guaranteed to win now. Die. Chen Shen didn't waste any more words with him. With a flash, he appeared next to him. God of war invincible. The supreme war god shouted anxiously, and the next moment, a golden light shield enveloped his body. Chen Shen's dagger stabbed at the light shield. Invalid attack, the opponent is in invincible state. With a surprised look, he said, Wow, it's really tough. There's even invincibility. The Supreme War God's profession is indeed powerful, but he knows in his heart that he cannot defeat Chen Shen. His invincibility only lasts for 5 seconds. He urgently shouted, "You, attack him, and you, heal me." "Yes, Grand Knight. Unnamed, damn it, you forced me into this, and I still have so many people." With these words, he took out a huge sword in both hands and slashed towards Chun Chen, Judgment of Light. Chen Chen coldly said, "Slow, very slow." The dagger did not retreat but instead moved forward, meeting the two-handed sword. Ding, successful block, triggering skill, counter block. How is this possible? Invalid attack, the opponent is in invincible state. Blocked by invincibility again. At the same time, the attacks from the light mage and light priest behind him landed on Chen Chen continuously. Unfortunately, just now, Chen Chen killed about 20 of them, leaving only 20. On average, each mage priest deals 60 points of damage. After 20 rounds of spells, it would only deduct 1,200 points of health, which is nothing to Chen Chen. Spells kept exploding on Chen Chen's back, but he paid no attention. His cold eyes stared at the Supreme War God. "I'm waiting for your invincibility to end. Madman, you're a madman." While cursing, the golden light shield on the Supreme War God's body slowly disappeared. He quickly shouted, "Light armor." Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. Another defensive skill? With one hand grabbing the Supreme War God's neck, the dagger pierced into his chest. Critical hit, 1780. Fortunately, he didn't know what this defensive skill was, but it was enough to withstand so much damage from Chun Chen. The Supreme War God was even more shocked. He had 3 life-saving skills: Divine Protection, Invincibility, and Light Armor. The properties of light armor were also abnormal, reducing damage taken by 90% for 10 seconds. With such an abnormal skill, how could Chen Chen's normal attacks deal 1700 damage? Chen Chen endured the continuous explosion of spells on his back and kept stabbing at the Supreme War God. Each stab is for the deceased. Supreme War God, remember, don't let me catch you again. Members of the Supreme Guild, be prepared to be killed every day. Each stab was a statement. Millions of netizens watched silently, listening to Chun Chen's anger. Despite the spells constantly exploding on his back, he stood firm, watching the unnamed dagger continuously stabbing into the Supreme War God's chest. "Unnamed, I will never let you go." Leaving behind a resentful roar, the Supreme War God's health was completely depleted. Congratulations on killing player, Supreme War God, sin value +1, sin value, 1450, trigger passive skill assassination, gain +3 attack power, total +3130 points, trigger passive skill diamond body, gain +0.1 defense, total +51. 6 points, trigger passive skill blood bull, gain +5 vitality, total +2530 points. From today, the Supreme Guild will bow down to me. Long live the Red Name Sect. The Red Name Sect is absolutely invincible. Ha, the nonsense Supreme Guild, so satisfying. Yes, it feels great to see the Supreme War God die like a dog, so satisfying. In the live broadcast room, only the players of the Red Name Sect were ecstatic, while the members of the Supreme Guild and the Six Guild Alliance all silently left the live broadcast. They killed all the royal guards. Chen Chen stepped towards the camp of the Light Church. His mission was not completed, nor had it failed. Although Hars died, for some reason, the mission continued. 1 versus 1. The last one should be the bright high priest of the other side, Eileen. One should be consistent in one's actions. Chen Chen, filled with killing intent, walked into the camp of the Church of Light. The camp of the Church of Light was desolate, with only a middle-aged woman in a white robe standing in the center of the camp. The name on top of her head was indeed the bright high priest Eileen. Eileen always had a gentle smile on her face. "You've come. You don't seem surprised." "I just don't care. He's already dead, so I've won." "Oh, he? Are you referring to the god of endless war?" "No, it's Hars. I've been competing with him for a lifetime. I went from the dark camp to the light camp, and today I finally defeated him. I have no regrets. Just kill me." Suddenly, a dialogue box popped up in Chen Chen's interface with 2 options. Listen to the story of Eileen and Hars. Just kill Eileen. Do they still have a touching story? It's probably melodramatic. I'm not interested in hearing your story, and he didn't lose. He won because I will carry out his will. Go home. Splat. Chen Chen's dagger pierced Eileen's chest, watching her slowly kneel and die on the ground. Congratulations on killing the bright high priest Eileen. Obtain task item, 3rd transformation scroll, automatically triggered buff, blessing of the god of calamity. Note, you can directly use the 3rd transformation scroll for job change. Congratulations, task completed. Eliminate the siege of the Church of Light. Task reward, guild upgrade, guild level increased, currently level 3. Guild skill level +1, guild member limit +1500, thinking that the task had failed, but unexpectedly, it was completed. Other guilds could recruit 1,000 people at level 2 and 2,000 people at level 3. When the Red Name Church was at level 2, the number of members did not increase, but when it reached level 3, they all increased. Not only did the guild's task complete, even the job change task could be completed. Chen Chen held the job change scroll in astonishment. It turned out that the blessing of the god of calamity was for his job change. The task is actually completed. Hars ultimately left him a way out. Used the job change scroll. The pitch-black scroll shattered instantly, turning into a stream of light that entered Chen Chen's body. Chen Chen's body slowly floated up. Black smoke enveloped him, and his clothes began to change. The smoke surrounded his body, constantly transforming it. When he landed back on the ground, his body was filled with dark effects. Congratulations player, nameless, third transformation successful, job change, dark slaughterer, automatically gain skill, dark harvest, active skill throw a dagger for ranged attack on the opponent, with a chance to make the opponent bleed. Attack power, 120%, attack range, 20 meters, cooldown, 1 minute, automatically gain skill, killing intent stun, active enter combat state, release within 20 meters around, with a chance to make the opponent tremble and unable to attack. Professional skill, assassination, level 4. Assassination, level 4 increase 4 points of attack power for each player killed. Note, each player can only trigger once a day. 2 new skills again. 1 ranged, 1 control, filling Chen Chen's shortcomings. Finally, the job change was successful, and the basic attributes were greatly improved. A flash of light, and the experience points from the task reward arrived. Chen Chen's level reached 32. Opened the attribute panel. Name, nameless level, level 32 occupation, dark slaughterer, third transformation, HP, 12689 MP, 2216 attack, 9685 defense, 416 magic resistance, 428 speed, 276 sin value, 1339 justice value, 0 luck, 600 terrifying numbers. On the attack leaderboard, the second-ranked Endless War God has just over 3,000 attack power. Chen Chen's attack power is approaching 10,000. HP, defense, are all top-notch. Phew, finally done. Chen Chen looked back at the desperate village. The desperate village disappeared, leaving ruins everywhere. There were not many words, not much lingering. After a deep look, he turned and returned to the city. The light flashed again. Chen Chen had returned to the chaotic burial ridge. Oh, the boss is back. Boss is awesome, damn. Boss is mighty. Chen Chen had just appeared and was excitedly pulled over by the Red Name cult players, cheered and thrown into the air. They were more excited than Chen Chen. After a playful scuffle, Chen Chen smiled and said, "Brothers, never slack off in killing, remember to use skills often, I will kill 3 people a day. Boss, rest assured, we will kill the grandsons of the Endless Guild. The 6 Guilds Alliance will be a joke from today." Chen Chen killing the Endless War God in front of the whole network did indeed inspire the Red Name cult. But the higher-ups had their own ideas. Fatty worriedly said, "While you were doing the mission, the 6 guilds of the 6 Guilds Alliance have all established guild bases. I estimate that they will launch a guild war tomorrow." Chen Chen nodded, knowing what Fatty was worried about. With the guild bases, they could upgrade to a level 2 guild, recruit 1,000 players, learn guild skills, and narrow the gap with the Red Name cult. At the same time, they could openly launch guild wars. "Our guild is still the strongest, we can recruit 2,000 people now. You guys recruit people today, I believe you will fill up soon. Oh, right, contact someone named Deadly Poison Milk, he said he has a few priests. And this." As he spoke, Chen Chen handed over 5 hidden class change scrolls. Fatty's eyes widened. "Wow, so many?" "Yeah, the Dark Warlord suits you, a great tank. As for the others, the Soul Shooter suits the trainee who fires. Oh, the Enchanting Witch suits the prince. Ha, then convince him to use it." Chen Chen gave them all to Fatty, then sat on the Resurrection Stone for a while, feeling tired after the battle of the desperate village. "I'm logging off first." "Ha? Where are you going?" "To take a dump." After speaking, he logged off directly. The mechanical voice sounded, and the cover of the game cabin slowly opened. Chen Chen took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and his pupils contracted for a moment. He saw a long-haired girl looking down at him, their eyes meeting. The girl was very beautiful, her soft hair emitting a faint fragrance, her big eyes blinking at Chen Chen, full of curiosity. Chen Chen's heart twitched. Who could remain calm seeing such a scene when they opened their eyes? Wow! Bang! Instinctively, he punched out. "Fatty, Lao Mo, you really hit hard. No feeling at all." Chen Chen, "Damn, I passed out just like that? Can't take a hit. Prince, what to do? If she wakes up, I'm dead." Chen Chen, Fatty, and the prince were squatting on the ground, surrounding the woman who had fainted. "Damn, How would I know that your sister would come? Your sister has the same temper as you, lying nicely on my grave. No, lying on top of my game cabin for what? That's right, this beautiful woman is none other than the prince's sister. Compared to his father, the prince is most afraid of his sister because she is more capable than his father. The prince looked troubled. This apartment used to be used by my sister. I forgot to tell her. You brought us here while your sister was living here? Damn, true brothers. No, my sister is a powerful woman from the sea. Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance. She's actually wild and often brings her boyfriend back to the apartment, and she's very fierce. You can't tell she's gentle, who can be calm with fist-sized dark circles under their eyes. Chen Chen took a deep breath. No, it will be troublesome when she wakes up. The prince was shocked. Lao Mo, what are you going to do? This is reality, not a game. Just a little fight. You won't kill to keep it quiet, right? Nonsense, move things, move the game consoles to the rooms, like this, like that. They got to work. Luckily, the game consoles had wheels. It was simple, 3 game consoles were moved to their respective rooms. The scene was cleaned up. The prince still felt uneasy. No, this won't work. Lao Mo, why don't you hide in the dormitory for a while, and you can come back after my sister leaves. Okay, that's fine. Chen Chen didn't mind, put on his gaming helmet, and hurriedly left the apartment. Just shortly after he left, angry roars echoed in the apartment. With dark circles under her eyes, Qin Yufei crossed her arms, exuding a murderous aura as she sat on the sofa, her eyes trembling from being hit. Bring that Lao Mo back, I promise not to hit him. No, big sister, forget it. It's not intentional. Who wouldn't be startled and hit someone upon waking up? Kneel down. Who told you to stand up? The prince's legs went weak. Am I a ghost? I am a stunning beauty, pursued by suitors from here to our hometown. How dare you call me a ghost? Bring him back, and I won't touch him. Otherwise, you're dead. And you, fatty, you're dead too. They might really end up dead. The fatty was at a loss, wondering why he was involved. Swallowing hard, he whispered, Prince, better to die as a friend than as a foe, sell him. Fine, sold. And so, without hesitation, the two of them sold Chen Chen. Better one dead than two. Hey, Lao Mo, it's fine now. My sister has left. You can come back. Really? Your sister is quite easygoing. Of course, my sister is very straightforward and beautiful. Chen Chen, if your life is threatened, just cough. No need, it's nothing. Come back. Chen Chen hadn't even caught a cab when he slowly went back upstairs with his gaming helmet. When he opened the door, the room felt cold, like the air conditioning was on. The woman was sitting with her legs crossed, revealing slender legs. Chen Chen knew he had been betrayed. Whether it was by someone he hit or his brother's own sister, he couldn't just turn and run. Qin Yufei saw Chen Chen again, not angry as expected, but rather lost in thought. It was as if she was observing Chen Chen through the game console. She stared for about a minute. The prince knew his sister too well. This expression wasn't good. Gritting his teeth, he said, Sis, it's better to kill than to humiliate. Just kill him, but don't take a liking to him. The prince still had a conscience. He knew his sister was a master in love affairs, 5 years older than them and had been in the game of love for over a decade. If she took a liking to Chen Chen, he wouldn't survive. Qin Yufei took a deep breath. You guys leave first. Ha? Sis, are you serious? Get out. Okay. The prince and the fatty were as nervous as eggplants hit by frost, heads down as they walked out. When they passed by Chen Chen, they didn't say a word, just walked past him, closing the door very thoughtfully. It was the first time the prince and the fatty had betrayed their brother, and they were nervous. One by one, they lay on the door to eavesdrop, but couldn't hear any movement. 3 minutes later, the door opened. Empress Qin Yufei didn't say a word, put on her backpack, and left directly by taking the elevator. Watching her leave with a stunning figure, the crown prince and fatty couldn't help but glance at each other. How did she leave so quickly? It's about right, 30 seconds to undress, 1.5 minutes to shower, 30 seconds to dress. Isn't there still 30 seconds left? Damn, what are you talking about? That's my sister. You two rebels, come in. The crown prince and fatty glanced at each other, slowly walked into the room. The sofa was not messy, the dining table was not messy, the bed was not messy. No, Lao Mo, what happened in the last 3 minutes? Yeah, Lao Mo, are you okay? The crown prince, being experienced, checked the neck and back. Chen Chen gritted his teeth and said, Rebels, luckily your sister is nice, the misunderstanding is cleared up, everything's fine. Did she have any unreasonable requests? Yeah, like how many times a week she can see you. Chen Chen looked impatient. Where are your minds at? How can you think of your sister like that? She has always been like that. But your sister did have one request. She wants you to set up a game warehouse for her before today. She wants to play games with us. Just that? Yes, just that. Phew, that's fine, money can solve everything. It's not a problem, I'll have it sent to her place right now. On the other side, Empress Qin Yufei had a serious look in her eyes as she sat in the car, making several phone calls. Hello, have someone buy 2,000 Immortal Life game helmets. Then she drove away. On that day, a woman appeared in the game, a powerful woman who dominated the scene.